From Texas Stadium in Irving, Texas, it's the Minnesota Vikings against the defending Super Bowl champion Dallas Cowboys. This is the second of 4 NFL specials on ABC. The other 3 on Sunday nights. One has already taken place. That one, New England's thrilling last-second victory over the Oakland Raiders. Tonight's game, clearly a key game involving key personnel. The Minnesota Vikings, led as always by their redoubtable quarterback, that man, Francis Tarkenton. But the Vikes are struggling at 4-4. Unexpected losses to New Orleans and Tampa Bay. Signs of resurgence last week against Green Bay. And Dallas, led as always by their versatile and athletic quarterback, Roger Staubach, at 6-2. But struggling, too, if you look at their game-by-game record. 2 close wins against St. Louis. Always, Dallas has that man, Tony Dorsett, the Heisman Trophy winner from Pitt. But Dorsett this year with troubles on and off the field. Benched last Sunday by Coach Tim Landry. Back tonight, here are Landry and Tony Dorsett.
Tom, because the incident is so recent, just this past Sunday, will you explain to the public why it was necessary to bench Tony Dorsett?
Well, basically, he missed practice on Saturday, and it wasn't so much the missing of practice because players, they occasionally miss practice, but he didn't report the incident to us. We couldn't get in touch with him, and therefore it was a disruptive thing on our football team, and for that reason, it was the best interest of the club that we did it.
Tony, after you missed practice last Saturday, the coach benched you on Sunday against the Eagles. You later stated you were publicly humiliated. Your family had gone a great distance to see you play. After that, what did you do, because you're going to be starting tonight?
Well, Howard, the main thing I did, I think, was I came back this week, and I came in with the right attitude. I didn't come in holding any grudges against Coach or any of the players or anyone in the whole organization. I came in with the attitude that I wanted to play football again. I came in, I worked hard. I come into a meeting, I think I surprised everyone, the players and the coaches, by apologizing for what I did, because it wasn't an intentional thing. It was just something that happened, and I was sorry that it happened to myself, but I feel that it was part of life, it was part of growth, and maybe it was something healthy for me as far as my future is concerned.
20 seconds to air. Stand by, all cameras. Stand by in videotape. Stand by slow-mo. Stand by to open your mics on the field. Stand by in graphics. Ready with your opening supers. Stand by the announcers in the booth, please. And roll tape. 3, 2, 1. Take tape.
Texas Stadium in Irving, Texas, a special Thursday edition of ABC's NFL Monday Night Football. The Minnesota Vikings against the Dallas Cowboys.
I can see the trend of a team, way back, but it's pretty hard to convince anybody of what your trend is, players or anybody else. But when you lose a game or two or three, and we lost another one the other night that was a very poor performance, then you have to say, well, it's time we better move if we're going to go anyplace, or we'll be home at Christmas. We've done a lot of things fairly well, and we've done some things not quite as well as we would like. I think probably offensively, our inconsistency of moving the ball, where we've been #1 offensive team in yardage for most of the season, yet we're not really moving effectively to get in to score the touchdowns or kick the field goal. Defensively, we played very well at times. We've been inconsistent at times, but we played very well at times. The kicking game's been improving. We're playing our kicking game better now than we have all year, so there are some positive notes, but I think the main thing is to be able to beat a good team like Miami or some of these that are coming up. If we do, then I think we'll have a chance to move on.
Every game we play is a must from now on. We must improve every week. This game is no fun losing, and there's nowhere to hide. You can't even look in the mirror when you're losing. And this game's a must game.
Have you been able to pick up any traits or tell things from practice about how it's going to play on a weekend game?
I make no predictions. I'll say this: yesterday's practice was crisp and sharp, and it was nice. It was good work. And I'll say this another thing too: if you have practices that are good, it's got to start getting contagious into games. But there's been many times when our practices have been really terrible, and then we play great. So no, I've given up on trying to figure out. Make predictions on that.
Coach Landry said today that after looking at what's happened with the Cowboys up to this point, that he's determined the defense really isn't doing a bad job. There have been a couple of breakdowns. Would you agree with that assessment?
Well, you can. That's probably right. He's a coach. He knows better than me what our problems are. But we just need to keep going out and trying and giving our best shot. And I just think positive things are going to start happening for us.
The toss of the coin, and the Steelers have won the toss and will receive. This is the 7th meeting in this series. Goes back to the realignment year of 1970, and the Steelers lead the series 4-2. The Steelers shut out the Kansas City Chiefs 45-0 at Arrowhead back in '76. Paul, that was the last time, incidentally, that they were shut out, the Chiefs.
Well, we're going to see on this first series of downs, Jay, the matchup that we talked about, Don Parrish over Mike Webster. And it's going to be very interesting if Pittsburgh decides to run the ball straight ahead.
2 weeks ago, Jim Hart suffered a shoulder separation in a game against Dallas. He is expected to be out of action at least 3 weeks. But the Cardinal quarterback, who started 65 straight games prior to the injury, will be in today's starting lineup. His counterpart for the Eagles, Ron Jaworski, is a top-rated quarterback in the NFC, hitting 55% of his passes, good for 9 touchdowns and a conference low 4 interceptions. It's the Eagles versus the Cardinals.
The NFL on CBS. Today's game is sponsored by Mobil 1, the synthetic motor oil that can save you gas and oil changes. Light beer, everything you always wanted in a beer and less. And by Ford and your Ford dealer, who invite you to see and test drive the all-new LTD and Mustang.
Welcome to Veterans Stadium in Philadelphia, the home of the Eagles, who come in here with a 4-4 record, playing host to the St. Louis Cardinals, who are 0-8, still looking for their first win under Coach Bud Wilkinson. Hi, everybody. I'm Gary Bender, along with Hank Stram. And Hank, the Eagles are entertaining thoughts of getting into the playoffs, but they have a tough team in the Cardinals. They've lost 8 in a row to them.
Well, they can't worry about playoffs. They have to worry about St. Louis this afternoon. And talking to a lot of the St. Louis players, You know, they're very enthusiastic about this game. They feel strongly about the fact that they can win. They feel good about the fact that Jim Hart has returned to the starting lineup. So I think it's going to be a much better game than a lot of people think it's going to be.
Well, Bud Wilkinson still looking for his first win. He gave the team Monday and Tuesday off, and then Wednesday he came in, he said, we're starting a new season.
Bud's an excellent coach. He knows what it means to be psychologically involved with a football team. He knows what to say, how to say it. He did the right thing by using that kind of an approach, and I think they're going to do everything they possibly can to start a new season today.
The NFL on CBS. Today's game is sponsored by Mobil 1, the synthetic motor oil that can save you gas and oil changes. Light beer, everything you always wanted in a beer and less. And by Ford and your Ford dealer, who invite you to see and test drive the all-new LTD and Mustang.
From RFK Stadium in Washington, D.C., CBS Sports presents the San Francisco 49ers versus the Washington Redskins. Hi, everybody. I'm Vin Scully, along with George Allen and Jim Brown. It's Washington and San Francisco, and the name of the game is Controversy. George, Billy Kilmer starts over Joe Theismann. I know you've been second-guessed in your career, and you certainly don't want to do that to Jack Pardee, but nevertheless, what's your thinking on it?
Well, this is a big game for Billy Kilmer. Even though he's a veteran, Vinny, he's been inactive. He's never been inactive this long, and he could be a little rusty. I think, however, that his leadership and his experience in play action, screens, will give the team the lift they need.
Jim, the other part of controversy involved in this game would be running back Mike Thomas of Washington. He was injured in the 6th game against Detroit. He did not play against Philadelphia. They tell me the teammates got on him, that he sulked and did not play last week against the Giants. Now the word is he doesn't feel well and might not play today. What about playing hurt? He refused to take a shot of cortisone or a pain-killing drug. So we ask you, did you ever play shot up, as they say?
Well, George, I'm going to leave you out of this one. Yes, Vinny, I took a shot once in my career, vowed never to do it again.
Why?
Mainly because I didn't like the way it felt. But you can never tell when a player is truly hurt. You must leave it up to that player. But there's one word of advice I might give to Mike Thomas. When you have a bad ankle, we always say as professional football players, you must play hurt. You just tape it a little tighter. Now that moves us, Vinny, to O.J. Simpson, who in my opinion is suffering because he has a bad knee. A knee is different than an ankle. O.J. claims that he likes to play on grass. He's on grass today. We'll see what happens. But my last word to O.J. is that when they start to compare you to yourself, you are in trouble.
Sellout crowd of more than 50,000 here at Three Rivers Stadium. Bradshaw to do the quarterbacking, the veterans Blyer and Harris to run that football. Wide receivers, Stallworth, Lynn Swan, and Randy Grossman. 1st and 10 from their own 20-yard line. Swan is to the near side. That's Stallworth set out at the top of the screen. Bradshaw going to put it up on 1st down. And he throws. It's intercepted. Coming back with it is Collier for Kansas City. Collier inside the 15. Down to the 11-yard line. Tim Collier, his 5th career interception. He cut in front of the intended receiver, John Stallworth, and the Chiefs have a big turnover early.
Well, I'll tell you, right here, Bradshaw's got all day to throw the ball. All Collier did was sit back and wait. Watch what he does. Then steps in front of Stallworth, takes the ball, and the guy that finally makes the tackle is Lynn Swan.
A ball at the 11-yard line. Kansas City.
See 88 right there.
Here is Livingston giving it over to Arnold Morgado. And Morgado battles his way near the 5-yard line. Hawaiian-born Arnold Morgado, last week 2 touchdowns. 3 has on the year, a free agent. This is a fine rushing football team. Mike Livingston, the quarterback. The running backs, Reed, Morgado, and McKnight. Marshall and Walter White, the receivers in this wing T setup. 2nd down, 5, 6 to go for a touchdown. Ted McKnight gets back just about to the line of scrimmage. Might have got a half a yard as he got near the 5 before Mike Wagner, number 23, the free safety, came up. McKnight averaging 5 points per carry.
The reason they're such a great running team, look at this offensive line. Herkenhoff, Simmons, Rudney, the man we talked about earlier, Condon, and Getty.
It's going to be 3rd down and 4. This is Jay Randolph along with Paul McGuire at Three Rivers Stadium, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Big play here for the Chiefs in the early going. Marshall coming to the bottom of the screen. The handoff going to Tony Reed. Reed's in trouble and goes down back at the 7-yard line. Big Dwight White, number 78, the right end, making the play.
Dwight White makes the play, but number 23, Mike Wagner, is the man that really did the damage. He turns Tony Reed around. Tony Reed had no place to go as Dwight White was there. That's just solid defense.
Pittsburgh has not been scored upon in the first period this season. That stat may go right by the boards here.
Attempting the field goal.
It will be Jan Stenerud with Tony Adams holding a 25-yard field goal attempt. It is up, and it is good. So the Chiefs take advantage with the interception and get 3. And with 12:39 left to play, first quarter, the Chiefs lead the Steelers 3-0.
The man that was shaken up was the guy that made that tackle, Eric Williams. He's replaced by Tim Carney. As now the Eagles come to a 3rd down, 16 yards to go. The ball just across their own 38-yard line. They have Payne along with Carmichael flanked out. Payne, by the way, is playing with some new contact lenses. He's been having some trouble in catching the football. Almost jumping offside was Dawson. Here's Jaworski back. He's got a man. Kenny Payne is picked off. Carl Allen's got it. Allen picking off that pass. It was badly underthrown. Jaworski getting a lot of pressure to the near side, and the Cardinals with the first turnover of the game, and Carl Allen with his 2nd interception of the year.
They have a blitz. They have a blitz coming. Jaworski saw it, tried to get out of the traffic, threw the ball much shorter than he should have. He had a guy open, but it's intercepted there by Carl Allen, number 27.
San Francisco puts it in play, and we'll take a look at their offensive line. John Ayers, Ernie Hughes, Randy Cross, Walt Downing, and Keith Farnhorst. The Rabbits who will handle the ball, you'll have quarterback Steve DeBerg, and the running backs are O.J. Simpson. The fullback is Bobby Farrell. The wide receivers Elmo Boyd and Freddie Solomon, and Ken McAfee is the tight end. And they'll go with one tight end right now, slot left. Solomon is inside Boyd, and it's O.J. hit by Dyron Talbot and Dave Butts, and down he goes just about at the line of scrimmage.
Well, looking at the juice, we must take note of the grass. The bad knee, of course, gets a little more support by the grass. On this particular play, there wasn't too much he could do. It was a good defensive move on the Washington Redskins' part.
2nd and 9 from the 23. Freddie Solomon is wide right, Elmo Boyd wide left, and O.J. on a wing now. Bob Farrell, the only running back. Whoa, they're coming. Bacon was leading the charge, and O.J. is out across the 25. Flags on the play, and we'll keep an eye on Coy Bacon, number 80. He appeared to be the man in motion. And while we're waiting the call on the flag, we can tell you the Washington defense, it looks this way. Carl Lorch is playing over Ron McDole. Then you have Dave Butts, Dyron Talbot, and Coy Bacon. The linebackers, Brad Dusick, Harold McClendon, and Chris Hanberger. At the corners, Gerard Williams playing for Lamar Parrish, along with Joe Lavender. And at the safeties, Kenny Houston and Jake Scott. Our referee is Pat Haggerty, and let's listen to his call.
Defensive offside.
Well, he didn't give the number, but I guess it was Coy Bacon. The 2nd down and about 4 to go. DeBerg with in motion comes O.J. He has Farrell throwing a block along with Walt Downing, the pulling guard, number 62, and Brad Dusick came in to make the hit. And Ron McDole with his great streak snapped.
Here's a great person, a great football player. I hate to see him on the sidelines. He's got a lot of pride. He was the most consistent defensive lineman for 7 years here.
After 17 years, it's as if they laid the body at his doorstep, and the body happens to be Carl Lorch. Basically, what's the difference between Lorch and the man who replaces McDowell.
Ron is better against the run. Lorch is quicker and better against the pass.
Well, it figures that San Francisco's best chance will be to run as Freddie Solomon is wide right, Elmo Boyd goes wide left. 1st and 10 from the 32. And Bob Farrell, a quick opener across the 35 to the 40, and it would appear he picked up the first down.
Well, they're in a double wing formation. They're just running a fullback slant to the weak side, running at Talbot, Bacon, and Hamburger. The test here is the young quarterback, DeBerg, against a veteran, smart Redskin defense.
1st and 10 on the 43-yard line. DeBerg dropping on his own fumble, and by the way, we should mention this because they've had a lot of trouble. Bob Farrell coming off a career high against Atlanta of 90 yards rushing, but we'll take a look at the handoff, and you can see DeBerg dropping it as he came back. DeBerg has fumbled 7 times this year. That's been one of his big problems. He's also been sacked 7 times in his last 2 games.
It looked like he pulled out too soon, Vinny.
2nd and 11 from the 42. Elmo Boyd wide left, Freddie Solomon wide right, O.J. on a wing, Farrell the sole running back. O.J. on a quick out to Boyd to try to set a screen for him, and Boyd down the sidelines to the 35. Kenny Houston knocks him out of bounds at the 26-yard line. A screen to Elmo Boyd.
Well, this is actually a screen play. O.J. flows to the opposite side, which of course is going to hold your defense because they're going to look at him. Now the move of the back was a good move because he moved to the inside, suckered everybody in, moved back to the outside, and that's where you always make your big runs.
So the screen play makes it 1st and 10 on the Washington 27. DeBerg with Farrell, the remaining back, and here comes O.J. O.J. trying to get wide, cuts back inside and nowhere to go. Downing and Fawnhorst were trying to block for him, and there was nothing but a sea of red shirts, and Brad Dusack hit him first.
Well, the Redskins are going to key on O.J. and figure that he's going to run to the strong side away from him. They're going to set their defense to stop him. That's what they've done every time he's carried the ball. The reason that screen was so effective, they sent O.J. in motion and then threw back weak side.
2nd and 10 on the Washington 27. Solomon is wide right, Boyd left, O.J. deep man out of the eye. DeBerg throwing to the right side. He's got Freddie Solomon, who gets out of bounds at the 21-yard line, a pickup of 6, so it'll be 3rd and 4. Gerard Williams pushed him out. Kansas City early in the going, leading Pittsburgh 3-0. A reminder, this telecast presented by authority of the National Football League, intended for the private use of our audience. Any rebroadcast or other use of this telecast without the express written consent of the Washington Redskins and the National Football League is prohibited. 3rd and 4 from the Washington 21. Big play now. Boyd wide left, Solomon right. O.J. moving out in a split with Bob Farrell. It'll be O.J., and he's got openings. O.J. almost ran away from that first down marker as he began to cut back. He almost blew the first down, and let's see if he did.
Now let's watch the juice. Let's watch what he does with the ball. Let's watch the moves. Okay, moves to the inside, makes a quick move back to the outside, switches the ball, but fumbles it somewhat. You can notice in the movement of his legs, it is not the same kind of movement that made O.J. the great back that he was and probably still is.
Don Harris made him turn and go back, and he should have had the first down, but in trying to get a little more, he actually surrendered yardage.
I'd have to give the 49ers good credit on that play. The Redskins were in a nickel defense. 3rd and 4 was a good call against the nickel in that area of the field.
Well, it's 4th and about 3 inches.
They're going for it.
Greg Boykin, number 33, who started out as the runner with O.J. and gave way to Bobby Farrell against Atlanta. Boykin, a 2-year man out of Northwestern, is back in there.
Vinny Farrell had a great game last week.
His career high of 90 yards against Atlanta. And Farrell and Boykin are the running backs as O.J. comes out. So O.J., one of the rare times you see a great runner actually lose that first down yardage. 4th and inches. And DeBerg sneaks, and he should have it.
Good call.
Steve DeBerg is 6'2", 205-pounder. And interesting, he's been struggling as you see him sneak.
Anytime it's 4th and less than a yard, a sneak with a strong quarterback is a good play. Safe.
Walt Downing, number 62, the guard, throwing a key block on Dave Butch to open it up. DeBerg, by the way, has not completed 50% of his passes in any of his last 5 games. In fact, his season completion percentage is second lowest only to Doug Williams of Tampa Bay. So it's 1st and 10 from the 16. Bob Farrell going outside. Hanberger chasing him and finally gets a push from Kenny Houston. And out he goes at about the 12.
Coach, the 49ers seem to be really ready for this game, right?
Yes. This is a good series. The thing is, you have to get something out of it. Otherwise, if you don't at least get 3 points,
it can have the opposite effect.
Your morale goes down. They seem to be working the right side of the Redskin defense at this stage of the ball game.
Is that significant?
We'll see how it comes.
2nd and 6 now with O.J. back in behind Bob Farrell. Boyd left and Solomon right. DeBerg gives to O.J. and he's across the 10. And he was following, as Dave Butch finally brought him down, he was following Ernie Hughes, number 65, who led the way for him.
All right.
With Boykin and Farrell now coming in.
O.J. from the eye is his best formation, running the tailback strong side to the tight end side. He ran a little better that time.
Good attitude that time.
3rd and 1 from the Washington 7-yard line. And it'll be Hofer. And Hofer is down inside the 5. Paul Hofer, number 36, a 3-year man out of Mississippi.
Well, that's what we call, Jim, an M hunch play where the back leads another back. It's a good, sound, short yardage play. Hofer ran hard in that play.
1st and goal from the 2, and the running backs are Paul Hofer and Greg Boykin. San Francisco on a drive. Here goes Hofer. And Hofer scores for the touchdown. And San Francisco on the ground outside of that one screen to Elmo Boyd. Ernie Hughes, a big blowout block. And you can watch number 65 open the hole and Hofer come through.
Well, that offensive line of the 49ers were coming off the ball good. The back had 2 hands on the football, and that's what you want in here, so no mistakes, and they blew them out of there. Now, this opening series where they marched the ball 80 yards puts a little pressure on Billy Kilmer and the offense now.
A hole by Scott Bull. Ray Wersching is 12 out of 13 in points this year. 6-0 San Francisco. The spot and the kick, it is good. And so San Francisco comes in and shocks Washington, although there's a flag on that point after, though we'll wait and see. By the way, the only time that San Francisco has won here is way back in 1952. The penalty is against San Francisco, so we'll have to re-kick. You go back to Y.A. Tittle and Hugh McElhaney for the last time San Francisco won in Washington.
Now here's something significant. San Francisco.
Holding, number 50, offense, retry.
San Francisco has to kick over. You never know when this play is going to mean the ball game.
It was Joe Harris, a former Redskin, who was guilty of holding. He's in there to block on the left side. And Harris was guilty. The hold, the kick, it's up, it is good. So Ray Wersching comes back to kick it anyway. And with 9 minutes and 4 seconds left to go in the first quarter, San Francisco has done what they figured to do, put it to Washington on the ground, and they lead 7-0.
Well, the Cardinals had the football. At the top of the show, we mentioned Jaworski had only 4 interceptions. That was low in the conference, but he just threw his 5th. There's the offensive line, and this is the first time all year long the Cardinals have been intact up there. They've had so many injuries. Hart starting. There's Gray, who has 30 catches coming into the game. First down at the 36-yard line. In motion is Tilley. Hart to throw on first down. He's got Gray down there. Gray to the 25-yard line. Mel Gray to the 20. And that's a guy the Eagles fear so much. Mel Gray, 4th in the NFC. That is his 31st catch of the year. John Sanders caught up with him at the 20. And Hank, he couldn't have been more wide open.
No, and it was a slot formation to the left, a play-action pass with both Pat Tilley and Mel Gray on the left side. He throws back to the left side. Mel Gray is wide open. You see him. In fact, he has to wait for the ball. Had he not had to wait, he'd have been able to go all the way for the score. He licked right cornerback 46, Herman Edwards, on the play.
34-yard pickup to the 20-yard line for St. Louis. Jim Otis has always played well against Philadelphia. Hammers inside for 3. It was Otis who scored the winning touchdown back on November 20th, 1977, with 38 seconds left. That picked up the last Cardinal win. That was the last time they won. It was in Busch Stadium against Philadelphia. There's Charlie Johnson, the big nose tackle out of Colorado. Sistrunk and Hairston. They've done a very good job up front. Wilkes, a rookie who's played very well, and everybody knows number 66, Bill Bergey.
The Cardinals have not been able to run very well. They're 11th in rushing offense. One thing they better do today is block Bill Bergey, number 66, on runs.
On a 2nd and 8, here's Otis cutting back, and he's inside the 15 to about the 14-yard line. And you can see Jim read that extremely well at time. And he is the type of runner that always looking for those openings.
He's got great eyes. He has terrific eyes. By that I mean he never closes them. When he's running with a football, he's always looking for a place to go, for a seam, for some kind of a crack to hit. That was a great illustration of it, but he does that as well as anybody in professional football.
3rd and 5. Otis needs 95 yards today to become the all-time Cardinal rusher. He would surpass the record by Johnny Rowland. Here's Hart giving off to Wayne Morris. Morris getting a couple of 3, but it's going to bring up 4th down, and it'll bring in the field goal team. Well, they started on the field. Then they held up momentarily. Jim Bakken and Worley started onto the field. There may be some indecision. We'll see where that ball is for sure. But it is 4th down still 2. And here comes Jim Bakken in. Bakken has hit 6 of 13 thus far. Last week kicking a 41-yarder. And this is going to be a 29-yard field goal attempt. Roger Worley to hold. Bakken playing in his 225th consecutive game today. Bakken gets it underway. And that kick is no good. Bakken missing from 29 yards out.
That's really incredible. We saw him play against Miami, and he missed one about the same distance against the Miami Dolphins, remember?
It's 0-0 at the vet.
The Chiefs will kick off, leading now 3-0. Taking advantage of the turnover. Zenon Andrusician to kick off. Larry Anderson set to receive. Anderson coming under it at the 5, at the 10, the 15, at the 20, gets it to the 23-yard line. Larry Anderson on the return, averaging 25.1 per kickoff return out of Louisiana Tech. Jimbo Elrod, number 54, in there to make the tackle. A penalty marker down. The referee today is Red Cashin, indicating offside against Kansas City. It is refused. So the Steelers will take it near their own 23-yard line. Art Demas, the umpire, Ed Marion, the head linesman, Tom Dooley, John Fausch, Nate Jones, and Bill Kingsett, the remaining officials in the crew. Franco Harris, flag down. Art Still, number 67 at left end. Sylvester Hicks, number 75 at right end there on the tackle. Indication is the penalty is against Pittsburgh. Harris starts the day with 6,888 career yards.
There's a good defensive line. Young, 2 rookies on the outside, Art Stills and Sylvester Hicks. And the man we talked about earlier, Don Parrish, who's got a tough job today on Webster.
Ball back at the 13. Holding, charged against Mike Webster. Paul Spaney, along with Thomas Howard and Dave Rozamek, the inside linebacker, completing that linebacking core. First down and 20 for the Steelers. Down 3-0 in the early going. Franco Harris again, and in trouble, and down at the 10-yard line. Thomas Howard, the right outside linebacker, 52, and the weak safety, Gary Barbaro, 26, making the play. Harris coming back, averaging 3.7 per carry. Starts today with 585 yards on the season. Green, Collier, Gray, and Barbaro in that Kansas City secondary. A pretty good foursome.
They really are. I think it'd be kind of tough to run against Kansas City because they play against the run all week long. That's what their team does basically, and they're used to it.
Terry Bradshaw looking at a second down and 23 situation. Out it comes to Rocky Bleier at the 10. Gets it to the 15 on some fancy footwork. Dave Rozamek, the right inside linebacker, 55, is there to make the play. Bleier had caught 8 passes coming into today's game. The Vietnam veteran, yesterday after practice here, Paul, he spent quite a bit of time with a group of people who came to watch the practice in wheelchairs. Showed me a lot of class. Bleier's a very humanitarian guy.
He's a super person. He really is.
It is third down and 17. The Chiefs lead the Steelers in the early going with 11 minutes to play in the first quarter. Bradshaw straight back, under pressure, rolls out of there, throws on the run and gets his man, Lynn Swan. First down, Kansas City. While Bradshaw, under a lot of pressure, found an opening, and Swan was all alone for the first down.
Stills, Parrish, and Hicks really put it to him. You see number 55, Rozamek, the linebacker. The blitz is on. Now he moves back to the outside. Parrish does his job. He forces Bradshaw inside. When he breaks it to the outside, he picks up Swan coming across the middle, back to the ball. Picks up the first down. Good play.
Tackle made by 24, Gary Green. Art Still had a real good shot at him. Jim Smith, 86 now, has replaced Lynn Swan at wide receiver. Smith coming back off an ankle injury. Hand off to Franco Harris. The big guy bulling straight away. Up over the 50 and into Kansas City territory at the 49. Don Parrish, who was a great star for the University of Pittsburgh, the nose tackle, number 61, making the play. We get word that Lynn Swan has injured his left knee on that catch a moment ago, and that's why we have Jim Smith, 86, in there replacing him right now. That's Smith coming out to the near side, bottom of your screen. John Stallworth set out to the left. Second down and 4. 10 minutes, 15 seconds to play. First quarter, Chiefs leading 3-0. Rocky Bleier. Good trap blocking as Bleier got inside the 45-yard line. Rozamek, 55, and Tim Gray, 46, are there to make the tackle.
Davis, Webster, and Mullins, and watch the guys in the middle. Now 72 Mullins pulls out and blocks Art Stills. The linebackers are overrunning the play. Rozamek right there, 55, is the man that really should have been filling the hole and didn't do it. First down.
There is Swan, and you see the attention being given to him. Steelers, Ralph Berlin, their head trainer, and the people working on him. Franco Harris out of bounds near the 37-yard line. Gary Spaney, the linebacker, number 59, running him out over there. Dave Limstrom, 71 now, is in the lineup for the Chiefs up front, along with Still, Parrish, and Rozamek. We have 9 minutes and 28 seconds to play. We are in the first quarter. An interception by Collier in the opening moment. And then the field goal from 25 yards out. And it is 3-0. But the Steelers now driving behind Terry Bradshaw. Second down and 4 from the 37-yard line. Bleier down to the 32. Art Still, 67, the former All-American in Kentucky. Thomas Howard, 52, the right outside linebacker there.
What Kansas City's doing right now, they're keying so heavily on Franco Harris. Every time he makes a move wide to the outside, the two inside linebackers are sliding, and that's leaving the hole in the middle. All they have to do is trap the nose man, Parrish, and you've got a natural hole for 4 to 5 yards.
And a first down at the 32-yard line for the Steelers. Franco Harris all the way to the 21-yard line. Tim Gray, the strong safety he made the tackle. There you see some of this crowd, and watch this run by Franco.
All right, now they're cross-blocking up in the middle with Mullins and Davis. Webster just takes Parrish. All he has to do is screen him, and the hole is right there. The linebackers are moving to the outside, and the hole's up the middle.
Sylvester Hicks is back in there for the Chiefs. At the end spot, number 75 replacing Lindstrom. Another first down now from the 21, the Steelers. Franco Harris again inside the 20-yard line. Sylvester Hicks, 75, there to make the play. The Jets are playing in New England this afternoon. Steve Groban to Jackson for 11 yards, 9:17 of the first quarter. New England leading the Jets 7-0 in the early going.
New scorecards, huh?
New scorecards. I like those. I don't think the scorecards got here this week.
They're improvising. They're writing them in today.
At NBC, we can always improvise. Second down and 9. Bradshaw with lots of time. Now has to bail out, and the ball is batted down. 67, Art Still batted it down. Good coverage by the Chiefs that time, as Bradshaw had lots of time but could find no one to go to.
Stills bats the ball down, but just look how much time Bradshaw has here, Jay. And when you have this much time, you're eventually going to find somebody open. He could have stayed there all afternoon. There's just nobody near him. And he throws the ball right into Still.
With 7:30 left in the first quarter, the Chiefs leading 3-0. Lynn Swan is back in there, 88. Coming out to the bottom of your screen on the right side. Stallworth, 82 at the left side. 3rd and 9. Bradshaw stepping up and throwing and going for Lynn Swan. Penalty marker down. Swan at the 5-yard line. The coverage by Tim Gray, the strong safety.
It's very interesting on this flag. Now, the flag was thrown by the official on the side, not by the official in the end zone. The reason was that the official in the end zone could not see the defensive back's arm. The one on the side could. It was a good call. All right, again, he has all kinds of time. You go across the middle, you see Swan. Now, watch the left or the right arm of the defender. Excuse me, I heard the first time. The left arm of the defender is the thing to hit Swan in the back.
The call against Gray. Jim Smith is back in for the Steelers, and Swan comes out. It's first down, goal to go now at the 6-yard line. Franco Harris inside the 5, down to the 3-yard line. Gary Barbaro, the weak safety, 26, making the stop along with 46, Tim Gray. San Francisco leads Washington 7-0. 9:04 of the first period. Hooper has scored from 2 yards out. And the 49ers 7-0 over the Redskins. It's going to be second down, goal to go at about the 3-yard line. Stallworth comes out of the lineup. Sidney Thornton, 38, is in the backfield. Steve Corson, number 77, up front now for the Steelers. The handoff going to Franco Harris. Harris stopped just shy of the goal line. Rozomek, 55, was there. 46, Tim Gray getting up. Jeff Lloyd, 74, also in there now for the Chiefs up front, along with Lindstrom, 71.
This is a beautiful part of football down on the goal line, Jay, because everybody starts to string things out, and if one man breaks through, they can throw you for a loss, and if the guy doesn't fill a hole, watch what happens here. He did not fill a hole. He got tripped up. Harris almost scores a touchdown.
And the call goes to Franco Harris, and he gets it in there. Penalty marker down. Harris took it in. Offside indicated against Kansas City. It'll be refused. Touchdown, Steelers.
This is exciting football. Again, I'll say it. You watch it right now. He gets it, but he takes an awful lot of shots going through there. And you see number 46, Tim Gray, the safety, coming up and putting a hit on him.
Troy Girella will attempt the point after. Craig Colquitt will hold. Franco Harris scoring from 1 yard out. Franco starting today third in the AFC rushing race. It is up, and it is good. We have 6 minutes and 2 seconds remaining to be played in the first quarter. The Steelers have gone on top of the Chiefs now after this long drive. It's Steelers 7, Kansas City 3.
Ray Wersching, having just kicked the point after despite a holding penalty, will kick it in the air now to the trio standing deep, and that would be Tony Green, flanked by Don Harris and Ike Forte. So Wersching boots it from the 35, and it'll be Tony Green, and he has really been an exciting return man as he gets out to the 25, and he is pulled down crossing the 30-yard line. Talking about excitement for Tony Green, he's returned a punt for an 80-yard touchdown. He returned a kickoff 99 yards for a touchdown, so keep your eye on number 34. But right now, let's keep our eye on Washington offensively. Hermeling, Saul, Kuzil, Nugent, and Stark. In the backfield, Kilmer, Riggins, and Green. Wide receivers are McDaniel and Buggs. Tight end is Reggie Haynes, and here they come. McDaniel goes left. Buggs goes right. The tight end Haynes on the left side, and now McDaniel is in motion to the right. Kilmer's second man, Benny Malone, and he is dropped as he got out to the 32-yard line, a gain of 1. It should be 2nd and 9. Here's the San Francisco defense. Up front, Archie Reese, Jimmy Webb, Ed Gallagher, and Cedric Harmon. No return as to when Cleveland Elam will play. Joe Harris, Dan Buns, and Ed Bradley are the linebackers. At the corners, Anthony Leonard and Eddie Lewis. At the safeties, Chuck Kristen, Vern Roberson. Ricky Thompson and Tony Green coming in, and we get a call.
Formation, offense, declined, 2nd down.
So Pat Haggerty tells us the first offensive play for Billy Kilmer in Washington, illegal. So it is immediately 2nd down. 2nd and 8 on the 33. 7-0 in favor of San Francisco. They went 78 yards in 13 plays, and Paul Hofer carried it over. Thompson is split right, McDaniel left, and McDaniel in motion. Play action fake to Tony Green, and now they set up a screen for Green, and Green is grabbed down at the 40-yard line, and a flag on the play, and you would have to expect that that late hit will be penalized against San Francisco. There is Cleveland Elam, number 72, who has been sorely missed. The man who made the hit was Cedric Hardman. A question of strategy. A big battle up front today will be Terry Hermeling and Cedric Hardwick. And there is the penalty. It figured to be a late hit against San Francisco. Here's Haggerty's call.
We talked about Kilmer's screening ability.
Unsportsmanlike conduct, spearing, number 42, 1st down.
Anthony Leonard is guilty of spearing for San Francisco. So that moves the ball all the way to the San Francisco 45-yard line. Remember, it started on the Washington 33. And you're looking at Pete McCulley, who at one time was George Allen's assistant coach here in Washington. I have a question about him in a minute, George, but it's 1st and 10 from the San Francisco 45. Slot right, Buggs inside McDaniel. The running backs are Malone and Riggins. Malone almost fumbled, but he held on to the ball, and he got down to the 42. Question about Pete McCulley. I understand that Joe Thomas, when he was looking for a coach for the 49ers, called you, said, I want McCulley. You said you can have him for a 1st-round draft choice, and Thomas said, no, thank you. Signed Kenny Myers, then came back and eventually got Pete. Is there truth to that?
To some extent, yes. He called late after the league deadline on coaches changing jobs, and if we lost Pete at that time, it was very late in the season.
Pick up a 3, 2nd and 7 for Kilmer on the San Francisco 42. Kilmer to Riggins, and as he hammered The play was a crisscross. They were trying to confuse with Malone going one way. Cedric Hardman, number 86, made the tackle, and Coach and Jim, he figures to be very important because if he can get away from Terry Hermeling, John Riggins has to stay in and block, and that takes away a big play from Kilmer.
Terry's having a good season. He had a fine game against the Dallas Cowboys. Going back to Kilmer's call back there in the screen, I thought he made a heck of a play there, and he'll come back to that again.
3rd and 9 on the San Francisco 44. Bugs right, McDaniel left, Kilmer looking left over the middle of John Riggins. And Riggins to the 35 and gets forward to the 32-yard line, and that should be enough for the first down, Washington.
They took away Jim, they took away the outside receiver. Kilmer reads the defense, dumps it off to John Riggins. Just a little pass, picks up the first down. Smart football.
Coach, in working with you, you always give Kilmer such high respect because he has that leadership ability.
Yes.
And today, in the first 2 or 3 plays, we see exactly what you're talking about.
Well,
and that also sums up that thing I was talking about, Riggins being loose from blocking, how important he is. So they're holding Hardman back thanks to Terry Hermeling. 1st and 10 from the San Francisco 32. John Riggins, and Hardiman holds him at the pass, turned him inside, and then San Francisco comes up with Bradley and Buns to put him away. Couple of scores we told you early, 3-0 Kansas City, but you can see Pittsburgh has gotten on the scoreboard now to lead 7-3. We also see that New England on 2 passes from Steve Grogan, one to Harold Jackson for 11, another to Stanley Morgan for 30, and New England leading the Jets 14-0.
You know, Billy's going through a new experience, Jim. They're sending in the plays. They're calling the plays for him. We never did that. We wanted to use his leadership and his ability to call his own plays.
2nd and 10 from the San Francisco 32. McDaniel is left and Bugs right. Malone was moving. They're going to catch him, I believe. The pass is to Bugs, but I don't think it's going to count. I would hawk the house, but Benny Malone was in motion, and they're going to cancel that pass.
Benny, Jim, here is the example of changing the lineups, having a new man in. They're going to make mistakes.
Let me point out, Coach, that Benny Malone and Tony Green are both not totally familiar with this system.
Exactly
and
what I'm saying.
they're going to make those kinds of mistakes. These are blunders. You cannot do this and win football games.
That reminds us, we've got to mention, after Pat Haggerty makes the apparent call on Benny Malone.
Number 25.
Yep, there it is.
Offense, in motion.
The Alan Brown report at halftime will feature football statistics that you rarely see. And one of those statistics will be blunders.
Blunder.
And under the terminology blunder right now, we have to write the name Benny Malone.
He's a candidate.
2nd and 16 from the San Francisco 38. Slot right, Thompson is inside McDaniel. The tight end Haynes on the left side. Malone looking for the ball, and they give it to him. And he's upended as he crossed the 40-yard line. Eddie Lewis along with Ed Bradley coming up to hit him, and finally Big Archie Reese, number 78.
Joe Harris dogged Kilmer on that play and had a delivery sack on it. But Billy had another good call, hitting a swap action to the halfback. The dog didn't hurt him at all.
Billy had the experience to get that ball away. A less experienced quarterback would not have gotten that ball away.
Well, it is still 7-0 San Francisco, 5 minutes and 25 seconds in the first quarter. Danny Bugs, who returned from a bad shoulder to catch a bunch of passes last week, and look at those high tops. He must have gotten those from the Hall of Fame.
He brought those with him from West Virginia.
They look like they're made out of old rattlesnake skin. 3rd down, a big play for Kilmer. Under courage, and he gets it to Haynes, and Reggie can't hold on to it.
Again, Vinny, Jim, a young man, a fine athlete's going to be a good football player, his first start. Here it is. Billy's back. He's rushed. Perfect throw. Right in there.
And, Coach, this is why, to all of our fans, we have the category of blunders, because you will not see that in the statistics. They will call that an incompleted pass, but that is a blunder on the receiver's part.
Here's the best field goal kicker in football, in my opinion, Mark Mosley.
He's 10 out of 16 for field goals. He has kicked one for 52 yards this year. Joe Theismann will have the hold. He's 1 out of 3 three from over 50. That was 52. The spot will be at the 44, so this is a 54-yard field goal attempt. It is up, it is long, it is no good, wide right.
Plenty
so
long.
Mosley just missed it, but what a leg he has. He has scored in 50 consecutive games, but not this time. So Mark Mosley, 6 years out of Stephen Austin, but he misses wide right. 7-0 San Fran.
Dennis Winston, 53, an extra linebacker in for the Steelers. MacArthur Lane is in there now, 42 for the Chiefs. 3rd and 10. Livingston's in trouble, gets away at the 40, 45, midfield, has the first down and a lot more. Nice going by Livingston. Livingston was a track man at SMU. He has run that football before and ran it well here, Paul McGuire.
Well, he just ran the mile if he was a track man. What happens, Pittsburgh, they have a blitz on. They threw everybody at him, and you're going to see number 53, Winston, is the man that misses him right here. And the big problem with the defense, everybody thinks he's going to run out of bounds. Ham can't catch him. Green can't catch him. Finally, Livingston runs out of bounds, picks up the first down.
Tony Samuels, number 81, now at tight end, replacing Walter White for the Chiefs. First down, Kansas City at the Pittsburgh 40-yard line. That's Reed in motion, and Reed gets the football and is ridden down by Jack Ham. There are all kinds of opinions about just how good Ham is, but many people feel that he is the best linebacker, the All-Pro, played at Penn State. He has diagnostic ability. There is Tony Reed's stats. Now we've got MacArthur Lane along with Tony Reed, and the wide receivers Marshall 89 and Dorsey 80 in the backfield with 2nd and 10 coming for the Chiefs. Gives it off to Tony Reed, and Reed is down to the 30 and inside the 30, got a first down at the 29-yard line. Good call. Ron Johnson, the left corner, 29. Jack Lambert, 58, the middle linebacker, making the tackle.
See, Livingston, this is they call it a quick draw. Once Reed breaks through the line of scrimmage, there's really nobody there. The block was made on Lambert, and you're going to see Lambert way downfield. They blocked him almost 10 yards down the field, and that's unusual.
1st and 10 at the 29-yard line for Kansas City. Steelers leading 7-3. 4:05 remaining in the first quarter. Right up the middle. Arnold Morgado getting the call. He's near the 20-yard line. The free agent find looking very, very good. Nice blocking up front from Simmons and Rudney and Condon.
Well, if you want to know what a Morgado is, he's going to show it to you right now. Watch this play. Of course, the blocking is absolutely perfect. They screen Lambert to the inside. They take Furness to the outside. And when you see the safety, Wagner has to make the tackle, you know that the linebackers are blocked and they're not pursuing.
It is 2nd down and 2. And the handoff going to the man who crossed over. That's Morgado again. Some nice faking on the part of Mike Livingston.
Yeah, but Morgado runs right over Taves, number 51. Watch this play. He's hit right there at the line of scrimmage. And he picks up an extra 5 yards.
And gets the first down at the 14-yard line. There is Marv Levy, 50 years old, a Phi Beta Kappa, out of Little Co College in Cedar Rapids, Iowa originally. Arnold Morgado again near the 11-yard line. Jack Lambert, 58 in the middle, making the play. We have 2 minutes, 30 seconds to play. First quarter. Three Rivers Stadium in Pittsburgh. Jay Randolph along with Paul McGuire. Steelers leading at 7-3.
We talked earlier, Jay, why Morgado earned the job, and he showed it to you on the last 3 plays from scrimmage.
Morgado was inserted into the lineup by Marv Levy for his blocking, but he managed 74 yards on 18 carries last week, second only to Tony Reed's 97 yards on 14 rushes. 2nd down and 8. Livingston going to throw. Over the middle he goes. Intercepted. Intercepted at the 2-yard line. The pass was intended for Dorsey, and it was Lambert, I believe, who came away with it.
Was it Ham or Lambert? You know, when you're running the ball so well, Jay, why do you even think about throwing the football? You're running all over Pittsburgh. That was Jack Ham that intercepted the ball.
It was Ham and not Lambert, excuse me.
But when you're running all over Pittsburgh like they were doing, 5 yards, 6 yards, 8 yards, picking up your first down, stay on the ground. That's the thing that you do the best.
That was the 24th career interception for Jack Ham, who was originally a number 2 draft choice.
Down.
We have a penalty on the play also. And the ball will come out to the 17-yard line where the Steelers will take it with 1:57 left, first period.
Reggie Wilkes, number 51, the cousin of Jamal Wilkes, the fine basketball player in the NBA, according to Dick Vermeil, is the best young linebacking prospect he's ever seen come into the league.
That's quite a compliment, and he is a good football player.
He's been pressed into the starting duty because John Bunting is out for the year with an injury. Third down, 13.
See if they go to Chandler again.
This is Gray, wide open, look out. And Gray is to the 32-yard line, and Mel Gray has been wide open on 2 plays, just like nobody knew where he was. John Sanders made the tackle.
Here's Mel Gray. They've got a strong zone that time. Watch the defensive back roll up. He gets beyond him and then cuts to his left behind the linebacker. There's a big hole there. The ball is right on target. And you see him spin away from outlaw number 20 and goes down to about the 32-yard line. A beautifully executed play, Hart to Mel Gray.
33-yard pickup. So Gray has caught a 34-yarder and now a 33-yarder. Hart play action, looking into Gray, broken up and intercepted. The interception by the Eagles.
Bill Berge.
Boy, he is all over the football field. He leads the team in sacks, and he comes up with his first interception of the year. And Gray is hurt on the play. We expected this to be a hard-hitting game. Montgomery's already been shaken up. Eric Williams earlier, now Mel Gray.
They send Chandler in motion to the right, and they fake inside to Jim Otis. But Berge isn't influenced at all by the fake. He gets good depth on the play, makes a beautiful interception. He's really a great football player. Boy, you have to block him and runs. If you don't block him, you're really in trouble.
Just scored. New England 21-0 over the Jets. Cleveland leading Buffalo 7-0. Brian Sipe to Reggie Rucker for 16 yards. That penalty a moment ago charged to MacArthur Lane, a personal foul. Oh, it's first down at the 17-yard line, and Franco Harris takes the handoff from Terry Bradshaw. The stop made by Sylvester Hicks, number 75, for Kansas City.
Why do they always say personal foul? I think any foul is personal, isn't it? Especially when you commit it on another guy.
Suppose it depends on your point of view, Paul, but I think you're probably right. There's the coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Chuck Noll, 46 years old, his 10th season here, 26 years in professional football, a great talent, great teacher. Second down, 7. Minute 20 to go in the first quarter. Bradshaw throws back to Swan. Swan's got it at the 27-yard line and is hit by Green immediately. Swan started the day with 38 catches, tops in the AFC. First down, or very close to it. It is a first down.
For those of you that haven't heard Jay Randolph before, when he gives the coaches, we do a game, and the two coaches, when they're older than he is, he always gives their age.
That's the first thing I give. You saw that score. Cincinnati on top of Houston. Pete Johnson scored the touchdown in the early going. Steelers leading 7-3 here. It was a first down, and Bradshaw's going to throw, and does, to Swan at the 42. And Swan got it up to the 44-yard line. Hit by Lazamek 55 and Green 24. So Bradshaw is finding Swan open. Swan shaken up a bit earlier in this first period.
Bradshaw can throw the ball all day long to Swan for one reason. The cornerback, the left cornerback, number 24, Gary Green, is playing Swan about 10 yards deep, and you can't give him that much room.
I don't think they're going to get this play off. No, they don't. There is the gun. And we'll be back with the second quarter of today's action right after these messages from your local station.
Washington will put it in play, 1st and 10 from their own 28-yard line. 2 minutes and 47 seconds left to go in the first quarter as Billy Kilmer is at the wheel of a Redskin ball club that has committed 9 turnovers in their last 2 games. They've had 5 interceptions and 4 fumbles lost. New England 21-0 over the Jets as Kilmer brings him out. Danny Buggs goes wide right, McDaniel on a wing right, now in motion left. Reggie Haynes on the left side. The running backs are Riggins and Malone, but Kilmer fakes to the right, goes over the middle of Malone, and Malone is grabbed by Bradley, knocked down at the 42. There are flags on the play.
Great on Kilmer's part. Tremendous.
Was that an adjustment, Coach?
Yes.
It's going to be against Washington, illegal procedure.
You know, Jim, what we're seeing so far, we have an axiom on the training room wall, don't beat yourself. Now, the Redskins have made 2 critical plays, 2 critical errors that could catch up with him and hurt him in this ball game.
Unfortunate situation for Billy Kilmer because he's doing a great job.
He is, Jim, exactly. He's
illegal formation, offense.
He doesn't look rusty at all. He's calling well. His execution is excellent.
But they haven't moved the ball, really, and that can be one of the reasons that the quarterback is new, although he's doing a good job individually.
1st and 15 from the Washington 23. Riggins and Malone are split behind Kilmer, and it'll be John Riggins. And Riggins takes a hit and is dropped at the 21-yard line. And the man who really hit him is the ex-skin, number 50, Joe Harris. He lowered the boom.
Joe's a physical football player, Vinny.
He got very physical on that play.
And whenever you say he's an ex-Redskin and he's back here, believe me, he's going to try to show you what he can do.
Yeah, that's right.
I think the 49ers made a tremendous trade to get Joe Harris for an 8th-round pick.
2nd and 16 on the Washington 22. The Skins are sputtering so far. And we have 2 minutes and 5 seconds to go in the first quarter. 7-0 San Francisco. The 49ers won 78 yards in 13 plays. Paul Hofer banged it over from the 2, and look at here. Well, more trouble.
Now, let me tell you what happened there, man. That is, when you send in a play to a quarterback like Billy Kilmer, sometimes he may have had another thought in mind. Now, the clock ran down to 3-4 seconds. He did the smart thing, taking a timeout rather than lose 5 yards.
So it's almost a forced timeout at 7-0 San Francisco. 1:57 left in the first.
So the turnover, we've had both teams now with interceptions. Earlier, Carl Allen, and now Bill Berge with his first interception of the year. Got a new running back in there. It's Billy Campfield, and Campfield breaks it out to the 40. He's to the 50, to the 40, and Billy Campfield is going to go out of bounds inside the 30-yard line. The 11th round draft pick from Kansas, playing in place of the injured Wilbert Montgomery. His first carry of the day, and he's all the way down to the 28-yard line.
And they run it right up the middle from the I formation. He starts to his left and goes right up the middle. The center does a very good job. Number 50, Guy Morris, does a great job on Dawson. And as a result, he's got plenty of room up the middle. He breaks to the sideline. He's got the ball in the right arm, away from pressure. And he's finally knocked out of bounds by Worley, number 22. The ball is now on the 27-yard line.
50-yard run. He had a 50-yard run in the preseason. Billy Campfield. Jaworski wanting to throw. Carmichael. And Carmichael now has caught a pass in 89 consecutive games. He keeps that streak alive, and it's now first down. The ball inside the 15 to the 13-yard line.
Ken Stone, number 23, made the tackle, but that was another play-action pass, the identical play that St. Louis ran just a moment ago that was intercepted. But he's a beautiful target. Jaworski got it right at the numbers, perfectly thrown. and he looked number 27, Carl Allen, the left corner, and I'm sure they're going to do some business on him the rest of the afternoon also.
So the Eagles are on the move with a first down. 1:16 to go in this first quarter. No score thus far. Jaworski, play action, bootleg, being chased by Niels, and Niels made a very, very fine play.
Yes, he did. And that was a blitz. Jaworski saw it coming, and I think he thought maybe he could fake the ball, not tell anybody, and keep it himself. He tried to fool the linebackers, but he didn't, and as a result, lost about a yard on the play.
So back to the 14-yard line.
But it's still better than losing the ball back about 6 or 7 yards back, or maybe running a ball into a bad play and creating a real problem for your offense.
Steve Niels has been playing this season with a fractured hand, has really been playing some fine football for the Cardinals. And there was a case in point.
Kenny Payne's in bump and run. See if he tries to go over the top.
Jaworski gives up the middle to Campfield, and the rookie is inside the 10. He's to about the 9, maybe the 8-yard line. Now they've got to get to the 3-yard line to get a first and goal situation. This Campfield is a weightlifter. He's 5'11", 189. He's one of the strongest players on the football team. And you could see it when he hit straight ahead on that play.
Yes, and the other thing here is they were in a bump and run that time on Kenny Payne. Carl Allen, 27. We'll see if he does it again, and if so, they might try to throw a pass over the top of him for a big play and a touchdown.
And the first quarter is over.
The Niners leading Washington 7-0 with 1:57 left in the first quarter. It is 2nd and 16 on the Washington 22. Riggins and Malone, the running backs. Play action fake to both of them, and they set up a screen, and he overshoots Malone because he was under pressure, and among others, Bruce Ely was coming to eat him up, number 55.
Delivery sack. Watch the backside here, Jim, as he's hit just as he releases the ball.
Now, when we talk about delivery sack, that's an invention of Coach George Allen. That is when a man is being hit after he releases the ball, yes, and that is a softening up tactic.
It takes its toll in the third and fourth quarter. As he delivers the ball, he's sacked.
Yes, it does.
Without Mike Thomas, Washington alternating Benny Malone and now Tony Green. It is 3rd and 16 from the 22. Green and Riggins, slot left. Thompson is inside McDaniel. And here goes Tony Green. He has Nugent out in front, and he runs by Nugent and got out to the 35, still on his feet, fumbled a loose ball. Anthony Leonard came up with the ball. Let's see whether it was after the whistle. Dan Nugent, number 62, is a pulling guard, and Green just ran right by him. Watch.
Yeah. Here, Jim, he's almost got the first down here. Good call.
Yes, great acceleration, Coach. One hand on the ball.
And he fumbled it. Anthony Leonard evidently picking it up, and San Francisco takes over.
Just what I said. Tony Green has a lot of talent, but you can't have guys that make mistakes.
5 interceptions and now 5 fumbles in their last 3 games, so the Redskins are really struggling. 1st and 10, San Francisco, and the Redskin 41. O.J. runs behind Farrell, and he did it on his own because Bob Farrell, number 38, lost sight of him. It looked like he was caught in a revolving door.
Yes, Vinny. O.J. showed a spark there.
As he showed a spark before, Coach, a few plays back.
Yes.
Maybe the grass has something to do with it.
2nd and 4. The ball on the Washington 35.
He can't play on a better field than this one.
Out of the eye, Farrell is the up man. O.J. back of him. First man is Bob Farrell, and there he goes inside the 30. You have to remember, for instance, when the Eagles played Washington, Wilbert Montgomery of Philadelphia ran for 4 touchdowns. He just punched holes in them, and evidently that's what San Francisco is going to do as we look at Tony Green.
There he is, yeah. That last play, the Redskins were in a 34 defense. Now they sent Corey Bacon back in, and they're in their 4-man front.
1st and 10 on the Washington 29. Remember the fumble recovered by Anthony Leonard on the Washington 41. Boyd is left, Solomon is right. DeBerg to O.J., who juggled, and that slowed him down, and down he goes. Dusak brought him down. Dave Bucks first hit him. And the fumble caused the trouble.
are the key on this particular play as we look at it from the end zone is watch the handoff, watch O.J. fumble a ball. That split second will enable a defensive lineman to string it out, and that's what happened on that particular play.
Great play by number 59, Brad Dusek, who I think is one of the most underrated linebackers in football. He penetrated, he got across.
By the way, Steve DeBerg staying on the ground, but when he does throw, he is hit. He is 3 for 3, while the 49ers have rushed 15 out of 18 plays, and it's 7-0 San Francisco at the end of the first quarter.
Next Saturday at 4:30 on the CBS Sports Spectacular, see undefeated Olympic champion Howard Davis slug it out with Luis Davila. You'll say you saw it on CBS Sports.
With Paul McGuire, Jay Randolph at Three River Stadium in Pittsburgh. We go to the second period. Steelers leading at 7-3. First and 10 for Pittsburgh. The ball at their own 44. Randy Grossman caught 9 passes last week against the Oilers. Steelers club record is 12, set by J.R. Wilburn in 67. Here are the Steelers, and here up the middle is Franco Harris. Franco running very well in the early going here. Sylvester Hicks 75 and Whitney Paul 53 making the tackle. The best day Franco ever had was 134 yards against Kansas City in 72. That's his best day ever against the Chiefs. There are the stats for the first period. Lynn Swan going out wide to the right, top of your screen. Stallworth set here to the near side. 2nd and 5. Harris near the 45-yard line. Rozamek, the right inside linebacker, and again Whitney Paul, the left outside linebacker there. Terry Bradshaw showing the coaching staff what they need for the first down.
Well, you know, they say you use the running game to set up the passing game. This team does it a little bit different. They came out, the first play from scrimmage, Bradshaw threw, but it was an interception. But they have their passing game that sets up their running game for them.
12 plus 88 equals 6. Pearson 77, Thornton 38 are in. Thornton in the backfield. They took Swan and Stallworth out. And it is 3rd down and 1. Bradshaw holding on and getting the first down. Bradshaw faking to Harris, holding and going for the first down. Gary Spaney, 59, the linebacker. Paul, 53, also the linebacker, making the play.
You know, I don't believe some of the stuff this guy does. You know, I saw him in Houston last year when they broke his wrist. Nothing bothers him. He believes that, you know, enough has been said about the quarterbacks, that they should be left alone and let them play the game. They're paid just like everybody else. I like the guy for that. He's a gutsy football player.
He certainly is. I had a nice chat with him here yesterday morning right after practice, and he said he didn't play well on Monday night, but he said, you know, I'm ready to go tomorrow. I just love this game. It is a first down at the 41. Franco Harris again getting the call, and Harris wedges his way down to the 36-yard line where Don Parrish makes the stop. Beautiful sunny day here in Pittsburgh. The temperature at kickoff was at 48 degrees. I would guess now we're well up into the 50s. And the wind really no factor here this afternoon. It is 2nd down and 5. We have 12:20 to play in the first half. The Steelers leading 7-3. Rocky Blyer just inside the 30-yard line. Gary Spaney, the linebacker, and Don Parrish, 61, the nose tackle, making the play. Blyer started the day with 326 yards and a 3.9 average. Blyer waited 6 seasons, Paul McGuire, to get a starting shot here, and he's done a great job.
He really has. He's picked up this offensive football team. It gives him that other added dimension on the other side.
3rd down and 3 at the 34. Blyer, and I don't know if he got the first down or not. Blyer is a pretty good blocker himself running the football. Gary Spaney. Spaney's fighting the flu, and he also has an elbow infection. He's playing very well, the rookie number 59.
Well, did he get the first down or didn't he? You watch Blyer now. He looks where the hole is, Sam Davis is out in front of him. There is absolutely no hole there, so he cuts back in, keeps his feet, keeps his legs moving. For you young halfbacks, that's what you have to do. When you hit in there, the hole's not there. If you keep your legs going, it'll eventually open up.
Didn't get the first down. Corson is in up front. Thornton is in the backfield. Franco Harris trying to get it and does. Penalty marker down at the 30-yard line. The flag thrown as Tim Gray, the strong safety, 46, and Tim Collier, 44, who's playing for Emmett Thomas at the right corner. We do expect to see Thomas some today. Made the play on Harris. Harris coming off. Franco, what a fella he is. Great favorite here. He'll be replaced by Jack Delaplane.
I think this is against Kansas City. Face mask.
Against Gary Spaney, the call. Personal foul. Spearing called against Spaney. New England and the Jets. It's 21-7. The Jets get on the board. Bruce Harper scoring from 1 yard out. Spaney, UPI Big 8 Defensive Player of the Year last year for Kansas State.
I've never gone back to say when I play, but this is one thing that I really and truly like about the game of football today. When you commit a foul, they tell everybody who did it. You know, it's not so bad when you're away, but when you're at home, when you commit holding fouls and spearing fouls and face mask fouls, you got to kind of hide your head a little bit.
Harris out of the game, 48 yards on 13 carries. First down at the 10-yard line. Jack Delaplane, 35, in the backfield now with Rocky Blyer. This is Blyer handing it over. Lynn Swan, and down he goes to the 7-yard line.
If Swan stays to the outside, he's going to score a touchdown because he has Terry Bradshaw on Tim Collier, number 44. Now watch the play. Blyer gives the ball to Swan. Bradshaw's out in front of him. All he has to do is stay right there. He cuts to the inside. If he stays to the outside, Bradshaw's going to throw a block. Look at him. He's ready. And he cuts right back into Collier.
Barbaro and Collier were there to make the tackle. It's 2nd down and 3. Harris is back in the backfield now with Blyer. Lindstrom and Lloyd, 71 and 74, in for the Chiefs. Up front. The pass, and it is incomplete. Just took it, tossed it, penalty marker down as it was intended for Stallworth, running the flag pattern. The coverage by Gary Barbaro. There's Collier, who was also back there. I don't know whether the call was on Collier or Barbaro, but the guess is it would be against Barbaro. Interference indicated against Kansas City. We'll listen to referee Red Cashin.
First down.
Well, we weren't able to pick up the number for you.
Jay, I think he said 44 Collier. I think you're right the first time.
Collier was the man charged with it. Marv Levy started his pro career in '69 with a job at Philadelphia as an assistant. Now you've got Corson, 77 for the Steelers up front. Sidney Thornton, 38 in there. Both Swan and Stallworth are out. This is their running offensive set. A handoff going to Franco Harris. Penalty marker is down. Harris gets in, but a marker is on the play, and holding is indicated against Pittsburgh. We get official word now that last call was against Barbaro, number 26, on the interference call. Pittsburgh will send the wide receivers, Swan and Stallworth, back in. Now they've changed it again downstairs, and we're right.
It was right Collier. The first time. It was Collier.
All right.
The
interference call was on Collier. Let's listen in and see what happened here.
Holding number 38 in the offense.
Sidney Thornton, number 38, called for holding. Puts the ball out at the 11-yard line, where it'll be first down. Bradshaw's got a lot of time, now has to hurry, and overthrows his intended receiver, Lynn Swan. Swan went to the goal line, took a step back up. Nice coverage by Gary Green of Kansas City.
I don't understand the pass pattern simply because Grossman, number 84, the tight end, went to the goal line and stopped, turned around. Now he's got the safety and the linebacker on him. Swan comes across the middle right into the same areas. He brings the corner and the linebacker with him. Now you have 4 people in the same area.
Second down and goal to go. 9:51 left in the first half. Steelers leading 7-3. Up the middle, Franco Harris. Franco Harris. Pittsburgh. Harris with a tremendous run. Carried Gary Barbaro across the goal line with him.
Jay, this is one of the finest draws I've seen in a long time. He just runs right over number 46, Tim Gray. Watch the play. Watch what happens to number 46. The draw is set up. There's Gray right there. He tries to block it, and that's a mistake. Then he takes Barbaro and everybody else into the end zone.
What a
Good
run.
play.
Chiarella to attempt the point out of the hold of Craig Colquitt, number 5. It's on its way. It is up, and it is good. 9 minutes, 45 seconds left to play in the first half. Three Rivers Stadium in Pittsburgh. The Steelers now on top of the Chiefs, 14-3.
So we start the second quarter play. We have a 3rd down and 6 for the Eagles. The ball at the 8-yard line. They've got to get to the 3 to get a 1st and goal. Jaworski thus far 6 of 7 for 51 yards and 1 interception in the game. Franklin and Campfield are running backs behind him. Jaworski. Carmichael, and he just had to get rid of that one because excellent coverage that time by Ken Green and also coming over there Carl Allen.
Yeah, they double covered the outside receivers that time, and there would have been a chance for the tight end or the backs, but he very wisely threw it over the top, and they're going to kick a field goal.
John Zook put some good pressure in on Ron Jaworski coming from that right defensive end spot. And now a field goal attempt coming up. Nick Nickemeyer, who's 5 of 10. Will be kicking a field goal of 25 yards in distance. John Shira to hold. Earlier, Bakken missed one from 29. Kicking at this very same end. And this kick is up, and the Eagles get it. Nickemeyer makes it a 3-0 game in favor of the Eagles with 14 minutes and 50 seconds left before halftime. So the Eagles, after the interception by Berge, able to convert it in to 3 points.
A troubled Jack Pardee. He couldn't use Mike Thomas. He's had to use a rookie Tony Green and a newcomer Benny Malone. He started Kilmer over Theismann. Defensively, he started Lorch over McDowell, and Washington is sputtering, perhaps all because of that. 2nd and 14 from the Washington 33. Solomon in a slot right, and DeBerg looking right, cranks it down there, and he's got Solomon. Solomon goes down at the 20-yard line. Dusick on top of him. And boy, San Francisco picking him apart as DeBerg is 4 for 4.
I like this call. DeBerg rolls out. He has good pass protection and rifles a stop pattern, which is very difficult to stop right in here. Difficult to defense. It's a good call for a young quarterback.
They're measuring to see if that leather has just passed the stick, and it has. So the big pass for 14 yards right on the money. Meanwhile, Philadelphia leading the Cardinals 3-0 in the second, a 25-yard field goal by Nick Nickemeyer. And New England finally gives up a touchdown to the Jets. It's 21-7 New England in the second. Meanwhile, San Francisco is roughhousing Washington. 1st and 10, the ball on the Washington 20-yard line, a result of a fumble by Tony Green, and the Niners trying to get on the boards again. It's Simpson and Farrell, Solomon in a slot right, and Bob Farrell trying to go outside, slowed up by Bacon. Kenny Houston hit him at the knees and brought him down.
It's going to be difficult for them to run the right side with Houston over there because of the slot formation, Jim. Chris Hamburger gets across real well, strings it out, and Houston forces well.
The penetration was good. But Coach, I'd like to ask you a question. You brought Jack Pardee back in football as a player. He was an assistant under you. What do you think of his decision to make all these changes in the middle of the season?
It's a little unusual, Jim, because you're going to make mistakes if you make too many changes.
2nd and 8 from the 18. Play action fake to Bob Farrell, and DeBerg going deep in the end zone, broken up, intended for Simpson, and Kenny Houston, that great strong safety, just did knock it away from O.J. Simpson.
Well, Houston's on the weak side of the formation. Watch the position that he keeps. Inside position, he runs. Now he turns inside, sees the ball, knocks it down with his left hand. That's a great shot there.
By the way, for Steve DeBerg, who came in here with the lowest rating of any quarterback, he has not completed 50% of his passes this year, but in this game, that's his first incompletion. He was 3 for 3. He's now 4 for 5. It is 3rd and 8 from the 18. Simpson and Farrell, the running back. Solomon wide left. DeBerg on a draw to O.J. And O.J. is stood up at about the 12-yard line.
Now, in my opinion, watching this play, I think it's a good call. Everybody's expecting a pass. It's a delayed draw to O.J., who picks his hole pretty nicely, does the best he could do, but just didn't get the first down.
It is 4th and 1. San Francisco calling a timeout as O.J. goes to the bench. On that busted up pass, you remember that O.J. has caught 2 touchdown passes and rushed for 1 this year. 7-0 San Fran early in the 2nd.
5-play, 69-yard drive for the Eagles, taking 2 minutes, 19 seconds, and a 25-yard field goal by Nickemeyer, who's kicking off again. Far side, this is Lee Nelson. Nelson having trouble with it. And the Cardinals are just having a tough time hanging on. Harrell earlier had trouble on the play. And flying down there is Mike Osborne as Dick Vermeil, who has his team now in a position to challenge for a playoff berth. They could go 6-2 in the back stretch of this schedule. There's every indication that they could make the playoffs, at least as a wild card team. And that's what they need today, is a win, as this they figure is a pivotal part of the season for them. So at the 10-yard line is where the Cardinals are going to have the football. We have an Eagle shaken up on the play, and it's James Betterson. So the Eagles are fast running out of running backs. Earlier, we had Montgomery hurt, and we understand the diagnosis on him was an ankle. They have taped the ankle. It's up to him whether he'll be back in the lineup. This is Betterson, who is another running back. They're already using Bill Kempfield, so you know they're getting a little bit short in that department. This telecast is presented by authority of the National Football League and is intended for the private use of our audience. Any rebroadcast or other use of this telecast without the express written consent of the Philadelphia Eagles and the National Football League is prohibited. So the Cardinals, Hank, have really hurt themselves, not handling the punts, the kickoffs very well.
And they've hurt themselves in other areas too, Gary. You know, the last time we saw them play was against Cincinnati. They played them a very good game. I think, if I remember correctly, it was 10-10 at halftime, but everything that happened to them in that game was self-inflicted. What happened so far in this game, they're down 3-0, which is you know, no real problem at this early stage of the game, but they stopped themselves and kept themselves from getting points on 2 occasions, one with a missed field goal and one with an interception. So really the things they're doing are well, except they're not doing them good enough as far as maintaining a drive and getting points on the scoreboard.
You said something today, those who are coming to the ballpark, that you were very much interested in the attitude of the Cardinals. It's good, and this man, Bud Wilkinson, has kept a very stiff upper lip. He's kept a good attitude.
Yeah, no, that's the real problem from a coaching viewpoint. You know, when you lose 8 games in a row, why, the one thing that you can't let suffer is the attitude. Certainly you're going to be disappointed about what's happened, but you can't be so despondent and so disappointed that you don't play well. This team has really artistically done a lot of good things, but they just stopped themselves with silly mistakes.
So after having problems with the kickoff, the Cardinals had the ball just outside the 10, and Mel Gray is back in, and that's good news for the Cardinals. He was shaken up earlier. Jim Hart giving off to Jim Otis, and Otis, well, he may have gotten back to the line of scrimmage, and that's all. Carl Hairston made sure of that. The Cardinals having a tough time establishing the running game here in the early going.
Yeah, it's going to continue to be tough too. They have to run some kind of misdirection, some kind of an offbeat, change of pace kind of thing to slow down the reaction of the Philadelphia Eagles, because those linebackers pursue like gangbusters, And, of course, Bill Berge, as I mentioned, is one of the best in the business, and you have to block him or get him moving one way and run behind him, or else you're not going to make yardage.
On a 2nd and 10, Wayne Morris is going to try it. And Morris is out to the 15, and again, it's Carl Hairston that makes the stop. So they're still going to be 5 yards short of the first down, and it comes to 3rd down as they bring in a 5th defensive back. John Shira comes in, and Frank LeMaster checks out for the Eagles. This Philadelphia football team, as you look at their record this year, 4-4, they have lost 3 games by a total of 17 points to good teams like LA, New England, and Washington. They've been in the hunt all season long. 3rd and 5. Up in the air, it's up for grabs. I believe the Cardinals caught the football. We'll have to wait and see. Jim Otis is indicating that St. Louis came down with it. If they did, if it's an eligible receiver, it'll be a first down because the ball is out to the 30-yard line. Have you ever seen a ball go straight up in the air like that?
It's a St. Louis. That's a good break for St. Louis, but it is a first down for the St. Louis Cardinals. Watch it. The timing of this play is excellent. You know, they must have spent a lot of time out in practice. These things are hard to rehearse, really.
That's Dennis Harrison that batted the ball up.
Yeah, look at this.
Boy, Wayne Morris looked like an outfielder, didn't he, going after the ball?
All he needed was a baseball glove.
Well, anyway, you'll take him any way you can get him when you haven't won a football game. So now at the 30-yard line, it's a first down. And that gets him out of a very precarious field position situation. Dave Steefe is now checked in as a wide receiver for the Cardinals. This is Otis again, and Jim Otis has got some running room, and he is almost close to that first down stick. He got about 9, just short of the 40-yard line. Frank LeMaster dropped him, and Jim Otis has made a living of playing against the Philadelphia Eagles. He has always played well against them.
And Deerdorf, that time, number 72, did a good job on Sistrunk, and that play is designed to either go outside or inside. Jim Otis reads that kind of a play as well as anybody in the business. He did the right thing that time, jumped outside, and got 9 yards on the play. Excellent running by Jim Otis.
Jim Otis will keep you posted on him. He has 19 yards. He needs 95 before the day's over to become the all-time rusher.
Good time to go on top. They're going to go on top.
Wide open, Wayne Morris. And Wayne Morris has it inside the 30-yard line. John Sanders made the stop, and Jim Hart is throwing the ball extremely well.
And that's a good time to go on top. Here he is. A play-action pass. That time they faked to the tight end. He didn't get out of the backfield. They're waiting for him to shift, but he didn't. They went on a quick count, faked to him, and hit Morris right down the seam for a nice gain.
Jim Hart now 6 of 8 in this game, already 147 yards. He's piling up some impressive statistics. From the 28, a first down. Otis a little mix-up in the backfield, and that timing cost him. Hart and Otis collided on that exchange, and just that split second can really foul up a running play.
That's all you need. Reggie Wilkes that time, number 51, and we mentioned him previously on several occasions. He's an outstanding linebacker. He's the one who made the play on that last run by Jim Otis, number 35.
Wayne Morris on that last catch now has 49 yards in receiving. Gray 2 for 77, so you can see why Hart is piling up the yardage in a hurry.
Outlaw number 20, the left corner, is playing very soft out there. It looks like you can do a little business in front of him. Let's see what they do here.
Second down, virtually 10 yards to go. Here's Otis. Otis cutting it back, and he's inside the 25. Otis again running and looking for those spots. Carl Hairston, the third-year man from Maryland Eastern Shore, making the stop on Jim. And they're going to mark the ball right on top of the 25-yard line. Third down, still 7 yards to go. And now John Shira checks in. LeMaster out on an apparent passing situation. Boy, I think it shows a lot of courage on Jim Hart's part to come in here today, play with that shoulder, and he looks like the heart of old.
Well, he's that kind of a player and that kind of a performer.
Here we go, 3rd and 7. Pat Tilley, and Tilley's got it 1st and goal. Pat Tilley caught the ball with people around him, took a pretty good shot, but he hangs on. 1st and goal, St. Louis.
Pat Tilley ran a curl-in pattern. He was double covered on the outside, There you see Logan trying to give him a shot. When he cuts underneath, there's a big hole underneath there. And I tell you, Hart threw the ball just perfectly right at the numbers where you have to throw it, and it's good for a first down and a big play. John Shira, number 21, made the tackle.
The Cardinals trailing 3-0, but they have a 1st and goal now at the 8-yard line. Otis. And Otis may have gotten a yard, and that's all. A lot of congestion up the middle that time. And Jim getting a lot of work in this game as they anticipated, and give Hairston credit again for the tackle. He's been in on a bundle of them. So it's going to bring up 2nd down and goal. Now the ball resting at the 7-yard line. You have a man shaken up coming out of there. That's Hairston, who's been making all those tackles, and coming in is Lynn Burnham. Well, they hate to see Hairston out of there. He has really been playing well this year.
Yeah, Burnham, they like it with a forward pass rush. He isn't quite as good against the run as he is with the pass.
2nd and goal from the 7 to delay to Otis. Otis is in. Touchdown. Jim Otis cracks in. And the Cardinals have taken a 6-3 lead at the 8:46 mark. And you knew when Jim smelled that goal line, he wasn't going to be kept out of there.
Yes, anytime he gets a sniff of it. He's such a strong runner, and he knows where to go and how to get there. He does a great job on this play. Draw play right up the middle. The offensive linemen do a great job. Roger Finney, Bob Young, Banks, Wortman, and Deerdorf to open up the running room. Jim Otis does the rest.
That's his 5th touchdown of the year. Point after attempt by Jim Bakken is on the way. And Bakken missed that one. And I'll be honest with you, I can't see from where we are what's wrong with those.
I don't know either. It looked like they take off in good shape. It looks like they're going through, but they don't.
It's a 6-3 game. The Cardinals with the lead at the 8:46 mark.
With 13 minutes and 13 seconds remaining to the half, and with a 4th and a very long one, San Francisco has opted for the field goal. So Ray Wersching, who is 7 out of 9 in field goals, 1 out of 2 from inside the 49-yard line. And we'll see Scott Bull will be the holder. He'll spot it at the 19. So it's a 29-yard field goal, and from this distance, he's 3 for 3 this year. The Skins are coming. Wersching gets it up. It is good. He's 4 for 4 from that distance. And so San Francisco, with 13 minutes and 9 seconds, surprisingly out in front 10-0 over a frustrated and blustering Washington Redskins.
The NFL on CBS. Today's game is sponsored by Mobil 1, the synthetic motor oil that can save you gas and oil changes. Light beer, everything you always wanted in a beer and less. And by Ford and your Ford dealer, who invite you to see and test drive the all-new LTD and Mustang.
On a bright sunny day from Soldier Field in Chicago, Illinois, CBS Sports presents the Detroit Lions and the Chicago Bears. Hello, everyone. I'm Tim Ryan with Johnny Morris here at Soldier Field. And, John, we've got 2 first-year coaches who have had similar problems so far this season.
Yes, Tim. Monty Clark, of course, shook things up for the Lions early in the season. He had a lot of young players, made the decision to go with his young players. They've taken their lumps, but they had 461 yards against San Diego last week, and they're hoping they've turned things around.
Neil Armstrong, on the other hand, inherited a playoff team, a 9-5 record, but they've had their problems too.
Yes, 5 straight losses after winning the first 3 games. And, of course, the Bears must win this game for Neil Armstrong, or it might be all over as far as a division title is concerned.
Joining us in the coverage of the Bears-Lions game today, our colleague on the sidelines is Bill Mazer.
Thank you very much, Tim. Just a footnote. It was here in 1927 that Jack Dempsey knocked Gene Tunney down for the famous long count before 104,000 people. Not that many here today. The Bears hope they don't take a long count today.
Next Sunday on CBS, see NFL doubleheader action. Most of the country will see Dallas take on Miami. You'll say, you saw it on CBS Sports.
Tony Green, a rookie out of Florida. He broke one for 99 yards this year, and he's averaged 32 yards a return on kickoff. So he's deep for Washington.
Benny, the last time San Francisco kicked off, it was a line drive.
This is anything but. It's a high fly ball to Green in the end zone. He's going to take it out to the 10, and he is buried by Joe Harris, and there's a flag immediately.
Yeah.
But it was Joe Harris, the ex-Skin, who came down to deck him.
He may have gotten a face mask there. Clipping on the Redskins.
So the Redskins, as Joe Harris made that hard hit, the Redskins continued to sputter both offensively and defensively, and San Francisco with a 3-game losing streak. They are 1-7 and they're leading 10-0. Let's listen to Pat Haggerty.
Personal foul, clipping, number 29 on the run back, first down.
Mark Murphy was guilty of the infraction. The ball is spotted just beyond the Washington 6-yard line, where they put it in play, 1st and 10. So Kilmer has his hands full. He has Riggins and Malone back of him. Danny Buggs is wide left. McDaniel wide right. And on Malone's carry, he is wrapped up by Archie Reese right at the line of scrimmage and dropped. That's a good play by Archie Reese. You don't hear too much of him. He's a rookie out of Clemson, number 78, and he's big, playing for Cleveland Elam.
They like him a lot, Vinny.
Yeah.
They're very high on him.
He's 6'3", 263, and he was a 5th-round draft choice this year, a walk-on at Clemson.
It's also an example of the need of Mike Thomas.
I should say. They are desperate without him. Ball on the 5-yard line. 2nd and 11. Kilmer looking left. And it's intended for McDaniel, and it got away from him for one reason or another. And we were talking about another young player, which brings up a question. Frank Grant, a veteran receiver, a marvelous special teams player, traded in the middle of the season.
Yeah, Frank was a solid citizen, what I call a solid citizen, Jim. He could block, he'd come over the middle, had a good attitude, he came up in the program, and you don't replace Frank Grant.
3rd and 11 from the Washington 5. So Washington, remember, started 6-0, lost 2 in a row, and their fans are grumbling here now. 3rd and 11. McDaniel is left, Buggs right. Hayne, tight end on the left side. Kilmer going deep to McDaniel, and he threw it to Virginia. And listen to this crowd.
He was covered. He did the right thing. McDaniel was covered.
George, this is the crowd that always gives standing ovations. They're giving sit-down boos right now.
You have to perform. You have to win.
But these boos are really not justified. Kilmer has done a great job individually.
Well, they had a touchdown call back. They had two passes dropped. They had a penalty on another long game.
Mike Bragg will have to kick out of the end zone. Anthony Leonard is deep at the 40. Bragg has averaged 41 yards at punt, and he's averaged 44 in his last 3 games. And he arrows it out to Anthony Leonard. And Leonard from the 38, chased by 3 and loses the battle. The first man, Mark Murphy, number 29, and then Don Hover. And Murphy can really fly.
Teddy first made a perfect snap. Mike Bragg kicked a high ball that's difficult to return.
San Francisco ready with Steve DeBerg to put more heat on Washington. San Francisco 10, Washington nothing.
Back up to you, Tim.
All right, Bill, there are officials. The referee is Bob Frederick, the umpire Lou Palazzi, the headlinesman Sid Seaman, the line judge Art Holtz, the back judge Bill Swanson, the side judge Vince Jacob, and the field judge is Bob Wojman. And it'll be the Bears kicking off. Bob Thomas. It is Jesse Thompson from the 6-yard line, the rookie number 84. Thompson shakes one tackle, gets out to the 24-yard line before he is turned back by the Bears. Brad Shearer, number 72, made the tackle. Offensively, for the Detroit Lions, a quarterback will be Gary Danielson, making his 4th consecutive start. Dexter Bussey and Horace King are the running backs. The wide receivers are Luther Blue, number 89, Freddie Scott, number 87. The tight end is David Hill. And the offensive line, a young one. Baldischweiler and Oates are the tackles. Elias and Bodine the guards. And another rookie, Larry Terry, is the center, number 54. First down, Lions from the 24-yard line of Detroit. Bussey Over the 30 to the 32-yard line behind good blocking by Elias and Baldischweiler. Tom Hicks returning at middle linebacker number 54 made the tackle. Across the front for the Chicago Bears, Tommy Hart and Mike Hartenstein are the ends. Jim Osborne and Alan Page making his third start at tackle. The linebackers, Buffon, Hicks returning from an injury, and Gary Campbell on the right side. The secondary, Terry Schmidt with Virgil Livers coming back after missing several games. On the right corner, Plank and Fensick are the safeties. It is 2nd and 4. In motion is Jesse Thompson. They flared out to Thompson. A little screen on that side and good coverage by Chicago. Terry Schmidt, number 44, and Virgil Livers over there to help out. And they gained maybe 3 yards on the play, and it'll be 3rd and about 1.
And it looks like the Lions are going to come out smoking again. Last week they pulled all stops and did everything under the sun, all kinds of reverses and screens and draws. And they piled up 461 yards in beating San Diego rather handily. And Monty Clark had been noted as kind of a conservative football coach, but no way last week. We'll see what they do this week.
3rd and 1, Detroit. Horace King, good hole. King still going over the 45 to the 46-yard line of Detroit before Doug Plank, number 46 for the Bears, made the tackle. First down, Lions. The last time these teams met, the Bears beat them 19-0, September 17th at Detroit.
And Horace King and Dexter Bussey had a great week last week, and you can see good blocking down there as Elias knocked down Tom Hicks, number 54, which opened the hole. Doug Plank in on the tackle, but not before Mr. King had some good yardage.
It is first down, Lions at their own 46. Wide right is Blue. Danielson to throw. Tipped and incomplete. Looked like Alan Page or Hartenstein got the hand up on it. The rush from the right side of the Bears' defensive front.
As the Lions went to the air again, let's watch the pass rush. You can see 82 and Mike Hartenstein, number 73, to the right side of your screen, and Page lifted his hand up and just deflected the pass, and it might have been a good thing because Tom Hicks was in position to intercept number 54 for the Bears. So the Lions still have it, 2nd down.
All at the Lions 46. We are just underway from Soldier Field in Chicago here on CBS. Dexter Bussey. Oh, what a hit by Tommy Hicks. Nobody blocked him, and Hicks met Bussey right at the line of scrimmage. Bussey came into the game 6th in the NFC rushing with 554 yards.
Tom Hicks didn't play much last week. You can see number 54 as he goes down the line, gets through the blocking, and there is Bussey and Hicks, and 54's got to get him. He's got him, both arms around him, and drives him back. Good defensive fundamentals by Tom Hicks, who is very valuable in there at that middle linebacker spot. He's had a sore shoulder.
Loss of 2, 3rd and 12. Extra defensive back in the passing situation for the Bears.
Big hole.
Danielson for Luther Blue, complete. First down, Lions. Big 3rd down play keeps the drive alive to the Bears' 38-yard line. Livers and Fensick on the coverage.
Good play selection by Gary Danielson as there's a big hole as Blue came across the middle. The linebacker was dragged out to the sidelines, so there's no linebacker between the passer and the receiver. Big wide open spaces, and he just turns in front of Virgil Livers, 24, and a first down for the Detroit Lions.
Lions come out in the I formation. Now they jump into the pro set. Wide right is Jesse Thompson, and they give it to King. Cutting back behind Larry Terry, the center, and Homer Elias, the left guard. It was Jim Osborne making the tackle after a gain of about 4.
Take a look at this score. Ooh. New England 34-7 over the Jets, and that's only in the 2nd period.
Well, the Jets off to a surprising start. They are 5-3. New England, of course, a team figured to be near the top or at the top of the Eastern Division of the AFC. Favored today, but the Jets figured to give them a little bit more of a game than that one is going so far. 2nd and 6. Lions on the move. Opening series. Danielson under pressure. Screen. Bussey. Good run by Bussey. Breaking inside the 20 for another Lions first down. Bussey with a burst of speed just cut back between the blockers and put the Lions inside the Chicago 20.
Dexter made the most out of that because actually it wasn't a classic screen as they let the Bear defensive lineman through, but Bussey is right up among his linemen rather than behind them. And as you can see, he's caught up in the middle of the screen, but he makes the most of it there as Buffon is out of the play. Good block by Bodine, and Bussey comes back across the grain and makes another first down for the Lions.
Gary Campbell finally stopped him. It is first down at the 20-yard line, just inside the 20. Dexter Bussey hit behind the line of scrimmage. Good stop on him. This telecast is presented by authority of the National Football League, intended for the private use of our audience. Any rebroadcast or other use of the telecast without the express written consent of the Chicago Bears and the NFL is prohibited. Let's go down to Bill Mazer.
Just a point about Gary Danielson, the quarterback for Detroit. When he went to Purdue, it was at the behest of Mike Phipps, the man sitting on the bench for Chicago. He played here with the Chicago Wind. He is now the key man on the Detroit team.
All right, Bill, it was Mike Hartenstein making the big defensive play for the Bears, and there was no gain, actually loss of about a half yard. Second down, in motion is Blue. Danielson, good protection, complete to David Hill. Hit immediately, did not get much. It was Gary Campbell again, number 59, making the tackle. Big David Hill, number 81, replacing the retired Charlie Sanders, has 20 catches coming into the game. An outstanding young tight end in the NFL. Danielson is 4 for 5. Starting well for the Lions here after taking the starting role from the veteran Greg Landry. Gain of about 3 yards on that play, and we'll call it third and close to 8. For David Hill, complete. Knocked out of bounds at about the 1-yard line of the Chicago Bears. Gary Fensick knocked him out of bounds, but again, another big play by the Lions.
Actually, the Bears had good coverage there. Fensick was right on him, but it was a perfect pass. As you're going to see, Hill come off the line, goes down about 10 yards, and makes his move to the outside. Fensick is about a half a step behind. The pass was right on the numbers, perfect from Gary Danielson, who was on the move too. So you can see that Gary Danielson has got to be a big reason, right, Tim, for the improvement of this team.
There is no doubt about it. They're playing with confidence. They believe in him. Last week he was 22 of 32 and 3 touchdowns against San Diego. He's passing at a 52% average for his 3 starts. First and goal at the 1. Horace King, touchdown. And the Detroit Lions have opened the scoring on a most impressive first series, and the Chicago Bears are receiving the boos of the crowd.
Watch 62 at the left side of your screen, Lynn Bodine, number 62, as he takes and kicks the linebacker out and opens the hole before Hicks can make the tackle. Horace King scored his first touchdown since 1977, and it was a beauty. Classic blocking by the Detroit Lions, just like last week. They marched down against San Diego, scored a touchdown. They do it again this week.
75 yards in 12 plays. Benny Ricardo attempting the point after, and it's good. And so, with 8:33 remaining here in the first period, the Detroit Lions lead the Chicago Bears 7-0.
Well, Bud Wilkinson in the position of having his team on top 6-3, as his team just moved the ball 89 yards in 10 plays. Kicking off, Wood. Betterson over there, and it's going to go out of bounds, and it'll be a 5-yard penalty. You know, going back to Jim Bakken missing the field goal and the point after, those kicks, Hank, are veering right, but as we look at them, they look like they're starting out very true. The ball doesn't look like it has any play to it, left or right.
Yeah, it's really deceptive, and the wind doesn't seem to be that much of a factor from where we are in the press box, Gary. It's hard to understand what's happening. Evidently, he's just kicking the ball badly, and they're going off to the right or to the left.
Well, Mike Wood will kick off again. Now, Wood is a St. Louis native. He played his high school football at Kirkwood High School. He started the year with the Minnesota Vikings, an 8th-round draft pick. Then he had all kinds of problems. He lost his rhythm in punting and had a couple of them blocked. And so then, after the 7th game, the Vikings made a change. He was cut. He was signed this week after Steve Little sustained the knee injury, and Little's going to be out for at least 2 weeks. And so this is Wood going back, as Betterson and Campfield are the twin safeties now for Philadelphia. 6-3, St. Louis. He hits this one down to the near side. Campfield at the 20. To the 30, and Campfield's out to the 40, to the 42-yard line. Boy, he's putting on quite a show here this afternoon.
Yeah,
and so the Eagles have excellent field position.
Looked like he was going to be trapped back there about 9 yards shorter than where he actually got tackled. Very good running.
on the part of that fine young back, Campfield, number 37.
How about that? San Francisco leading Cleveland after being upset, leading Buffalo 13-0. Been an interesting year. Cincinnati trying to win their first win. Houston trying to come back from that big win that they had against Pittsburgh. On a first down, give to Cleveland Franklin, and Franklin inside or outside the 45 to the 46-yard line. Oh, it's going to bring up second down and still 7 yards to go as Steve Niels making the stop for the Cardinals. The Cardinals this year have been giving up about 189 yards a game on the ground. 322 yards total, which ranks them 13th overall in defense. 2nd and 7. Jaworski, quick pitch to Campfield. And Campfield to the midfield stripe. He's still going to be 3 yards short of the first down. Tim Carney over there. Carney playing in place now the injured Eric Williams, who has not returned. As we take a look at the defensive core, Marion Campbell, the old Swamp Fox. Been a head coach himself in the NFL. Talking things over along with Chuck Clausen.
Yeah, and he's one of the very fine defensive people in the business, I assure you that. That time, Krepfle did a very good job on Steve Niels to make that play a success.
Third down, 3 yards to go from the 50-yard line. Jaworski on the third down. He's got the big guy, Carmichael, and he's got it for a first down. Carl Allen. Here's Allen at 6 foot. Going against Carmichael at 6'8", and Hank, you get the feeling you could throw that pass all day long.
Yeah, you're right, because they have to concern themselves with a deep threat, and they're playing soft. And I think anytime they want to throw that, they can. I'm surprised that they haven't done so far on first down.
An update on Wilbert Montgomery. He is in the dressing room right now. They're looking him over an ankle, and they'll make a decision as to whether he'll come back in the second half at halftime. Right now, this Billy Campfield has done quite a job in his absence. First down for the Eagles. And Mark Dawson stepped across. Was he drawn off?
Jaworski.
And he was offside. It's against Dawson.
You know, Jaworski is doing a very good job of changing the tempo of the rhythm and the cadence, and as a result, that's what happened on the play. He thought the ball was going to be snapped, and it wasn't. He just changed the inflection of his voice, and it made Dawson jump, and they pick up an easy 5 yards.
Number 73, defense.
Used to have a guy by the name of Lenny Dawson who could do that very well.
Yes, he did it, and of course, Bob Greasy also is one of the very good ones in the business as far as making people jump off sides.
So it'll be 1st and 5 after the 5-yard penalty. Payne, Carmichael, the wide receivers. This is Cleveland Franklin, and Franklin trying to get the first down, and he's very close to it. Close to the 32-yard line. Bob Pollard, Mike Dawson combining on the stop, and they're going to have to measure to see if he got it. Bob Pollard, who last year played for the Saints, the leading tackler on this team. He came in here with 75 tackles. He's also blocked a field goal, had 1.5 sacks. Doing a good job for the Cards.
Yes, he is, and that was a trap that time. The left guard, number 72, Wade Key, was trying to trap Bob Pollard on the play, and they got a good movement off the line of scrimmage.
Here's the measurement, and I don't believe they got it. They did not. So they're about a half yard short of that first down as we come to a third down. This might be a play that Dick Vermeil might play around with a little bit, Hank.
I doubt it. I think he'll probably, with that short a distance for the first down, I think probably he figures in this area he's got 2 downs to get the first down. He'll get the first down and then try to do business if he gets a 1st and 10 situation.
All right, let's see what happens as Payne comes to the bottom of the screen. There's the stats on Jaworski. Jaworski hitting 55% of his passes coming into this game. There's Jaworski back. He's got Carmichael. Touchdown.
Great call. Good call. Beautiful play. Beautiful play.
Harold Carmichael at 6'8", latching on to that one. That's his 4th touchdown catch of the year.
Play action pass. Good fake on the part of Campfield. He throws right back into the post to Carmichael, right over the top. He beats Roger Worley on the play. Touchdown, Philadelphia Eagles. A beautiful play. I really thought that they would try to get 2 shots, but it was a great call, which is very obvious.
I think they won't give that one back. Neckemeyer now with a point after attempt. His kick is on the way, and he's got it. And so the Philadelphia Eagles jump back on top of this game. They lead it 10-6 with 5:49 to go to halftime.
Francisco 10-0 over Washington. And that's a surprise. The 49ers playing in the nation's capital. Ray Wersching has just kicked a 29-yard field goal in that one. And San Francisco has a 10-0 lead. We had a 31-yard punt here a moment ago, a 4-yard return. Here's Bradshaw, 4 out of 7. And he's not going to be able to get it off. He is down all the way back at the 41-yard line as Don Parrish, who played here at the University of Pittsburgh, made the play.
All right, we're going to see Parrish on Webster. Bradshaw goes back to pass, and watch right at the left of your screen. You're going to see the big man come right up the middle. There's Parrish.
Good quickness, Paul.
He's a big man.
He was originally a 12th round pick of Atlanta in '77, had an injury, and came to the Chiefs this year, a free agent. Bradshaw, 4 out of 7 for 59 yards, facing 2nd and 24 now from his own 44-yard line. Bradshaw steps up and throws. Swan has it at the 35. Lynn Swan caught it in front of Gary Spaney, who made the tackle.
You remember that sign earlier, 12 plus 88 equals 6? This is what they're talking about. Number 12 to number 88 coming across the middle. He's always open. He runs such great pass routes, and his hands are tremendous. How are you going to cover him?
Bradshaw is now 5 out of 8. There's the arithmetic. 14 for 59 rushing for Harris. Blyers 15 yards on 4 carries. Swan now has caught 4 passes on the afternoon.
Guy that did that's a math major.
3rd and 3. Franco Harris trying to get the first down, does. Harris inside the 30-yard line. The outside linebackers, Thomas Howard, 52, and Whitney Paul, 53, making the play.
If you remember in the first period, Pittsburgh had a 3rd and 20. Bradshaw picked it up. Right here, they had a 2nd and 20. Bradshaw comes down, he picks up 17 of it, and Harris picks the rest up. This has really got to discourage the defensive football team.
Bradshaw was the #1 rated passer in the entire NFL through the first half of the season with a 98.4 average. Bradshaw stepping up, throwing, and completing it at the 23-yard line to Lynn Swan. Pass almost looked like it was tipped, but it got out there to Swan, who was congratulated by Harris. The tackle made by Gary Green. Terry Bradshaw, married to ice skating star JoJo Starbuck. Terry, who did a little acting this last year in a show called Hooper. A free spirit, guy who loves to play this game, as we mentioned earlier. It's going to be 2nd down and 4, the ball at the 23-yard line. 14-3, Steelers, 5 minutes and 25 seconds left, first half. In the middle, not much there. Franco Harris, Don Parrish making the play. Parrish doing a fine job for these Chiefs. Parrish is very, very good against the run. Number 61.
Of course, Swan's been open all afternoon, but it's still amazing to me that he hasn't thrown to John Stallworth, number 82, or Randy Grossman, number 84. And I think it's about time he does.
Swan leading all the NFL wide receivers in receptions. It is 3rd and 4 at the 23. Good rush. He gets it away. Got his man. There's Stallworth. Touchdown, Pittsburgh. John Stallworth, who has that great speed, in the clear. Penalty marker down back at the 36-yard line. Well, Paul, you called it, but they might bring it back. Let's see.
No, it's going to be against Kansas City, the way the Steelers are moving up front.
Unnecessary roughness. Number 53 on the defense.
Whitney Paul called for unnecessary roughness as you look at Marv Levy.
Well, it's too late to hit the quarterback after the touchdown is made. I said he has to go to Stallworth because everybody's covering Swan now. Look at Stallworth right across the middle. Randy Grossman cut across in front, cleaned out everything. Lynn Swan was in the end zone, took this cornerman all the way back there, touchdown.
Barbaro and Collier beaten on the play. Colquitt will hold.
12 plus 82 equals 6.
You're right. Girella puts it up, and it is no good. The point after is missed. So with 4:36 left in this first half, the Pittsburgh Steelers now have a 20-3 lead over the Kansas City Chiefs.
In that eye-catching fur coat is Lamar Parrish, an all-pro cornerback, 9 years in the league from Lincoln, but with a wrecked right arm, he's through for the year. Gerard Williams replacing him in the secondary for Washington. 1st and 10 on the Washington 39 for Steve DeBerg and the San Francisco 49ers. O.J. Simpson ran by Coy Bacon and got inside the 35. He just gave Bacon a little fake. Nice step for O.J., Jim.
Yes, it was. You know, Coy Bacon is a great athlete. He's a great basketball player, so it was a nice step to be able to do it on Coy Bacon, the agile giant.
Jim, this is a critical series for the Redskin defense. You're behind 10-0. They've got the ball on the 35-yard line, 34-yard line. They have to stop them here. They can't give them any more points.
Absolutely right.
2nd and 5. Freddie Solomon wide left. Elmo Boyd wide right. The running backs are Bobby Farrell and O.J. Simpson. Play action fake by DeBerg. Now he gets his man, Farrell, who fell down, and it will not be a reception. Had Farrell kept his feet, he might have been able to catch that low pass, but Bobby went down.
Well, this is a play action rollout. It happened to be a good call. The Redskins blew the defense. Nobody covered the front man. He should have, the front zone, should have had it.
That's what we call a blunder.
That's right, Jim.
On the part of Farrell.
3rd and 5 on the Washington 34-yard line. Nickel defense now. They're looking pass again. Elmo Boyd to the left. Freddie Solomon to the right. Farrell and O.J. Simpson back of DeBerg. Farrell staying in to block. DeBerg's pass is to Ken McAfee, the tight end. He's inside the 20 for the first down. Kenny Houston made the tackle, but McAfee a big reception.
A great example of the quick release and throw by number 17 DeBerg. Watch. The Redskins dogged him here, Jim. See 55 Hamburger coming in?
Oh, yes.
See that quick release? That's one thing he has that could give him a chance.
You pointed out that he had as quick a release as Jim Hart, was it?
Yes.
Yes, Jim Hart has
right.
a tremendously quick release.
That's a characteristic that is so helpful.
1st and 10 on the Washington 19-yard line. Solomon right, Boyd left. DeBerg looking left, but before he can get it off, he was eaten up by Mike Curtis. So on the dog, Mike Curtis came in to nail him, the 9-year man, actually 12 years out of Duke. Remember, a first-round draft choice for Baltimore way back in '65.
We picked him up last year, and all he did was make big plays. Last year, Chris Hamburger had an emergency appendectomy. Mike took his place and made several big plays that actually won the ball game.
Well, a loss of 6 on that dog, so it is 2nd and 16 from the 25. We mentioned earlier that DeBerg has had trouble lately being sacked 7 times in his last 2 games. 2nd and 16 from the 25. DeBerg going to put it up, and O.J. stayed in to block, and it's picked off by Kenny Houston. Houston to the 40, tripped down by Bob Farrell, and knocked down just shy of the Washington 45. Big play.
Now the crowd is back to life. Well, we said this series was a critical series for the Redskin defense. DeBerg throws. Kenny Houston has outside possession. Great interception.
The Lions will kick it off. after going 75 yards in 12 plays. Let's go down to Bill Mazer.
Tim, big news down here. James Scott will not play. That's the latest word. I just talked to him. Back up to you.
Okay, Bill, he apparently pulled a muscle in practice on Friday and was doubtful since that time. Tried it in the warm-up, and as Bill has just reported, evidently, he just doesn't feel well enough to go, and they're hurting at wide receiver, the Chicago Bears. The kickoff taken by Spivey at the 5-yard line. Spivey, good return out to the 30. Tom Skladany is now doing the kickoff duties. Ricardo's still kicking field goals and points after. There's the Detroit scoring drive. Dan Gray made the tackle on Mike Spivey, number 47, and the Bears will start first down from their 29 with Steve Schubert starting in place of James Scott, and Golden Richards, who's playing with tender ribs, will be the other wide receiver. First down, Chicago, and it's Schubert coming wide left, Richards in the slot left. Harper and Payton, the running backs. Now a little shifting around. Latta goes to the right side to make it strong, and
what's
Payton
going on
comes
here?
Back off the line. That's the most motion we've seen all year. Avellini on first down, complete to Payton. Good block by Greg Latta. And Payton turns it on down the sideline. Is knocked out of bounds at the 46-yard line of Detroit. First down, Bears. Well, there was a lot of razzle-dazzle in the lineup.
Well, we didn't see it here, but that was a multiple offense. But Avellini did a good job here because Baker was hanging all over him, and Payton just came out of the backfield, avoids there, and then gets a block from Greg Latta, number 88, and turns it on down the sidelines before he is finally knocked out of bounds. So the Bears make their first play go with a multiple offense.
It was Paul Newmoff, number 50, who finally knocked him out of bounds. First down, Bears, with a little razzle-dazzle shifting. And it is
Here
first
they go.
down at the 46. And look at the Lions shifting with him.
Wide open.
Behind Dennis Lick and running hard. May have a first down.
Charlie Weaver made the tackle on that one, but they got it set up so that Payton got to the outside. He had number 70, Dennis Lick, out front. He said, "Follow me, Walter, follow me." And there's the kick-out block. Payton takes the inside route, and finally number 59, Charlie Weaver, made a great ankle tackle. But the Bears on the move. An offensive football game so far.
John Morris, you and I
Williams.
talked last night about the eye. I noticed they're using all these sets. What are they doing? Confusing that Detroit defense?
Yes, they are. They're forcing the Lions to move around quite a bit. They may catch on to this after a while.
First down, Bears, with Richards in motion. Pass to Richards, complete, and he was wide open there. Walt Williams, number 21, the man who was victimized on the block by Lick on the last play, is the man who made the tackle there, but he was well off. Golden Richards. Defensively, for the injured Ken Sanders, Dave Purifoy acquired this week at left end, along with the outstanding rookie Al Baker. The tackles are Woodcock and Bill Cook playing for the injured Doug English. The linebackers, Newmoff, O'Neill, and Weaver. The secondary, Williams and Bradley are the corners. Jimmy Allen and Mike Burns starting today at safety. Of course, James Hunter still out with a hamstring pull. This is Walter Payton trying to bounce away from tacklers, but the Lions hang on to him, and it looks like they stopped him short of the first down on 2nd and 4. Charlie Weaver, number 59, on the tackle.
Anytime you do a lot of shifting like that, you do force the defensive players to move around their positions and make them think at the last second. But a lot of times the defense will eventually catch on to that the Bears end up in a normal formation. So they you have to do different shifts. If you keep doing the same type of shift, they'll eventually catch on to it.
Mike Cobb has come in to make a double tight end, and Robin Earl is in the backfield. 3rd and about 2. First down. First down, Roland Harper. Williams and O'Neill on the tackle, and a big 3rd down play as the Bears keep their drive going, and the Lions went the length of the field in the opening series. The Bears trying to come right back on their opening series. Cleveland Browns ahead of Buffalo 20-7 in the second period. Browns 4-4, trying to get over the 500 mark in the AFC Central. First down, Chicago. Complete to Richards. Dropped the ball. That'll be a completed pass. It's still loose. Looked like the Lions had it, but the Bears got it back. Johnny, there were 3 Lions around the ball after Richards dropped it on a tough hit. And the Bears got it back. It looks like Reeve Sorey.
It must have been a greasy football because the Lions had it at least twice. He catches the ball, had possession. Now he's trying to dodge away and gets hit. Now here it looks like the Lions have a cinch recovery there. As you see, about 3 Lions jump on it, 2 of them there. And then it just squirts away and squirts away. It's kind of hard to tell who got it, but the Chicago Bears have the football. First down on the 8-yard line. A tough break for the Lions, who thought they had the ball back, but the Bears have it first and goal.
It was Reeve Sorey who recovered for Chicago. A tough hit by Jimmy Allen, forcing Richards to drop the ball. Payton on the cutback is met right at the line of scrimmage. Ed O'Neill and Paul Newmoff, the linebackers, 55 and 50 combining to stop him. He got maybe a yard. Let's see where they spot it. They gave him about 1.5 yards. No, now they're going to give him, let's call it 2 full yards. Second and goal. The ball is at the 6-yard line.
You see Steve Schubert brought in a play, number 85. This has to be a must game for the Bears. They've lost 5 in a row. If they lose this one, any chance of winning a division is out the window. So their backs are against the wall.
Second and goal. Harper and Payton, the running backs. Cavallini wants to throw. Intended for Payton. He cannot hold on. Coverage there by Weaver and Williams. The pass just off the end of his fingertips.
Even though Walter Payton hasn't been rushing for all that much yardage, last week he got 34, which is the same as his number. He's become much more valuable as a pass receiver. A lot of his big gainers the last 2 or 3 games have been out of the backfield on short passes, and that's accomplishing the same thing. If you can get him out to the outside, catching a pass, he'd be one-on-one. It's like making an end run and getting him around the horn. So the Bears have been trying to take advantage of that because they've been stacking so much on the end runs. He hasn't been able to get upfield.
Payton had 26 receptions coming into the game today. Bashnagel in at wide receiver brought the play in, and it's Roland Harper straight ahead. Got to about the 5-yard line, and that's all for a gain of 1 yard, and it'll be 4th down. Bill Cook made the tackle. Bill?
John, I'm just noticing down here right next to the Bears bench, looked to me like they were using a double tight end set, weren't they? 88 and 87.
They use a lot of double tight ends when they get down near the goal line for the added blocking. That time it didn't work out too well, though, did it?
Doesn't have anything to do with the injury, though, huh?
Well, it did last week. A couple of receivers were hurt, and they had to go to the 2 tight end, but it didn't have in that situation. That's down near the goal. They do that a lot.
Thank you.
Bob Thomas will attempt the field goal from the 13-yard line, and it is good. And so a 23-yard field goal by Bob Thomas has the Bears on the board. And with 3:44 remaining first period, it's Detroit 7, the Bears 3.
We pause briefly now for station identification. This is the NBC television network.
WDAF TV4.
This is Jay Randolph with Paul McGuire. You'll notice now that the Steelers will kick off from midfield. The penalty carrying over on the personal foul on the last play.
It's a good place to try an onside kick.
Eddie Payton is the deep man at the goal line, and Jarella is going to boom it. A low kick, and Payton takes it in the end zone and downs it. That last drive, 42 yards in 6 plays for Pittsburgh. The point after miss, 20-3 Steelers.
The Pittsburgh Steelers have some great linebackers, and watch Cole here, number 56. He avoids one block. He takes on another block and dances with the last man.
Cole did a good job earlier this year when he had to play for Lauren Taves at the right linebacker spot when Taves was injured. He had a sprained ankle. In the backfield, Reed 32, Morgado 21, and McKnight 22. That's McKnight in motion getting the football out over the 25 to the 26-yard line. Stop made by Larry, or check it, Donnie Shell, a strong safety, 31, credited with the tackle.
Let's just talk for a second about this wing T. Now, you saw McKnight, Ted McKnight, number 22, come from his right to his left. There is no wide receiver to that outside. You're running into the short side of the field without a wide man. It's very difficult to run wide without getting that one crackback block from the wide receiver. And they make it hard on themselves. They should run where the wide receiver is.
This time it is Arnold Morgado, And he is stopped short of the first down at the 28-yard line. Number 75, Joe Green, was there. Lauren Taves, 51, the right side linebacker, also on the play. He went to Los Angeles in 70, and then with George Allen, he moved to D.C., and in 73 to Montreal. Marv Levy had 2 Grey Cup champions while he was coaching in the Canadian Football League. Now we've got Tony Samuels, 81, in there with Walter White, 88. Double tight end set. 3rd and 1. Just Morgado behind the quarterback, and Morgado gets the first down, and going, out over the 40, penalty marker down. Morgado getting the first down, but we'll wait to see what the penalty was. Offside against Pittsburgh. It'll be refused. Mike Wagner in on the tackle, number 23 at free safety for the Steelers.
Number 75 on the defense, offside. Penalties declined.
Joe Green was offside.
He lines up offside most of the time. All right, you're going to see Morgado. He's going to go wide to the outside. The hole is not to the inside where he thought it would be. Breaks back. They seal off beautifully. And that's what they mainly have to do with this team. You seal the inside linebackers to the inside and try to get out around them.
Livingston throws it out to Tony Reed. Reed is over the 45 to midfield and down into Pittsburgh territory. Jack Lambert, 58, and Lauren Taves, 51. The middle and right side linebackers making the play. It's another first down for the Chiefs. They have time. 2:45 left to play in the clock running here in the first half. 20-3, the Steelers leading.
It's the first screen pass we've seen today, and he executed it extremely well.
The ball at the Pittsburgh 47-yard line. Kansas City has averaged 4.5 per rush. Arnold Morgado inside the 40. At about the 44-yard line, Steve Furness, number 64. Jack Lambert, number 58, making the play. Coming down to the 2-minute warning. We have 2:05 showing on the clock, and it is running. And we're going to get the 2-minute warning right now. So both benches will be apprised that we have 2 minutes remaining to be played in this first half. The Steelers have a 20-3 advantage over the Kansas City Chiefs.
As you look over Carl Lortz, that's Kenny Houston, 11 years out of Prairie View, a 9th-round draft choice by Houston. Washington's George Allen traded 5 players for him in '73. He has played in 10 consecutive Pro Bowls, and he holds about all the pass interception records in the NFL. 1st and 10 on the Washington 44. Riggins and Malone. McDaniel in motion to the right. 10-0 San Francisco. Play action fake to Malone, but Kilmer is hit by Hardiman while in the act of throwing. It's an incomplete pass. Cedric Hardman, number 86, was able to belt him. And we were talking about how important that battle is between Terry Hermeling with a sprained knee and Cedric Hardman. And there is Hardman wrapping him up just as he's ready to pass. A big play for Cedric. And you can see his arm was going forward.
Billy didn't have a chance on that.
Not a prayer.
Incomplete pass, arm coming forward.
Couple of scores we might duck in as it is 2nd and 10 on the 44. It is Philadelphia 10. Jaworski, a 23-yard pass to Harold Carmichael to lead the Cardinals 10-6. 2nd and 10 from the 44. McDaniel is right and Bugs left. A flip back to Tony Green. He's to the 45, goes up to about the 47, and he's dropped. We have a few more scores. Cleveland leading Buffalo 13-0. Brian Sipe passed 15 yards to Calvin Hill. Riggins and Green, the running backs. Kilmer looking over the middle, and it's intended at the 40-yard line for Reggie Haynes, and the tight end makes the reception for the first down on the San Francisco 41.
Billy made a good call. He had a throw under pressure.
Would you believe that is the Washington Redskins first down. As we check, Kilmer is 4 for 9 and 19 yards. But because of the interception by Kenny Houston, he's trying to get him on the scoreboard. For Reggie Haynes, his first catch of the year, the young tight end, first year out of Las Vegas, Nevada. 1st and 10 on the San Francisco 41. Slot left. Buggs is inside Thompson. And Riggins drops it. It's picked up by Kilmer, and Billy takes the shot at the 43. Riggins, I don't think, expected the ball, so it was a busted play.
Well, actually, you know, Riggins probably has not been working with Kilmer, and the timing is so important. If you watch this, he had his arms open. Kilmer couldn't quite reach him. But you know what's very interesting? Riggins is a great all-around player, at least a good all-around player, because the play before, he made a tremendous block to allow Kilmer to get that pass off.
He's a good blocker, Jim, a real good blocker and an excellent receiver. And he can run inside and outside. He's a good all-around player.
With the expanded schedule, he has a good shot at breaking the club record rushing yardage held by Larry Brown. 2nd and 12. Kilmer high down the right to Thompson. He is knocked out of bounds by Eddie Lewis inside the 35-yard line. However, it's not enough for the first down. He still has a couple to go.
Well, George, as we look at Kilmer here, he must be bleeding. He says he plays better when he's bleeding. But there's a very interesting thing about Kilmer. There was a test given by a psychologist, and he proved to have more courage than anyone else, and he had the courage of a kamikaze fighter. That's a tremendous tribute to Billy Kilmer.
Yeah, here's a big play here. 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2, 3rd and 2.
3rd and 2 on the 33-yard line of San Francisco. Benny Malone is back in there with John Riggins. Riggins staying in the block, and the pass is caught in bounds for the first down by Ricky Thompson, a 3-year man out of Baylor. He made a great reception to stay in.
Now this is really a great catch by Ricky Thompson. You notice that last leg, the leg that's behind. He made sure that it stayed in. He dragged it. He's a reminder of Raymond Berry, who was the expert at those kinds of things.
So Ricky Thompson, 3 years out of Baylor, makes a big play. It's 1st and 10 on the San Francisco 22. A pitch back to John Riggins, but he is grabbed by Archie Reese and dropped on the 26-yard line. That's that big kid out of Clemson, 6'3", 263 pounds and only 22 years old, Archie Reese.
You know, Jim, they've been working on the right corner, number 22, Lewis, when they need yardage. So now it's 2nd and 14. Be interesting to see what they do.
On the 26-yard line of San Francisco. There's Eddie Lewis. He's a 3-year man out of Kansas. He was a 2nd-round draft choice in '76 for San Francisco, so they have to be high on him. 2nd and 14 for Kilmer. 10-0 San. A draw to John Riggins. And Riggins gets to the 12-yard line. Cedric Hardman broke through. There's a fumble on the ball, but Washington recovered in that melee and pile.
All right, now let's watch Lewis. We expected the ball to be thrown in his direction, so Kilmer made a good play. Well, you can see that he almost made the tackle. But as you said before, Vinny, they're very high on him, so we're not going to be too critical.
The ball just getting loose at the last moment, but Washington able to fall on it.
That's a good call.
That was a pretty good block, too, on Eddie Lewis by Ricky Thompson to help spring it. So they're going to measure for their first down, and they need that much.
Danny Nugent, number 62, was down there blocking.
3rd and inches. So Washington on the move thanks to an interception by Kenny Houston.
In this situation, Coach, do you think they're going to call a sneak? You said when they're inches, they usually call a sneak. What do you think?
I think Riggins is the guy to carry the ball here. The biggest, strongest back. You only have inches to go.
But you mean Kilmer don't sneak?
Well, in this case, I'd rather have Riggins carry the ball than Kilmer.
3rd and inches on the 12. 10-0 San Francisco. Kilmer going wide to Tony Green, and Green inside the 10, inside the 5. Leonard finally having to make the hit along with Vern Roberson.
All right, as we look at this particular play, the real important point is the call. Did Pardee send in this play to Ricky Green, or to Tony Green? Did Kilmer call this play? Because we thought it would either be a sneak or it would go to Riggins. Very interesting situation.
So it is first and goal. The ball on the San Francisco 4. San Francisco ranks last in the NFC in defense, allowing 322 yards a game. And now that poor defense has its back to the wall. First and goal, John Riggins. And he is buried at about the 3 as he tried to cut back inside a block by Saul and Malone on the left side. Joe Harris finally made the hit.
Now on this play, Riggins made a good move, because if he had continued to the outside, he probably would have lost a lot of yardage. So being a smart football player, he cut it back, got what he could get. What do you think of that, Coach?
Yeah, he's a good pick-a-hole runner. John sees a lot, has good peripheral vision, and that's what he did.
Because when you're in that territory, you do not want to lose yardage.
Second and goal from the 2. Bugs wide left. The tight end Reggie Haynes on the right side. And Tony Green is in there now with John Riggins. Kilmer. Play action fake. Lobbing in the end zone to Haynes. No good. Flag on Vern Roberson. Vern Roberson, number 49, 2-year man out of Grambling. He was caught with his hand in a cookie jar. He has 15 brothers and sisters, so he's accustomed to grabbing in a crowd.
Defensive pass interference, number 45 in the end zone. First down, 1-yard line.
Yeah, he had him beaten if he didn't hold him.
So Vern Roberson, who came to San Francisco in the Delvin Williams deal.
Good call.
Vinny, that was what you call a mental blunder.
Oh, boy. Was it ever automatic first down? So it's first and goal on the 1. We have 5:37 to the half. Malone is back in there with Riggins. Kilmer to Malone, and he tries to climb a mountain, and he didn't get in there. And Lewis has more than a few words with Reggie Haynes. As you can see, they try and have Malone climb a mountain. And among others, Joe Harris got in there, and tight end Reggie Haynes quite upset about it. And Haynes and Harris have a few words, so they mix it up down close. The ball that far away from the goal line as our monitors continue to go wild in the booth. Second and goal. Kilmer to Riggins. Touchdown.
That's the guy to give the ball to.
John Riggins, who has rushed for his second touchdown of the year. And someday this year, he might take over for Larry Brown in rushing yardage for 1 year.
On this particular play, the ball was really loose. Kilmer almost did not have it. Barely got it to Riggins. Riggins' great balance allowed him to hold the ball and to get in. It was a great play on the part of Kilmer and Riggins.
So the interception by Kenny Houston is cashed in. Now, Mark Mosley, who was 16 out of 17, kicking out of a hole by Joe Theismann, and it is good. 5 minutes and 10 seconds left to the half in what can be a wild one. San Francisco 10 and Washington 7.
Injuries this year, it seems like every place we go, there's been a lot of them. And this game certainly no exception. There is Coach Wilkinson. Bud has been on the other end of streaks. He, at one time at Oklahoma, won 47 games in a row. Right now, he'd like to just win one. Get that first one under your belt. Sometimes that's the toughest.
You know, and really, as I mentioned earlier, his team is still playing well. They're doing a lot of good things. They're moving up and down the field. They made some mistakes, but they're still very much in this game. This is very important for them here to stop this drive. And perhaps go in at halftime no worse than 10-6.
That was not Ed George, as we were told. It's Keith Krefley. And they can ill afford to lose him. Well, what a job he has done. Since he took over last year for Charles Young at tight end, he's made him forget about Charles Young.
He's a very determined player and a good blocker and catches the ball extremely well in traffic.
Third down, 7. We're approaching a 2-minute warning here in this first half of play. Jaworski back. And it's picked up. Intercepted. Picking it off is Ken Stone, and Stone is all the way down to the 45-yard line. You know, a whistle was blown on that play about the time the ball was intercepted over there.
It's hard to tell what happened on the play, but there was confusion and deep concern on the part of the coaches of the St. Louis team. We'll have to wait and see what happens.
So on the far side, the interception by Stone. And now the discussion going on. Good pressure was put on that time on Jaworski on that third down.
Yes, here it is. I think St. Louis has possession, 1st and 10.
But they blew the whistle, and let's look at it again.
Jaworski is trying to hit his tight end, Osborne, 86, but he threw it just a little bit too high. And Ken Stone, number 23, comes up with the interception. But why they put it down back there, I don't know.
At the 30-yard line is where the Cardinals will get it. Jim Otis is going to try to move it further, and he gets about 3 yards, and he's shoved back. Well, evidently, they thought he went out of bounds, or he was down, or on the far side. We'll try to get a ruling on that. But right now, the 2-minute warning is here. The score, Philadelphia 10, St. Louis 6.
San Francisco 10, Washington 7. 5 minutes and 10 seconds left to go as we look at Dave Williams. Williams ready for the return. He had an 80-yard return in 1977, so he has some explosive return indeed. Williams has come up to get it. He takes it on a bounce at the 10, to the 20, upended at the 25 by Fred Dean, fumbled, and let's see. Nope, San Francisco recovered. Fred Dean, who just joined Washington, was down there to make the hit, number 63, but on the fumble, San Francisco recovered. Take a look at Don Harris, number 26, going down on the special teams. Harris is not involved in the hit. Dean makes the hit, but then Harris suddenly spots the ball. Whoops, there it is. Go get that money. But not in time as the 49ers beat him to it.
Harris is going to be a good football player, Vinny.
1st and 10 on the San Francisco 24. In motion, O.J. Farrell collared but kept going. Out across the 30 to the 32. He got away from Mike Curtis. Curtis tried to get Farrell up around the neck.
All right, as we watch this play, O.J. goes back to the offside. Farrell comes through. They try to tackle him high, which is not the way to tackle a guy with the intensity of Farrell. He's been running hard for 2 weeks. He's a bulldog. You do not hit him high.
2nd and 2 on the San Francisco 32. It is 10-7 in favor of San Francisco. Here goes Farrell again. And Farrell held on by Chris Hanberger, had him by an ankle, and that slowed him up, and Dyron Talbot put him away.
That ankle was a lot better than hitting him high.
Oh. We might duck in a score or 3. The Giants leading New Orleans 7-0. That was a block punt recovery by Maurice Tyler. New England 34 and the Jets 7. Meanwhile, it is spotted on the 35-yard line, 1st and 10, San Francisco. Bob Farrell doing a lot of punishing running, gets out to about the 36 or 37-yard line, maybe a gain of a yard and a half. The middle linebacker, Harold McClendon, was there to take him down.
Now the Redskins are sending in Coy Bacon to go with their 4-man front. They've been in a 34 defense, 3 down and 4 linebackers. Mike Curtis comes out.
San Francisco trying to recapture its early momentum. 2nd and 8 on the 37. O.J. on a wing, Farrell all along. And Bob Farrell is nailed as he tried to go against the grain. And big Dave Butts, when we say big, we mean it, 6'7", listed at 285.
Dave's playing good football. He's going to get better. He'll be an all-pro someday.
You said this guy has the greatest muscle mass of any player you've ever known, George?
Lean body weight.
He has a 42-inch waist, a 19 neck, a 38 sleeve, and a 12.5 7E in width shoe.
When we first got him, I thought he had a lot of fat, but we weighed him in water, which is the true body weight, and he's got a lean muscle mass.
3rd and 8 from the 37 for San Francisco. Big play. They're going to keep it going with 2:20 to go to the half. Bob Farrell is grabbed by Dyron Talbot and dropped. He picked up a yard or two, but San Francisco now struggling, and it seems as if the momentum has turned, all because of that Kenny Houston interception, which marked the 17th interception of a DeBerg pass so far this year. And that's been the turning point, even though San Francisco is still leading. Player down on the field to stop the clock with 2 minutes and 6 seconds to go to the half.
You know what's interesting, Vinny? George pointed out something about great players, and somehow great players make great plays. Kenny Houston and Mike Curtis made the 2 plays that turned this ball game around.
There's certain guys, Jim, that are always making big plays, and there are other guys you can analyze their whole career, and you have a difficult time to come up with 1 or 2 big plays.
I know exactly what you mean.
The player hurt is Randy Cross, 3-year veteran out of UCLA, the center. We have a moment to remind you about the CBS Sports special next Saturday at 4 p.m. Broadcast live, a 1.5-mile turf race held at the Laurel Racecourse in Maryland, the Washington, D.C. International. Waya, the U.S. that won the Man of War Classic. Trillion of France. McDermida of U.S. won 7 grass stakes in '78. Stone, the Italian horse, won 7 out of 12 in the last 2 years. Frère Basile from France lost the French Derby by a nose. And Noble Dancer number 2 won the UN Handicap. Those are the horses in the Washington, D.C. International next Saturday, 4 p.m. Eastern Time, a CBS Sports special.
Vinny and Jim, we'd like to extend speedy recovery to Mr. Kilmer, who's recovering from a heart attack back in L.A., and to his daughter, Kathy.
As we look at the rejuvenated Jack Pardee in Washington Redskins a few minutes ago, Jack was very perplexed, but now as he's talking to Jake Scott, it is much more of an animated conversation, and you can see the ball club has certainly come alive. Mike Connell will do the punting, the rookie out of Cincinnati. He'll be punting from his own 27-yard line. Tony Green is deep. Claude Harmon is to his right, and Forte to his left. We'll have a timeout. The 2-minute warning. San Francisco 10, Washington 7.
(20-3), the Steelers have the lead. Kansas City trying to get on the board before this first half comes to a close. Last Monday night, the Steelers lost to Houston here in an outstanding game by both clubs. Kansas City defeating Cleveland 17-3 at Arrowhead last Sunday, with Livingston back at quarterback and the special teams and the defense playing very well, and of course Margotto having that great day. The Chiefs had 2 scoring drives of over 80 yards in that one. Adams and Livingston talking things over with Coach Marv Levy.
They have to be happy with the way that they're moving the football. The only thing about this offense that we said before, it's very, very time consuming.
They have 35 seconds remaining in which to try and get something on the board here.
Well, the field goal will put them within 14, which is 2 touchdowns, but that's kind of tough in itself against this Pittsburgh Steeler defense.
This is a young club, the Kansas City Chiefs, and of course Pittsburgh under Chuck Noll. The Steelers have 10 first-year men on the club, but 43 of the 45 on this Steeler team are original Steelers. That says a lot for the job they've done here.
Says a great deal for their scouting system.
Sure does. We've now got McKnight out of the lineup, and MacArthur Lane, 42, is in the backfield with Reed and Morgado. 1st and 10 at the 22. Livingston, lots of time. Now rolling and running and throwing to Mac Lane, and Lane dropped the ball at the 21-yard line. The coverage by Ron Johnson, the rookie, number 29. 28 seconds remaining to be played in this first half. Horace Belton comes into the lineup for the Chiefs with a play.
I know the Steelers are playing pass defense, but just taking a look at that offensive line of Kansas City's, the blocking that time gave Livingston all the time he wanted. And you'd think that maybe in this second half that they might go a little bit open up offense and use that offensive line because they are pretty good size.
Dorsey is set wide to the right. He's in there now. Marshall to the left side. Livingston rolling. Throws, and it is incomplete. He was going to MacArthur Lane again, bailing out. Just superb coverage by the Steelers in that prevent defense, and we have 20 seconds remaining in this first half.
It really is, and with that new chuck roll in, you saw MacArthur Lane go down the sidelines. Livingston throws the ball to MacArthur Lane. Jack Ham bumps him just a little bit, enough to throw him off stride, and threw his hands up in the air like, I didn't mean to.
Tony Dungy, number 21, the extra defensive back in there. Furness is out for the Steelers. Dungy has 3 interceptions this year for the Steelers. He's a handy man to have around, the extra defensive back. It is 3rd and 10 at the 22 for Kansas City. Livingston over the middle, going to Walter White, short of the first down. White had it at the 18-yard line, was thrown back at that point by Larry Anderson. Timeout called for the Chiefs with 12 seconds remaining in the first half. And the field goal kicking unit is coming on. Jan Stenerud, he kicked a 25-yarder to open the scoring in the opening moments here. And he'll try another one. Timeouts remaining, 1 for the Chiefs, 3 for the Steelers. 12 seconds left on the clock. First half, a 20-3 score, and this field goal, if it is good, would give it a 20-6 score. Stenerud, 7th all-time scorer. He has kicked 10 of 12 field goals inside the 49 so far this season. That includes the one he had here in the first period. Line of scrimmage is the 19-yard line. Tony Adams will hold at the 26-yard line. It'll be a 36-yard field goal attempt. Stenerud has it on the way, and it is no good. Off to the right side. Wide to the right from 36 yards out. Stenerud misses.
Well, if this was a different part of the game, like midway through the 3rd period, we'll get back to it in a second.
All right, we're going to go to a commercial right now with 7 seconds remaining in the first half. Pittsburgh 20, Kansas City 3.
With Hank Stram, I'm Gary Bender. And Hank, we got a ruling on that mix-up a while ago. There was an inadvertent whistle. They did not mean to blow the whistle, but when Stone intercepted the pass, a whistle was blown. Some people stopped, some started, so they brought the ball back to where he intercepted it.
That's really a bad play.
Should have the ball, if you were a Cardinal, at the 45-yard line. Instead now, they have 2nd down and 6, operating from their own 34. Hart back, broken up. Good pressure put on, and I think it's that big 6'8" rookie again, Dennis Harrison. Also, Bill Berge putting some pressure on. So it'll move to a 3rd down. So what happened was Stone intercepted the pass, so whistle blew for some reason. So they had to stop the play rather than let Stone's progress be all the way to the 45-yard line of Philadelphia.
I saw Bud hassling over there on the sideline with the official, and justifiably so. He had reason to get hot on that play.
There's your time remaining, 1:51. There's a blitz by Berge. Oh, what a shot by Herman Edwards going after Wayne Morris.
Flag on the other side of the field. I don't know what it is, but there is a flag.
Herman Edwards just about took Wayne Morris apart on that play. But as you mentioned, there is a flag, and it's going to be holding against Philadelphia. So that'll be a 1st down for the Cardinals, and keeps their drive going with 1:45 left before halftime. At halftime, we'll join the NFL Today, Brent, Jane, and Irv, as they'll update us on what's happening throughout the NFL. Let's listen.
Holding Defense, number 41. First down.
That's Randy Logan, the strong safety. And so the first down to the 39-yard line. The Cardinals trailing 10-6 in this game. They scored a touchdown, missed the point after. A field goal by Philadelphia, and then a 33-yard touchdown pass from Jaworski to Carmichael. Hart on the first down. He's got protection. And it's complete to the 45-yard line. That is Al Chandler, the big tight end. So they're going to pick up 6 yards on the play. Bring up a second down, and time now 1:27 and moving. And they're wasting no time. They have not huddled. Hart back again. It's caught. Dave Steve. Steve, the rookie from Portland State. He's going to take it in. And Dave Steve, what a catch for this young rookie. That is his first catch of the year.
You know, and the odd thing about that play was that they double covered Steve on that play, number 84. The defensive back gambled with the interception. It looked like, let's take a look at it. He's throwing right between the short man and the deep man. Watch. He was looking at the quarterback's eyes, evidently the defensive back was, and didn't get over as far as he should have because it was double covered. The ball was thrown perfectly. Steve makes a nice move back into the inside, and his touchdown.
55-yarder as Dave Steve, his first catch in the National Football League, and it nets 6 points. And all of a sudden now, the point after makes it a 13-10 game with 1:11 left to go before halftime.
Half here as Bradshaw handed it off to Blyer, and the final, the end of the first half is going to be 20-3 on the board here. He had that field goal attempt missed moments ago, Paul, by Stenerud, and you want to make a point there.
Well, real quick, I was going to say if it was in the third period when they had a chance, it would have been crucial. But now they've got the halftime to forget about it, put it out of their minds, and come back, and they get the ball in the second half and move down the field. The bad part about it is making a long drive like they did, and then they came up short.
It's been a long season for these two coaches so far. Bill Armstrong watching his team lose 5 in a row. Ball taken at the goal line by Jesse Thompson of the Lions on Thomas's kickoff, and Thompson gets back to the 25 of Detroit before Wentford Gaines, number 36, put the stop on him. The Bears went 65 yards in 10 plays for a 23-yard field goal by Bob Thomas.
And we were talking about the Lions. Have they turned it around? As we mentioned, they gained 461 yards. I found when a team is losing and they had come up with a big game, every team will do that because they get sick of losing. It's usually the game after that is to determine whether that team has turned it around for the season. So this is D-Day for the Lions also.
The Lions started off well in pursuit of that goal of winning 2 in a row, scoring on the opening series. Danielson, the quarterback, number 16. This is Horace King. King is hit at the line of scrimmage, did not get much, maybe 2. Alan Page, number 82, ranging over to make the tackle. Tommy Hart, number 53, was there too. Bill Mazer.
Tim, just a note. I mentioned at the beginning that Gary Danielson was a freshman when Mike Phipps was a Heisman Trophy candidate in '69. When Danielson graduated, he was so little thought of, he wasn't even drafted by the National Football League, and look at him now.
Danielson in his 4th start really has the Lions moving, and the word is that the players are responding to him. They're happy to have him in there. They like his mobility, and they like his confidence. Draw play, and it's Horace King dancing and running well for a first down Detroit out to the 38-yard line. Tommy Hicks and Doug Plank finally get him.
Good individual effort by Horace King on the draw as he shifted over and then just followed his blocking as best he could. There was a lot of traffic, and then he puts a move right here on Gary Fensick, and Doug Plank, 46, gets in on the tackle. First down, Detroit.
The Lions have looked impressive so far, as they did last week, and that's understating it, with a 31-point outburst in the first half against San Diego. Danielson, first down, complete to Freddie Scott, number 87, and it's Virgil Livers on the right corner, back from his groin injury. First down again, Detroit. It's now at the 47-yard line of the Chicago Bears.
How Kansas City and Pittsburgh doing? Look at that. The Steelers 20-3 over Kansas City at the half. The Steelers are 7-1 going into today's action.
stinging from their defeat at the hands of the Houston Oilers. Dexter Bussey. Good pursuit by the Bears defensively. Doug Buffone turned him inside. Tommy Hart stripped a block, and Hartenstein and Hicks made the tackle. Team defense, a gain of only 1, 2nd and 9.
The Bengals 7-0 over Houston at the halftime. Cincinnati 0-8, looking for that first victory. Of course, the Oilers are 5-3 with a chance at that Central Division.
Well, they cannot afford to lose to Cincinnati today. They consider themselves a playoff team. Cincinnati certainly hungry, if nothing else. 2nd and 9. In motion is Luther Blue, back behind the ball. They cut the other way with Horace King, number 25, and he's met by Alan Page after a gain of a yard, maybe 2. Gary Campbell in on the tackle as well. It'll be 3rd and 7 for the Lions, and let's see if the Chicago Bears have the defense or the Lions have the first down offense. They worked impressively on 3rd down in the opening series.
Detroit had suffered 31 sacks going into this game, but not so much the last couple of games since Danielson has come in.
Slot formation right. Pressure from Page.
Oh!
Danielson showing some scrambling ability. Hartenstein in pursuit. The pass is complete to David Hill, the tight end. Gary Fensick on the tackle. First down yardage. And the only question whether he unloaded it behind the line of scrimmage, and apparently he did. It was very close.
You talk about an individual effort by Gary Danielson. Alan Page forced him out of the pocket, came back, running to his left, and then had to throw on the run. 7-3 in the first.
Second and 10.
The middle is open again. Oh, they throw out the flat this time.
That's Richard Osborne, the backup tight end, who's playing in place of Krepke right now, and he gets it out to the 41-yard line. Mark Arneson eventually made the tackle. And now Philadelphia is going to use another one of their timeouts with 38 seconds left before halftime. Again, we'll go back to New York and the NFL today to update you on what's happening. And the way it's going again today, we're going to have many, many surprises. Last Sunday, I thought was a heyday in that department, but it may be following that form again.
It happens every week, and as we talked many times during the course of this season, the upsets are really the rule rather than the exception to the rule in 1978. You know, that time Kenny Payne, again, was wide open, going right through the middle because they're so deep. Let's see what happens and whether he tries to hit him on this situation.
So Jaworski has completed his meeting with Dick Vermeil. Doug Green now has come in the secondary, 5 defensive backs for the Cardinals. They go to their prevent defense. The first half, we've had a little of everything in it. The turnovers, the big plays. Had a lot of new wrinkles offensively by both teams. Haven't seen the Statue of Liberty in a long time. 3rd down and 6 yards to go.
Oh, they're going to blitz this time.
And here comes a blitz. Pass intended for Camfield. Tim Carney was blitzing on the play, hurried that one up. Now, Hank, that's interesting. When you're in a prevent and you blitz a guy, what are you doing to your defense end?
Well, what happens is, you know, you create the impression as the quarterback looks at the prevent defense, he thinks, well, you know, I'm going to have a 3-man rush or a 4-man rush, and I've got plenty of time to throw the football. And he determines in his own mind what he wants to do, and then suddenly when the ball is snapped, you know, he's not prepared. He doesn't think they're going to blitz from the prevent defense, and all of a sudden, why it creates a problem, he's not ready to throw the ball, and he threw it just like he did that last time. Very good play on the part of the St. Louis defense.
Mike Michelle is back to kick, and to field it will be Willard Harrell. Michelle gets a fine kick underway. Harrell looking up into the sun at the 18-yard line, and Harrell brings it to the 25-yard line. So you see the time remaining, 21 seconds. The Cardinals with the lead will be content just to take that into the halftime with them. on the CBS Sports Spectacular next Saturday. Mark this time down, 4:30 Eastern, 3:30 Central Pacific. Boxing. We'll have Howard Davis, the sensation in the last Olympics, going against Louis Davila from Puerto Rico. And then the world's strongest men. 10 men competing in the wheelbarrow race. 750 pounds. They got to push it 100 feet. Next Saturday on the CBS Sports Spectacular. From the 25-yard line, Hart will just be content to let this time grind out as he gives it off to Jim Otis. The Eagles have one timeout remaining. I don't think they're going to use it. And that's the way this first half is going to come to a close. The big plays, a 55-yard pass from Hart to Steve, a 33-yarder from Jaworski to Carmichael. And there is Bud Wilkinson now, who is a half away from possibly picking up his first win in the National Football League. His team with a 13-10 lead. And that's got to give that team a lot of encouragement, because early it wasn't going well for them, but they've come roaring right back.
You know, the nice thing about it is, too, is the fact that even though they had some adverse things happen to them in the first half, they didn't lose their poise. They kept on playing as hard as they possibly could. The defense continued to do a good job. Now that they have some points on the scoreboard and a 13-10 lead, I think we're going to see them play even better in this second half.
Well, you know, Bakken missed the field goal early. They scored. They missed the point after, but they haven't let that bother them. They've had the penalties. They've had some injuries that early looked like it might shake them up. But that's not what's going to be the case in this first half. So the Cardinals, who historically have played very well against Philadelphia, trying to win their 9th in a row. And Hank, it's always interesting to me how certain teams, the matchups, you just have more success against them.
Yeah, it's unusual. And just like baseball, you know, certain hitters can hit extremely well in certain parks. They feel they can hit home runs and hit the ball very well. This is the same thing with the competitive situation in the National Football League. And there's some teams you feel you're going to play extremely well against, and you know, as soon as the ball is pumped up and you go out, come off the bus and get on the field, while you feel you're going to win.
So that's how it stands right now, 13-10 at halftime. We'll be joining the folks in New York for the NFL Today as Brent, Jane, and Irv will give us some background information on some games that right now appear to be in the form of upsets. And also, we'll be back to bring you the second half of play here from the vet as the Eagles, who need this win. They feel if they can win today, and then in the home stretch, the back half of this schedule could go 6-2, could end up as a wild card team in the 1978 playoffs. The Eagles have not won here against the Cardinals since 1971. They've had only one winning season since 1961, and a victory today would match their victory output of last year. Halftime, it's the Cards 13, the Eagles 10.
Detroit Lions had the ball for 10 minutes and 11 seconds in the first quarter. The Bears for 449, and Danielson 7 of 8 for 78 yards to 5 different receivers. Bill?
John, I was just going to ask you, just down here on the field behind the Chicago bench, I don't get a feeling of intensity at all.
Well, we'll get John's comment on that, as he has had a chance to spend a little time around this team here in Chicago. The pass complete to Luther Blue from Danielson. And he picked up about 5 on the play. Let's call it 2nd and 5. Johnny?
Bill, I think that's a pretty good observation. I think even the players have said the past few games they've been kind of flat, and they're trying to get that intensity. And when you get it, if you get it, how you get it, nobody really knows the answer, but the Bears are looking for it, and they could sure use some of it.
Tim Ryan with Johnny Morris and Bill Mazer at Soldier Field. We are just underway in the second period. It is 7-3 Detroit. They scored in the opening series. The Bears replied with a field goal. And here's some razzle-dazzle double reverse. Jesse Thompson. Thompson away from one tackler. And Thompson has a first down. He's out of bounds at the 19 of Chicago. Terry Schmidt pushed him out. Lions threatening again.
There's a halftime score. St. Louis leads Philadelphia at the half. And Washington over San Francisco in the second period, 14-10. A nice reverse by the Lions on that last play. And Thompson had Doug Buffone out there one-on-one, gave him the deke, got to the outside. And here's a look at it. They pulled this play last week, and you can see a block by Danielson, threw a block there on Hart. And then here it is, one-on-one. Tough job for Buffone. And Thompson did the job, got outside of him, finally pushed out of bounds.
Lions in scoring position again. First down at the 19. Horace King off tackle right, and he's got lots of room. Good blocking down the right side. First down.
And you can say that again. Good blocking by Brad Oates, number 74. He did the job on Tommy Hart to allow that run to get outside.
They're going to measure. It's very close. And they have, no, they're not going to measure. They've ruled that it's just short because the ball's right on the line there, so they could easily spot it. It's second and about a foot, even less than that. The ball resting on the 10-yard line of the Bears. The Lions really moving the ball impressively. Dexter Bussey. Bears stack him up right in the middle of the line. Got maybe a yard. Gary Campbell and Doug Plank on the tackle.
Let's take a look at it from our ground view action. They only needed about a foot, and they got enough in there before the stack up, and that's all Detroit wanted on this play, was to get that first down, and they got it.
First and goal at the 9-yard line of the Chicago Bears. The Lions have yet to surrender the ball with a punt. Nor have the Bears. Oh. Touchdown, David Hill in front of Terry Schmidt. A super catch. And Gary Danielson looks like an all-pro here today.
He can really pull the trigger, can he? He got pretty good pass blocking. As Danielson goes back, just a quick post, and he's in front of Terry Schmidt. The zone is cleared, and it's one-on-one. He's in there. No way to stop it. From ground level action, you can see Hartenstein trying to put the rush, but Balderschweider pushes him to the outside. And there it is, simple pattern, as long as you don't have traffic in front of you.
Jesse Thompson, the receiver, not David Hill. And the point after by Ricardo is good. And so the Lions have jumped into a 14-3 lead with another impressive drive, 75 yards in 11 plays.
With 2 minutes left to go in the half, this is Vin Scully along with George Allen and Jim Brown from RFK Stadium in Washington. San Francisco jumped out to a 10-0 lead. Kenny Houston intercepted a Steve DeBerg pass. Washington went in for the touchdown to get close, and now San Francisco stymied, and Mike Connell will have to kick. And standing all alone is Tony Green on his own 28-yard line for Washington.
They got the block on. Looks like they're going after it.
Connell, a bad snap, and he got it away, but he didn't get it away very far. And he barely got it out at the 40. Well, it's just over the 40. It's about the 42-yard line. Remember, Cross was hurt. Fred Quillen, the other center, made the bad snap. He's a rookie out of Oregon. So the injury to Cross is apparent immediately.
Yes, Vinny. He had time. He had time to kick. He was worried, the pressure. He knew they had the punt block on that put pressure on him. Kilmer has great field position now.
And with 2 minutes left, he's one of the better quarterbacks in that 2-minute drill.
He sure is.
Reminiscent of the old Bobby Lane, who used to scare me to death the last 2 minutes.
First and 10 on the San Francisco 42. Bugs wide right, and Thompson in a slot. Kilmer going up. Hesitates, grabbed by Archie Reese, and is stripped of the ball, and I'm not sure who recovered it.
Flag on the play.
Reese just took his arms down on a flag on the play. Evidently, Washington recovered the fumble. Ron Saul, number 64, will fall on it. You'll see 78. Archie Reese come in as Kilmer tries to move. Archie will grab him right there. That jerked the ball loose as Webb came over to hit him.
You know, Vinny, the interesting thing about Kilmer, if you had to pick out a weakness, this would be his weakness, scrambling. This is a strength of Theismann.
Let's hear the call now from Pat Haggerty.
Illegal procedure. Offense. Declined. Second down.
So it is 2nd and 14 on the San Francisco 46-yard line. A minute and 45 to go to the half. 10-7 San Francisco. San Francisco, as we mentioned earlier, a very poor defensive club, and they're in trouble again. 2nd and 14. Bugs wide right. Thompson left. Haynes a tight end on the right side. The back's released. Kilmer, while being held, falls down. Webb, Jimmy Webb had him by the ankles, and there'll be a flag on the play.
On this play, Kilmer couldn't find anybody open. He did the wise thing, not throwing it up for grabs.
Like tilting over a statue as Webb held on to him by the ankles.
Had him right around the ankles.
And there'll be a flag penalty against Washington. And it has been refused. So Washington going backwards on its own. And it is 3rd and 18 from midfield.
They're putting good pressure without dogging with the 4 men.
3rd and 18 from the 50. Let's see what Kilmer has in his bag of tricks with 1:38 to the half. He sends Buggs right, Thompson left, Haynes the tight end on the right side, Green and Riggins, and the pass is complete to Buggs, and Danny Buggs to the 10, to the 5, touchdown!
This shows the old pro in action. Stays with the receiver, leads him in there. Danny came across. Danny runs well with the ball after he catches it. No one's going to catch him. He's a 9-4 sprinter.
A 50-yard touchdown pass. Buggs' longest reception prior to today was 63. And that's his 2nd touchdown pass of the year as Mark Mosley kicks it through. And now with 1:28 a somewhat dispirited San Francisco exchange of personnel as Washington down 10-0 has turned it around 14-10. And Washington's Mark Mosley will be kicking off in a moment. Let's take another look at that touchdown pass to Danny Buggs.
Well, 3rd and long, they got to throw. Billy sets up, reads the defense, leads them in there. Kind of a wobbly pass.
But you know something, Coach?
Right
it
in the
doesn't say very much for San Francisco.
5 men are around him.
That's right. You don't let them score a touchdown in this situation. That's what your defense is set up to do, prevent the touchdown.
Well, there's a reason why they rank last in the NFC.
Yes, and if you watch their body language now, you will see an attitude.
Well, Billy Kilmer really thrilled over his first touchdown pass of the year.
Danny Buggs came to the Redskins for $100. The Giants let him go as a free agent.
That's right. Danny, a 3-year man out of West Virginia.
I wonder why he has those shoes on, though.
He likes them. They give him a little support.
He's got mud on them or something.
Tom Skladany will kick it off. Deep are Gaines and Bashnagel. It's into the end zone, taken by Bashnagel. Bashnagel upset at the 22-yard line of the Bears. The man to hit him was number 58, Tony Dakin. Let's go down to Bill Mazer.
Tim, just an observation. I'm right behind the Chicago bench. You'd think there'd been a death in the family. The defense has carried this team for the first 8 games, 3-5. If that offense doesn't come alive right now, John, it's going to be a long afternoon in the Windy City.
23-yard line of the Bears is the starting point here. They scored on their first series with a field goal by Thomas. The Lions have moved the ball twice for major scores. The last one, a pass from Danielson to Jesse Thompson. Avellini on first down. Up the middle, Ladd is open at the 42 to the 44-yard line of the Bears. First down. Ed O'Neill, middle linebacker, on the single coverage of the tight end.
Greg Latta, the Bears haven't used the tight end very much as Latta came down the field and went across on a crossing pattern and beat the zone in front. He's in between linebackers and safeties and makes the grab coming into the picture here, and they finally bring him down. The man with orange glasses. He's got a pair of glasses on that you wouldn't believe, Tim.
You could see Ed O'Neill starting to look out at the wide receiver, number 55. By the time he turned around, Latta was open. The ball was there. It is first down Bears on a good play. Strong side left. Walter Payton coming back the other way. And can get nowhere as the Lions did the job defensively. They cut him off in a hurry. Ed O'Neill the man to stop him, but they really had excellent coverage along the line of scrimmage.
There was a missed assignment along the way. You could see Noah Jackson talking to Greg Latta, and apparently they got a little confused as to who was going to block who, and of course that's a no-no when you want to play to succeed, and it did not succeed.
Dave Washington was in at linebacker. He's gone out now. Newmoff is back in. A loss of 2, 2nd and 12. Payton again. Ed O'Neill. Loose ball. Detroit has recovered. Ed O'Neill put the hit on Walter Payton, and the Lions have recovered and have a first down in Chicago territory.
Okay, let's watch Pure 4 and Ed O'Neill, number 55, as he jerks the ball out. He just actually ripped it up like Dick Butkus used to do. Lions ball.
Boykin, Williams, and Hofer are all deep for San Francisco. We have 1:28 to the half, 14-10 Washington. A mile-high kickoff again, and it'll be Williams from the 13 to the 25, dragged down at the last moment by Harmon, just at the 25-yard line. Don't forget, at halftime, the NFL Today scores and highlights with Jane, Irv, and Brent. And so far, the one play that has turned the game around was certainly Kenny Houston's interception. It not only helped Washington get on the scoreboard, it would appear to have let all the air out of the balloon as far as San Francisco's efforts were concerned in this first half. 1:24 to halftime. The Berg brings him out. Solomon in a slot right inside Boyd. Farrell and Simpson the running backs. McAfee on the left side. And there goes O.J. Not really anywhere as he falls to the 30. Dave Butts hit him first. O.J. Simpson has to shake something that has suddenly popped up for him. For O.J., he has fumbled once in each of his last 3 games. He might be very conscious of that, Jim, and in trying to hold on to the ball, he might lose a move or two.
Well, I tell you, when you play on a surface like Candlestone, sometimes you let the ball go because you don't want to hit that cement.
I hear you. 2nd and 7 from the 29. DeBerg looking right to his wide receiver, and there's a penalty against Gerard Williams for hitting Freddie Solomon. Pass interference against Gerard Williams, I believe.
I tell you, he's lucky it wasn't intercepted. He threw right into the coverage. Gerard was rolling up there. See him coming up?
On his back.
But it's a terrible penalty to get because the ball would not have been caught. In fact, he got the penalty after the ball was basically
pass
bounced.
interference, first down.
And Williams is subbing for an all-pro cornerback, Lamar Parrish, so I expect DeBerg to pick on him throughout the afternoon.
Gerard's a better defensive back than a lot of people give him credit for. He did a good job last year when we lost Pat Fisher. He got better each week.
I think what hurt him, Coach, the 2 games with Dallas, Staubach appeared to be picking on him, and he took the rap for it. From the 29. First down as DeBerg goes again to that side to Freddie Solomon, and this time Williams waits one moment and then gets on top of him. Freddie Solomon came in that deal that sent Delvin Williams to Miami. Solomon, safety Vern Roberson, and 2 draft choices that turned out to be Buns and Threadgill, and hold everything. Flags on the play.
That's a mistake the 49ers have been making for the last 2 weeks. When they go on sound, one of their linemen jump.
Coy Bacon was very quick in the San Francisco backfield. He might have been drawn offside. Let's see.
Unsportsmanlike conduct. Defense yelling the signals before the snap.
Well, when they're going on sound, just what I said, when the quarterback calls the first sound, sometimes the defense will make a audible call on sound. Now the offense doesn't know the quarterback's voice or whether it's a defensive voice, and that's what happened there.
George, do coaches teach that, or do players just do that?
No, that defense calls audibles.
Jake Scott is really steaming. 8-year man and a veteran safety man. He was furious at that call, so it's 1st and 10 from midfield with 26 seconds to the half, and the crowd howling. Solomon is right, Boyd left, and DeBerg gonna crank it up. Deep down the left side to Boyd, and he can't hold it. Elmo Boyd almost had it.
He had a touchdown if he hangs on to it.
First-year man out of Eastern Kentucky. He was a 3rd-round draft choice in '76, and he almost had it.
you know, the reason he missed this, he didn't think he could get it. They had him covered long and short, and he had to just stay with it. Now watch him come back in.
Well, the key to me is Harris, number 26. He did not play that ball well. His back was on the ball totally. He cut to the outside. In other words, in my opinion, that was a terrible blunder.
So the guy who's sighing in relief is Don Harris, the first-year man out of Rutgers. And meanwhile, Elmo Boyd, alone with his thoughts, goes over to the sidelines to think about the one that got away. 2nd and 10 from the 50. Harrison is wide left now, replacing Boyd. DeBerg down the right side high to his tight end, and it's nice to see that Paul Seal is okay. Last week we saw Paul Seal carried off the field, but here he is right back in the middle of things.
Well, this is a good call because it allows them to get out of bounds. It's what we call a drag pattern. DeBerg puts it right in there. If he didn't fall down, he could have gotten out of bounds without taking the timeout.
They're getting close to at least field goal range with 11 seconds left to go. The ball on the 38-yard line of Washington. 1st and 10, thanks to that reception by Paul Seal. Seal is another man who came to the building San Francisco ball club by trade with New Orleans in '77. San Francisco traded away John Watson to get him. So Steve DeBerg came in here rated last, and he's trying to lead the 49ers to an upset. And Ray Wersching on the sidelines is 7 out of 9 in field goals, and they might call on him to at least get to within 1 at the half.
Vinny, a key point here is that I think that because there are only a few seconds left, Washington relaxed. Last couple of plays, they did not play with the intensity. You must play with intensity in this situation because with another play, San Francisco can be right back in this ball game.
1st and 10 on the 38, 11 seconds to the half. Harrison is left, Solomon right. Seal, the tight end on the right side. And DeBerg looking and goes down the middle, and all alone is Paul Seal. Seal goes out of bounds to stop the clock, picked up the 1st down, and Paul goes out of bounds at the 17. A big reception. With 4 seconds left. They will ask Wersching to kick out of a hole by Scott Bull.
The Redskins were in the nickel defense. They dogged. They blitzed DeBerg. Now it's 1-on-1. He runs a crossing pattern. It looked like he might not even get out of bounds here to stop the clock.
Yes, sometimes the players do not realize what the situation is, but this is an example of exactly what I was talking about. Washington should not be in this situation right now.
Coming into this game from between the 30 and the 39, Wersching is 2 out of 3 this year. They will spot the ball at the 25, so it'll be a 35-yard field goal attempt. Let's check with Pat Haggerty and company. And it will be a Washington timeout, and I guess that's the psychological ploy to let Ray Wersching think about things, George.
Good strategy. 4 seconds left. You don't need that timeout. Let him think about it.
Well, I don't think he's going to get too nervous right now.
Ray Wersching, with the pressure on him, was born in Austria. He's 28 years old, a 6-year man out of Cal. Way back, he had a tryout with Atlanta, spent 4 years with San Diego, so he's been around. The very first time he appeared in a game for San Francisco was in 1977, and he kicked a 50-yard field goal. However, from 40 yards out, Wersching has the poorest percentage of any active field goal kicker. So for him, at least, he does not have that much of a kick. They will spot it at the 25. Scott Bull will hold. It's a 35-yard field goal attempt by Ray Wersching. Bad snap. The kick is up. The kick is good. So despite a very bad snap by Fred Quillen, I believe, because Randy Cross was hurt, we'll take another look at it as the half comes to an end.
This is to Wersching's credit. He didn't let it bother him. He stayed right with it, kept his head down, and got 3 big points.
So it has been quite a first half. San Francisco had the momentum. Kenny Houston's fumble eventually led to a Washington touchdown. Washington came right back on a pass with Buggs to take a 14-10 lead. But for the underdog 49ers, they finished the first half on a somewhat high note, a field goal to get close. It is Washington 14, San Francisco 13 at the half. And we've had a couple of big plays. I'd like to remind everybody that when we come back, we'll have that special Alan Brown report, statistics you don't usually see. relative to a football game. So it's a half at RFK Stadium. Redskins 14, 49ers 13.
Jimmy Allen recovered the ball for the Lions. Walter Payton, number 34, the man who dropped it on the hit by O'Neal. It is first down. Lions at the Chicago 48-yard line. Dexter Bussey picks up about 3 on the play before he's stopped by Hicks and Alan Page.
Let's watch the middle linebacker, Tom Hicks, playing with that sore shoulder out of the University of Illinois. It's his duty to shed off that blocker and then jam it up, and that's what he did. He got away from Terry and was in on the tackle.
Second down and 7. Lions bring it out. Neither team has had to punt as yet. We have 10:54 remaining first half. Tim Ryan with Johnny Morris and Bill Mazer at Soldier Field. Danielson, incomplete. Gary Campbell could not squeeze it. The ball overthrown, and he had a great opportunity there but could not hold on to the interception. Next week on the CBS Sports Spectacular, we'll have a 10-round lightweight fight for you. Howard Davis Jr. against Luis Davila from Atlantic City. And also another edition of the World's Strongest Men, the wheelbarrow race. That's at 4:30 Eastern Time, 3:30 Central. And how about the wheelbarrow race? You ever tried that, John? 750 pounds you got to push.
Well, they take about 500 out of there. I'll try it.
It is 3rd and 7. Danielson. Incomplete, intended for Freddie Scott. The ball went right between his hands. He took a good shot, but after he had a chance to catch it, he just missed it.
That's right. Danielson was just a little bit high, and it had to be a hand catch. If he had caught it, it might have been jolted loose because Doug Plank gave him one of his Chicago specials.
This will be the first punt of the day by either team, as it looks like the 49ers giving the Redskins all they can handle. 14-13 at the half for Washington. They had won 6 and have lost their last 2. Schubert, the deep man at the 10.
And there's the Packers ahead of Tampa Bay 6-0.
Skladany's going to pass. Skladany incomplete, intended for Bill Gay, who was wide open. The pass a little high, and Gay could not hang on. The backup tight end, a rookie from USC. And so the Bears get a break there, and they will take over at the line of scrimmage with 10:35 remaining here in the first half.
Steelers in command here, 20-3. Eddie Payton will bring it back. Our technicians will be doing their very best to bring you the continued good pictures from here, but we have those shadow problems now cut right down the middle of the field, and these fellows come out of the dark light into the bright light. It sometimes causes us some shading problems, so hang in there with us as we're ready to go into the third quarter. The kick down the far side, and it is taken by Horace Belton. Belton over the 25, 30, still going, 35, 40, and out to the 42-yard line. The stop made by Tony Dungy, number 21, a good play for the Steelers, and a nice return by Horace Belton. Belton, who played at Southeast Louisiana. The offensive unit for the Kansas City Chiefs with Mike Livingston, number 10, to do the quarterbacking. In the backfield, in the wing tee, 22 McKnight, 21 Morgado, 32 Reed. At center, Rudney 58, Simmons 73, and Condon 65 at the guards. Kirkenhoff 60 and Getty 77 at the tackles. Marshall, the wide receiver, 89. The tight end, 88, Walter White. Give to the man in motion. McKnight, 45, out to midfield and spun out of bounds right at the 50-yard line by free safety Mike Wagner. Wagner, number 23. McKnight a little upset. He thought he was pulled by the nose guard there, and let's take a look and see if he actually was.
McKnight would like to have a face mask call, and there it is right there. He was right.
Like he got the bottom bar. You don't have to grab a hold of both of those bars to have that called against you, do you?
Just hope he doesn't grab your lip.
Second down and 2. Morgado, first down. As he gets to the 45-yard line, Jack Lambert makes the stop. We'll set this Steeler defense for you. Lambert, of course, 58 in the middle. The other linebackers, Taves 51 on the right side and Ham on the left side, 59. Up front, Greenwood 68 and White 78 at the ends. Joe Green 75 and John Banaszak 76 now at the right tackle spot. At the corners, the rookie Johnson, 29. The other rookie, Anderson, 30. And at the safeties, Shell, 31, Strong. Mike Wagner, 23, the free safety. 1st and 10, Kansas City at the Pittsburgh 45. Good faking by Livingston. He throws, and it is over the head of the intended receiver, McKnight, and a pretty wise throw because Ron Johnson was right there with him. So was Donnie Shell. They were double covering that time.
Donnie Shell was right in line for the interception. Livingston saw him at the last second and just threw the ball over his head. It wasn't a bad pass. It was an intentional pass being thrown out of bounds. Good play, good heads-up play by the quarterback.
Morgado today has 47 yards on 11 carries for a 4.2 average. It is going to be 2nd down and 10 at the 45. Reed, Belton, and Morgado in the backfield now. Faking again, Livingston play action over the middle. It is complete to Horace Belton at the 41-yard line, and Horace is belted by Lauren Taves, number 51.
Morgado's going to go back into the backfield and tell Livingston, look, I'm wide open all the way across the middle. Nobody picked him up. Livingston just didn't see him. He's got everybody coming out of the backfield. It's very difficult. But Morgado that time was wide open, Jay, around the 35-yard line.
Morgado has now come out of the ball game. Reed and MacArthur Lane, 32 and 42 there. Larry Dorsey, the wide receiver, 80 is in for Kansas City. Banaszak out at right tackle for Pittsburgh. The extra linebacker, Dennis Winston, 53, is there. Over the middle, they split the seam, and that is Tony Reed at the 20, down to the 15-yard line. The free safety, Wagner, had to come over to make the play as Reed, coming out, split the seam over the middle.
All right, what happens here, Pittsburgh has a blitz on. You're going to see everybody come, but they come a little bit too late. Nobody picks up Reed coming out of the backfield. He's wide open, and he's one-on-one with the safety, Wagner. And he almost outruns him. This was an excellent call. Pittsburgh, when they go to the 4-man line in the 4 linebackers, or the 3-man line in the 4 linebackers, Kansas City knows they're going to blitz, picked up the blitz perfectly, 1st down.
1st down at the 14-yard line. Chiefs trying to get back in business. Hand off to McKnight. He's at the 10. He's at the 5. Touchdown, Kansas City. Super run by Teddy McKnight there. McKnight on a little Minnesota Duluth, his 5th touchdown of the season. And the Kansas City Chiefs come storming back here.
All right, this is excellent blocking by the offensive team. What happens, Pittsburgh did not pursue like they did in the first half. And McKnight scores a touchdown. That's a good call.
The point after, Jan Stenerud to attempt out of the hold of Tony Adams. It's up, and it is good. There's a penalty marker down. We'll hold on for just a second. Penalty goes against the Steelers offside. It is refused. So with 12 minutes and 17 seconds left to play in the 3rd quarter, the Chiefs have gotten on the board here.
It was offside.
Now 20 to 10.
Score was good. Be 5 yards on the
Steelers
kickoff.
up by 10. That 5 yards will be tacked on the kickoff, as you heard referee Red Cashin. We'll be back with the Kansas City kickoff. 20 to 10, Steelers.
Super Bowl VI. The Cowboy defense shuts down the Dolphin running game, while the Cowboy offense piles up the yardage and the points. Super Bowl champion Dallas 24, Miami 3. You saw it on CBS Sports. Next Sunday on CBS Sports, see the 1978 Super Bowl champion Dallas Cowboys take on the Miami Dolphins in the NFL doubleheader game. It'll be preceded by regional games as the race for Super Bowl 13 heats up. Check your local listings for the games and times in your area. You'll say, you saw it on CBS Sports.
Last Sunday, it was New Orleans upsetting the Los Angeles Rams in the Los Angeles Coliseum. The Saints return home. The New York Giants come in, and both teams are dreaming playoff. Tom Blanchard is back to punt for the Saints. In comes Ernie Jones, gets a piece on it, and the special teams for John McKay goes scrambling in the end zone. Maurice Tyler finally comes up with it, 6 points after the extra point, 7-0. Giants leading New Orleans. And Jay, what about the rest of the league right now?
Around the rest of the league, we have St. Louis at the half leading Philadelphia 13-10. And Washington Redskins are leading the San Francisco 49ers 14-13, and that game is also at the half. The Cleveland Browns have a 20-7 lead over the Buffalo Bills, also in the half. And Cincinnati, Brent scoring their first touchdown in 14 quarters, are leading over Houston 7-0. Pittsburgh has a 20-10 lead over the Kansas City team. And do you believe this one?
No, I don't.
41-7, New England over the New York Jets. And that one has some interesting statistics. Steve Grogan has 15 for 19, 277 yards, 4 touchdown passes, and that's only in the first half, Brent. Then we have Detroit in the NFC Central battle over Chicago 14-3, and that game is in the second quarter. The New York Giants are over New Orleans 7-0 on that play that we just saw, and that's in the first quarter. Green Bay, on a missed extra point, are leading Tampa Bay 6-0, and that game is in the second quarter.
Get me the Greek. He didn't give me New England by that many.
No, he did not.
Hey, Irv, during the week out in Los Angeles, the Rams were screaming bloody murder about the penalties in last Sunday's New Orleans game.
You can really understand why. I'm going to show you a graphic here in a second, Brent. Ray Malavasi, the head coach out there, said his team was the most penalized team in football, and they are. Here they are. They lead the league with 657 yards in total penalties called against them. They've generated some 2,600 yards plus in total offense, so nearly 25% of their offensive production has been taken away through penalties. And no one in that category of most penalized teams, Brent, is higher than 500 except the Rams. Penalties destroy you. We also have the other side of the coin, the least penalized teams. The Miami Dolphins lead in that category, and they've come back as a result of it. I wonder whether or not the Dolphins are ahead as the least penalized team in the league because Don Shula's on that rules committee.
Yes, indeed. I got a kick out of Carroll Rosenblum because he fired George Allen after George lost a couple of preseason games. So then the Rams lose their first regular season game, and all Carroll wants to do is fire 2 officials from every crew in the league. All right, the NFL today will continue on CBS. We've got a wide-open battle this year in the race for the Heisman Trophy in college football, but now some leading candidates are starting to come to the surface. Down at Oklahoma, Barry Switzer will tell you all about a running back. His name, Billy Sims. Yesterday, he exploded for 202 yards as the nation's top-ranked team shot down Kansas State 56-19. Billy Sims scored 2, including one right there with that full somersault. Now at USC, they have got number 12, Charles White. He went to work yesterday, carried 31 times as the Trojans shot down California 42-17. And with those 31 carries, White gained 187 yards for Coach Robinson as they won easily. Now you're looking at Rick Leach of Michigan, the Wolverines. Here he is, 31 yards to Clayton, who gets to the 8-yard line as Michigan downs Minnesota 42-10. Leach, a fine runner, fakes the option, keeps it, gets the touchdown, and the Golden Gophers were no match. Here's another rollout by Leach, the left-hander. Tosses the pass that time to Dougie Marsh, and it was 42-10. Irv Cross, you're a member of that Heisman Trophy committee. Is a defensive ball player ever going to finally win the award?
I think the only way I can answer that is you could probably win it if you were a two-way performer. Really, you know, the voting is done by the sports writers around the country. All we do is tabulate the vote, and the players who are most visible are normally the offensive players, and unfortunately, a lot of great players are overlooked.
Yeah, such as Jerry Robinson out there at UCLA, a linebacker.
He's a great one. He's a great one.
He is. All right, let's turn to some of the highlights now. The Washington-San Francisco game. The 49ers coming on strong at the beginning of that contest, even though Billy Kilmer did open up for Washington. But it was the 49ers who struck first. DeBerg to Boyd with the screen pass. Boyd to the 26-yard line. Kenny Houston, playing a whale of a game, finally got him out of bounds. Now watch Hoffer go in standing up behind Greg Boykin. It was 7-0. Back came the Skins. Here's Riggins. He's playing much better under Coach Pardee this year. Gets down to the 12-yard line. It was 10-0 at this point when it was Riggins barging in for the touchdown, and it was 10-7. Now watch this play. I'm sure that the San Francisco secondary would love to have it back so they could seal off that angle over there. But it was Danny Buggs, 50 yards, 14-10. And then, of course, San Francisco kicked that field goal, 14-13. Irv?
Well, the St. Louis Cardinals traveled down to Philadelphia to see if they could pick up their very first win of the year after losing 8 consecutive ball games this year, and they lead at halftime 13-10. Jim Hart's in the lineup, which has given that Cardinal offense a big boost, and he goes in the first quarter to Morris. Picks up a nice gain down to the 31-yard line, which sets up a scoring opportunity for Jim Otis, who powers over his left guard, goes in for a score, and the Cardinals take a 6-3 lead. Bakken missed the extra point. Jaworski comes back with a play-action pass and goes to Harold Carmichael. The 6'8" brings it in, and Eagles get back in the game and lead at this point 10-6. Hart, however, has a great passing arm, and this time goes to Terry Stieff, number 84. It's his first catch in the NFL, and what a big one as he goes in. And the Cardinals lead at halftime, 13-10.
Irv, I'll tell you, the Chicago Bears, one of the more troubled teams in the NFL after clawing their way into the playoffs a year ago, lost 5 in a row, matched in Soldier Field today against Detroit, and it is the Lions. Danielson to Dave Hill, who's pushed out of bounds on the 1. First and goal. Horace King for the TD. It was 7-0. Avellini attempting to rally the Bears. Goes to Richards, who had it, but he fumbled it, and the Lions pounce on it. But then the Bears got it back from him. And Bob Thomas kicked a 25-yard field goal as they come up with it. And then the Lions struck again. Kenny Sanders in the end zone, and 14-3 is the score right there. And right now, let's send you back to the stadium.
13-10, our halftime score. The Cardinals leading the Eagles, and Hank Stram has a special guest.
Very happy at halftime to have with us the popular owner of the Philadelphia Eagles, Leonard Tost. Leonard, I know you feel good about the progress and development of your football team so far. I know you have to be a little bit apprehensive with the score now, 13-10 in favor of St. Louis. But overall, what is your feeling of this club?
Well, I think Dick Vermeil's done a great job. I hope we can come back in the second half. I'm really concerned about the injuries on both sides of this game. Looks like the hitting's pretty hard, Hank.
Yeah, it really is hard hitting, Leonard. And, you know, one of the other things I'd like to ask you about with regard to the injury factor, with regard to some of the rule changes that have occurred in 1978. Do you have any feeling about what's happened so far with regard to the changes?
Well, I think I'm pretty much in agreement with the changes that have been made so far. If people keep going down and we get too many injuries, I guess we're going to have to take another look at it.
Thank you very much, Leonard Tost, the owner of the Philadelphia Eagles. And now we go back to Gary Bender.
Okay, Hank, thank you very much. We're just about ready now to start the second half of play. The Cardinals trying to win their first game of the year. They lead at halftime, 13-10. We'll be back in a moment.
These are my teammates, the St. Louis Cardinals, and I'm Jim Bakken. Every town loves its kids, but in St. Louis, we think we show our love in special ways. Like here at the St. Louis Children's Zoo. Part of the zoo was built in 1904 at the World's Fair when we introduced America to hot dogs and ice cream cones. Kids have loved St. Louis ever since. Unfortunately, it's not hot dogs and ice cream for all kids. When we think about children, we have to think about the problem of child abuse. The need to show our love is greater than ever. This hospital was underused, so our United Way worked with the Salvation Army to turn it into a place for care of abused children. We helped them see that the world does have love and kindness. In St. Louis and many other cities, the United Way helps us take care of young people. And sometimes their smiles, better than anything else, say thanks to you, it works. For all of us, the United Way.
That's my team, the San Francisco 49ers. And I'm Randy Cross. What do you think of when you think of San Francisco? I want to show you a place that's special to me, the Japanese Pavilion at Golden Gate Park. The Japanese try to capture the good feelings of life through meditation, and they fashion their beautiful gardens to inspire contemplation. San Francisco has the largest Japanese community in America. Like any other community, it has the problem of how to care for the elderly, old people who feel they've been left alone with no one to care. But in San Francisco, we do care. Our United Way is helping them through the Komochi Project, a united Japanese community service. Komochi means good feelings, and it stands for the love and respect the Japanese have for their elderly. The United Way works in San Francisco, and it works in your town too. Thanks to you, it works for all of us, the United Way.
The preceding announcement brought to you as a public service by the National Football League. Friends, these are the normal halftime stats you see in every football telecast. They are not the stats that we are interested. Today, we'd like to introduce you to the Alan Brown Report. First, the score, 14-13 Washington. Offense, 192. San Francisco, 137 Washington. Then, blunders, 8 for Washington, 5 for San Francisco. Key factors, 5 for Washington, 4 for San Francisco. Jim Brown, how about a couple of the highlight blunders?
All right, the Washington coaching staff for too many offensive changes. The key blunder, in my opinion, is Malone, who had a motion penalty on a TD pass to Buggs. Farrell dropped a pass, Robeson pass interference in the end zone, and the 49ers secondary allowing Buggs to score a 50-yard TD with only a few seconds left.
Okay, and George Allen, what about the key factors? It's 5-4 Washington, and they're leading by 1 point.
Yes, the first key factor was Kenny Houston tackling Boykin on 3rd and 1. Big play. The next key factor was Kenny Houston batting down a pass on a 5-yard line intended for Simpson. The next key factor, again, Kenny Houston's interception when they had great field position to stop a drive, which they in turn scored. The last key factor was Kilmer hitting Buggs 50 yards on 3rd and long for the touchdown that put him ahead.
Not only does the Alan Brown Report score, total offense, blunders, and key factors, but at the end of the game, the Alan Brown Report will also add the Questionable Performance Award. The hero's role will be pretty obvious, and those players at halftime who certainly are candidates for the Questionable Performance Award. For Washington, they would be Tony Green, Benny Malone, or the tight end Reggie Haynes. And for San Francisco, the candidates for the Questionable Performance Award, safety man Vern Roberson and Elmo Boyd, who dropped a touchdown pass, and center Fred Quillen, who has filled in for the injured Randy Cross, and Quillen has squirted several snaps back to the rookie punter Mike Connell, and also one bad snap to field goaler Ray Wershing, but Ray didn't let him hurt him. So those are some different stats that you'll be getting on the Alan Brown Report.
The Cardinals will have a 1st and 15.
Unusual that you'd have a holding penalty on a play-action pass like that one.
Here's Hart. Days deep, broken up, intercepted. Picked off by Frank LeMaster. The second interception by an Eagle linebacker. Berge earlier. Here's LeMaster coming up with it.
You know, that time it was a flood pattern to the left side. The linebacker got good depth. Jim Otis, number 35, was really wide open on the play. That's why the linebacker got such good depth. Otis was wide open, but he threw the ball into the traffic. Interception.
The Kansas graduate. He hopefully be back in a couple of weeks. 2nd and 9. Bradshaw has time. Now, did he throw? Is it an incomplete pass or is it a fumble? We wait for the ruling. Kansas City has the ball. And it's going to be Kansas City's football. They call it a fumble. Red Cashin, the referee, was right on it. Sylvester Hicks has the ball for Kansas City. Watch it.
Well, here we go. There's a blitz on the outside. Number 53, Whitney Paul, is out there. Bradshaw. Now watch here. He's just bringing his arm back. This is a fumble. This is an excellent call by the official because Bradshaw was not going forward. He was coming up with the ball.
We told you Sylvester Hicks is credited with the recovery. Knoll talking it over with Bradshaw. Kansas City with a big opportunity. 1st and 10 at the 25. Arnold Morgado down to about the 23, 22-yard line. A handoff going to Tony Reed, and Reed has got the 1st down inside the 5. Touchdown, Kansas City. A penalty marker down on the far side at the 11-yard line. Let's see if they're going to call it back. No. Offsides against the Steelers. It'll be refused, and the Chiefs, Paul McGuire, are back in business.
Well, I said I didn't think that they could get back against this team with this offensive formation. and they're proving me wrong, and I'm glad to see it.
You've been wrong before. It's all right.
Once. Bob Simon, the tackle, or the left guard, number 73, blocked 3 people on that play.
The try for the point coming. Stenerud with Adams to hold. If this is converted, it'll be a 3-point game. Stenerud held on as Adams got a low pass, handled it well. It's good. And with 10:29 remaining in the third quarter, the Pittsburgh Steelers 20. The Chiefs, who have battled back, 17.
Receiver for the Bears at 29 catches, 5th in the NFC, but he is out of action today. The Lions who lost Ken Sanders, their defensive end, last week, and he's gone to injured reserve with a knee injury, and Doug English still out with a knee injury, and so those problems affecting both teams. Avellini on first down, under pressure, gets it away. Payton brings it back, trying to get blockers in front. Oh, what a tackle. Outstanding tackle by Weaver, number 59, as he came from behind Walter Payton to pull him down. It looked like he had some daylight.
Let's take a look at it. A great play by Avellini and a good play by Weaver. He gets the rush on. He can't find anybody down. He starts to run. He's almost on the ground, and he throws the ball to Payton. It looked like he was going to get big yardage, but number 59, Charlie Weaver, comes over the block and makes a great tackle. From Southern California, Charlie Weaver.
Outstanding. That hit on Avellini was by Dave Purifoy, their new defensive end. It just came with them this week from Cincinnati. Started the season in New England. Avellini will try again, and it's too high for Roland Harper on the 2nd and 7 play. Harper had first down yardage, but the ball a little bit too high for Roland. Let's go down to Bill Mazer.
Just going to say to you, John, I notice there's been a change in the Chicago offense. They're not playing Lotta at all, and they've gone to Cobb, the new fellow that they got. And I'm wondering whether that's because of the rap on Lotta, because of his blocking.
He has been sporadic on his blocking. Mike Cobb has been out for several weeks with the bad shoulder. He played a little bit last week, but he is supposed to be a superior blocker, and I think they're giving him a test to see just how good he is.
Mike Cobb is number 87, and he makes the strong side left. Bears shift into the pro set. It is 3rd, close to 7. Pressure on Avellini, intended for Payton, incomplete. Weaver on the coverage. A flag is down. Payton appears to be hurt, and looks like we'll have an interference call against Weaver. Well, let's see what the problem is with Walter Payton. Bill Mazer?
What happened on the play was he grabbed Payton by the mask. Grabbed him by the mask and pulled it, and that's why Payton's down. And good enough. You can see it as well as I saw it just a moment ago. He grabbed him by the mask, held him up, and twisted his neck.
Well, Payton is still down. The pass went incomplete. Now Walter's getting to his feet. And apparently all right. He might have got poked in the eye there, too, in that same motion. Weaver was going for the ball, you could see on the replay, but the ball coming right in close to Payton's face, and instead of getting the ball, he got a little Walter. But it's interference against Weaver. And first down for the Bears at the 40-yard line of the Detroit Lions. Slot formation left. Wide left goes Richard. Schubert in the slot. Now the tight end, Cobb, comes over to the right side. Art Best in for Payton, number 25. Roland Harper stopped by Woodcock, number 77. Avellini stumbling as he made the turn for the handoff and had to be an acrobat to get the ball to Roland. Picked up about 3 yards on the play, 2nd and 7.
The Bengals may win their first game of the year, 14-0 over Houston in the 3rd quarter, as Walter Payton comes back in the lineup, and the mystery man, Art Best, comes off.
Art Best nearly had a block kick not too long ago in this game. The Giants in front of New Orleans 10-0 in the 2nd. NFL fans find it hard to believe the Giants might be a playoff team this year. Walter Payton, and there is no room at the end. Maybe a yard on the play.
And that's has not been working for the Bears all year, because they're running that from the pro set. They could sure let Walter look downfield a lot more if they'd run it out of the eye and give him a chance to survey the field, but so far they haven't done that very much.
Dave Washington made the tackle, number 52, in there for Paul Newmoff at the moment. Washington, the 9th-year man from Alcorn State, acquired from San Francisco in the offseason in a deal. It is 3rd down and 6 yards to go. Bears trying to keep it alive. They trail 14-3 with 4:55 remaining here in the first half.
Here they come.
The blitz is on. It's complete to Harper. Good play by Avellini, and Harper running hard as a first down to the 16-yard line. Johnny, you got to like the way that Avellini picked up the blitz.
He did very well on that. So did Roland Harper, because the Lions put that delayed blitz as Ed O'Neill came through on the blitz, and Avellini picked it up.
Johnny, I was just going to say to you and Tim and John, you would know this. There's a commercial in town here in Chicago for an insurance company where Roland Harper says, "Do you know me?" If he keeps catching them like that, they'll know him a lot better.
Boy, he's rushed for 466 yards coming into the game today, too, and he's up there in the top 10 in the NFC, so he's really established himself this year. Bradley and Allen combined on the tackle for the Lions. First down, Bears. Pitch out to Payton. Shakes one tackle, can't get away from the second, and gained maybe 3 on the play. It was Dave Washington, number 52, on the tackle.
And that's where they run the wide play from the eye. He has a better shot at it, but it was good defense by the Lions that time. Detroit on the spot now with the Bears down. If they score, they can make a game out of this, make it close, put them right back in the game. But Detroit, they're stubborn on defense.
Payton has rushed 8 times for 20 yards. It is 2nd and 8. The ball at the 14-yard line. Avellini got close to the 10-yard line before he was forced out by O'Neill and Woodcock.
That's the old rollout with Bob Avellini, and one thing about him, he never gets hurt very much. He has started 41, I think it is, consecutive games. It was a planned play. As he comes out, there's Walter Payton leading the play. And here comes Woodcock, number 77. Avellini comes around the horn, puts his shoulder down, said, "I'll take all you got," and knocks him out of bounds. Tough quarterback, Bob Avellini.
3rd down, 4 to go. The ball just inside the 10 of Detroit. The Bears threatening. Harper and Payton, the running backs. Same play. Avellini's got blocking, gets inside the 5. Touchdown! Bob Avellini just bowled his way into the end zone, had good blocking at the line of scrimmage, and then ran over Washington and Mike Burns, number 29, for the touchdown.
Well, the Bears haven't done much of that this year. You see 34 out in front. Walter throws a good block, and then Avellini just keeps his legs going, goes into the end zone, number 7 on the run.
So the Chicago Bears have closed the margin as we watch Avellini say, "Boy, I'm going to show some leadership. I'll do it myself."
Noah Jackson threw a nice shoulder block there. There is Payton's block, and then Avellini does the rest of it as he ran through those linebackers and defensive linemen.
Bob Thomas will attempt the point after. Bashnagel holding. Low snap and handled well by Bashnagel, and Thomas gets it up. And so with 3:14 remaining here in the first half, the Detroit Lions lead the Chicago Bears 14-10.
Look at this score. Cincinnati 14-0 over Houston.
That's what happens sometimes. You try to come back for those Monday night games.
Well, you win a big game against a natural rival, and all of a sudden you come back thinking you're going to throw the hat over your head and win the football game. There's more to it than that.
37 career interceptions. The 9-year veteran from Southern University, now at right corner for the Steelers. 1st and 10 from the 34-yard line for Kansas City. Give to the man behind the quarterback, Morgado again. And Morgado's out to the 37-yard line. Jack Ham, 59. L.C. Greenwood, 68, is there. Green Bay, 6-0 in the second quarter over Tampa Bay. Middleton scoring from 2 yards out. The point after was missed. The Giants 10, the New Orleans Saints nothing. They're in the second quarter. Joe Danello has just kicked a 50-yard field goal in that one. Detroit 14-3 over Chicago. On 2nd and 5, Arnold Morgado, fumble, retained by Kansas City. Tony Reed fell on it.
Joe Green in there to force the play, number 75.
What happened on this play that the Steelers didn't do in the first 2 series of downs in the second half was filled by the defensive lineman. Now watch Green come back to the outside, puts a hit on Morgado, and there's the fumble.
And an injury for the Steelers. You see number 51, Lauren Taves, coming off. He's been hampered with a sprained ankle early. Robin Cole, 56, will take over for him. Livingston talking it over, facing 3rd down and a long 4. Kansas City from their own 40-yard line. Larry Dorsey, the extra wide receiver, is in there. Livingston over the middle, throws complete, close to the first down to MacArthur Lane. Robin Cole made the stop, and it looked like he got enough for the first down as he took it just over the 45 and then was bowled backward. Mac Lane had caught 19 passes prior to today's action. The Redskins now leading San Francisco 14-13 in the 3rd quarter. Ray Wersching has just kicked a 35-yard field goal in that one. Washington had taken a lead 14-10 earlier on a John Riggins touchdown. First down. Fumble. Livingston in trouble. Just has to hold on back at the 35. Jack Ham came back to touchdown on him. Problem there between Livingston and McKnight.
They just missed the handoff. This is a smart heads-up play by Livingston because a lot of young quarterbacks, now you watch, he misses the handoff here by McKnight. It goes through the back of him. What happens is a lot of young quarterbacks will try to run back and pick up the ball, get nailed, fumble. All he did was want to keep the ball. He knows he's moving the football against Pittsburgh. He's got 2nd and 20, but he figures he can still make it up.
2nd down. Dorsey is the wide receiver. The extra one in there, along with Henry Marshall. Livingston rolling and running it back. Penalty marker goes down, and Livingston is hit at the 30-yard line. Jack Ham made the stop on Livingston, who looked like he might be able to gain some yardage had he stayed to the left side, but he cut back in the middle. There's Jack Ham out of Penn State. Nittany Lions. Joe Paterno. Fine year they're having.
On that play, you could see Livingston at the beginning trying to move his people around. What he should have done was call timeout. He had everybody in a mix-up. Reed lined up in the wrong spot. When he went to hand off the ball, there was nobody to give it to. It's just with only 3 timeouts and a half, Jay, sometimes they just don't want to waste them, and it cost them another 5 or 6 yards.
Let's listen in.
Number 73 on the offense was holding. Penalty is declined. 3rd down.
They charge against the left guard. The big guy from Texas, Bob Simons.
Well, after that touchdown.
We've been calling him Simons. I'm not sure it's not Simmons.
All right, here it is right here. I think he's holding Banaszak in the backfield.
And now on 3rd and 21, out of the backfield to Tony Reed. Reed to the 35, to the 37, short of the first down. Jack Ham makes the play with help from Ron Johnson. So Kansas City will have to give up this football with 5 minutes and 58 seconds left to play in the 3rd quarter. The Steelers leading at 20-17.
Let me say one thing about Jack Ham, number 59. Probably one of the best open field tackling linebackers in the game of football today.
The punt will come from Zenon Andrusishin, Smith, and Rudershan. Set to receive. Well, this is a fine punt. And Smith all the way back to the 9-yard line. Now at the 15 and gets it back to about the 20-yard line. Kansas City's Arnold Morgado was there to make the play. He's everywhere out there. Timeout. Steelers 20, Chiefs 17. We're in the 3rd quarter with 5:22 to play.
The Liberty Bells, the cheerleaders for the Philadelphia Eagles at the 9:25 mark of the third quarter. That was a kick of 45 yards by Mike Wood. Jaworski on first down and get it for Campfield. Almost intercepted. Looked like Kent Green had it for a moment. And then two of his teammates are in that near vicinity. Mark Arneson, one of them. And it's an incomplete forward pass. And you can see Jaworski's probably glad he got away with that one.
Oh, he missed stepping on a mine that time. And it looked like from up here he caught the ball before it hit the ground. I'd like to see an instant replay of that, but evidently it did touch the turf.
Here's the score in the third quarter. New England leading the Jets 41-7. Pittsburgh leads Kansas City third quarter 20-17. Cincinnati still leads Houston 14-0 in the third quarter. There's Jaworski's stats. He has thrown 2 interceptions this game. Play action.
Krefli is wide open. Ooh.
But he does not go to Krefli. He goes to Ken Payne instead, and Ken Stone has quite a collision with it. That'll be a first down.
You know, we mentioned before the half that Ken Payne was open. This is a fake draw play, and it's the same pattern. He's open right down the seam, and so does the tight end. Krefli is also open 84, and I thought that's who he's going to throw the ball to when I first got a glimpse of Krefli open in that spot.
So at the 44-yard line, a first down. Jaworski throwing the ball on the button that time. Quick pitch to Campfield. And Campfield's forward progress to the 49. Mike Dawson reading the play, making the stop. Campfield seeing all the action. We haven't seen Wilbert Montgomery since the very start of this game when he sustained an ankle injury. And they said at halftime they'd make a decision on him. He is standing on the near sideline. I don't know whether he'll come in if they need him or not.
I'm sure they feel if there's any doubt about it, they'll keep him out of the game today to make sure he's well and ready for the game next week and from there on in the rest of the season.
From the 48.5-yard line. Up the middle comes Campfield. Campfield to the 41, and that's another first down.
But Campfield does a good job of going inside, then breaking loose, and is finally tackled there by Carl Allen, number 27. But the point I was going to make is so much of the time, fresh legs make a big difference.
You saw that. He has 74 yards already for the day.
The time will be 3 o'clock.
By the 42, play action by Jaworski on a first down. All the time in the world to Osborne. Osborne dropped by Arneson, and I think Arneson had thoughts of trying to go for that interception.
Yeah, he was tempted. He was tempted, but he, I think, exercised good judgment and deliberately maintained his position and angle to make sure he made a good open field tackle.
As an end result, they don't pick up anything on that play.
Good afternoon.
Maybe a half yard at the most.
Had he gone for the interception and missed, then of course it might have been a sizable gain.
So it's a second down. Time 6:26 left in the third quarter. The score, the Cardinals 13, the Eagles 10. Carmichael, Payne, the wide receivers. Campfield, Franklin, the running backs. This is Campfield. He gets away from Niels and picks up a couple of yards to 39. Mike Dawson over there. Also Mark Arneson. Steve Niels forced that play by coming up.
Yeah, and Woody Peoples, number 69, pulled on the play and got a good block from the inside out. They gave him the opportunity to at least cut inside and make a little gain on the play.
So we come to a third down. And still,
good afternoon. At the
almost
the time will be
8 yards. Let's make it 7 yards to go. Changes. John Zook coming in. Allerman. Niels check out. Bob Bell comes in.
Good afternoon.
Going out is Ron Yankowski. There's Vermeil looking on. His team down by 3. They've won 4 of their last 6 games.
See if they try to hit their tight end again.
The tight end would be Osborne, who's in there in place of Krefli, who's hurt. Campfield got back, and a mishandled snap, a flag on the play. Campfield got back, then Jaworski didn't get the snap, and then a flag was thrown.
Good afternoon.
You know, that time they were in a triple wing formation. They had Osborne on the right side. They had Franklin on the right side. And
Well, that's surprising. It's offside against St. Louis.
Well, that is a surprise. I thought it was on the Philadelphia Eagles.
Maybe that's the reason they didn't get the exchange completed. Somebody may have been offside, causing that problem.
Good afternoon. At the tone, the time will be 3, 2, and 40 seconds.
So the 5-yard step off.
Offside. Defense. Number 40. Third down.
Well, that's the safety, Doug Green. He must have moved up.
And 50
I don't know if he was going to come on a blitz or what, but he moved up, and he was offside.
Good afternoon. At the tone,
Green now leads the football game, and it's a 3rd down and 2 yards to go. So we have a timeout with 5:16 to go. 3rd quarter. The Cardinals with a 3-point lead.
This one to Reggie Rucker for 44 yards. Sykes is having quite a day. And it is Houston 14-0 down to Cincinnati. The Bengals may be getting their first victory. And of course it was Houston who played a near perfect ball game here the other night to win against these Pittsburgh Steelers. 20-17. Blyer in trouble. And down he goes at the 18-yard line. Whitney Paul, 53, leading the way. Art Still, 67, also there. St. Louis leading Philadelphia, 13-10. The Cardinals are still looking for their first victory of the season under new coach Bud Wilkinson.
They're having a lot of problems out there, aren't they?
Yeah, they're having their share, no question about it. Injuries have hurt them. They lost a tight end in the early going, J.B. Kane, who meant a lot to the club. It is 2nd down and 11. We're in the 3rd quarter. Bradshaw has lots and lots of time. Going long for Lynn Swann, double coverage, interception, Kansas City. Kansas City's Gary Green comes up with it. Gary Green was there with double coverage, and he picks it off.
Well, the leading passer might go into last place if he keeps throwing like this. If you watch what happens, there are 3 men on Lynn Swann. He's got all day to throw the ball, and then he just hangs it. And there are the 3 people right there, and Gary Green comes up with the interception. Good defense.
You had Barbaro and Collier also back there. You're right, Paul. There were 3 of them, and Bradshaw is having a little chat with his head coach. It is 1st and 10 at the 44-yard line for Kansas City. Ted McKnight across the 45 out to the 46-yard line. L.C. Greenwood, 68, made the stop.
Well, we just saw something there that we didn't see in the first part of the 3rd period. L.C. Greenwood, the left defensive end, came from his other side of the field and made the tackle from the backside. And he's shaking his head saying, that's all I have to do.
We have 4 minutes left to play in this 3rd quarter. The Chiefs have come up with 14 points here to get back into it. It's 20-17 Steelers. 2nd and 8 from the 46-yard line. Double reverse. Tony Reed, jackhand. Now they throw it back, and it is complete. Now penalty markers go down.
The offensive line, 3/4 of it, they were beyond the line of scrimmage.
A legal receiver downfield.
I would think so.
Henry Marshall made the catch.
Now this is what I call a tricky play.
I don't think it was ever planned on the blackboard.
No, it really wasn't. It was supposed to be a reverse. McKnight gives the ball back to Reed. Reed's tackled by Ham. All he did was lateral to Livingston, and Livingston said, I don't want this thing. Let me give it to somebody else.
And Henry Marshall was down there. And the ball goes back to the 36, and let's listen.
On the offense, number 73, be second down.
And company.
They called it against Bob Simmons, number 73. And he is the left guard, but he probably wasn't. It is Simmons. We checked it, and I thought it was. We called him Simons earlier.
I apologize.
I do too, and it's now 2nd and 18. Livingston throwing complete to Walter White. Walter White at the 45, at the 46-yard line. Donnie Shell, the strong safety, is there. Shell number 31. Shell is a hitter, good open field tackler. Walter White had caught 26 starting today, and of course he is a former Pittsburgh Steeler. There's Donnie Shell.
Donnie Shell's a good football player, Jay. He really loves to hit people.
Let's pause briefly now for station identification. This is the NBC television network. Jay Randolph with Paul McGuire. 20-17 Steelers. 3rd and 7. Kansas City from their own 47. Livingston gets it away. Going to be intercepted. Coming back with it is Jack Ham or Ron Johnson. Ron Johnson, the rookie from Eastern Michigan, his 2nd interception of the season. A beauty. Herkenhoff makes the tackle.
If the pass is on target, but Joe Green is the man that really hits Livingston's arm. But if the pass is on target, it's a completion. It might have gone for a touchdown. But the pass went short. Johnson picked it up. Now he turns into an offensive football player, and he's looking for help.
Chuck Noll saw Ron Johnson in the Senior Bowl, and the Steelers were told he was the best defensive back available, and they drafted him number 1, and he came up with his 2nd interception of the year. Now,
Washington leading 14-13. They put the ball in play 1st and 10 on their own 39. 10:29 to go in the 3rd quarter. Washington trying to snap a 2-game losing streak. McDaniel left, Buggs right. Malone is the deep man behind Riggins, and it'll be a play-action fake by Kilmer, throwing to Reggie Haynes, and he gets it across the 40-yard line to the 39. So the tight end making the reception as Roberson and Eddie Lewis made the tackle.
Okay, Billy Kilmer in action again. Play-action pass, as George Allen says he's good at. Gets the pass away under pressure. It's a little underthrown, but the pattern was good. Good play on the part of Billy Kilmer.
The Redskins are undefeated at home. They are 3-0 this year, but better than that. Since 1972, they have a winning percentage of over 800 at home. Here goes Malone. And he is finally hauled down by Bradley. Hardiman tried to get him at the ankles, but couldn't do it. And that immediately let him get across the 35-yard line. 37-8. That's the record since 72 at home. Coach, why are they so successful here?
Well, that's the great support of the fans, the standing ovations, the community, the pride of playing at home.
You know, George Allen, to all of the fans out there, is the winningest coach in the history of the Washington Redskins. Congratulations, George.
Oh, thank you.
2nd and 4 on the 33. The Skins are driving. Kilmer to Malone again, and he gets to the 30 and falls forward to about the 29-yard line. Joe Harris not quite with the steam now. San Francisco not as emotional as they were earlier. Check some scores. New England 48 and the New York Jets 7. 3rd quarter. Detroit 14, Chicago 10. Detroit bouncing back, losing a bitter game to Atlanta, demolished San Diego, and they're leading the Bears in the 2nd.
Now, the last time the Redskins, Kilmer threw on 1st down, play action. Let's see what he does this time now.
1st and 10 on the San Francisco 29. 9 minutes left to go in the 3rd quarter. 14-13 Redskins. Thompson on a wing. Haynes is the tight end on the right side. Now they go slot left. Thompson is inside McDaniel. John Riggins running around Archie Reese. Buns can't hold on to him, and he goes out of bounds. But he ran by Archie Reese, who had been playing a good defensive game, and he broke the tackle by Dan Buns. Good play by John Riggins.
talk about Riggins in this particular play. Now, this is a sign of a good back. I don't think Riggins is a great back anymore. He has good speed, as George Allen says. He makes the move to the outside, breaks one tackle, keeps his balance, tries to stay in bounds, which is a good sign of a smart football player.
Good block by Ron Saul on that play.
Riggins going into this game has been averaging almost 5 yards a carry. Slot left. There goes Big John Riggins, but this time San Francisco is waiting for him. Duck in another score at this juncture of our game. Cleveland 34, Buffalo 7. Mike Pruitt just went 70 yards to make it 34-7 in the third. Green Bay leading Tampa Bay 6-0 in the second. Billy Kilmer on a drive. It started on the Washington 39-yard line. He has moved it to the San Francisco 17, where it is 2nd and 8. Malone back in there with Riggins. Kilmer looking to the left side and goes down the middle, and it's caught. John McDaniel making the great reception for the touchdown between Eddie Lewis and Vern Roberson.
Now we're going to show you a beautiful shot here from ground level. Watch very closely as Kilmer goes back, does what he does best. The ball is right there. The two defenders collide. It is a touchdown. Billy Kilmer, once again, George Allen.
A waggle pass, the backs go the opposite of the quarterback, which is what Kilmer does well. An in move, touchdown.
For John McDaniel, that's his 3rd touchdown reception of the year. Mosley kicks it high and true. And the Washington Redskins now have a little breathing room over the upstart 49ers with 7 minutes and 53 seconds left in the third quarter. Washington 21 and the 49ers 13.
Tim Ryan with Johnny Morris and Bill Mazer at Soldier Field in Chicago. Bright sunny skies and a bright sunny football game. Certainly for Detroit Lions fans. They lead at 14-10. Gary Danielson continuing to impress at quarterback, leading an enthusiastic young Lions team. And he has first down at the 45-yard line of the Lions. Complete to David Hill, the tight end. Hit immediately at the 50-yard line. Knocked out at the 49 of the Bears by Fensick. Picked up 5, close to 6 on it. Let's call it 2nd and 4. And you can see the Lions have slowly taken an edge in first downs, and they had 2 consecutive drives that led to scores. And the Bears replied after the first one with a field goal, and it closed the margin to 14-10. Good catch by Freddie Scott, taking it away from Livers. Good hit on him inside the 30, but a first down Detroit. A flag is down. Wentford Gaines, number 36, made the tackle.
Let's take another look. As he went down, turned in, and just as Livers got there with the ball, Thompson, Scott I should say, stole the ball, took the ball up, down, and we're going to see a late hit there, according to the officials.
Well, this really hurts the Bears. Good tackle by Fensick on the play, but it looks like Plank is going to be the culprit. And we're still having difficulty with our referee microphone. So it is a personal foul against the Bears that gives the Lions first down now at the 14-yard line. And Danielson 13 of 17 for 122 yards, trying to drive them in again. He got a lot of help from Freddie Scott on that last catch. Now they jump the running back King right up behind Danielson. He's sacked on the blitz by Campbell. Gary Campbell, number 59, blowing in from the right linebacker spot. Bill Mazer.
Tim, I was just going to say to you that I'd help you out as far as the officials' calls down here, but the one thing I noticed, that's the first time in the football game today that Gary Danielson seemed a little, didn't know what to do. And you notice he had King come up a little closer. They didn't pick the blitz up. John, the one thing I've noticed is how much confidence the Bears have in their free and tight safety. They'll play him on the outside men.
Well, they'll do that on a situation where the wide receivers go to one side. They'll put the safety over on the other side, but actually on the outside guys, they're trying to cover them with the cornerbacks. But one thing that you mentioned, when they did bring up King up close to the line of scrimmage. That hurt their chances of picking up any kind of a blitz. And, of course, Campbell came on the blitz and messed up that play completely.
John, I understand. Have you got something up there? Because I can't see it. I was just going to tell you, is this your son that's wearing number 63 for the Bears? This fellow, John Morris? Is that your son? No, actually, let me tell the folks, this John Morris is the son of a former New York Times correspondent. He's been in the league 15 years. He came into the league the year that Johnny Morris set the all-time NFC record for receptions with 93. Goodbye, Tim.
Okay, Bill. Second down, pardon me, for the Lions, and it is incomplete, intended for Bussey. He was popped by Wentford Gaines, the extra back in there on the passing situation. Could not hang on to the ball. And so it remains third down with the ball back at the 23-yard line. Tomorrow night here on CBS, it's Specials and Fun Night. It's the Great Pumpkin Charlie Brown, the Peanuts Spectacular, followed by Puff the Magic Dragon, and then come MASH, WKRP in Cincinnati, and Lou Grant. So lots of fun and comedy tomorrow night. Enjoy them all right here on CBS. Third down. The sack having driven the Lions back. Let's see what Danielson does here. Going for it all. Intercepted in the end zone. Hill turned inside. The pass went outside. And Gary Fensick, number 45, had a free shot at it.
Exactly right, Tim. Hill went across the middle, and apparently Danielson thought he was going to run a corner back to the corner of the end zone. You'll see Hill at the top right of your screen come in to the picture, 81 going across, and Fensick spotted it first, and it was back to the corner, grabbed it with the two hands, and prevented a possible field goal by the Lions before the halftime. Could be important before the game is over.
1:05 on the clock here in the first half.
Let's see if the Bears go for a score or whether they'll settle for the running out the clock. In some past games, they've played very conservative in this kind of a situation.
It is 14-10. Detroit leads it. Cavallini, lots of time. Intercepted. Well, he was not conservative, Johnny Morris. No. He tried to get it to Cobb, but Walt Williams, the covering cornerback, number 21, picks it off at the Bears' 28-yard line.
A good play by Walt Williams, who dropped off on their zone defense, dropped off his man, and made the interception. Let's take a look as Avellini goes back to pass. Not too much pressure yet as the Lions keep coming steady. And you're going to see Williams, number 21, who had dropped off his coverage, comes back in to intercept away from Mike Cobb. And the Lions have the ball and still a chance to get on the board before halftime with 58 seconds left.
The Bears have Wentford Gaines at the left corner replacing Terry Schmidt. The give is to Horace King. He gets to the 25-yard line of the Bears. 50 seconds on the clock and counting. Hartenstein on the tackle for the Bears. Tommy Hicks along to help. And timeout is called by the Lions. Their second timeout called. And they are certainly in a position to get some more points on the board following the interception. Tonight on CBS, CBS puts its Sunday best on, starting with 60 Minutes, and then All in the Family at its new time, 8 o'clock, 7 Central and Mountain, followed by more comedy on Alice. Kaz, now seen an hour earlier, is assigned to defend a baseball player charged with assault, it says here. Lucy runs away from home and winds up a hostage as Dallas moves to its new night. That's tonight, right here on CBS in Chicago and elsewhere around.
Boy, I can't miss that last one.
Dallas, you bet. Okay, second down and 8 yards to go when time resumes here. And back-to-back interceptions here in the final minute of the first half, with Fensick stopping the Detroit drive in the end zone. But then Walt Williams getting it right back for the Lions. And he has them second down at the 21-yard line of the Bears. 5 defensive backs in for the Bears. 3-4 alignment. Danielson for David Hill, complete. And the big guy drags Hicks down to the 2-yard line. 230-pound David Hill, the third-year man from Texas A&I. Another fine throw from Danielson.
Yes, he set up in that pocket and zinged Hill coming across. And if you watch the top of your screen, you'll see him coming across there. And when he's a big man, he makes that grab. You can see Hicks trying to chase him, and there's no chance for Hicks to get him on the coverage. And he almost dragged them all into the end zone, but he did get out of bounds to stop the clock for Detroit.
David Hill has rolled up 58 yards in pass reception so far.
We have a key situation here now. We have 38 seconds. 1 timeout left, 2 yards to go.
First and goal. Lions. Motion is Jesse Thompson. And a throw. Complete. Touchdown. David Hill. He juggled it and then spun around and caught the ball on the way down.
And look at that spike. We're going to get down in the end zone. David Hill says, I got it, under the legs. I had a hunch that Danielson wouldn't try and run the ball because of the time situation, and he really drilled this ball. You had to have good hands to hang on to it. He's wide open, nobody there. He juggled the ball, hung on to it, got up, and gave us the Detroit Lions spike.
Well, that was an outstanding catch. That was not Danielson's best pass. He's been very accurate. He threw that one behind David Hill, testing the young tight end, and he had to reach back, juggled it, and hung on. Ricardo with the point after. That's good. And the Detroit Lions, who rolled up 31 points against San Diego last week, have got 21 here in Chicago against the Bears. 34 seconds remaining in this first half. The Lions lead it 21-10.
Time of possession in the third quarter so far, Paul McGuire. 9 minutes for Kansas City, 3 minutes for Pittsburgh. First and 10. Rocky Bleier. Bleier hit at the 43-yard line. Got about 2 or 3. Dave Rozamek, number 55. Whitney Paul, number 53, there for the Chiefs. Giants 10. New Orleans 7. They're in the second quarter. Detroit 14-10 over Chicago in the second period. Next week, the Steelers meet New Orleans here. New Orleans playing the Giants, of course, today. The Raiders will be at Arrowhead Stadium in Kansas City. That'll be quite a confrontation. On 2nd and 7, down he goes. Bradshaw, collared by Thomas Howard, number 52. Howard, who backed up Jim Lynch last year, All-Southwest Conference performer at Texas Tech.
He just runs right by Rocky Bleier right here. Bleier, I think this might have been a screen pass. He slips out to the outside, but Howard didn't want any part of it. He just went right by him and took Bradshaw. And Bleier comes out.
Now Sidney Thornton is into the ball game for the Steelers. Rozamek is out. Emmett Thomas joins Collier in the backfield for the Chiefs, the extra defensive back. 3rd and 16. Penalty marker down. Looked like Pittsburgh might be in motion. Pass out to Franco Harris. He was out of bounds when he took it. It's incomplete. There is a penalty marker down. It looked like the wide receiver set right. Lynn Swan moved. Remind you that NFL 78 will come your way next Sunday, of course. Going to have an AFL flashback about some of the early players and the story on the Cinderella coach of the Rams, Ray Malavasi. Consult your local listings for the game in your area.
It is declined. It'll be 4th down.
It was Swan in motion. It's declined. Punting situation. And it'll be Craig Colquitt, the rookie. He has not had a punt block this year, but Kansas City came close earlier. Eddie Payton back to receive. A line drive that Payton takes at the 7. He's in trouble, spins out of there, gets to the 10, back to the 11-yard line. And it's getting a little rough in there. I will tell you that. Ted Peterson, 66 for the Steelers, down to make the play. And doing some shoving for the Steelers also was Dennis Winston. Oh, we're reminding you about NFL 78. Now, after the pregame show next week that begins at 12:30 Eastern Time, New England at Buffalo, a 1 o'clock game. The 2 o'clock games are Cleveland at Houston, Oakland at Kansas City, Seattle at Chicago. 4 o'clock Eastern Time, the Jets are at Denver, Cincinnati at San Diego. You folks in the Kansas City area are going to come to see the Raider game. Remember to come a little bit early. They're going to have a big crowd. There's still tickets available, but you want to come out to Arrowhead Stadium early. They're expecting more than 70,000 there next Sunday. 42-yard punt moments ago. The 4-yard return. 1st and 10 from the 11-yard line. Ted McKnight gets the football from Mike Livingston, and he doesn't get much.
Watching today's game makes you wonder about professional football. It tells you why it's so exciting. We're seeing almost two different football games. We saw the Pittsburgh Steelers in the first half take complete control of this football game, and they looked like they were just going to run away with it, 20-3 at the halftime. Kansas City went into the locker room, got their game together. Pittsburgh went in the locker room and took a nap. They're back out, still sleeping, and Kansas City's putting it to them.
I said McKnight carried on that last play. It was Morgado. McKnight is out of there. Belton, Reed, and Morgado in the backfield. This is Horace Belton. Fumble! And it's picked up. And for the Steelers, Donnie Shell goes in. Penalty marker down on the play at the 11-yard line. We'll wait till we unravel it for you.
It's against Kansas City.
Against Kansas City, it's going to be a Steeler touchdown. Donnie Shell picked it up.
Boy, the guy that made this play work was Mike Wagner, number 23 for Pittsburgh. Watch, he lines up and watch him when he gets into the backfield. He just strips everybody back there. You'll see 23 right there. He takes on the blockers, knocks down another blocker, which is Reed, and helps to the outside.
Robin Cole dislodged that ball, number 56.
What I'm saying about Wagner is he just took all the interference out of the way and just let everybody get into the play. Cole strips him for the fumble. Shell picks it up for the touchdown.
Shell, a 5-year veteran from South Carolina State, his first touchdown ever as a professional. Point after. Colquitt holding. Girella to attempt. It is up. It is good. We have 27 seconds remaining in the third quarter. A big turnaround for the Pittsburgh Steelers. The touchdown by Donnie Shell. The Steelers lead by 10. It's Pittsburgh 27, the Kansas City Chiefs 17.
And here's Bob Avellini talking to Neil Armstrong, who... Let's go down to Bill Mazer. I think Bill is on the sidelines with something to say, right, Bill?
John, I always have something to say. I heard you two guys talking about linebackers. Actually, Penn State has always had a tradition of them, going back to Matt Robinson. But when you talk about a tradition of linebackers, think about the Chicago Bears with Clyde Bulldog Turner, one of the greatest. The man who made modern-day middle linebacking, Bill George, came from the middle guard to be a middle linebacker, and then Dick Butkus. But as far as this Chicago team, it's the first time I've seen them this year, and I'm staggering a little because of the cable. I will say this to you. They don't seem an inspired team. They did when they were down 14-10, but Danielson just broke their heart, and Avellini misread that defense. Goodbye.
We'll see you later, Bill.
That's our man down there at the 49-yard line of Detroit. Let's see what Avellini and Armstrong and Ken Meyer, the offensive coordinator, have cooked up here with 7 seconds left. They would very much like to get on the board one more time and make it close with lots of football time left to be played. Lots of time for Avellini. Now he's pressured, and Woodcock got him. John Woodcock. They had excellent coverage downfield, and while the offensive line did a good job protecting Avellini, they could only do it for so long. And finally, Woodcock wrapped him up, and the sack was registered at the 40-yard line. Time has run out, and the Lions will take that 21-10 lead into the locker room here at halftime at Soldier Field. And the Bears certainly have run into a buzzsaw team coming off an outstanding victory over San Diego last week. The Lions, a 2-6 football team that scored 31 points in the first half last week. And as Johnny said at the beginning of our telecast and on our NFL Today segment, the real test for them is could they win 2 in a row? And so far, the Lions are playing like they believe they can.
You'd have to think that they have turned things around for the team to come back with a second straight effort. However, there's still a half to go, and the game is by no means over, 21-10. It's really critical for the Bears because they stand a chance now of losing 6 in a row unless they come back out and get on the board and score some points. Walter Payton has been basically negligible in this game. He had that one long pass reception. They haven't really done that much with Roland Harper, a couple of good plays towards the half, but they really just haven't had consistency during this first half. And then one big drive they had was mostly Avellini coming out on a couple of rollouts and got him across.
You know, I would mention that we had to be impressed by the fact that here are the Lions with a couple of key guys out of their defensive line. They've always had a good defense. They were 5th in the NFC last year, 1977. They didn't make that many changes, but they lost Ken Sanders last week, and Doug English is still out with his knee injury, but the backup guys are doing it. Purifoy and Cook have played well here in the first half. That's the end of the first half with Detroit leading 21-10.
A 17-yard touchdown pass, Kilmer to McDaniels. The drive, 6 plays and 60 yards, 2 minutes and 36 seconds consumed. So we have 7:53 in the third, 21-13 Washington, and another pop fly kick to Dave Williams at the 10, to the 20, 25, 27. Gerard Williams hit him head on, and he fumbled. Boy, Gerard Williams, what a collision. San Francisco holds on to the ball, however, and they actually picked up 5 more yards. Watch the collision. Gerard Williams, number 45, right there. And the ball will come out right there at the hit. The ball rolls forward, and it's recovered by Paul Hofer, number 36 of San Francisco. So they spotted on the San Francisco 31. They gained another 5 on the fumble. 1st and 10 from the 31. Out of the I. Simpson and Farrell, the running backs. Solomon is left and Boyd right. McAfee tight in on the left side. And DeBerg to Farrell, and he took his eye off the ball to see where Gerard Williams was.
Yes, he did. That's a common mistake that a back will make. Let's take a look at it from the end zone. A lot of time back there. Simpson is back blocking. Farrell took his eyes off the ball because probably he did not want to get hit in that position.
That's right. You know, they're not all real kamikaze pilots.
I'm glad you brought that up, Vinny, because, you know, as a former player, all of those guys do not have a lot of courage. I'm not saying Farrell doesn't.
Yeah, I know.
2nd and 10 on the San Francisco 31. DeBerg on a draw to O.J., and he's out across the 35.
You know, Vinny, Washington has scored every time they had the ball with field position at their 30-yard line or better.
Which reminds you, to illustrate how frustrating it is the other way, when you look at San Francisco in their last 2 games prior to today, San Francisco had 57 plays inside the opponent's 35. They scored 1 touchdown. That's prior to today. 3rd and 6 from the 35.
Too many mistakes.
Boyd is left, Solomon is right. Looking for McAfee, and it's broken up by Kenny Houston. Ken McAfee and Kenny Houston. And Houston wins the battle.
Kenny Houston did a very interesting thing then.
Well, it's an 11-year man against a rookie.
Yes, now watch him strip this ball. He tackles high so he can get the arms and pull them down. I know you taught him that, didn't you, George?
Well, he was there with the ball. His timing was perfect, and you go where the ball is.
But the key was that he stripped the arms down.
We worked on that.
Mike Connell, let's see about the snap from center. It has really been bad. And Quillen instead gives it to Bruce Ely, the blocking back. He fumbles. Connell falls on it inside the 20, and Washington takes over. Oh, my goodness, what a play.
Well, they had a play going.
Yeah.
If they executed the pitch, they would have had a good game. If we can see it again, the pitch was behind. See, the pitch is behind him. See that? He would have had a first down.
Bruce Elia looked like that flip was knocked in the air by Gerard Williams, and it was Williams who broke up that play, really.
It was really a loss of poise on that particular play, because if the poise was there, that flip could have been completed, and I think they would have gotten the first down.
Well, I'll tell you what, Gerard Williams has figured prominently. Well-deserved pat on the back from Terry Anderson. 1st and 10. Now Kilmer can put the 49ers away. Play action fake. Over the middle of Benny Malone. To the 10. Upended by Anthony Leonard. Still on his feet.
What a great effort by Eddie Malone after Anthony Leonard has cut his legs out from under him.
All right. Billy Kilmer once again showing that he is a general. He dumps it off to Benny Malone, who is now in a 1-on-1 situation. Makes a move, has tremendous balance there, and almost gets it in. Using that situation, you will go airborne.
What I like is the call by Kilmer. It's a second back check down in that area of the field. Tremendous call.
The first and goal on the 49er 1, and Kilmer going for the juggler now. He was given that big break, and he has a chance to break it open. John Riggins goes in, touchdown.
All over now.
Yep.
Now, as we look at this handoff, once again, Kilmer does not have the ball real well. He hands it off to Riggins. Riggins handles the ball well, but you can tell that the timing is not the way it's supposed to be. And George, that's because they probably have not practiced together too much.
Yeah, Riggins made a good adjustment on that.
Yes, that's the word that I was seeking, Big George.
Well, we'll see about the point after now. Mark Mosley kicks it up and good. And the Washington Redskins, who at one stage of this game were trailing 10-0, are now sitting on top of the Washington Monument. 6:31 to go in the third. 28-13 Skins.
All right, back live in New York, and the New York Giants are about ready to go in on New Orleans. The Giants lead that game 10-7, and if they can kick the extra point, well, they'd be up by 7 more. Now, what happened was that the Giants set up to kick a field goal, and off of the formation, they called a fake, and they hit the first down pass to the 1-yard line. So now the Giants are coming up with a first and goal, leading 10-7. You are watching this action live from the Superdome, and a great shot of that offensive huddle of the Giants, who appear to be like the Chicago Bears of a year ago, the surprise team stuck in the playoffs. And Pisarcik will bring them in after the officials get everything squared away down there. St. Louis leading Philadelphia 13-10 in the third. San Francisco trailing Washington and Billy Kilmer 21-13. That game is in the third. Cleveland routing Buffalo 34-7. That's in the third. Again, you're watching live out of New Orleans. Cincinnati shutting out Houston by 14 points, 14-0. So the Bengals may win for the first time. And Pittsburgh leading Kansas City by 3 in the third. 20-17. That's the time left in the half in New Orleans, upper right-hand corner. New England, 48. The Jets, 7. Steve Grogan threw for 281 yards in the first half of that game. And, of course, the contest you're watching, 21-10. Detroit leading Chicago. They straightened up the clock. That's why the delay there. They go to 21 seconds. Here's Pisarcik. Zonka and Taylor are his running backs. Zonka straight ahead for the touchdown, and the New York Giants have got 7 more. And Jane, what have you got for a change of pace right now for us?
Well, have you ever wondered what pro football players do with their off time? Well, some of them watch soap operas on TV, and I talked to one of the roughest, toughest players in the NFL who would rather miss a paycheck than an episode of his favorite show.
I'm interested in only one detail.
Tell him, Laura.
I will bet, just by coincidence, of course, that Jill is due back on the job today, too.
Do you believe this guy? While the other players are resting and recuperating after a tough morning's workout, Harry Carson, the meaner-than-mean middle linebacker of the Giants, rushes off the field into the players' lounge to watch his favorite soap opera. Will Leslie have Lance's baby? Who will Snapper choose, the lady doctor or his wife? And when will Jill get her hooks into Mr. Brooks? To tell us, here's Harry Carson.
All right. Casey fell in love with Snapper. And Snapper and Casey are, they were uptight with each other. Then Chris came back home. Now, Snapper has 2 women. He doesn't know what to do. So he's playing the ropes, you know. He has both of them on strings. See, Jane, I told you it was simple.
Okay, I give up. But all kidding aside now. Middle linebackers are usually known for tackling, but the last 2 weeks you made key interceptions that have saved the games. You must be proud of that.
I feel very good about, you know, getting my hands on the ball. I used to be skeptical about trying to advance a fumble or interception because the person who has that ball draws a lot of attention. And, you know, I don't like to be the center of attention.
You really don't?
I really don't. I'm a very self-conscious person.
But you like making interceptions.
Well, I make them because I have to make them.
What was going on in your mind when you made the interception against Washington?
We were in a prevent defense. Washington was driving for a score. I fell back to my area in the zone, and Theismann threw the ball right in my chest. I saw my blockers forming. I saw the offensive men coming at me. I'm 6'3" and about 240, but I'm pretty fast also. I run about a 4.6 40. Some guys don't believe it, but, you know, I do. Running that interception back kind of proves it.
Will Harry Carson continue making game-saving interceptions? Will the surprising Giants make it to the playoffs? To find out, stay tuned to the second half of the NFL season.
Robert Stelly, Marjolewski, Cat Cabbage, what would they think about that? And the NFL today will continue on CBS after these messages from your local stations.
Donnie Shell right there. Had 2 interceptions, 2 sacks, and 2 fumble recoveries in his last 4 games. He'll tack on that big touchdown for him. He beat out Glenn Edwards last year. Jarrella kicking, Eddie Payton at the 2. At the 15, the 20, the 25, Payton to the 27-yard line. Robin Cole, 56 for the Pittsburgh Steelers, there to make the stop. So Kansas City is back down by 10. Final minute of this, the third quarter.
Well, the people here scream defense, Jay, and they got it. That's what they needed. Kansas City, I really thought they were moving the ball extremely well. 2 bad plays. The interception and the fumble has really cost them. Otherwise, they've been playing excellent football this second half.
This young Chiefs club came back before. Let's see if they can do it again. From their own 27-yard line. Play action. Livingston throwing complete. On the far sideline, Tony Reed. Reed went in motion that time, went by his quarterback, and just parked himself on the far sideline. Jack Ham had a long way to come to make the play, and did. It is a first down for Kansas City.
What happened that time? Dwight White, number 78, broke into the backfield, rushed Livingston out of the pocket. He went to his right, and when they're doing the flare action in the backfield, Reed slips out of the backfield. The linebackers are dropping way off. Ham was 10 yards downfield. Reed was wide open. Just a good throw.
Now on Morgado for the day. He has 57 yards. Livingston today is 11 of 18 for 101 yards. And Livingston's going to put it up. And it is incomplete. The pass was intended at the 44-yard line for Morgado. Coverage by Ham. Pass thrown behind him. Stopping the clock with 1 second left in this third quarter. Mike Livingston started today with 50 career touchdown passes, second only to Lenny Dawson. Lenny, of course, now one of our NBC analysts. Tony Dungy, number 21, replaces Robin Cole for the Steelers as they go to the nickel defense with the 5 defensive backs. Larry Dorsey, number 80, in at a wide receiver. Reed and Lane are the running backs, 32 and 42. Henry Marshall, 89, the other wide receiver. 2nd and 10. Reed. L.C. Greenwood made the hit on Reed. L.C. Arkansas A&M. Number 10 draft choice in 69. End of the third quarter. We'll be back for the fourth period. The Steelers 27, the Chiefs 17.
Johnny, there was a distinguished football visitor to the Chicago area this week.
That's right, the Galloping Ghost, Red Grange, old number 77. He began his life at Wheaton High School. Then, of course, he went on to the University of Illinois and then then to the Chicago Bears and helped make pro football. He came home and Wheaton welcomed him home.
Welcome back, Red! Tigers welcome you home! H-E-L-L-O! Hello! Hey, Red! Hello!
For 3 days, Wheaton will celebrate Red Grange. Old number 77 grew up in this town when it was a village of 3,000. Now Wheaton has 40,000 citizens, and there are 3 Wheaton high schools, but Red remembers just one.
I don't know. When I was in school here, I don't believe we had so many good-looking girls that I can remember. Either that or I'm getting old, one of the two. I played my first year in high school football. I played right end. I remember so well going out to the coach my first day, and he looked at me, and I was a little scrawny kid. I only weighed 145 pounds. And he said, "Kid, what do you play?" And I said, "Coach, what do you need?" He said, "Well, we have 10 men back from last year." He said, "I need a right end." And I said, "Well, I'm a right end." I played right end my first year at Wheaton High School, and the next year everyone graduated, and I was demoted into the backfield.
Demoted into the backfield, Red? Not precisely. Red still holds the career scoring record at Wheaton High and the single-game scoring mark at the University of Illinois, where he became the Galloping Ghost. Then, in 1925, with the Chicago Bears, Red starred on the famous barnstorming tour, 10 games in 16 days, that historians agree made pro football.
We had a play, you wouldn't believe this, which we conjured up ourselves. Any big shot halfback that was a show-off, we had a signal in the line, and we would call his play right through, maybe off tackle, and we'd all get out of the way and let them all hit him, and we'd tip the other team off. We cured a lot of big shots that way.
Are you the one that started that? Because they're still doing it,
Yeah,
I think.
yeah, I helped do it. And they did it to me, too. It's not a pretty sight.
You think it's rougher? It was rougher then?
Oh, I don't know. It's,
Seemed to be less injuries, or at least less injuries talked about.
I think the main difference that I see in football today, I don't think they're any smarter or any, it's like saying, is Lincoln smarter than the politicians today? Who knows? We were smart, and the kids had just as much effort, and they did not have as good equipment, and they were not as big. I would say the teams today would beat a team of my generation very easily because they would overpower you. They would outweigh you, 30 pounds a man all the way through.
We found some film from 1931.
I'm amazed at that.
At interviewing a little boy, talking to a little boy. You probably couldn't remember an incident like that.
Well,
talked to a lot of
I haven't seen any of that old film in a long, long time, and I remember we had some real good fans that were little boys that used to follow us around at Wrigley Field.
What's your name?
Wade.
Wade. How old are you, Wade?
4.
4 years old?
Yeah.
You're a pretty big fella, aren't you?
I know it.
You know it. What are you going to be when you grow up, Wade?
Ball player.
Football player, huh? So you like football?
It turned out that this little boy, who was 4 years old, is now a cameraman for us.
Isn't that amazing? I guess you can't believe that, really.
No, it really is.
Is he still a cute little youngster?
Oh, he's adorable.
Well, good. I'm glad to hear that. I know he hasn't changed any.
Still a cute little boy, but he's a little bit older than 4. But Wade had that interview with Red Grange back in 1931. He now works for WBBM TV, CBS Channel 2 here in Chicago. We'll be back with the second half in just a moment. 21-10 Lions.
Well, I don't know about you, and I'm not sure about Billy Kilmer, but those of us here in the ballpark are still a little bit in shock over that call by San Francisco. The snap to Bruce Elia, the lateral to rookie punter Mike Connell that was busted up by Gerard Williams, and that gave the Redskins a chance to get inside the wagon train, and boy, they burned the town down. It's 28-13 Washington. Dave Williams, the middleman, and he'd be looking up into the blue to pick this off at his 5, to the 10, 15, and goes down underneath at the 21-yard line. Ike 40 down there to nail him.
Benny, Mark Mosley's kickoffs are 4.5, 4.6 high. You almost have to fair catch it.
Would you rather have him with that great leg of his thunder him deep into the end zone or do what he's doing?
Well, in this particular case against this ball club, I think what he's doing is smart.
Sure paid off. We haven't had any kind of a large return at all for San Francisco. 1st and 10 on the 49er 22. 6:23 to go in the third, and it is 28-13 Washington. Slot right. Solomon is inside Boyd. They haven't used that formation today. DeBerg over the middle to Boyd. He dropped it, and to Dusick level him. And he'll remember A, dropping it, and B, Dusick's hit.
All right, now let's talk about Boyd. We have already heard that Dusick made a good hit, but Boyd actually takes his eyes off this ball. Now, when we're talking about questionable performances, I question Boyd in this situation because I don't think he wanted to get that hit.
He's got his head down.
One-year man out of East Kentucky, a third-round draft choice for the 49ers 2 years ago. 2nd and 10 from the 22. Boyd still answering a telephone ring, going wide right. Solomon goes wide left. Boykin and Simpson staying in, and it's a screen to Simpson. And he goes out of bounds, I believe, before he could get to the first down marker.
You know, Jim and Vinny, something that's so true. They talk about a guy being 23, 24, high draft choice. I want to know, can he play football?
Yes.
Can he play football? That's all that counts.
Now elaborate on that, George.
Well, a lot of times you have young guys that aren't that good. They make the ball club and they stay around. A couple of years later, they're gone. So it's a judgment thing on whether they should have made the ball club in the first place. Just because you're young doesn't mean you got talent and you're going to be a good football player.
Are you preferring to any particular player that we see on the field?
Well, I'm just disappointed in Boyd's performance today.
I see.
3rd and 2 from the 30. And it is Boykin barreling for what I believe will be the first down, but they might also have to measure. He's on his back, and they will spot it right at the 32-yard line. The nose of the football is at the 32, and that should be just enough for the first down. Greg Boykin made that carry.
Talking about young players, let's talk about O.J. Simpson, who is an older player. He makes $733,000 a year, and in this situation that we're looking at now, he really isn't a threat.
The guys on the club are teasing him now. They call him not O.J., Old J.
Old money.
Old money. 1st and 10 from the 32. DeBerg looking to Solomon and hits him at the 33. Lavender boxing him in, and down he goes. Joe Lavender did a very nice time step to stay with all that jitterbugging of Freddie Solomon.
Well, it was half-hearted jitterbugging anyway, Vinny.
Yep.
This is what we call character time. Can a team stay in a ball game when they're behind like that? And that's what we have to watch.
Watch O.J. blocking on this play. It's a 700. Where'd he go? See him look at Brooks as he went by. O.J. decides they're not paying me to throw blocks at somebody who is 260 pounds, and that's what Perry Brooks
Well,
is.
you don't have a thoroughbred pulling milk carts, Vinny.
Okay. 2nd and 8. DeBerg, they keep Brooks out, and he sets up for the bomb to Simpson, and it is Kenny Houston who almost made the catch and not O.J. A flag on the play.
Yeah. There's a flag. Watch O.J. on this. O.J. stops. Now he overthrows him.
To take all that time for DeBerg, there was a little holding going on to keep Washington off the quarterback.
You know, the only chance, Vinny, they have is to throw the football.
Yeah, and they're not a great passing team by any means, as we mentioned earlier. DeBerg has not completed 50% of his passes going into this game today, but he has 11 out of 20 in this game. Remember, early he was 5 for 5.
Holding, number 85, offense.
That would be the tight end, Paul Seal, who was trying to keep people off, and the people in turn guilty of the infraction, Paul Seal.
That's unusual for the tight end to be called for holding.
Though it is 2nd down. About 18 yards on the 24. Simpson and Farrell, the running back. DeBerg on a draw to O.J., but the Skins read it.
Dyron Talbot, Harold McClinton, they were right there to grab him.
Well, on this particular play, San Francisco decided they didn't want to take any chances. They might be able to fool the Skins. They gave it to O.J. on a draw play. They didn't expect very much.
You mean to tell me the ball club that had a snap from center to Bruce Elia, a linebacker, who lateraled to a rookie punter, and they weren't going to take any chances?
Well, I'll tell you what, if you look at the attitude, just look at the physical attitude of those guys, and you'll see where their heads are.
The boat sailed, I believe. 3rd and 18 from the 24. DeBerg going down the middle. Out there is Solomon, and it is intercepted by Jake Scott. So Jake Scott takes it away from Freddie Solomon. 8-year veteran out of Georgia.
He's having a great year. He's got about 55 tackles.
You traded Brian Salter to get him.
That's right.
And there are a lot of people thought you made a mistake.
Oh, Jake's tough. Talk about playing with injuries. Here's a guy that played all last year with bumps and bruises. Yeah.
Watch Chris Hanberger and the tight end Paul Seal.
Yeah, Chris's job is to butch him and engage him and slow him down. That's what he did.
I know why you traded for Jake Scott. He was the MVP in the Super Bowl against Washington. Kilmer rolling left, cranking it up. He's going for the downs. It's to McDaniel. No good. Eddie Lewis there, and a flag on the play dropped on the 15-yard line. John McDaniel talking to Vern Roberson.
Well, this is a good call. A waggle on 1st down, which Kilmer does well. He's going to throw.
Illegal use of the hands. Defense.
What's a waggle, Coach?
Waggle is where the backs go the opposite direction of the quarterback, which Billy does real well.
So they will march it off. Vern Roberson evidently was guilty of the infraction.
Illegal use of the hands. Defense. 1st down.
Roberson came in that trade with Miami.
Yeah, you know, the 49ers haven't covered many people today.
From the San Francisco 47. 1st and 10 Washington. Skins leading 28-13. 3:38 to go in the 3rd as Riggins breaks out across the 40 and gets to the 35. And I have a feeling now for the 49ers, the defensive team has been on the field too long.
Yes, and the offensive team, the Washington Redskins, is going to make them know it. Riggins ran really well that time.
We mentioned this earlier about John Riggins. He ranks 4th in the NFC going into this game, but with the expanded schedule, he has a very good shot at the club record of rushing yardage in one season. That was picked up by Larry Brown way back in 1972. 1st and 10 on the 36. There goes Riggins again, but this time they tried to cut him off, and he got away. Archie Reese, along with Chuck Chris, had him, and he got away from both of them.
Well, I'll explain exactly what's happening now, in my opinion. Riggins is pumped up because they have come back. He knows he has a chance to do his individual thing. He drops the shoulder. The 49ers are just going through the motions, and when you put the two together, Riggins is going to come out on top.
No penetration at all on the defense's part.
Chuck Chris, 7-year veteran out of Penn State, was the man who had him behind the line of scrimmage, but he broke away easily. 2nd and 1 on the 27. McDaniel is left. Thompson on a wing. Play action fake to Riggins, and Kilmer's going to flip it to Riggins now to the 20, to the 15, and fumbles, and Washington recovered it anyway.
They got the ball. It's their ball.
And not only did they recover the fumble, they don't need it because the whistle had blown the ball dead inside the 15-yard line. It was recovered by Reggie Haynes, but he didn't have to do it. So everything is going Washington's way now.
Well, that's mainly because I feel that the 49ers has to be motivated by their coaching staff when certain things go wrong. If you get 2 touchdowns behind, it's in the 3rd quarter, you're not out of the game. Your coaching staff must have the ability to motivate. The motivation factor is an intangible.
Well, there's Pete McCulley and company as the Redskins lead them 28-13. 1st and 10.
Kilmer to Malone, and Hardman grabs him and pulls him down, but not before he gets inside the 10-yard line. So Benny Malone, in a trade with Miami, just came over and joined the ball club. There are a lot of people said he wouldn't know the formation, so he couldn't play very well. But Malone making his presence felt as he alternates with Tony Green.
See, Kilmer wants these plays to get here a little bit sooner. He's calling them, get in here. He doesn't want to run down the clock and get a penalty in here.
2nd and 4 from the 8. John Riggins. And Riggins gets to the 5, and he has to get just inside the 5 for a 1st and goal.
You know, Vinny, a little inside information. This is the time when everybody wants the ball.
Yeah, in the huddle, you mean everybody's got to play?
In the huddle, everybody's got to play.
Joe Walton, who is giving the offensive plays most of the time, although he did say before the game that with Bill Kilmer's experience, he would allow Kilmer the luxury of checking off.
Joe's done a good job. We brought him in from the New York Giants because of his offensive concept when he was the offensive
clock is
coach.
running down.
He's done a very good job.
So the 3rd quarter has come to an end. And the folks at the left part of the stadium are unhappy because the touchdown, if it comes, is going to come at the other end. And that's the end of the 3rd quarter. Washington 28, San Francisco 13. We now pause for a word from your local station.
To 17. Stats on Tony Reed today. Kansas City 5 for 9 on 3rd down situations. 3rd and 13. Livingston straight back. Steps up, throws, complete to Morgado. Short of the 1st down. Donnie Shell and Jack Lambert on the tackle near the 45-yard line. Livingston now is 12 of 20. There's that address for you. U.S. Olympics, Post Office Box 1982, Cathedral Station, Boston, Massachusetts, and zip code 02118. Hope you'll support our Olympic fund. Zenon Andrusician in punt formation. Rudershan and Smith are back. Short kick. Coming to the near sideline, penalty marker down at the 25. There was activity there. Tony Dungy was there for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Bergmeyer for Kansas City. They seem to collide, and we'll wait and see what the penalty is at the 25-yard line.
Well, Dungy, I think, clipped Bergmeyer.
That's the way I saw it, but I look now and see that Mike Kruzik is going to come in at quarterback. Clipping is the call against Pittsburgh's Dungy, and that's going to move the ball back. Mike Kruzik, 3rd year, number 2 draft choice in '76, played at Boston College, 6'1", 205, and he takes over at quarterback. We'll check to see if there's anything wrong with Bradshaw, but Terry, I'm sure, would say that he did not have a spectacular day today, as he admitted he didn't have a very good night Monday night here.
Number 48, 1st down.
Well, they called a clip against 48 of the Steelers. And there is no 48. It was on 48 by 21, I believe. Here is Franco Harris. Nice hole on the left side for Harris, and he cut up and through there. Thomas Howard, 52. Gary Barbaro, 26. Making the stop.
Good blocking. Sam Davis in that line. They pull out. And if Thomas Howard, number 52, if he doesn't trip him up right here, he might still be running. Watch this. He's almost to the open field.
Terry Bradshaw has a bruised elbow. In the backfield now, Thornton, 38, and Franco Harris, 32. 2nd and 2. Harris, and they're hitting him there. I mean to tell you, that was Gary Spaney the rookie linebacker from Kansas State. Denver versus Seattle coming up for most of you over these stations. Denver with a tough assignment, playing Seattle in the King Dome. You see Bradshaw being attended to over there, putting on the jacket now. Third and 2. Kruzik in trouble, got it away, and finds his man, Randy Grossman, the tight end, a first down at the 30-yard line. Just when it looked like Kruzik was in trouble, he got it away to Grossman, and Gary Barbaro was there to make the tackle. Grossman, as we told you at the top of the show, 9 catches, 116 yards. He's playing for the injured Benny Cunningham. Cunningham, a great tight end, probably a better blocker, but Grossman, those great hands out of Temple.
You know, it seems like a ridiculous statement to make with Stallworth and Swan, but Randy Grossman really has the best hands of all the receivers on this team.
From the 30-yard line, first and 10. 12 minutes, 15 seconds to play in the game. Franco Harris to the 30-yard line. Don Parrish there to make the play. Right now, the Steelers would like to control the ball. They have a 10-point lead. Big play by Donnie Shell as he picked up a fumble and ran it in, turned things around as the Chiefs had really outplayed the Steelers in the third quarter.
Well, watching Grossman that last play, the one before this with Barbaro on him, I think Kruzak and the people upstairs are going to see that Grossman's being covered one-on-one by the strong safety, and I'd go back to him.
Penalty markers fly. Looked like Ray Pinney might have jumped off for the Steelers. Kruzik, as you see, illegal procedure against Pittsburgh. We'll watch and see who moves in there. And I want to make a comment about this quarterback who's on now, Mike Kruzik. They're going to step off 5.
False start, number 74 on the offense.
Ray Pinney, the man charged with that infraction. Kruzik has made token appearances in 5 games this season. Played in 2 games in '77 before a shoulder separation sidelined him. Had a tremendous preseason this year, Paul McGuire. As a rookie in '76, he started 6 games and won them all for the Steelers. Second and 15. Kruzik goes to Harris, who can't handle it. The pass was a little bit behind him. He had to go up and try to catch it before it went behind his helmet. Franco had caught 11 passes for 71 yards coming into today's game.
This is the one where you hear the old footsteps. You see Franco, he's starting to run here just without the ball. He goes over the top side, and he looks right away to see if he's going to get hit.
Now an extra defensive back for the Chiefs. Emmett Thomas, the great veteran, 13th year out of Bishop, is on with Collier, Barbaro, Gray, and Green. It is 3rd and 15. Kruzik in trouble, gets away, and now he goes down back at the 10-yard line. 75, Sylvester Hicks. 67, Art Still. 52, Thomas Howard.
Kruzik, he almost gets dizzy right here. Watch what happens. This is what you call getting caught in a revolving door. Now, Still spins him around. 52, Thomas hits him. He spins him around again. And then everybody else hits him. Good night.
A little tougher than a Saturday afternoon in Chestnut Hill, Massachusetts. 4th down, 27. Punting situation. Colquitt gets it away. Nice punt. Larry Dorsey, single safety. 35-yard line. Looking for somewhere to go. And gets to the 39-yard line. And Dennis Winston, 53, the young linebacker, making the play. 10 minutes and 53 seconds remaining in this action. The Steelers, 27, the Chiefs, 17.
8. And 20 seconds.
Let's go back now and see the fumble that the Eagles lost and how it happened.
Good afternoon. At the tone, the time will be
They start
3,
to the left
28.
with the idea of cutting back away from the flow. Look at Dawson, 73, Carney, 56. Watch Bob Pollard here. And Dawson, but Pollard hits him high, jars the ball loose. And Neal's, number 53, finally makes the recovery of the fumble.
So, as an end result, the Eagles have lost 2 fumbles. They've thrown 2 interceptions, 4 big turnovers in this game. Both fumbles coming here in the second half of play. Easton Ransom in motion, Wayne Morris with the pitch. And Randy Logan, he came flying through there. Stopped that play for a little gain. Logan, a vastly underrated strong safety. Out of Michigan.
And 10 seconds.
And the ball just inside the 40 now. Give him a yard on the play. It'll be 2nd and 9.
Good afternoon. At the tone, the time will be 3.
14 minutes left in this game.
And 20 seconds.
The score at halftime was 13-10, and that's how it stands right now.
Good afternoon.
The difference in this game thus far, 55-yard touchdown strike from Hart to Dave Steep. Hart gives off to Jimmy Otis, and Otis breaks it outside of the 30. He's to the 28-yard line, and that's a first down.
He's the only way, really, they've done any successful job of running the football. That was a kind of a semi-counter play, a kind of a high diddle-diddle right up the middle, and he went right up there in great shape and picked up the necessary yardage for the first down. Carl Hairston, number 78, made the tackle. He's coming.
Good afternoon. At the tone, the time
That's Hairston that's hurt again, Hank. That's the 3rd time in this game.
Exactly.
So he's down. 11-yard pickup by Otis, and Otis now has 58 yards on 16 carries. He needs 95 for the day to become the all-time Cardinal rusher.
The time will be 3.
So the ball at the 29-yard line. And now, Hank, the Cardinals are in a position where they could really get some breathing room if they can get some points on this drive.
Good afternoon. At the tone, the time will be 3.
Yes, they're moving the ball good, and they have excellent field position, of course, and that was a well-designed, well-executed play on a counter with Jim Otis going over the left side for a nice gain. Roger Fenney doing a good job. Bob Young, 64, doing a good job. And, of course, Tom Banks, the offensive center, also had to do a good job to create that kind of running room for Jim Otis.
And there's a crowd, a big crowd on hand here at the Vet. Well, I think it shows again, Hank, the Cardinals, how much they have missed the offensive line, the fact it hasn't been intact. And today there's been times where you can see that old offensive genius that they had up front where they're blowing people out of there.
Yes, and of course, you know, if they could win this game today, why, it'll be a great stepping stone and give them maybe the kind of impetus they need to go on from here and enjoy, you know, a successful second half of the season, because they've got some outstanding people. And again, I think Bud Wilkinson and his fine staff have done an outstanding job.
Well, Hairston comes off. Hairston comes off, excuse me, Hank, as now Tilley and Mel Gray. Mel Gray fell down as he was coming out here to flank out. There's Otis, 27 yards. That's all he needs. Here's a pass by Will Harrell. There was going to be a pass, and Harrell tucks it down and runs with it. Now, I want to tell you something. Harrell has thrown that pass successfully in his career when he was with the Green Bay Packers.
Good afternoon. At
He
the tone,
completed
the time
5
will be
of 10 passes
32.
for the Packers, 4 of them going for touchdowns.
You know, it's very obvious that he's done that and run that play quite often in the past because he used good judgment. A lot of times when a halfback has an opportunity to throw the ball, he pulls the pin and throws it anyhow, and he's usually intercepted. That time he used good discretion by keeping the ball and running it himself.
He picked up 4 yards. It'll be 2nd down and 6. Here comes Otis, and Otis is just short of the 20-yard line. So the Cardinals now will come to a 3rd down. Charlie Johnson making the stop for Philadelphia.
And 30 seconds.
So Otis adding a couple of more yards to his total. He's carried the ball 17 times, and he likes that kind of work. He likes to be a workhorse.
Yeah, he thrives on work, and the more he runs, the better he's going to get. He gets better and better and stronger as the game progresses. But he's really a super back, a possession-style runner.
Here we go, 3rd down, 3 yards to go. I give to Otis again, and Otis is going to be short, I believe. Now, it's going to be awfully close. He may have, with the spin, made the first down yardage, but he's inside the 20. He needs to get just outside the 18 to make it.
Good afternoon.
They're going to bring the sticks in.
The time will be 3:33.
From this angle, it's hard to tell whether he made it or not. It's going to be very close.
Good afternoon. At the tone, the time will be 3:33 and 30 seconds.
First down.
They made it. Just that little spin made all the difference.
The extra effort, that's right, the
Good
balance,
afternoon. At the tone,
the good
the time
balance.
will be
Jim
3:33.
Otis really has very good balance, and that was a great expression of it right there. He got hit, spun off, maintained his balance and leverage, and got the necessary yardage for the first down.
They're eating up some time on this drive. We now have 12 minutes remaining in the game. Carl Hairston is checked back in for the Eagles. First down at the 18-yard line.
The time will be 3:34.
Here's Otis again. Jim is hit, fumbled. I believe the Cardinals have recovered. That's one thing you won't see him do very often is fumble, but he was jarred loose. And it looks like Jim Hart fell on the football.
Good afternoon. At the tone, the
Yes,
time
he
will
did.
be 3:34 and 20 seconds.
That ball really was popped loose.
Good afternoon. At the tone, the time will be 3:34.
There's Otis carrying the ball to his left side. They got a pretty good surge, actually. Tom Banks doing a good job.
Good afternoon.
He's
At the
hit
tone,
there
the time will be 3:34
by Charlie Johnson, 65. And he's the one that jarred it loose.
All right, back to the live action, 2nd and 16. Wayne Morris, a flag on the play. Morris is taking it in. But there's a flag on the play. Wayne Morris scores, and they're going to bring it back. It is going to be holding against St. Louis.
The time will be 3:35. Exactly.
Boy, that play developed in a hurry.
Oh, it was a draw play, and the linebackers got the depth that they like for them to get on that kind of a play. He zipped through there, just like he's running a bag drill that time, and ran in the end zone unmolested for the touchdown, but there's a holding penalty on the play. We'll see who it's against in just one moment.
20 seconds.
They really crossed him up on that play. Let's listen.
Good afternoon. The time will be 3:35.
Number 54. Second down.
Tom Banks, that's second time they got him. Let's look at it on a replay.
Good afternoon.
Watch,
At the tone, the time
watch
will
54,
be
the offensive center.
3:35 and 40 seconds.
Yes, you see him holding on to his jersey.
Good afternoon.
And I
At
tell you
the
that
tone,
Charlie
the time
Johnson
will be
is a real snootful,
3:35
number 65. Boy, he's
and
tough to
50
block.
seconds.
2nd and 26 now.
Good afternoon. At the
Hart.
tone, the time will be
He's,
3:36.
what happened? That'll be incomplete. Incomplete pass. Hart had his arm in a downward motion, so that is ruled an incomplete pass. And this crowd here, it's deafening. You can hardly hear yourself think.
Not only that, they're making a lot of noise.
Good afternoon. At the tone, the time will be 3:36.
Here we see him going back into the pocket.
And 20 seconds.
Deerdorf on the right side.
Good afternoon. At the tone, the time will be 3:36.
He actually did
And
not
30
have his
seconds.
arm going forward. It was a very questionable call.
Good afternoon.
That
At
was
the tone,
Randy
the time
Logan
will
who
be
came on the safety
3:36.
blitz.
Yep.
And
It was
40
not a
seconds.
forward motion at all. It should have been a fumble.
3rd down now,
Good
26.
afternoon. At the tone, the time will be 3:36 and 50 seconds.
Hart to Tilly. He's got it.
Good
But that
afternoon.
is
At
going
the
to be
tone, the
short
time
of the
will be
first down.
3:37.
What a catch by Pat
Exactly.
Tilly. And now they're throwing some debris on the field.
I tell you, the other thing, it was a great throw
Good
by Jim
afternoon.
Hart
At the tone, the
for
time
right
will
where
be
it had to be thrown, right into the
3:37.
traffic area.
And
Tilly
10
made a
seconds.
diving catch, and now they put him in a position where they can at least try for the field goal and possibly come out of here
Good
with 3 more
afternoon. At
points.
the tone, the time will be 3:37.
And so Jim Bakken will come in, and it's
20
been a
seconds.
shaky day for this veteran. He missed a 29-yard field goal. He's missed the point after.
Good afternoon. At
And
the
now
tone,
he's going
the
to
time
attempt
will
a
be
31-yarder.
3:37 and 30 seconds. Good afternoon. At the tone, the time will be 3:37.
Bakken's kick is on the way.
And 40
Well, if that's not
And
good.
he's got it.
Yeah, I was going to say, that looked perfect.
So
Good
Jim
afternoon.
Bakken
At the
has
tone, the
now
time
made it
will
a
be 3:37.
16-10 football game with exactly
50
10 minutes left as the Cardinals pick up 3 points.
Good afternoon.
Jack Pardee and Joe Walden thinking back perhaps early in the game. It was 10-0 San Francisco, and how befuddled and confused and upset and irritated was Pardee. But now it's all Washington, 28-13, and it's 3rd and goal. They'll make it 3rd down and about 1. Benny Malone in there with John Riggins. Kilmer to Malone, following Riggins' block, but they stacked it up. The Riggins tried to open the door, but it was locked. And it'll be a 4th down play. The crowd is hollering, go for it. Mark Mosley has not come off the bench. Tony Green is coming in with a play. And so the Skins figure they're playing with house money anyway. They're leading by 15 points.
Heck, the way they have the game under control, you can take a chance like this.
They'll measure to see if they picked up the 1st down when they spot the ball.
Well, there's one thing, Benny, we must do.
They didn't.
We must change our mind about that questionable performance by the coaching staff. It's worked out pretty well.
Well, you know, the coaching really figures prominently. First, we were wondering about Pardee and Washington making so many offensive changes, and they sputtered. And then suddenly, that one so-called trick play that backfired on San Francisco, and I assume had to be sent in by their coaches. So all of a sudden, a questionable performance rests on the shoulders of the coaching staff.
Side of the field.
I should say. You got to be honest about it. That's a killer play, that one.
You're going to be quiet on that, huh, Joy?
4th and...
It's a union, Jim. Coaches can't say.
4th and less than 1.
Let's see. They've got Tony Green and John Riggins. Haynes on the left side. McDaniel to the right. 4th and less than 1, just inches. We'll see if Riggins carries or Green goes wide. It'll be Green following Riggins. Touchdown! And look at Pete McCulley going through the frustrations as a head coach whose team is ready to be 1-8.
From ground level. Tony Green with the quick feet. Beautiful blocking. Beautiful run by Green.
There was such a hole opened up by Kuzil and Nugent. Watch, that Riggins really has no one to block. They turn Buns around, so he takes Buns, but Buns couldn't have got to him anyway, and Green right through. So Dan Buns taken out by John Riggins. A huge hole opened up. Well, it is now 34-13 Washington. Mosley kicks. It is good. And one losing streak is coming to an end. That's Washington's. One streak is very much alive. That's San Francisco. 14 minutes and 14 seconds left. 35-13.
This is Jay Randolph along with Paul McGuire. We're here at Three Rivers Stadium in Pittsburgh, 27-17. A 39-yard punt moments ago. Pittsburgh operating from their own 1-yard line. Mike Kruzik handing off to Franco Harris. Penalty marker down. Harris getting about 1 before Art Still, the left end, 67, makes the play on him. Still helping Franco up. Paul, right now, the Steelers would like to get out of this hole, try to control the ball game, get a couple of first downs. Cincinnati 21-0 over Houston late in the 4th quarter.
Kruzak's the quarterback. If Bradshaw was in there, I'd venture to say that Bradshaw might just step back and throw one out of this area.
Offside, number 52 on the defense.
Offside, charged against Stan Johnson. With the football for the Pittsburgh Steelers, bringing it out across the 10-yard line, hit there by Art Still, number 67. This is Jay Randolph along with Paul McGuire, Three Rivers Stadium in Pittsburgh. The Steelers 27-17 in the 4th quarter with 7 minutes and 25 seconds remaining to be played. The Steelers led 20-3 at halftime. The Chiefs battled back with 14 points in the 3rd quarter. But then Donnie Shell picked up a ball that was fumbled by the Chiefs and went in to score for the Steelers. 27-17, the Steelers up by 10. You're looking at Mike Kruzik, who is quarterbacking the Steelers. He's taken over for Terry Bradshaw, who has a bruised elbow. Franco Harris getting it out across the 10-yard line. Thomas Howard, the right linebacker, 52. Dave Rozamek, 55, the right inside linebacker, making the play. Paul McGuire, we'll let you say a word about what kind of football game this has been. I've liked it.
Well, I've liked it very much. It was all one-sided in the first half. We have been able to see two separate football games. The first half was all Pittsburgh. The second half, especially the third period, was all Kansas City. They came back and scored 14 quick points. They were moving the ball again. Livingston threw an interception to stop the drive. They were moving the ball another time, and then they fumbled. And Shell picked up for the touchdown.
Jeff Lloyd, 74, in on defense for the Chiefs on 3rd and 2. Sidney Thornton, gets the ball and does not get the first down. So the Steelers are going to have to give it up here, and Kansas City will have a chance, down by 10, with 5 minutes and 55 seconds remaining in the clock running here at Three Rivers Stadium. Been a beautiful sunny day. Now the shadows have engulfed this stadium. It's quite a football game. There's been some heavy hitting, and the Chiefs have battled back on a couple of occasions. Craig Colquitt, the rookie, will do the punting now. Ted Berkmeyer, just activated this week, is back to return it. And Berkmeyer coming up, calls for a fair catch, and takes it at the 49-yard line. Now a penalty marker goes down at midfield, and we'll hold on to see what the call is. It looks like it might go against Kansas City.
Jay, it's going to go against Belton, and what happened was Anderson was coming upfield. The fair catch was made, but Belton hit him from behind. It pushed him.
We've had a lot of penalties in this game.
They're wearing their flags out.
43-yard punt. We have 5 minutes and 27 seconds remaining in the game. Let's listen to referee Red Cashin as he indicates the foul going against Kansas City.
All right, the fair catch is being made right here. You see Belton push Anderson from the backside. Really no reason for it. And the flag was thrown. Good call.
Illegal use of the hands by the receivers. Number 35.
Horace Belton, a man who committed the infraction. We've got a timeout. The Steelers have a 10-point lead. Kansas City has the football, 1st and 10 from their own 38 when we come back.
The Washington Redskins piling up a 35-13 lead over San Francisco, and it seems like distant history. The fact that San Francisco actually led 10-0 in this ball game. Washington went into the dressing room at halftime leading 14-13, and they had just thoroughly dominated the 49ers. Dave Williams on the 21 to the 30 to the 31-yard line, and that will be that. Pete Wysocki made the hit. A reminder, the CBS Sports Spectacular next Saturday, 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time, 3:30 Central and Pacific. Howard Davis Jr. versus Luis Davila in a 10-round bout. That's lightweights. Davila, raised in Puerto Rico, he is 10-3 in the United States. And of course, Howard Davis Jr. undefeated 8-0. And the world's strongest men, the event, the wheelbarrow race, 750 pounds of weight. You've got to push it up a hill over 100 feet. Huh. The CBS Sports Spectacular, 4:30 Eastern, 3:30 Central and Pacific. 1st and 10 from the 32 for Steve DeBerg. Play action fake to Farrell, flips to Solomon, and is he eaten alive by Gerard Williams. And I don't think San Francisco, after that one screen to Elmo Boyd in the beginning of the game, they have not really had another play click on that side with that kind of a play.
You're absolutely right.
The defense they were in allowed Gerard to come up and play it tough, and he had no chance.
But one thing I'd like to point out, if you are a running back right now, you might have to run for your life because there might not be a lot of blocking if you're on San Francisco's team.
You mean just get tired of the whole thing?
Yes.
2nd and 14 from the 28. DeBerg going to go over the middle, intended for O.J., and Jake Scott was right there with him.
You know, the Redskins have scored every time when they've had field position starting at their 39 or better. They've scored 5 times today. So one of our factors as we go along this season will be field position. Here's 5 scores when they got the ball 39-yard line or better.
You know, San Francisco defensively had 5 sacks last week against Atlanta. That's the most by them in any game this year. They are not getting to Kilmer. They're without Cleveland Elam, who is hurt, and of course they traded away Tommy Hart. So half of their great rush has gone down the drain.
I know what you mean, Benny.
3rd and 14 from the 28. Freddie Solomon, as he got across the 40, Jake Scott brings him down at the 42.
You know, Vinny, talking about all of that, we must go to one man, Joe Thomas. And Joe Thomas has been tremendously successful in the past, but this whole situation in San Francisco is very questionable.
Well, I guess Joe figures that you have to tear the model all the way down and then rebuild it from the ground up, but it's a very painful process.
Oh, yes.
1st and 10 from the 43. Farrell out to midfield, still on his feet, and then the Redskins bury him, but I think he picked up his 1st down as we check some more scores. 41-13, Cleveland making the Buffalo a vanishing species in the 4th. Mark Miller 3 yards to Calvin Hill in that one. Detroit knocking the Bears around 21-10 in the 3rd quarter. The Giants leading New Orleans 17-7 at the half. And a thought, apparently a rejuvenated Detroit club winning again today, and we'll see them next week against the Minnesota Vikings. 1st and 10 on the San Francisco, or make it now the Washington 47. Solomon is wide right, and DeBerg going to throw it again. Intended for the tight end Paul Seal, and he's dragged down by Kenny Houston as Seal does a marvelous juggling act and holds on to it to the 23.
Yeah, DeBerg timed this real well. Laid it up before the receiver looked. Right in there. He almost dropped it, stayed with it. He split the defense. Good pass. We called a seam pattern by the tight end.
Look at that score. St. Louis trying to win one. They've got Philadelphia by the neck, 16-10 in the 4th. 1st and 10 on the Washington 22. We have 11 minutes left in the game. DeBerg staying in the air. Over the middle, broken up by Kenny Houston, intended for the tight end Ken McAfee. Houston is everywhere. No wonder you always thought he's so great.
Well, he's fortunate this wasn't picked off, because the defense that the Redskins are in allows Kenny Houston to have real good position on him. He fouled him all the way, released outside, and came across.
Another score coming up, and look at that shocker. New England 55, the New York Jets 14th in the 4th quarter. 2nd and 10 from the 22 of Washington. DeBerg handing to Bob Farrell, trying to get outside, gets by Jake Scott, and is finally spun out of bounds by the ever-present Kenny Houston. But he picked up a 1st and goal situation on that fine run by Bob Farrell.
All right, now let's talk about Farrell. Farrell isn't a player that we haven't heard very much about. But even though his team is down, he's running with tremendous attitude and intensity. This guy is going to play football regardless. And to me, that's an admirable trait.
Bob Farrell has rushed for a little better than 6 yards a carry. He's piled up 67 yards in 11 carries, and he goes out for a breather.
Dave Bunch is in now.
Paul Holfer is in there with Greg Boykin. And in motion goes Freddie Solomon to the right. And it's a quick hit for the touchdown as Greg Boykin comes flying over, 2-year man out of Northwestern.
All right, now as we watch this play, the back is going to jump. You might ask, why would he jump or why would he not jump? Well, if the defense submarines go low, then you should jump. If they stand up, you should go under.
For Boykin, his 2nd touchdown rushing of the year. Ray Wershing will try to make it 20 for San Francisco, but the Skins still have a handy lead. If he makes it, they'll still lead by 15.
Let's watch this snap.
10:57. And Wershing's kick is good.
Low snap from center. The holder did a good job.
Scott Bull, the holder, on Wersching's kick. 10:57 left in the game. Washington 35, the 49ers 20.
Seconds.
Well, we have a delay right now at the 9:48 mark.
Good afternoon.
16-10 our
Time
score.
will be 3:41.
As the Cardinals now are
And
going to have to
30
play
seconds.
some tough defense. The guy that's shaken up is Doug Green, number 40.
Good afternoon. At the tone, the time
Green,
will be 3:41.
very impressive third-round draft pick
And 40 seconds.
out of Texas A&I. Been using him a lot as a fifth defensive back and on the special
Good
teams.
afternoon. At the tone, the
And so
time
from
will
the
be
30, Ron Jaworski's
3:41.
team down by 6.
And 50 seconds.
You know, one thing that's interesting about this Philadelphia team, they opened the game with a play-action pass to their tight end, succeeded, and they haven't thrown it again the rest of the game.
Of course, they're playing now without Krefley, who's been shaken up in this game. Here's Jaworski giving off to Cleveland Franklin, and he has 5 yards to the 35-yard line. John Zook made the stop for St. Louis.
The one thing you're not going to see this team do, and that's panic.
Good afternoon.
This Philadelphia
At the
team,
tone,
there's a
the time
lot of
will be
time. They're going to do what they
3:42.
think they can do well. They're not going to
And
try to
20
get the
seconds.
7 points too quickly unless they get the right situation and the right defense.
That's Hank Stram with that analysis. I'm Gary Bender. Glad to have you with us. We still have 9:22 left, and you're looking at Dick Vermeil, who needs this football game to keep his playoff hopes alive and well in Philadelphia.
They're featuring a new formation now, a double wing formation, trying to contain the outside linebacker so they can run straight ahead.
Good afternoon.
There's a
At
give
the
to
tone, the
Franklin
time will be
again, and he's
3:42.
very close to that first down. His forward progress will be just short of the 40-yard line. Mike Dawson made the tackle, and it'll be
Good
third
afternoon.
down.
At the tone, the time will be 3:43.
You know, Dawson, they talked to us, Hank, about the fact he's had a tough time making the switch to a nose tackle.
It certainly doesn't look like it in the 2 games that we have seen. It looks like, you know, he's really, and the key to that defense, that the nose man has to be a good player and has to control the block of that center, so they have to block 2 people on him, whereby it leaves the linebacker free. But I think he's done a terrific job in the 2 games we've seen him play.
Well, they're going to measure to see if they got the first down. I don't believe they do.
No, I don't think. I think they're
Good
short of the
afternoon.
first down.
At the tone, the time will be 3:43.
So we go to a third down.
And 30 seconds.
And John Shira comes in, and I got to admit, the last time he was in, I didn't know he had the football.
Yeah, he's in.
You're going to watch this one for me?
Well, this, you don't miss many of them, Gary.
40 seconds.
So let's see. The last time I thought Camfield went on a dive, he kept it. Let's see what number 21 has up his sleeve this time.
And 50 seconds.
He's going to give on a straight handoff to Cleveland Franklin, and it's close. He needs to get just about on top of the 40-yard line. Now,
At the tone, the time will be 3:44.
see where they're going to mark it.
The one official looks like
And
he's got
10
it marked
seconds.
right on the 40. The other one marked it a little short. It's going to be very close.
Good afternoon. At the tone, the time will
Remember
be
that Redskins game? They were trailing early against San
And 20
Francisco.
seconds.
Redskins now lead at 35-13.
Good afternoon. At the tone,
I'll tell you,
the
that's
time
not
will
on
be
top of the 40.
3:44.
They've moved it back, haven't
Yes,
they?
by the time they got through moving it around, they got it back away from the 40, but it looks like it might be.
Good afternoon.
Boy,
At the
they
tone,
are
the time will be
just.
3:44.
They make it?
Yeah, look,
They did.
They just barely made it.
So the short yardage quarterback, John Shira, comes out. That's called a real specialty when you got a quarterback that you can run on those situations.
And you're really concerned about that kind of a situation because oftentimes you have a problem with a snap between the center and the quarterback. And so it takes a lot of courage, and you must have a lot of confidence in that quarterback to run that kind of a play.
Well, he took Dick Vermeil to 2 Rose Bowl wins. What at UCLA? First down.
Time will be 3:45. And 6 seconds.
Here's Jaworski on the first down. Carmichael. The big guy is inside the 40 to the 36-yard line. They went for the interception and didn't get it.
Carl Allen really had him covered well. I was surprised. Then, of course, he tried to make the interception, it looked like.
30 seconds.
Carmichael, here's a pocket pass. No
Good
blitz.
afternoon. At the tone, the time
And
will
he
be
throws the ball
3:45.
right on target.
And 40 seconds.
Carmichael really made a good power catch there on Allen.
Good afternoon. At the tone, the time will be 3:45.
Picks up a sizable gain, and now it's first and 10,
seconds.
Philadelphia. Great play.
That sizable gain was 22 yards to be exact.
Good afternoon.
From the
Tone, time
37.
will be 3:45.
First down, Philadelphia. They trail 16-10. 7:11 left in the game. Jaworski.
Good afternoon. At the tone, the time
He's
will
going to
be
run. Carney's over there, and he picked up about 3 yards on the play, and Jaworski can run. I don't think people realize how mobile he is.
Well, they talk about him being the Polish rifle, but he's a pretty good Polish runner, too. And you talk about Polish power. You talk about Bobby Vinton, who is from this area, too, the Polish prince.
Good
Yeah, Bobby.
afternoon. The tone, the time will be 3:46.
And then we've got a Polish cardinal here, too. Steve Prosarkovic.
This is a history lesson.
Yeah, that's right.
Good afternoon.
From the 32-yard line now, second down. He picked up more yardage than I thought. He got 5 yards on that play. 2nd and 5 from the 32.
Good afternoon. At the tone, the
Carmichael.
time will be 3:46.
Flanked out. They have 3 wide receivers out now. No tight end. Here's a give to Franklin. Franklin's got the first down. Forward progress just short of the 25-yard line.
That time that was a trap. Wade Key, 72, blocking and trapping Bob Pollard. A trap meaning, of course, that you let the defensive end or tackle come across the line of scrimmage like he's not being blocked, and then you block him from the inside out that time with Wade Key. Nice run, good execution, 1st and 10, Philadelphia.
Well, they bring their tight end Osborne back in. Middleton checked out. I should say Middlebrook. And so they're back to the original 2 wide receivers and a tight end. First down from the 26 of St. Louis. Jaworski on the first down, a blitz. Kenny Payne, he got it. Payne was separated from the ball, but that was a case of being out of bounds after being hit by Roger Worley.
Yes, but here again, the official did a good job. He was right on top of the scene. Here it is. Watch the blitz. Watch Kurt Allerman coming in there, 37. Ken Green blitzing from his safety position. He reads it, gets the ball right on the money. Roger Worley is the defensive back. Official spots it, 1st and 10.
Look at it again.
Here's another shot. Boy, the great thing about it was that Jaworski threw the ball right at the numbers, a perfect throw.
And he did it with a guy breathing down his neck. Jaworski back on first down again. He's just going to throw that one away. Osborne was making his cut, but Jaworski had nobody to go to.
And I'm surprised he threw that kind of a play. That would have been a good time. And this is not to be construed as a second guess, but usually in this situation, this would have been a great time for him to run some kind of a play-action pass to hold the linebackers and make one of the defensive backs take a sniff of the fake and possibly get a big play. That time they all responded very well to the coverage, and he had no chance at all of completing the pass.
Jaworski 17 of 27, 180 yards, 2 interceptions, a touchdown, and it's now 2nd and 10.
Good time for a draw play right here.
Franklin and Campfield, the running backs behind Jaworski. Jaworski. Osborne to Ken Green, reached out. I don't think he had a hand on the ball, but he had to bother Osborne on that particular play.
Yes, he did, but actually he was open, and had the ball been thrown, watch him back in the pocket again, had the ball been thrown properly, it was just a little bit too high and a little bit too long, or else it would have been a touchdown. A great effort by Osborne, number 86, the tight end.
Not to take anything away from Osborne, but that's where a guy like Krefley you'd like to have had in. He's been such a money player for this team. So now it comes to a 3rd and 10.
And 50 seconds. Good afternoon. The time will be 3:50.
Jaworski to Carmichael. That was just a timed throw, and Carmichael did locate the ball.
No, he threw it a little bit too quickly. And Carl Allen that time was up there pretty tight on him. He tried to throw the ball over the top because he had an advantage in height, but he didn't throw it out in front enough and take advantage of the end zone area. And Carmichael didn't locate the ball soon enough to make the play.
You know, I don't believe they're going to go for a field goal. It's 4th down. They're down by 6. There's 5:53 left in this game, and they're going for it.
Good afternoon. At the tone, the time
they're not going to go for the 3 points. I am surprised.
Good afternoon. Tone, the time will be
Jaworski back.
50.
He's in trouble. Carmichael broken up. Excellent reaction by Carl Allen. And now you come away with nothing, and Jaworski is down. Jaworski's hurt outside the 25-yard line.
Good afternoon. At the tone, the time will be 3:51.
You know, I'm really surprised, and here again, when you talk about these things, it's always easy to look back. Hindsight is so good, but I was surprised that they went right into 4 passes in this area. They ran the ball halfway decently, and then down in this scoring area, they threw 4 consecutive passes.
And are you surprised they didn't go for the field goal?
Yes, I'm surprised at that. There's a lot of time left.
So there's 5:44 left. The Cardinals lead 16-10.
Ray Wersching ready to kick off for San Francisco. 35-20 as you see Tony Green. He's flanked to his left by Don Harris and to his right by Ike Forte. But Green is the man to watch. And Wersching will hammer it to the right side to Forte. And Forte from the 4 to the 10. And Hofer nailed him at the 4. A great play by Paul Hofer.
That's something you never want to do. Catch the ball in one corner, here it is over in the left corner, and then try to run clear across the field.
Ike is a 3-year man out of Arkansas. He was with New England, and he was their last cut.
Bad judgment, and when you have a return call and when the ball's kicked in the corner, if he had a return that was on the other side of the field, you convert it to that side of the field. That's
in simple terms, George, that was a blunder and a mental blunder.
Yeah, he blew it.
Well, the 49ers, if they wake up, they can still make this a ball game.
That's right. 35-20, 10:48 left. Remember, the Eagles were down by 3 touchdowns in the 4th quarter, and they came roaring back to lose 35-30. So we'll see. Here goes John Riggins, wide left, and they cut him off at the pass. Down at the bottom for San Francisco, number 26, Bob Jury. So the jury was in on that play. All right. Look at here.
I predicted that, Vinny.
Kenny Anderson, a 46-yard pass to Isaac Curtis. 28-6 Cincinnati. They are this far away from their first victory of the year.
After a big victory on Monday night, look out. We predicted that one.
Yes, we did.
2nd and 11 from the 5. Benny Malone in a slot inside Thompson. Riggins, the sole running back, and they give it to John, and Bradley got him at the hips at the 5, and he fell forward for about 2 yards.
Once again, the exchange from center was not smooth. There was hesitation on the part of Billy Kilmer.
Well, you know, one of the great centers in the history of the National Football League, Lenny Hoss, is no longer here. Bob Cozile, a fine young man, is coming along. He's going to be a good center. See, but he didn't have that ball.
Looked like he had it by the point.
Right. Could have been a fumble there.
In other words, you wouldn't have gotten rid of Hoss. Come on,
well, I don't want to get into that.
3rd and 8 from the 7. Kilmer to Riggins, and he broke the tackle. And Roberson finally knocks him down with Joe Harris, number 50, whom we haven't seen much of lately. And now Mike Bragg will come in to try and punt it out of there.
To answer your question, I don't think I would have gotten rid of Lenny Hoss, because you need certain people's performance as well as leadership, and Lenny was a great leader.
I think that's a good point, George, and I don't think it puts down any other coach. It's a difference of opinion, you know.
Anthony Leonard will stand at midfield. Mike Bragg, who's been punting exceptionally well, averaging better than 41 in his last 3 games, averaging 44. The last time he punted, he kicked 151.
They got the block on, Vinny.
Well, let's see if anybody can get through. They're coming, and he just did get it away. Boy, did they put the heat on him. Leonard on his 40. Fumble! Washington fumbles. And now it is Washington's ball. Ike Forte, number 30. Let's take the kick first of all. He just did get it away. Look at that gang coming through. Terry Anderson will make the hit, number 81. Here comes Anderson to reach out and hook him, and there goes the ball. And finally, Forte, number 30, nose down in the dirt to pick it up.
Chuck Fairbanks and his staff must be beaming this afternoon. The Patriots 55-14 over the Jets late in that game. We talked about the penalties, 100 yards for Kansas City in penalties, 64 for Pittsburgh. First and 10 from the 38-yard line. Ted McKnight over midfield, spinning down to the 45 to the 43-yard line. Strong safety, Donnie Shell, number 31, up to make the play. McKnight averaging 5 point yards per carry.
Well, I think Pittsburgh right here, they were waiting for Kansas City to pass the football, which they didn't do. And we're seeing a lot of missed tackles. We've seen quite a bit of that today. Shell actually misses him here. He gets away, but he trips him up. McKnight might have scored.
McKnight's the man that usually goes out. As we see Bob Simmons going out. Simmons, the left guard, has played a tremendous game today for the Chiefs. Is replaced by 76 Rod Walters for the Chiefs. Handoff to Morgado. And Morgado had such a fine day last week and is having another fine day today for Kansas City. Is hit by Jack Lambert. He gets the ball down to the 36-yard line. The clock is running with 4:40 to play. The Steelers lead by 10, 27-17, in what has been a very interesting football game. The Steelers coming off that very tough loss Monday night here. It's been a hard-fought football game here, and Kansas City deserves a lot of credit for hanging tough, and they're trying to get back in business. McKnight in motion. McKnight with a football. McKnight inside the 30 down to the 26-yard line and a first down.
They're running to their left all the time. Walter White, number 88, blocks Robin Cole, number 56. That's the man they're running after Lawrence Taves got hurt early in the second period. Now watch what happens. Walter White, just they knock Cole down on the ground. McKnight cuts it back to the inside. There's no backside pursuit, and that's the offside defensive end, L.C. Greenwood, who made the play.
And they're yelling for the defense to hang in here. And Livingston throws incomplete. Intended for Walter White, the tight end. He had it. The ball thrown just a bit high. Wagner, the free safety, was there on the coverage. The incompleted forward pass stopping the clock with 3:37 left to play. Coming up next, for those of you around the country, you'll be seeing either the Denver-Seattle game, Baltimore at Miami, San Diego at Oakland. This is Jay Randolph with Paul McGuire here at Three Rivers Stadium in Pittsburgh. The Steelers have a 27-17 lead. Second down 10 at the 26-yard line. Livingston with lots of time now on the run, and he tried to find Larry Dorsey. Dorsey was in a real dogfight with Ron Johnson, the rookie left corner, down the sideline. He slipped and never really could find any place to go. Dorsey comes in as the other wide receiver when they come out of the wing tee.
Dorsey, that time when he slipped and went out of bounds, he twisted his ankle a little bit. Johnson's not giving anybody any room. I don't think he read anything about the Chuck rule because he's hitting everything that comes in his area.
The Steelers, first in defense, second against the rush, and sixth against the pass, have had their hands full with Kansas City. Tony Dungy, the extra defensive back, in for the Steelers. Third and 10 from the 26. They're blitzing. Livingston gets it away. It is complete. That's Henry Marshall. A first down at the 10-yard line. Jack Ham made the tackle. A fine throw by Livingston as he put that one on consignment to Henry Marshall, the fine star from Missouri.
He read the blitz very well. He knew that he didn't have that much time to throw the ball. Had Henry Marshall coming across the middle on about a 10-yard pattern. He beat Mel Blunt, number 47, who you mentioned earlier has a shoulder injury.
Blunt was not expected to play today. They were going with Larry Anderson there on the corner, but Blunt is now in there, even with that sore shoulder. First down. This is McKnight going again to the left side and getting down inside the 5. Jack Lambert is there. Paul McGuire, they continue to run to that left side.
Well, they're running to Larry Cole, or Robin Cole's side. What happens is that Cole's trying to hold up the tight end. When he's doing it and he strings the play out, he's not getting any backside pursuit from the defense. Now, when the middle linebacker is the only guy that's there, you know that the safeties in the corners are not supporting. And this is something that Kansas City is working on right now, especially to that side, because they know Blunt can't hit with that shoulder.
Livingston's hit on 15 out of 28. Penalty marker goes down. The handoff went to Morgado, and they were looking for him, and Robin Cole made the play that time. Penalty marker down. The clock stopped with 2:05 left. They're calling this penalty against the Steelers. Next week, the Steelers will meet New Orleans here. The Raiders will be in Kansas City.
Number 64 on the defense.
The call against Steve Furness. It'll put the ball at about the 3. There is Marv Levy, the 50-year-old coach who came from Canada and has taken over Kansas City. Second down, goal to go from about the 3. That's Arnold Morgado, and he is stopped by Joe Green, big number 75 underneath there.
Keep in mind, Kansas City can still get a first down here.
That's right. I said goal to go, but they can get the first down. As I look, there's just about 6 or 7 inches between the marker and the goal line. Second down and 3. When we come back, as both teams are given the 2-minute warning now, the Steelers 27, the Chiefs 17.
Greg Latta comes into the game replacing Mike Cobb at tight end. Latta number 88. Cobb has played most of the game so far, the tight end position. Latta started, Cobb came in. It is first down for the Bears with Latta in there at their own 11-yard line. Slot formation left. First down pass play by
Wide
Avellini.
open,
Deep.
wide open.
Complete. Payton gets all the way down to the 29-yard line of the Detroit Lions. Coming out of the backfield and wide open. Jimmy Allen finally pushed him out.
There was a mistake on the Lion defense, and Payton got outside there, and he had his man beat by a couple of yards. He was so wide open, he didn't know what to do. It came over the top of his head, which was a very tough catch. Luckily, there was pursuit from the other side, and Payton didn't go all the way. Luckily, as far as the Detroit Lions are concerned, finally he's knocked out of bounds by Jimmy Allen.
Hey, John, I had a top National Football League coach tell me this week he would take Avellini immediately. What happens with this guy?
Well, we'll let you know here in just a minute. Let's take a look at this play.
Walter Payton, pitch out left. Gets to the 28-yard line. Not much on the play. Maybe a yard, 2, depending on where they mark the ball. Good coverage by the Lions out there on that right side. It was Williams, number 21, the cornerback, coming up.
Avellini's statistics have really been not that bad the last 5 or 6 games that they've lost. He has had some key interceptions. The big rap on him is that he's a little bit too slow. And also a big rap is that a quarterback takes most of the blame when the team is losing. But like in this game, if you take away that 1 interception that he had, Avellini hasn't really done all that badly. He's a gutsy quarterback, a tough kid, and they got to win this game. Let's see if he can lead them on.
61-yard pass play to Payton has the Bears down here in good position inside the 30 of Detroit. Richards in motion. Looping pass and complete to Schubert. No, out of bounds. He caught the ball, but he had a foot outside when he brought that ball in. And the coverage by Luther Bradley, the number 1 pick for Notre Dame. Third down coming up. Well, look at this. The New England Patriots were not impressed with the New York Jets. They just went out and waxed them, 55-21. That's the most the Patriots have ever scored.
It's a lot of points. And here's a key play for the Lions. Have they come back this year? We'll tell by this kind of a situation. Third down and 10. The Bears can get back in the game. Will the Lions stop them here? This is the key.
I think that's exactly right, Johnny. The key for the Bears is that while Avellini has done well, he has not done so well on the big plays. The times they needed them. Here's Payton. Payton running hard. Oh, that was a determined run. Excellent blocking on the right side. And a first down Chicago inside the 15 at the 14 of Detroit.
They do it off the draw as Payton slides over the right side of the Bear line, crushed the defense inside, and Payton, carrying it one hand and all, takes it down and gets the first down and keeps the drive alive. And that's what I was talking about. It was key for the Bears, but it was just as key for the Lions. They could have stopped them there.
Greg Latta, number 88, sometimes knocked for his blocking, made 2 blocks on that play. First down. Bears threatening. Avellini. Intended for Schubert, incomplete. 2 Lions collided in the end zone on the coverage. Looked like Avellini might have been trying to throw that out when he saw the 2 men on Schubert. Johnny, what was your feeling on that? The Lion defenders getting up slowly.
Well, he just made a last-second split decision to throw it deep in the end zone and hoping that Schubert could make a great catch, and the Lions were there. They did collide. I think it was Bradley and Allen. Good defense there at the last second, and a lot of times when you do that, they swipe right across in front of the receiver, and he can't get sight of the ball.
Bradley is the man still down. Allen is up and apparently all right. I just wondered if maybe Avellini, when he saw the 2 men covering, was just trying to throw it out. Schubert tried to catch it anyway.
Boy, they really did collide, and he didn't try and throw it out. The pass was right there. Terrific collision, and Bradley took the worst of it.
Flag down in the Bears backfield where Al Baker had a pretty good rush on Avellini. And they have called roughing the passer against the Lions on the play, and Bradley is still down in the end zone. So the Bears have first down at the 7-yard line of Detroit.
Chuck Noll, who led the Steelers to victories in Super Bowl 9 and 10. An uneasy Chuck Noll. His Steelers lead by 10, 27-17. I said a moment ago we'll come back for second down. I should have said third. It is third down and 3. Double tight end set. Handoff to Morgado over the left side. Touchdown, Kansas City. Arnold Morgado, who had 2 big touchdowns last week in the victory over Cleveland, comes through here, and Paul McGuire again, they went to that left side.
Well, ever since Lord Taves got hurt, they've been running to that side all afternoon. Morgado, what a super game he's had so far. He just wanted his touchdown. The blocking is superb. They kick out. Felton kicks out on that side. I don't know where the linebacker Cole is.
Morgado scores it, and here is the extra point. Jan Stenerud with Adams holding. It is up, and it is good. And with 1 minute and 56 seconds remaining here at Three Rivers Stadium in Pittsburgh, Steelers 27, Chiefs 24.
Next Sunday on CBS, see NFL doubleheader action. Most of the country will see Dallas take on Miami. You'll say, you saw it on CBS Sports.
Luther Bradley is still down in the Lions' end zone. The coaching staff looking on with some concern, and now he is getting to his feet. And of course, Bradley, the #1 pick from Notre Dame, the starter on the right corner. They're already without their starting left corner, 3rd-year man James Hunter from Grambling, the first pick in 1976. So Bradley will need a rest, but apparently he's all right after the collision with his teammate Jimmy Allen. That would bring in Nat Terry, a rookie from Florida State, picked up on waivers from Pittsburgh, the likely replacement. He is number 30, and he's in there now joining Walt Williams on the corners.
Look at this one. The Steelers 27-24 over Kansas City. That game is still on in the 4th quarter.
Kansas City, a 2-6 team like the Lions, but given the Pittsburgh Steelers fits today.
The Lions could sure use James Hunter. He's had that hamstring for several weeks now, and those things are slow to come around once you pull it, depending on how badly you pull it.
Avellini is 8 out of 15. Johnny was talking about Avellini's passing. His percentages have remained high through this 3-5 season so far. Mike Cobb makes the strong side right, number 87. Slot formation left. Walter Payton out of the eye. Good block. Payton gets to about the 2.5-yard line before he's forced out of bounds. Ed O'Neill made the tackle. It'll be 2nd and goal. And let's go down to Bill Mazer at the Detroit bench.
In the vernacular, Tim, Bradley had his bell rung. That was it. And Dr. Geis, the team doctor, tells me he will be back.
All right, Bill Mazer, thank you. And that's good news for Detroit fans and for the Bradley family. Robin Earl has come in. And in this short goal line situation, they'll put Earl up on the wing sometimes with 2 tight ends, Cobb and Latta, and that's what they're doing here. Harper and Payton still the running backs. Harper, the ball carrier, in the end zone or not. Touchdown is signaled, but flags are down. Flags were down before he got to the goal line, but they did signal him in the end zone. Let's see what the call is. And it is a Chicago touchdown, the infraction against the Lions. So the Bears are back in this football game on the 2-yard run by Roland Harper.
Good determination by Harper. He was hit at about the 2-yard marker and just kept his legs going and got into the end zone. You get a better look at it here from up above. He follows Payton in. Payton throws a good block in front, and Harper follows him on into the end zone. It is now 21-16 Detroit. The extra point coming up.
Bob Thomas will attempt the point after Bashnagel is the holder. Low snap again, and again Bashnagel does a great job. He's playing like Bucky Dent there, fielding those low snaps, and Thomas, waiting patiently, gets the ball up, and it is 21-17. We have 6:45 remaining third period.
Good afternoon. At the tone, the time will
Ron
be 3:52.
Jaworski is still down, and Hank, let's go back and see what happened to number 7 on that 4th down, trying to hit Carmichael.
Well, here you see Mike Dawson got good penetration, and as Jaworski threw the ball, released it, he was in the process of making a play on Jaworski.
Let's go back again. That was kind of quick, and see if we can pick it up again. But here's Dawson, 73.
He comes through there nice and free. Jaworski is all spread out, releasing the ball, falling away as he throws it. Dawson tackles him high and throws him to the turf, and evidently he was shaken up on the play.
I imagine that's where the damage was done, when they hit.
That's right, when he hit the ground.
Well, here's the situation. They did not go for the field goal. They tried to go for 6 on the 4th down. The ball is turned over to the Cardinals at their own 13. 5:44 left. Well, this is a very unhappy crowd right now in Philadelphia. Oh, Chase Nicholson, that's tackling by the face mask.
A gum grabber.
A teeth rattler.
That's right.
Good afternoon. At the tone, the time will be
That was very flagrant, and you know that Philadelphia's not happy right now, and Jim Otis about lost his upper part of his body on that play.
Good afternoon.
Here's the
At the
final.
tone,
New
the time
England
will be
defeated the Jets 55-21. That's the most points ever scored by New England.
They're coming on strong. We saw them a couple of times earlier in the season, and 3 times specifically.
20 seconds.
Face mask.
Charlie Johnson, I think, is the guilty party.
Will be 3:54.
Here you see the face mask by Charlie Johnson, number 65.
That'll be 15 yards.
Time will be 3:54 and 40 seconds.
Face mask, number 65 defense, 15 yards, first down.
So they get out of a real jam field position-wise.
And 50 seconds.
There's your time, 5:39.
And there's a lot of time left in this game for a lot of things to happen. The important thing is that St. Louis has to maintain possession and keep the ball. They're going to run right. Let's see if they run right.
Gray and Tilly, the wide receivers. Here comes Jim Otis. Otis hammers it out. He's close to a 5-yard pickup as his forward progress just short of the 35.
Now, that's only the 3rd time they have run that play, and on each occasion, if I remember correctly, they gained 10 yards the first time, 5 the second, and 5 the third. 20 yards in 3 carries, running behind Deerdorf on that read play by Jim Otis. And there you see Tommy Bettis, the defensive coordinator and our defensive backfield coach at Kansas City for many years, who did such a great job for me.
Otis now has 70 yards on 20 carries. 2nd down, 4. Goes right back to number 35 again, and he wedges it out for a first down. He just moved that pile ahead about a yard or 2.
And I would line up in that same formation on 1st and 10 and run over Deerdorf again and give it to Otis. They've done a good job over on that side. Let's see if they do it again this time.
Time starting to become very important in this game. 4:38, and it's moving.
And you know, the other thing about it is the Eagles have already exhausted 2 timeouts. They only have 1 left in this game.
Gray, Tilly, the wide receivers, that forward wall now of the Cardinals starting to get some running room for Otis.
Now they're going to run to the left.
And here comes Otis again, and Jim protecting the football to the 43-yard line.
56.
That play has been much more successful to the right than it has been to the left. I'm surprised they ran to the left that time. Let's see if they come back and run it to the right this next time.
Well, when you got a guy like Deerdorf on the right, that's a reason, isn't it?
That's right. You got a good horse, you better ride it.
There's Johnny Rowland. Now, he's the guy that's the all-time leading rusher for the Cardinals, but his record is in jeopardy, as Otis needed 95 yards to break his record coming in. He now has 78, and he might get it if they keep this drive going.
And other formation again.
This time they're going to go to Wayne Morris. And Morris doesn't get much. They haven't been able to get outside all afternoon long.
It's tough to get outside from that formation because you have to bring the ball all the way across from the left side of the center to the right side. It's a long way to go, and this team reacts so well. It's very difficult to go sideways and do it from a delayed formation.
So third down coming up, 3rd and 6. Now, Hank, do you put the ball in the air now, or do you still stay on the ground and try to hang on to this 6-point lead?
I think they're going to probably try to run something, a very high percentage play, maybe a quick screen, or just run the ball, and then hope that they have to go all that way. Here they're going to come back in the pocket.
He's going to throw it. Far side, Gray. It's picked up. Herman Edwards. And so now the Eagles are a long ways from being out of this one as Herman Edwards on a pass intended for Mel Gray. That is Edwards' 4th interception of the year.
The Chiefs, who have really hung tough, have driven 62 yards in 8 plays to score. 27-24 the Steelers.
Would it be safe to say they might try an onside kick?
A very astute observation, Paul McGuire. Let's see whether they do, in fact. That's Anderson deep.
Look at this shift.
And here they come with the shift. And Andrusician kicks it. And a big pile up. And let's see who's got it. The Steelers come up with it. But it was a very, very touchy situation there for a moment.
I think Jack Ham is the man that gets the ball. It really bounces off his leg, and he falls on it. It's a good kick. Perfect. 10 yards. There's Jack Ham. Good hands. Good hands.
Offensive yardage today, 316 yards for the Chiefs, 194 for the Steelers. Now the Steelers, 1st and 10 at the 45-yard line. That's Blyer in motion. Kruzik pitches back to Harris. Harris, the bread and butter man at this point, down to the 40-yard line. They give it to Franco. Timeout called. Kansas City, 1:46 remaining to be played. Whitney Paul, the linebacker, 53. And Gary Spaney, the linebacker on the inside, made the tackle.
Well, we talked at halftime, and I made a statement. I said, I don't believe with this kind of an offensive football team that the Kansas City Chiefs have, that they could come back, which they did come back. Now, you got to remember one thing. Livingston threw an interception. His arm was hit by Joe Green. Then there was a fumble. It was picked up by Shell for the touchdown. That's the difference in this football game. Other than that, it would be Kansas City's game. We saw 2 halves of football. One by Pittsburgh the first half, 20-3. Now you come back and you take a look at this Kansas City team. What they did in the second half is absolutely amazing.
I want to mention again that Mike Kruzik is quarterbacking the Steelers because of an elbow injury to Bradshaw. Many of you around the country have joined us here with 1:46 left. 27-24 the Steelers, and Paul McGuire and yours truly, Jay Randolph, are not jiving you when we tell you this has been quite a ball game, because the Steelers have had their hands full with these Chiefs.
And we said at the beginning, if the team can run against Pittsburgh, they can beat them.
2nd and 5 at the 40-yard line. Again, it's Franco Harris coming the other way, and he goes down at the 39-yard line. And Whitney Paul is leading the way, and they're going to call time. Stop the clock with 1:37 left, and the Chiefs with 1 timeout remaining. And it's going to bring up a 3rd down. Let's call it about 4. Got some good football coming up for many of you, of course, when this action is over. Denver at Seattle, Baltimore at Miami, and San Diego at Oakland. The games that will be preceding this action. You'll be seeing one of those, of course, as soon as we are finished here. New England 55 points over the Jets today. A final now, 55-21. Jeff Lloyd, 74, has replaced Don Parrish at nose tackle for the Chiefs. Paul, here comes a big play. 3rd and 4 at the 39-yard line. The Steelers leading by 27-24.
I think the most impressive thing today that I could say about the Kansas City Chiefs is the passing of Livingston. You know, everybody talks about their running game. They lead the league in rushing and rushing offense, which is evident today watching them move the football. But I'm very impressed with the way Livingston threw the ball today.
Mike Krusik, the third-year man from Boston College at quarterback. It goes to Sidney Thornton, and Thornton has got the first down. They went to Thornton, who has been used sparingly this afternoon, a 3.8 rushing average, but he is a tough man to bring down. Tim Gray finally made the stop, and now we have 1:32 left. The Steelers with a 3-point advantage, 27-24.
That just about wraps it up. That's all they needed was that one first down. They got it.
Franco Harris and Rocky Blyer now in there. Blyer 20 and Harris 32. That's Harris getting it. And Harris is at the 31-yard line. Terry Barbaro, the weak safety, making the stop. And Kansas City going to use its last timeout right here with 1:23 remaining. We'll take a timeout. The Steelers and the Chiefs playing here in Pittsburgh. 27-24, Pittsburgh.
With 4 minutes and 7 seconds left to go in the game, this is Vin Scully along with George Allen and Jim Brown. The Redskins came up empty on that drive, but it sure took them long enough to do it. 4 minutes and 56 seconds to eventually be shut out on the drive.
Well,
first time.
The time is the important factor there.
That's about over now. 1st and 10 for San Francisco on their own 28-yard line. Simpson and Farrell are the running backs, but O.J. comes up in a wing. DeBerg throwing to O.J., intercepted by Jake Scott to the 35. To the 30. Scott looking for blockers. Brooks blocks for him. And he goes out of bounds inside the 10. Jake Scott getting blocks from Chris Hamburger and Perry Brooks. There's your man, George.
It's another example of a quarterback throwing the ball. The receiver doesn't look at the ball. Scott plays the ball real well. He's the center fielder. That's his position, playing center field.
Why do you think the receiver wasn't looking at the ball, George?
He's more concerned about getting open than he is that the quarterback's got a time limit on him.
Boy, Perry Brooks just about killed Steve DeBerg. He'll remember that interception.
And also teams behind.
DeBerg talking to McCulley as if to say it is so tough to complete a pass in the big league.
That isn't all DeBerg's fault in that play.
No.
Your receiver should be looking. That's basically what the situation is. Let's call it like it is. Howard Cosell.
Uh-oh, flags on the play. By the way, San Francisco has had 6 turnovers today, 3 interceptions, 3 fumbles lost, and the 3 interceptions now gives DeBerg 19 interceptions.
On my sheet right here, you see what I wrote earlier in the first quarter? Don't beat yourself. Don't beat yourself.
We have a false start, number 75, offense.
And this is what's happened today.
I read a line about San Francisco, which applies here now. The line said, San Francisco has the ability to self-destruct, which is another way of saying beat yourself.
Yeah, don't beat yourself.
3:52 to go. The ball just inside the 15. It's 1st and goal from the 15. Kilmer going into the end zone, no good. Danny Bugs is down there, but Eddie Lewis was defending.
Yeah, Kilmer's got another waggle, and watch Bob Jury come right in his face here.
A little extra action there.
We have a final score which is pretty interesting, especially in Ohio. Cincinnati defeated Houston 28-13, so the winless Bengals get a victory. That's big news. We get another final. Pittsburgh had to hang on. They barely defeated Kansas City 27-24. Second and goal from the 15. Tony Green tied up. He tried to go over a block by Dan Nugent, but there were just too many white shirts for him.
2 Monday night teams we just talked about.
Right.
Short week.
That's the psychological aspect of football, right, Coach?
It is, especially if you have to travel, too. If you've played at home, then you have to take a 2 or 3 hour time change and traveling. It's very difficult.
Coaches have a big job in motivating teams after big victories, especially on Monday night when the whole nation is watching.
The next article that we have coming up is Anatomy of an Upset, and this is what we saw today.
Third and goal from the 12. Kilmer releasing it to Harmon. No good. There are flags all over the place. Well, we are getting down, fellas, to the dreaded Alan Brown Award. The Alan Brown reward on the performance that is most questionable throughout the afternoon. We've had blunders, we've had key factors, and then, of course, the denouement, which would be the questionable performance. And at this stage, Jim Brown, what do you think?
Well, we're looking at it on our screen. I believe that it's the San Francisco coaching staff who made a couple of moves that I could not buy and I thought affected the team tremendously.
What about you, Coach? It's heavy to ask you.
I've got 3 minutes to make a decision.
Okay, all right. At this end, as an interested bystander, we have to go for that 4th and snick snap from Senator Bruce Elia, the lateral to the punter Connell that went awry. They were only 8 points down at the time. Tony Green swallowed up by Ed Gallagher, 7-year man out of UCLA. He's only 250 pounds. So the clock is running out on San Francisco. They will be 1-8, and that's the poorest start for a 49er team since way back in 1963. That club won 2 and lost 12, but in an expanded schedule, this team, at least on paper, could be the worst. They have more games to lose.
16.
They get ahead and they figure out that some way they're going to lose the ball game, no matter what the score is.
The spot is at the 16 by Theismann. And Mosley kicks. It is good. So Mark Mosley finally gets those elusive 3 points. And it is Washington 38 and San Francisco 20.
1:23 remaining here at Three Rivers in Pittsburgh. Final score, Cincinnati 28, Houston 13. Houston beat these Steelers here Monday night, and now Cincinnati gets their first win of the year in a big one. Sidney Thornton hit as he ran laterally along the 30-yard line by Art Still, number 67. Clock running with 1:10 to play. The executive producer of NBC's NFL coverage is Don Ohlmeyer. Today's game was produced by Jim Maroney, directed by Richard Klein. Our technical director, Walter Dresch Jr., the associate director, John Filippelli.
What a job these guys did today.
Third down, 7. The Steelers leading at 27-24. Trying to run it out. Down to the 25-yard line goes Franco Harris, Gary Barbaro, and Dave Rosamek are there to make the play. Well, this sellout crowd begins to leave as the clock now has 23 seconds left on it. That big play by Donnie Shell here late in the third quarter was a big one, Paul.
It's Kansas City fans. People are watching this Kansas City game have to be awfully proud of their football team. They could have folded up their tent and went home when it was 20-3, but they didn't. They came back, they fought back, they had to score 20-17, and 2 turnovers cost them the football game.
And it's all over. The Pittsburgh Steelers win their 8th game of the year. They have lost 1. Marv Levy shakes hands with Chuck Noll. The final score again, 27-24. The Steelers.
Excitement here in Veteran Stadium. We have 2 minutes left. And the Eagles, who trail by 6 at their own 45-yard line, 2nd down and 5.
One thing that's important is that they only have 1 timeout left.
Jaworski back to throw. Over the middle, wide open is Camfield. And he's got a first down. He's at the Cardinal 48-yard line. Mark Arneson is over there. I see Cleveland Franklin was back in after that timeout. So Franklin's back in with Camfield. They're not huddling. They have another play call. 1:40, and the clock is running. First down at the 48.5 of St. Louis. Jaworski again. Pressure put on by Zook. Incomplete. Franklin can't hang on, and in all fairness to him, after the shot he took a couple plays ago, it might be a little difficult to hang on to a pass.
You know, and the ironic thing about that last play, they had a double screen set up, one to the left and all to the right. They faked to the right to Camfield and then threw a left back here to Franklin, but ironically enough, Camfield was wide open on the right side. Had they run the screen to the right side, they'd have made a lot of yardage.
Thanks to our spotter, Bill Friel, who does an excellent job here in the Philadelphia area. Our statistician, Jerry Bruderly. The ball at the 48.5. Orrin Middlebrook is now checked in with 1:29 left, 2nd and 10. Good blocking up front. Carmichael off his fingertips as Worley and Ken Stone were there. And he's disappointed, and he's getting up very slowly.
But Carmichael that time Carmichael coming across the middle that time looked like he was a little concerned about people coming from the backside. The concentration span wasn't nearly as strong as it should have been, and as a result, he was waiting to get hit rather than concentrating on catching the football.
Richard Osborne now in at a tight end. Cleveland defeated Buffalo 41-20. A lot of scoring today in the NFL. 3rd down and 10. 1:22 remaining in the game. Jaworski's got protection again. And he intended it for Osborne, but he had double coverage on him. So now it's a 4th down. John Zook was really harassing Jaworski back there. He was scrambling after him. He stayed after him.
He was right in his face that time, and as a result, he threw the ball before he wanted to, and it didn't make any difference because the coverage was very good.
So with 1:16, they come to a 4th down.
But this is a great illustration, Gary, of how important that field goal was, because now they don't have to worry about anything but the fact that they know they have to get 6. They can play deep enough and still come up with the right kind of plays.
Orrin Middlebrook, Ken Payne, and Harold Carmichael, the wide receivers. They do not have a tight end in. Jaworski back. Over the middle, Carmichael. He's to the 25-yard line, and on a 4th down, the Eagles are still alive.
Boy, that was a big play and a great clutch throw by Jaworski and a big catch by Carmichael.
And they've used their last timeout.
Yes.
The Eagles have called their 3rd and final timeout with 1:05. So that always presents a problem for you, but what a completion to Carmichael.
You know, one of the raps against Carmichael, very candidly, is the fact that, you know, he has trouble catching the ball across, coming across and in traffic, but he sure made the catch here. The concentration was good. Catches it right in the middle area, makes the catch. Look at the way he's carrying that football. He finally tucks it in close, but that's a good way to lose it.
That was a 23-yard pass completion, just short of the 25. So with no timeouts left, 1:05 left in the game, the Eagles have their work cut out for them as Ron Jaworski goes back to the huddle.
They got a lot of time with 1:05 left in this area of the field on the 25.5-yard line.
Boy, Hank, it's tough to win in the NFL, but I think it shows again how tough it is to win that first one.
Oh, it really is.
All right, here we go. 1:05 left. This series has been this way every year. Last year, the Cardinals winning with 38 seconds left in Busch Stadium. Jaworski on the first down. A blitz, far side. Carmichael. He has it. Perry Smith defending on the play. He's at the 8-yard line. 58 seconds left. And Carmichael's a bread and butter guy now.
Tim Kearney that time was blitzing on the play. I tell you that Jaworski stood right in that pocket beautifully that time and threw it right on the money to Carmichael. Perry Smith covering on the play, number 45.
17-yard pass completion following a 23-yard pass completion to Carmichael.
Uh-oh, they got bump and run on the right side. See if they try to get the ball up there. Carmichael again.
At the 8-yard line. First and goal, Philadelphia. Jaworski back to throw, rolling out. Throwing. And almost was Richard Osborne. Osborne, the tight end, that's twice now. He's had 2 in the end zone that he almost had.
Yeah, well, the first one, he didn't have much of a chance. That one, he should have caught. It was in his hands. He should have made the catch, and it should have been a touchdown for Philadelphia.
That's a funny-looking 5, but that is 51 seconds left in this game. Second and goal from the 8-yard line. I'll tell you, Bud Wilkinson has gray hair, but it may be getting even grayer right now.
Oh, this is murder to have to endure 51 seconds of this kind of torture trying to win your first football game.
The crowd here, you can hardly hear yourself think.
Same situation with bump and run on the far side with Carmichael.
Jaworski back, a blitz. It's picked off. Roger Worley. Worley intercepts. What caused that was the blitz up the middle. It looked like Ken Stone was the guy that came up the middle and forced Jaworski to throw the football. Look at Bud Wilkinson.
There's Bud. He's got to be very happy and very justifiably so. Here he is going back into the pocket. And he had no chance at all to complete that play. None whatsoever. Ken Stone. Watch Worley making the interception.
Ken Stone forced that, Hank, maybe a split second before Jaworski wanted to throw it.
Yes, and he really had no business throwing it out to the outside because Worley had the inside leverage all the way. He had no chance in the world to complete that pass.
Well, it hasn't been easy, but it appears as though the Cardinals have won their first one, as now the Eagles have no timeouts remaining. And interestingly enough, Cincinnati also won today, so everybody's won at least one in the NFL.
Isn't it ironic that last week both teams who were undefeated lost? This week, both teams who had not won a game, both teams won on the same Sunday.
Look at this. I tell you, did you see Bud? Look at him. Is he happy?
Happiness is in the air.
Look at that. Jim Hannafin, the offensive line coach, hugging him. There's Steve Niels, Kurt Allerman, Eric Williams, who's been out of this ball game. He was shaken up early. And I'll tell you, what has it been? 16 years, I think, since he's won a football game, since coming back from collegiate coaching. Look at him. The time is over, and the Cardinals have won their 9th in a row over the Philadelphia Eagles. The final score from Veterans Stadium. The St. Louis Cardinals 16, the Philadelphia Eagles 10.
With 1:42 left, Vin Scully with George Allen and Jim Brown. It is 38-20 in favor of the Washington Redskins, and they're looking for more. They've already scored more points than any Redskin team since 1975 against the New York Giants. And there goes Harmon to the 15-yard line with 1:37 seconds left.
You know, if Kilmer were a selfish quarterback, he could give him play action and throw a touchdown pass here. But all he's thinking of is get the game over. And
interesting thing now, George, in the aftermath of Kilmer, who had thrown 2 passes in his only appearance against St. Louis. Now he is running the ball club, and they're going to pile up all these points. Would you assume then that he has to start next week, and you have suddenly shut down Joe Theismann?
No question about it. He has to start now, and he'll have to keep being the quarterback. Right,
well, it's a show-me state. That's what they call Missouri, and St. Louis will finally show them. They just won their first game over Philadelphia, 16-10.
The quarterback gets too much credit, and he also gets too much blame.
I agree with that 100%.
A 4th and 1 play from the 15. Kilmer to Harmon, and he just ran into Hardman. End of story. That must be a desperate feeling to try and cut, and there is Cedric Harmon, 6'4", 244, waiting to wrap you up. Well, it was certainly a whale of a beginning when the 49ers got out in front 10-0. Then it was 14-13 Washington at the half, and then it disintegrated. The Redskins are leading 38-20 with 1:30 left.
When you've
Our
lost.
thanks to our producer, Robert Stenner, better known as Sweet Old Bob, and sometimes we use only his initials. Our director, Tony Verna.
Best in the business.
Oh, staggering. Just incredible. The Fellini of football. Associate producer, Rick Sharp, who is sharp indeed. Field operations engineer, we salute at the mere mention of his name, Stan Mitchell. Technical directors, Earl Ringgold and Bill Vogan. Audio, Willis Webster, Bill Bates. Pass is complete to the tight end, Paul Seal, and things get very tight for him as they drop him at the 39 with 1:20 left.
Jim and Vinny, what I started to say is that when you've lost as much as the 49ers have, even though you're ahead late in the ball game, you figure some way we're going to lose this ball game. You don't have the confidence. Now, there are too many men on the field.
Yep, Farrell has to get off in a hurry. Boykin and OJ are the running backs. DeBerg down the left side to Paul Seal. He goes away from Gerard Williams as he picks up the first down. Joe Lavender finally makes it, even though Don Harris stole the ball after the whistle. It's another meaningless first down, which is why we kind of pushed aside those statistics that they usually pop up at the half and at the end of the game.
Because right now, Vinny, all they're trying to do is really not get hurt.
That's all. Stand, not win or lose, but get out of here alive.
That's right.
First and 10 from the 49, and DeBerg flipping it out to Boykin, who was knocked out of bounds by Gerard Williams.
And the Redskins defense doesn't want to give up another touchdown. That's their pride. They'll be disappointed with their performance, 20 points. That's not their style to give up points like that. Chris Hamburger, Talbert, and all that gang, Joe Lavender, they have a lot of pride, and they don't want to give up any points, not even a field goal.
Right.
16-10, the St. Louis Cardinals picking up their first win of the 1978 season, the first win in the NFL for 62-year-old Bud Wilkinson. And Hank, as a coach yourself, you probably can more or less share that as well as anybody.
Yes, well, the big thing about it is, you know, you have to give Bud and his staff a lot of credit for keeping this team together and putting them in a position where they felt they could win a football game. And as I mentioned before the game, they sincerely felt they could win the football game. They felt badly about the games they had lost, but they felt they could win, and they proved that they could by doing a good job out here today.
Well, they did it with a game that didn't start out all that well for them, but they did pull it out. Our thanks to our producer, Bill Barnes, and our director, Bob Dunphy. As the replays today were excellent, showing some of the more controversial plays as they developed and showed that the officials were right on top of it. So the St. Louis Cardinals, after going through the first half of the 1978 season without a victory, have picked up their first win. They have won 9 in a row now over the Philadelphia Eagles. They have won 11 of the last 12 against Philadelphia. The Eagles, on the other hand, now go to 4-5 for the year, and the Eagles will play host to the Green Bay Packers here next Sunday, and the Cardinals go back to Busch Stadium in St. Louis, where they'll play host to the New York Giants. This is Gary Bender speaking for Hank Stram, saying so long. The NFL on CBS is a presentation of CBS Sports.
One last thing again before we bail out for the day with 29 seconds left. Second and 6 from the 47. The backs both go out. DeBerg cranking up high to Seal, no good. Pete Wysocki was battling Seal. 23 seconds left.
Seal went up after that like he was hurt, and I believe he is hurt. He could have twisted his body and maybe had a chance to catch that ball. It was thrown just a little bit behind him.
Pete McCulley. Well, he's going through a painful process. McCulley, 46 years old. He'll be 47 on the 29th of November. On the other side, 42-year-old Jack Pardee. And Pardee certainly wasn't smiling early going. 2 awards really are in the air. One would have to be on the right side of the ledger. That would be most valuable, as DeBerg with 20 seconds goes over down the left side, and immediately Solomon takes it out of bounds for a first down. Who's the most valuable player in the game, Jim and George?
My award would go to a guy who's been inactive and came off the bench and did a heck of a job, Billy Kilmer.
No doubt about it, George. I agree with you 100%. Bill Kilmer is the most valuable player in this game.
Okay. And again, we repeat the suspect questionable performance. We had individuals at halftime, but it has spread throughout the entire 49er ball club. And so for our first questionable performance award of the year to the San Francisco 49ers, who will finish up one lonesome victory and 8 defeats. That one victory can be listed as a mere whimper of protest. DeBerg is running for his life. Oh, what a hit he took. Perry Brooks tried to bury him, and he just did get underneath a severe shot as time runs out. So a young 49er ball club learning what a painful experience it is to grow and learn in the NFL, and a veteran Washington ball club punishing them by 18 points, 38-20. So the Washington 2-game losing streak is a thing of the past, but for San Francisco it grows. They have now lost 4 in a row. Vin Scully for George Allen and Jim Brown. Let's go to Brent Musburger in New York.
Kurt Gowdy, John Brody inside the Kingdome. Right down below us in white with their orange pants, the Denver Broncos. They're tied with the Oakland Raiders. 5 wins and 3 losses for the lead in the Western Division of the American Football Conference. Across the way is Jack Patera and his ball club. And we want to welcome the fans that have been watching the Kansas City-Pittsburgh game. The Blue Wave today against the Orange Crush. And I want to tell you, in both locker rooms that we were there and talking to the coaches out on the field a couple of hours before the ball game. Here's the toss.
Denver's choice. You want the football?
Denver has won the toss. They elect to receive. So Seattle in blue, the dark jerseys, will be kicking off from your right. And Denver will be receiving on your left. We're just past the midseason mark, and young Jim Zorn warming up his passing arm, number 10. We have one final already in. The New England Patriots walloped the New York Jets today, 55-21. A big day, maybe the greatest game he's ever played for Steve Grogan. 4 touchdown passes in the first half, and he hit 15 out of 19. I think he was the only passer, John, in the American Conference under 50%. But when he gets hot along with his leadership and running ability, he can have a tremendous game.
You know, I think that percentage is so overrated in discussion of quarterbacks. He's an under 50% thrower, but Joe Namath was too, and there was never a more accurate thrower. A lot of it has to do with the style of offense you play, and Jim Zorn has just become a high percentage passer. The first 2 years in Seattle, he was under 50% both years, but still very effective. This year, he seems to have so many tools to work with. He's playing the same style, but he's raised his percentage to 60. Grogan's an outstanding quarterback. He has all the qualities that a quarterback needs. He doesn't miss many open receivers. So that percentage, to me, you can file.
Elfin Herrera will kick off. And back deep for Denver. Nearest to you, Bernard Jackson. And the other man is Perrin, who's a unique stylist in this league in that he kicks off and receives kickoff. A very rare combination. Here's the kickoff. Jackson watches it sail out of bounds, and Seattle now will come back and kick off from their own 30-yard line. When Denver goes on the offense, they'll have Craig Morton starting at quarterback. Otis Armstrong, number 24, John Keyworth, 32, will be the running backs. And the Broncos will be alternating 6 running backs in the game. The wide receivers will be Jack Dalbin, Haven Moses, Riley Odoms having his best year as the Tide, and some changes in the offensive line.
Well, you know, you mentioned Riley Odoms having his best year. He had so many good ones early. Now he's raising again to the level of play he once did. Claudie Minor's playing good football for him, but they've made some changes in their offensive 3 in the tight spots. Tom Glassick, Bill Bryan, Bobby Maples are all playing in a little bit foreign spot. We'll get into it more after the kickoff.
All right, Herrera now booting from his own 30. And this one is coming deep. It's handled by Perrin on the 2. 15, Perrin to the 20, and he's tripped up and he goes down. And there, the flag dropped on the field. He went down at his own 25-yard line. The first flag. Last week, Denver had 12 penalties called against them when they were against the Baltimore Colts. 11 holding penalties, 3 on their right tackle, Tom Neville. This penalty is going against Denver. And Red Miller is still moaning about all those penalties.
Well, sometimes you get into, you know, everyone has habits, and pretty soon a guy gets a couple penalties and somebody says, what's he been doing? Let's take a look. They don't take their eyes off him for 3 or 4 games. It looks like Neville's the effect.
Receivers during the return.
And that one is against Godwin Turk for holding. So the Broncos are pinned now deep in their own territory. For their first series are on their 12-yard line. Moses in motion. Otis Armstrong. Oh, he racked up at a 14. A big hit there by Terry Beeson, number 58, the young middle linebacker. Up front, Ernie Price at left end. Dennis Boyd at left tackle for Seattle. Bill Sandifer, the right tackle. Bill Gregory, the right end. They play a 4-3. The linebackers are Green, Beeson, and a rookie, Keith Butler. Webster, Brown are the cornerbacks. Beeman and Harris are the safety men. And we have limping off there Bill Bryan. And this offensive line, John, is already an injury problem. And we welcome the fans that have been watching the Cleveland-Buffalo game, won by Cleveland 41-20, a final. You haven't missed anything right here. We're just underway. First play has been run of the game. Denver's gained 2 yards. They have a 2nd and 8, and they're on their own 14-yard line. And over the 15, coming out, Webster makes the hit on Lonnie Perrin.
All right, Glenn Hyde, a new fella in there. They've already had some problems at guards and center. Schindler is out. Howard is out. Now they're playing with Glassick in there. They're playing with Maples. They were playing with Bryan. Now they put Glenn Hyde, who is really a tackle who has to play guard. On that play, he made his move. He hit somebody, got things underway. Sometimes a move like that can be permanent.
Double tight end offense. Third down, a yard to go for the Broncos, under 21. He may have it, ramming straight ahead. Inside yardage error by Lonnie Perrin. He's just short of his 25. He's on his 24.
Okay, pretty good play up the middle. You can see Denver would like to attack the middle. The 3 fellas right in the gut did a good job, picks up 3.
Glenn Hyde has replaced Bryan at right guard. He was the only extra offensive lineman the Broncos had. First down for the Broncos on their 24. Standard close set. Play action pass. The toss is over the head. There's a flag down. Dalbin is interfered with by Cornell Webster. Webster pushed him in the back from behind as Dalbin was going up for the throw.
It looked like Cornell Webster was sitting right in the Denver huddle because he made a move for the ball before the offensive receiver could.
Defense, first down.
And Dalbin made a good play by getting in front of it, or he'd have picked the ball off. You can see Seattle has to be a little antsy. I mentioned earlier that comfort is the key thing here. Getting used to playing in big games. Not big games to you, but big games on the outcome of the conference. And I look for it to be a little unsettling for a while.
They're in a slot right formation for the first time. First down, Denver on their own 36. Flags are dropped. You saw that blur motion. The pass is out to Riley Odom. He has it. He steps out of bounds at the 39 or 38-yard line of the Seattle Seahawks. Penalties are coming up. They're going to confer down there at the, this may be going against Seattle. Offside. That's against Bill Sandifer, the right tackle, who was way offside. And now Denver has a first down on the Seattle 39-yard line. The Seattle young defense has been erratic. As you look at the standings we gave you earlier, they had an excellent week last week against Oakland, and they started off here very rattled in this game. First down, Denver on the Seattle 39. Moses going in motion. Straight up the middle goes John Keyworth. Keyworth is hit by Sammy Green, the left linebacker. And they stop him at the 30-yard line of the Seahawks.
Good play again by Bobby Mabels, getting a chance to play after a long layout. And you don't just walk into the center of the line and do your job. You can see he made a good play on Boyd. He allowed Keyworth to get through, pick up about 8 yards, and they are on the move.
Second down, 2, just short of the Seattle 30. The veteran Morton. Pitch, Otis Armstrong. Armstrong hit by Cornell Webster. Armstrong crossed the 25, has another first down for the Broncos.
The Broncos have been getting excellent surge off the ball. You can see they're pulling both guard and tackle. Both Neville and Hyde are coming out. Get a good piece of the cornerback, turn up inside, get the linebacker. That's the way running backs pick up yards, getting to the point of attack without anybody hitting them. Now they've got another first down.
First down, Denver. They've had 4 in a row. They're on the Seattle 24. Keyworth, the lone setback. Keyworth has the ball. Keyworth hit, struggles forward, and is to the 20-yard line of the Seattle Seahawks. And he was hit there by Terry Beeson, a second-year man out of the University of Kansas.
It's hard to over-amplify the importance of Denver having a good drive early. Last week, Seattle absolutely stuffed Oakland. If you let them get off fast again, it might be a real long afternoon for Denver offensively. They know they haven't been moving the ball. It's a very important drive.
And that's Bill Bryan, the starting right guard, who is injured. He's been replaced by Glenn Hyde. Second down, 6. Peter Cronin has come into the game, a 4th linebacker, trying to stop this Denver attack. And there goes Lonnie Perrin, who's come in as a running back. Bill Gregory comes over to hit him.
Beeson, real fine young linebacker. Some say he's as good from tackle to tackle as there is in the National Football League. He might lack a little bit of range, but he's very tough to run straight ahead at.
Denver has the ball at the 17-yard line of Seattle. There are 2 young running backs now. Dave Preston has come in. And with him is Larry Canada. He's a load. He's hard to stop for short yardage. But Morton's going to pass. It's incomplete. Trying to hit Dave Preston coming out of the backfield. Morton changed it up. They were running well. And suddenly changed up and missed the 3rd down pass.
I have absolutely no criticism of the fact they threw the ball. 3 yards in a short yardage situation is a long way to get. However, he's got good protection. He puts Preston on a little bitty curl, leads him a little too far, runs him right into the linebacker, Beeson. Their drive is dead.
Now we'll have Morton holding at the 24. A 34-yard field goal attempt by Jim Turner. He's 5 out of 10. And his kick is up. The kick is good, and Denver's on the scoreboard. Broncos took the ball in the 12, went to the Seattle 17. The drive stalled, and they get their 3 points. Timeout. Denver 3, Seattle nothing.
Okay, thank you very much, Vin Scully. And now, Jane Kennedy, let's get everybody up to date with all the scores this afternoon.
All right, starting off, St. Louis defeating Philadelphia 16-10.
And the first victory in the NFL for Bud Wilkinson. He was delighted at the end of that contest. We'll have highlights coming up.
And we also have Washington downing San Francisco 38-20.
Jane, I don't think Joe Theismann will be back at quarterback for the Redskins next week either.
Now we have Cleveland out of Ohio 41-20.
Lean in your home city there, will you, Jane? Really give it to him. What a day for your state.
Also out of Ohio, Cincinnati defeating Houston 28-13.
Could you believe that the Bengals and the Cardinals win on the same Sunday?
And Pittsburgh defeating Kansas City 27-24.
But a lot closer than folks expected. That game was about 20-3 at one point, so the Steelers struggled home.
And I ran out of room on my card with this one writing more scores. New England 55 over New York Jets 21.
Back to the drawing boards for the Jets. They thought they were better in that coming into that game.
We also have Detroit leading Chicago 21-17.
Jane, that game is in the fourth quarter. The Bears have the ball. They're on the 22-yard line trying to go in. That is a key game because the Bears have lost their last 5.
Brent, in the third quarter, the Giants lead 17-14 over the Saints.
The Giants and the Buccaneers battling for a playoff spot.
Tampa Bay, Irv, you'll be happy to hear this, is leading Green Bay 7-6 in Green Bay.
And I hope we get to the highlights of that game. There was a marvelous catch by the Buccaneers' Morris Owens in that contest.
And it's scoreless, Baltimore and Miami in the first quarter. Denver leading Seattle 3-0 in the first quarter. And San Diego leading Oakland 7-0 in the first quarter.
And the Greek just fell right out of his seat.
He sure did.
Okay, the NFL today will continue on CBS with some highlights. We'll keep you up to date live in Chicago in just a moment.
The games due to local blackouts. Roland Harper over the 15 to the 16-yard line, picked up about 5. John Woodcock, number 77, the third-year man from Hawaii, made the tackle. 6th-round pick in 1976. Al Baker, we mentioned his name a couple of times today. He had 13.5 sacks coming into the game today, 4 against the Chargers last week.
Luther Bradley is back in there at his corner spot. He looks like to be healthy.
Mike Cobb, number 87, the tight end, makes a strong side right. Look at all the shifting to adjust to that. Payton goes straight ahead. Oh, he almost stepped through for a huge gain. Woodcock, the man to knock him over with a hand as Walter tried to jump over the traffic.
The Lions seem to be a little bit confused with some of those shifts. Every time the Bears do those multiple shifts, they get a few yardage. You see Payton come through. Woodcock is right underneath him, and Walter then stumbles through and gets forward enough for the first down.
First down at the 22-yard line. Slot formation left. Shadows now on the field. Certainly have to affect the passing game in certain areas. Richards comes back in motion behind the ball. Avellini, deep sideline for Schubert. Bradley bats it around but cannot pull it down. A flag is down, and it'll be interference against Luther Bradley.
Okay, let's take a look as Avellini, Schubert had Bradley man for man. He just threw it up, was hoping that Schubert would spot it first, and they collided and went for the ball, and they're calling the penalty on Bradley. Here you look at it isolated. Schubert playing for James Scott. Bradley gives him the chuck and then runs with him. Here comes the ball, and now he's calling him right there for pushing off with his shoulder. Looked like a pretty good call to me.
Bradley definitely had contact there before the ball came down. The interference was not called at the point where the ball came down. It was called earlier. And Bradley, big rookie from Notre Dame, takes the penalty. First down Bears, but Walter Payton is stacked up and just got back to the line of scrimmage with a good second effort, or he would have had a 3-yard loss with Newmoff and Al Baker giving him all kinds of heat. It was Baker who finally stopped him. Bill Mazer.
Johnny, I was just going to say that play in front of me a moment ago came off the same slot formation, and they rolled the cornerback up. When you were running out of the flanker spot, catching 93 passes, did you guys run from the slot that much?
Some. We did some.
But not as much as they're doing it now.
Yes.
That seems very effective.
Chicago has a slot formation right, and Richards now out of the slot, motion behind the ball. 2nd and 10. Complete to Payton, and he can't shake loose from Charlie Weaver.
Boy, was Steve Schubert wide open on that play. There was another mistake by Detroit. Schubert was open downfield, down the sidelines. We'll see if the Bears pick it up. 3rd down, key play. The Lions on the spot.
3rd and 6, the ball at the 39. And Cleveland tattooed Buffalo today, 41-20.
So the Browns are 5-4. Buffalo 3-6.
And Houston lost, so the Browns pulled into a tie with 2nd place Houston in the AFC Central. Avellini on 3rd down, deep again for Richards. Williams has him well covered. The ball is overthrown. Walt Williams, number 21, step for step with Golden Richards. Walter Payton, if you're wondering how he's doing, 13 carries for 45 yards rushing. However, he has caught 5 passes for 102 yards. So they're getting offense from Walter, if not necessarily on the ground.
We have to give Walt Williams some credit that time. Golden Richards took off down the sidelines, and it was a foot race, and he stayed with him man for man, with Richards covered him all the way as you look at Walter Payton on the sidelines.
Bears will have to punt. Parsons at his 46. Angling for the corner. The ball bounces and is going to be down by Terry Schmidt at the 2-yard line. The ball bounced right to Schmidt, who was standing there, and couldn't have been a better play by the punter Parsons, just like they practiced all week, no doubt. 1st down, Detroit at the 2-yard line. Now the crowd here at Soldier Field comes alive. They sense an opportunity with 2:01 remaining, 3rd period. The Lions buried in there deep. The Bears only trailing by 4 points. If they stop them here, we've got a different ball game entirely.
And let's see what Monty Clark's approach is now. Are the Lions still going to wing it, or are they going to play real conservative and try and punch it out?
Gary Danielson, all the way at quarterback, has had an outstanding afternoon. That is Horace King, stacked up right at the line of scrimmage. Got maybe a yard. Alan Page was there. Brad Shearer was there. Gain of a yard and a half, we'll call it. Bruce Herron is in at linebacker for Doug Buffone. Herron, number 51. 2nd down. 8.5 to go. Shadow of their own goal line. Movement apparently by Detroit. Loose ball from the snap. Flags all over the place.
The right guard moved a little bit too soon for Detroit.
That would be Lynn Bodine.
The Bears have a good chance to get some good field position now.
62.
It is called on Bodine.
False start. Number 62 in the offense. 2nd down.
Bodine drawing the Bears over. We'll see it here. There he moves, and here come the Bears. So that backs him up. The ball now at about the 1. 2nd and 11. Danielson from the end zone, almost picked off by Fensick. Intended for Jesse Thompson. Thompson was open, but the ball a little flat. And Fensick looking for it would have had a big 6 if he had held on.
Well, Fensick was up close, and that was really a zone. They had him short and deep. You'll see Gaines further downfield, and there's Fensick covered on the short coverage, and he just couldn't get it up and over the short man.
Donnie Green, former Buffalo offensive line star, 8-year man from Purdue, looking on from the Lions sideline, reserve offensive lineman.
They need a quick kick here. That's a lost art.
That's right. That would be an excellent play. Danielson's going to make a quick throw. Deep, way deep for everybody. Intended for Jesse Thompson, I guess, but that was way, way over everybody. So the Bears have held, and their crowd is reacting to it here. They have got the Lions kicking from the end zone, and no matter where they get the ball, they're going to be in the Lions half of the field, trailing by 4.
Now, Skladany only have 10 yards to work with, actually 9 yards, so they'll have to have a closed punt formation, which means nobody will get downfield to cover Schubert, which in turn means that Bears will have excellent field position, probably around the 30-yard line.
Skladany standing right under the crossbar. Good kick by Skladany.
Wow.
That short position all the way to the Bears' 42-yard line. Schubert gets over midfield, starts down the sideline, and is forced out at the 44-yard line of Detroit.
Bobby, is it?
Let's go down to the sideline and Bill Mazer.
Hey, Tim, you know, we've been saying all along that the Chicago bench has been dead. The Detroit bench is alive. That defense has picked Chicago up so much in this third quarter, holding the Detroit team scoreless, that now the Chicago bench looks like friends have arrived. Incidentally, I asked Schubert before the game, because he's listed as being from Brooklyn, where he'd gone to high school. He said Manchester. I said, where's that in Brooklyn? He said, it's in New Hampshire.
Schubert here is returning that punt and doing a good job. As we look at that replay, he has a first down for the Bears at the 44-yard line of Detroit. Lions lead by 4. Walter Payton over the 30 to the 23-yard line. First down and patented Payton. Finally stopped by Jimmy Allen.
Payton cuts back so nicely here through the hole, and there was Charlie Weaver missing the tackle. He went for the ball to try to knock the ball out. And did you see the move Payton put on Jimmy Allen, number 40? Great move by Walter Payton. It's ironic, last year the Bears were 3-5 at this situation of the season. They came through with a last-second victory against Kansas City. You don't suppose the same thing had happened this year?
Harper is stopped by Neumoff. Not much room on that side. And Doug Woodcock, he got maybe 3. It'll be 2nd and 7.
They were 3-5. They beat Kansas City on the last play of the game, went 4-5, and then won their next 6 ball games and went into the playoffs. Now they're in a situation now where if they lose this game, it is all over for this year.
Well, that's the end of the third quarter with the score: the Detroit Lions 21, the Chicago Bears 17. We now pause for a word from your local station.
San Diego 7, Oakland nothing. First period, a run by Hank Bauer. They're working on the right ankle of Bryan. Is questionable. He'll return to the game at right guard.
Well, you know, if Hyde keeps playing the way he has played in the past drive, it's going to be tough to get him out of there.
Lonnie Perrin is going to kick off for the Broncos, and deep will be Al Hunter, number 24, and Rufus Crawford, a rookie, number 34. Hunter will be closest to you. Denver, the last couple of games, has averaged over 300 yards a game. And talking to Babe Perilli, their quarterback coach, John, he says their trouble is not moving the ball, but when they get down there, they're not scoring.
And a lot of times, even though the quarterback is responsible to score points, Kurt, it isn't his deal. Sometimes you don't find any good plays to capitalize the defensive weakness. You go in little streaks like that. The cycle always changes. You just have to hang through it.
Perrin's kick, a good one. Hunter backpedaling, coming out with it. Out to the 20, to the 30, an excellent run back. He'll be down at his 34-yard line, a 39-yard return by former Notre Dame star Al Hunter.
The first offensive play for the Seahawks. It looks like pretty good blocking at the point of attack. However, Hunter dips in, dips outside, gets a good help from his outside wedge man, runs the ball into good field position, and that's where you want to start if you're playing in your first big game.
On the 34, Jim Zorn puts him down. He'll have Stern Smith and Don Testament as his running back. Zorn is a left-hander, and he can scramble. Hard to contain. The pass out. It is complete to the 44.
Now that's some kind of catch. I've heard an awful lot about Largent. They say he doesn't have great speed. He's got excellent control of his body. We haven't seen an awful lot of Largent. However, the defensive teams that play against him have seen an awful lot of him for the past 3 years. He's got 35 catches so far this year. He's tied for the lead in the league. And Zorn says he can do about anything you ask him to do. That's good enough for me.
A first down for the Seahawks on their own 44. Denver ahead 3-0 first period. A little mixed up there. Sherman Smith started one way and saw, hey, there's nothing there. Changed direction, and he's brought down by Barney Chavis, number 79, the end of the Denver Broncos. There's the line. It's a very young offensive line and doing well.
Well, John Yarno, in Howard Mudd, the offensive line coach's opinion, is the best young center in football. He's really kind of coordinated with a bunch of young kids, a couple old veterans in Bebout and Newton, and they've been doing an excellent job.
Rizzo's out. Maroney's in for the Denver Broncos. Zorn, Smith, 50-yard line. Sherm Smith tackled on the Denver 48. Smith, first 2 years, leading ball carrier. He's missed 4.5 games this year with a shoulder injury, but he can go. He was a quarterback at Miami of Ohio, and listen to his record as a quarterback. 33 wins, 1 loss, and 1 tie in his collegiate career. They drafted him, projected him as a wide receiver, John. Now they've made him into a strict running back.
I don't think they've made him into one. He was one when he came out. He just played the position of quarterback. He has the ability to get things done, and we'll talk about him after the next play.
Seattle's on Denver 48. 3rd down and 2 yards to go. 3 wide receivers in. Rabel's come in. And Zorn is going to throw for it. He runs. He can run. He has a first down. He's brought down on the 44. He loves. That wasn't a quarterback draw. He just came out of the pocket. He loves to run the quarterback draw play, too.
Well, everybody loves to run any play that's wide open. And what the Seahawk offense has implemented is different ways for Jim Zorn to get out of the pocket, get up through the defensive line rush, do a lot of things, sprint outs, fake draw plays. They find a way to utilize the talents that Zorn has, and he has a lot of talent.
He wasn't even drafted. We talk about all these computers.
Yeah, a lot of great ones weren't drafted.
Yeah, all these great scouts. And he is becoming maybe the best young quarterback in the league. Zorn is going deep. Deep. He's got him. Touchdown. Sam McCullum for the score. Sam McCullum wide open.
Well, it's one thing to throw for a touchdown early in a big game, but when you beat the best cornerback in football by most people's viewpoint in Lewis Wright, you are beating something that's pretty rare. That time Zorn had good protection from his offensive line. He's looking over to his left. He's looking to his left. He's getting the free safety out of the hole. When he throws the ball, he's got McCullum down the field. Over the top of Louis Wright, you can see trying to catch up. He knows he's had his act eaten up. The score is about to be tied.
Louis Wright is so good that a lot of teams don't even throw in his direction. And Zorn just threw over him. Here's the point by Herrera. It's good. And Seattle comes right back. And each team has scored on its first series. Timeout in the Kingdome with a score. Seattle 7 and Denver 3.
The Bears have 2nd and 8 to go. The ball at the 21-yard line of the Detroit Lions. They stopped the Lions deep in their own zone after an excellent punt by Parsons. A 55-yard punt by Spladany got the ball to the Bears. Payton is stopped by Woodcock, who is really playing some second half defensively for the Lions. A flag is down on the play. Spladany's punt fielded by Schubert, we started to say, and Schubert got it to the 44 of Detroit. Holding against the Chicago Bears.
Noah Jackson, number 65, cannot believe it. He's a little upset about the call.
Schubert coming in for Baschnagel at wide receiver, and the official still sorting out the penalty.
It appears the Lions are going to take it, which would of course give the Bears another down, but they have to work from further out as far as a field goal attempt later on.
Offensive holding, number 65, 2nd down.
Whoa. Uh-oh, here comes Noah out of the game.
Noah Jackson just threw his helmet down on the ground, coming off in anger either at being called for the penalty or more likely at being taken out by the Bears coaching staff. Jeff Seavey, number 75, is in at left guard. It is second and about 19 to go, 18 and a half. Draw play, Payton. Stopped by Charlie Weaver. After a gain of about 9, maybe 8, he got back near the original line of scrimmage. Seavey with a good block on John Woodcock.
There's a final score. The Redskins beat San Francisco 38-20, so the Redskins are 7-2 in the Eastern Division. Dallas, having lost to Minnesota, would be 6-3. Now here we talk about third down situations, Tim. The last two in key situations, the Lions have not been able to hold them. Let's see if they do this time.
It is third and about 11. Big play for Chicago. Screen pass. Harper with an outstanding catch. Gets away from Weaver. Has a first down. Roland Harper made a fingertip catch and broke a tackle to get the Bears a first down inside the 15-yard line of Detroit.
Great effort by Roland Harper. Just a little swing pass out there the screen. You can see the lineman coming out.
Okay, Irv, why don't you get us started with the highlights? Nothing dramatic happening in Chicago right now. I'll keep my eye on the game.
All right, well, there's a lot of excitement down in Philadelphia today, Brent, because the St. Louis Cardinals picked up their very first win in the National Football League for head coach Bud Wilkinson by defeating the Philadelphia Eagles 16-10. And Jim Hart returned the quarterback today, too, coming off of a shoulder injury. And in the second quarter, goes to Morris and kicks the ball down to the 31-yard line on a nifty pass and catch run combination. Jim Otis blast over his left guard for a touchdown, and Cardinals took a 6-3 lead. Jaworski gets the Eagles back in the game in the second quarter with a nifty pass to Harold Carmichael, and they took a lead here, 10-6, and things look pretty secure for them. But Hart comes back with another pass-catch combination to Dave Stieff, number 84, catching his very first pass in the National Football League, and he goes all the way in, and the Cardinals took a 13-10 lead. Ron Jaworski late in the fourth quarter, going way to the sideline here, has his pass picked off by Roger Worley, which is a key play because there's only about 45 seconds left to go in the game. Bud Wilkinson, you can see, is delighted as he picked up his very first win, and they win that game 16-10.
We have 4th and inches right now in Soldier Field in Chicago, and Avellini has just pounded straight ahead, and it is now up to the officials where they spot the ball. You can see that they took it from them and moved it back up, and it appeared to be enough. They trail 21-17. The Lions in white leading right now, and the measurement is going to be absolutely critical in that ball game. And as the officials come out to measure, also we have some other highlights we'll watch now as the sticks come out. The Giants and New Orleans, a key game. We're going to keep an eye on Chicago. We're going to cut back and forth right now, but we also want to show you some highlights of some other games that are all over. Jimmy the Greek tells me that no, they did not get it. Right there. No first down. So Detroit has taken over. That was 4th down. The Lions lead at 21-7. You can watch right here. Again, Chicago having lost its last 5, and Avellini wasn't expecting the ball on that. The center, he dictated the play. It looked like he snapped it about a count ahead, and Avellini went right straight up trying to get the first down. So there was confusion in the offensive line on that play. All right, now we've got the Giants and New Orleans. Down in the Superdome, the Giants, one of our surprising teams in the NFL this year, they've got a chance to wind up with a wild card. Tom Blanchard to punt, blocked by the Giants. And the bouncing football is finally recovered by Maurice Tyler. It was 7-0 after the extra point. Fake field goal. Now Mallory is going to throw to Dixon to the Saints' 1-yard line. And from there, the Giants scored again. Now, Manning back to pass. He goes to Harris. In the end zone, interference call against the Giants. So the Saints had a 1st and goal right there. And the Saints pulled to within 3. And now on that, is there anything late on that game? What's the update on that score down there in the Superdome? We'll check that. Irv, what have you got now on highlights?
Well, you know, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers went into Green Bay today, Brent, wanting to prove to everybody that they are legitimate contenders, not pretenders. And they lead in that game in the fourth quarter by a score of 7-6. But it was David Whitehurst from the Green Bay Packers who gets the pack going early in the first quarter. When he goes up top here, and it's number 84, Steve Odom, down to the 17-yard line. From there, Whitehurst goes to Tredell Middleton. He blasts over his left tackle. Touchdown, and Green Bay took a 6-0 lead after missing the extra point. But Doug Williams, the rookie quarterback, puts one up for grabs here. Watch what happens. Number 85, Morris Owens, comes down with it. And the next play, Ricky Bell goes over. Conversion was good, and in the fourth quarter, Tampa Bay leads Green Bay 7-6.
And Irv, the Giants still lead the Saints by 3 points. That game should just about be entering the fourth quarter. It was running way behind a couple of the other ones. We got more plays. We'll show you what happened early in Detroit, Chicago, as the NFL Today continues on CBS in just a moment.
The game-breaking plays, the hottest new craze, all pros in action, the latest in fashion, straight-talking views and late-breaking news. The pregame show that has it all, NFL 78. NBC Sports.
Jim Zorn just hit his 8th touchdown pass of the season. He's up on the phone now to the offensive coordinator, and here is Herrera to kick off. Bernard Jackson and Lonnie Perrin are the kickoff return specialists for the Broncos. It's a high kick. They should get coverage on this one. Jackson fields it on the 9, to the 20, 25, and he's met there at the, let's see where they're going to mark his forward progress. Down there covering the kick, Sammy Green, a linebacker, and also down.
Kurt, Jim Zorn just threw a touchdown pass, puts him ahead 7-3, but look at why. You know, when people are saying, hey, we got Tony Dorsett in Dallas, who were those idiots up there in the Pacific Northwest to let him get out of their grasp? Guys like John Yarno. Well, Tom Lynch and Steve August, 2 first-string linemen, were part of that trade. They've got 2 more to go with them. They feel very good about it.
Play action pass, Morton on first down. Ooh, nearly intercepted. Cornell Webster flashed across, timed it perfectly, couldn't quite grab it. Pass intended for Haven Moses.
Do you get the feeling that Denver thinks they can pick on the left side of the Seahawks defense?
It is obvious they feel that way.
They're trying, but they haven't been too effective throwing the ball yet.
Now Canada comes in at fullback. Rob Lytle is the other running back. Keith Thompson, a rookie from Memphis State. And Peter Cronin comes in. They're in a defense against the pass. 2nd and 10 for the Broncos on their 25. That's Larry Canada. Look at him roll. He has a first down. He is a first-year player. He left camp his rookie year, laid out all year, and came back this year.
You know, I started to say something about Sherman Smith and how valuable he is. Larry Canada is an outstanding ball player, outstanding ball carrier. So far, he doesn't complement the team well with all the other things that need to be done. Sherman Smith seems to do that. Jerry Rome said he was the most important back on their football team. Larry Canada may become a very important part of the Denver offense in the future.
That's John Keyworth. First down and more. He's racing to the 40, to the 35, and he's out of bounds. At the 31-yard line of Seattle, they'll mark it. Autry Beamham, the strong safety, drove him out. Keyworth, who has been exceptional this year on first down plays.
And he's going to continue to be exceptional as long as that offensive line does the job they have done in the first 2 series. These running backs are having more room to run than they've had in the previous 3 games. Here we go. Look at this. That's what you call good blocking. When you get somebody at the point of attack, able to break into the secondary, and here he's got everything going his way before Autry Beamham brings him down, and Denver's on the move.
All right, Lytle and Larry Canada, the running back. Larry Canada has the ball to 30. He's met and down to the 28. And when you stop him like that with a one-on-one tackle like Cornell Webster did, you've done a job. Canada weighs 229 pounds. He's a rumbler.
They'd like to get Canada out into a one-on-one situation one more time and let Cornell Webster try it. That is not a cornerback's dream.
2nd down, 7. Canada goes out. Lonnie Perrin replaces him. Denver on the Seattle 28. Seattle ahead 7-3. 5:40 remaining in the first period. Lytle, 25. Lytle skips to the 20. Inside the 20 for a first down, the former Michigan star. Tackled by Keith Butler, a rookie. Finals, New England 55, the Jets 21. New England now has won 7 and lost 2. Washington rallied and beat the 49ers 35-20. They were trailing in that game. Pittsburgh closer than expected over Kansas City 27-24. Steelers have lost only one. Cleveland rolled against Buffalo, 41-13. First down. The Broncos on the Seahawks, 18. And that's Larry Canada.
You hate to be redundant, Kurt. However, the offensive line for Denver, particularly the guards in the center, are moving people out of the middle. It allows their backs to cut back. It gives them a chance to find holes. Second drive in a row, they're moving at will.
What they're doing with these backs, they're sending plays in. The Cardinals win their first one. They upset the Eagles 16-10. Bud Wilkinson's first victory as a professional coach. And here is Cincinnati not only won a game, but scored some touchdowns.
Everybody's getting off the schneid today.
13, right. Lytle on the sweep. Lytle to the 10 and goes to the 8-yard line. And he'll have another first down.
You know, a guy like Glenn Hyde getting his first chance to play. Watch him pull, number 65. Here comes Perrin in to try and cut off the pursuit. He can't really find a way to do it. However, Hyde's out, kicks the cornerback out. Lytle cuts underneath, picks up a few yards, enough for a first down, and they've got everybody hustling on the offensive line for Denver today.
Now, they're really moving on the ground. They're ripping Seattle apart. They had a long drive that was stalled. They kicked the field goal. And the Seahawks came right back, 66 yards, a 44-yard pass from Zorn to McCullum. And now Denver's back knocking on the gate. Keyworth and Lytle, the setback. Keyworth, flag down. Keyworth plunges to the 2-yard line. And we have a flag drop.
And it's got to be against Denver. It looked like somebody in the interior line, one of the middle three, just jumped the gun a touch. And a touch is too much.
Illegal procedure against the Broncos. This will move the ball back to the Seattle 13 and make it first down and 13 to go for a touchdown. Giants 17, New Orleans 7 in the third quarter. We saw Detroit last week, 21-17 over the Bears in the fourth quarter. Lions looked excellent last week.
Still moving the ball.
They hadn't moved it up until last Sunday. Tampa Bay, 7-6, a tight one there in the fourth period.
Illegal procedure.
You know, Kurt,
the center. First down.
That it's ironic, but the last 6 victories for both expansion teams have been on the same days.
I know it. Every time Tampa Bay has won or lost, Seattle has done the same thing.
Gets a little scary.
They're hoping Tampa Bay wins today, the Seattle fans, because their team usually follows a pattern. That's Lonnie Perrin. Perrin is taken at the 7-yard line on a knifing tackle by Keith Butler, the rookie, the right linebacker.
And it was a knifing tackle, a saving tackle. It seems like all the offensive linemen for Denver are getting on somebody and making some movement. And when you do that, your offensive backs are just crying for the ball in there. They don't see many holes like this. He chose to go left, could have gone right. We could see just as big a hole that way. It only happens when everybody's getting after people.
Second down, 7 to go for a Denver touchdown. John Keyworth is a lone setback. Jack Patera looking on from the far sideline. That's Keyworth. He's inside the 5. Another flag goes down. And are these penalties going to plague the Broncos again like they did last week in Baltimore? Denver's already rushed for 106 yards. This again is against Denver.
Say, in a continuation from last week, if they moved the ball this well last week, and they did mention that they have been moving the ball pretty well, this is the 9th holding penalty against their offensive team. Well, holding penalties are something unto their own because they almost stop your drive 100% of the time. You've got to come up with a 20-yard play, and there aren't many of those around.
Now they're set back to the Seattle 17.
Holding, number 62. Repeat, second down.
That's Tom Glassick playing left guard today, a starting left guard. Second down, 17 to go for a Denver touchdown. Peter Cronin, a reserve linebacker. Keith Thompson, a fifth secondary back on the field. Perrin and Lytle are the backs. The flare's out to Perrin. He can't hold on to it. An incomplete forward pass. It'll be third down, 17 to go for a Bronco touchdown.
And that's just good defensive secondary work. Morton had plenty of time to throw the ball to one of his intended receivers. He had both Dalbin and Moses down the field. Neither of them open. He had to come off late. The linebacker was all over the back. And that's what those offensive holding penalties do.
Denver, Craig Morton is 1 out of 4 passing. Coming on the field, Keyworth and the rookie Dave Preston, an excellent receiver for a back. They put him in there in a passing situation, probably. 3rd down, 17. The backs are out. Everybody's out. Morton's toss. Oh, it was there. Incomplete. Riley Odom, the tight end, couldn't hold on to it.
That has to be one of the 2 or 3 balls that Riley Odom has dropped all year. And most of the time, when he has caught the ball, he has picked up a first down or made a big play with it. He's having an absolutely superior year. On this occasion, however, Morton stepped right up into the pocket. You see he's getting pretty good pressure. However, he puts the ball right where it's got to be caught. Odom comes down with that ball 10 out of 11 times.
Slightly deflected there by John Harris. This will be a 35-yard attempt by Turner. The kick is up, and it is no good. Off to the right. He missed the field goal. Well, we'll be back. Seattle has the ball when we return with a score. Seattle 7 and Denver 3.
Down in New Orleans, the Saints have just struck. You're watching a replay. Tony Galbraith, who scored against the Rams last Sunday just moments ago with that touchdown. So they were down by 3. Dick Nolan and the team celebrating on the sideline down in the Superdome as they set up now to kick the extra point. We're going to show you some highlights from Detroit, Chicago. We'll roll that up. There's the extra point live. So it's a 4-point game right now. A lead by the Saints, who are trying to hang tough in the NFC out in the West Coast Division. All right, now it's Detroit and Chicago. Gary Danielson quarterbacking the Lions. Here he is to Jesse Thompson, and it was 14-3 Lions. Watch Danielson again, hitting Dave Hill. Outstanding tight end for 6 more. It was 21-10 before Avellini and Chicago finally got going. Now watch the pass to Walter Payton, streaking down the sideline. Payton having trouble getting free from the line of scrimmage, so they decided to throw it to him. That was a 61-yard play. Roland Harper barging in for the touchdown, 21-17, but the Lions are working against the clock right now. They have got the ball at midfield, and of course they are ahead 21-17. Let's send you back now to RFK Stadium, and here's Vin Scully. Vin?
Thank you, Brent. Well, fellas, Dr. Bob Woods, our statistician, pointed up that it was pretty much of a one-sided ball game, but what are your impressions, George, about it?
Well, the Redskins will have a new personality from here on in, especially on offense. Billy Kilmer's their quarterback.
Stolen the job from Joe Theismann.
And he did a good job.
What about you, Jim?
Any feelings? It's a good win for the Redskins because they were coming off a 2-game losing streak. They have their confidence back, and they should now go on and win some more.
San Francisco 1-8 in the throes of a dismal year and a bad losing streak. What was the worst record you ever had as a coach, George?
My first year in L.A., 8-6.
Jim, do you remember what was the toughest year you put in with Cleveland, what their record was?
Well, it was probably a little over 500.
So in other words, you fellas don't have any idea what it's like to what San Francisco is going through.
No care to.
No care to. Good point, too. Well, this is Vin Scully for George Allen and Jim Brown as we saw Washington defeat 38-20 over the San Francisco 49ers. A beautiful day here in our nation's capital. That's it. Wishing you all a very pleasant good afternoon.
The NFL Today is sponsored by Ford and your Ford dealer, who invite you to see and test drive the all-new LTD and Mustang. Lowenbrow, light special and dark special when it's time for the taste of a truly great beer. And by Firestone, makers of the new steel-belted Radio 721. Ask a friend about Firestone.
So the Lions again stop the Chicago Bears, this time at Detroit's 33-yard line. Dave Purifoy, their new defensive end, replacing the injured Ken Sanders, made the big stop on Payton. First down, Lions. Dexter Bussey, good hole off right tackle. Picked up about 7 before he's turned back. Gary Campbell, the linebacker, 59 on the tackle.
We still haven't seen Doug Buffone in there much this whole second half. Heron's been playing, and I don't know if Doug got hurt or what the situation
well,
is.
I saw him standing on the sidelines down there, did not appear to be hurt. As far as we can tell, it was just a substitution, as was Wentford Gaines for Terry Schmidt at the left corner back in the second period, and Gaines has gone all the way since. Number 36. It is second and about 3.5 for the Lions. Ball at their own 40. Straight ahead is Lawrence Gaines. Bruce Herron stopped him, but let's see how close he got. Near the first down yardage. Depends on the mark. And they're going to have to measure. Lawrence Gaines in for his first carry. The second-year man from Wyoming, been plagued with knee injuries. 3 operations. Looked like a great one as a rookie. But now back up behind Horace King.
This game is getting short now. There are 4 minutes and 18 seconds left.
Boy, that's close, and it's close enough for a first down. So the Lions pick up a key first down. They want to grind it out, use up the clock. They have had possession for much of this game, and they have made pretty good use of it. And when they've had to stop the Bears, they've done it.
And they gained 273 yards on the ground last week, and now can throw all those 273 yards out. They need a couple of first downs now on the ground or whatever they're going to do to nail this game down.
King is back in. Gaines is out. First down, Lions. Lawrence King on the drop play batters over the 50 into Chicago territory at the 47-yard line. Campbell, a busy man today, along with Doug Plank on the tackle for the Bears.
Nice draw play action there. And look at the linemen out in front. There is Bodine, Elias, everybody out in front. Straight power ahead football. Almost got a first down out of it. 2nd and 1.
Less than a yard. Down to Bill Mazer at the sidelines.
Gary Fensick playing in pain, which is one of the reasons he's as great a football player as he is.
Fensick back in. As Bill pointed out, he has an injured arm. Dexter Bussey, first down and then some. Inside the 40 of Chicago. And this offensive line of Detroit that had been the real trouble spot in the early season has just been maturing game by game, and they're doing the job here today. Baldischwaller, Elias, Thierry, Bodine, and Oates.
Just good, simple, fundamental blocking and good running. And if anybody watched the Lions, I know a lot of Lions fans saw them the first few games, they're going to say, are we ever going to win a football game? Now it has really turned around, and I guess you have to give a lot of credit to Monty Clark.
First down inside the 40. 2:36 to play regulation time. Bears facing their 6th consecutive loss. Lawrence Gaines hit at the line of scrimmage. The Lions not headed for the playoffs, just want to give themselves confidence, trying for their 2nd victory in a row.
Well, we can see some close-ups of that line play action. Good tackle by Gary Campbell, number 59.
Green Bay has gone ahead of Tampa 9-7. 41 seconds remaining in the 4th period. So Green Bay coming from behind with a field goal by Chester Markole. We'll keep you up to date on that one. It is 2nd and 11. Detroit in Chicago territory with 2:08 on the clock. And the Lions protecting a 4-point lead, 21-17.
Among the games next Sunday at 1 o'clock Eastern Time following NFL 78, the New England Patriots, red hot today, will be playing at Buffalo, trying to pad their lead. At 2 o'clock, Cleveland's at Houston. Houston upset today by Cincinnati. Oakland's at Kansas City. Seattle will be playing the Bears interconference at Chicago. 4 o'clock, the Jets at Denver and Cincinnati at San Diego.
Pretty good time, Kurt, to mention that Seattle's opponents in the last, well, they're in the middle of a 7-game stretch where they're playing division playoff contenders every week. They've beaten a couple of them. They still have 3 or 4 more to play.
They're going into the I formation now. Lytle's deep. Ronnie Perrin a step ahead of him. First down from the 13. Rob Lytle. Lytle is met at the 15-yard line and stopped there. And Bill Sandifer, the right tackle, 66, made that stop. Coming up with John Harris, the free safety, number 44. Otis Armstrong returns to the Denver backfield. 2nd down, 8, Denver.
Take a look at the methodical way that Seattle has put together their defensive front four. They get Bill Gregory from Dallas They get Ernie Price from Detroit. They needed 2 good defensive ends. Bill Sandifer, a San Francisco 49er reject. You know, they love their group. And Dennis Boyd's been doing a great job in his second year.
Second down 8. There's a pass to Dolbin at the 15. Dolbin, oh, he fumbles. Seattle has it. And a little flare-up down there. Jack Harris, number 44, got into it. An official tries to break that up and goes down with him. Number 27 is Autry Beeman. Harris and a Denver player started to chuck each other and go at it.
Well, it all started because there was an exceptional lick put on by about 3 of the Seahawks secondary on a little flat pass. They recovered the fumble. Price was very alert to pick the ball up. They get a turnover. Very big turnaround early in the game, so big for Seattle.
There's the left end, Ernie Price. Ernie Price recovers it.
Here we go, out to Dolbin, little hitch pass, trying to get his lineman in front of him. However, he outruns any help that he was looking for. As he does, Beeman gets him. Cornell Webster gets him. They all hit him. Somebody gets the ball with his helmet. The ball goes loose, and the Seahawks grab it.
There's Harris, number 44. He's going at it.
That ball does draw a little bit of attention.
So Seattle, the first turnover, charged to Denver. There's Price, who recovered the fumble, number 62. And the Seahawks now have the ball in the Denver 16. Time remaining in the first period, just 40 seconds. This is Dolbin. He was really rammed there by 3 of the Blue Wave. First down. Let's see how Zorn strikes against them now. They're on the Denver 16. That's Sherman Smith. Smith on a cutback is to the 12, maybe the 11-yard line. Lyle Alzado hit him, a right end, with help from number 59, Joe Rizzo.
Good offensive line surge. Here's a complete back. Sherman Smith. Good pass receiver, excellent blocker, has allowed David Sims to score 8 touchdowns so far this season, taking nothing away from a Sims. A Sherman Smith is an invaluable asset to a good offense. We had one in San Francisco and John David Crow, and you need one to make your offense work.
Second down, 6 to go on the 12 of Denver. Seattle in possession. They send Testerman that time, Don Testerman. He plows his way inside the 10 to the Denver 7 or 8 yard line. Denver is 3rd in the National Football League in allowing the fewest points, and the gun barks at the end of the first period. The expansion, Seattle Seahawks 7 and the Denver Broncos 3. We'll be back for the second quarter after these messages from your local station.
1:59 remaining, 3rd down Lions inside the 35-yard line of the Chicago Bears. Our telecast produced today by Bob Rowe. And our director has been Jim Silman. Associate producer Phil Ruskin from WBBM here in Chicago. Our engineer in charge, Marty Murphy. And our outstanding WBBM crew, technical directors Bill Pavarnik and Greg Gressel. Audio, Mike Nahavix. How am I doing with these pronunciations, fellas? I didn't rehearse any of those. Anybody unhappy in the truck?
We forgot Wade Pomerly, Red Grange's friend.
That's right, Wade, Red Grange's friend on camera. 3rd down, 5 to go. The Lions in charge here. 1:59 on the clock. They have the ball and the lead. Dexter Bussey. The Bears string it out well on the left side. Bruce Herron turning it in, number 51, the left linebacker. And then Fensick coming up to get in on the tackle, along with Tom Hicks, pardon me. Tommy Hicks, number 54. 1:45 remaining on the clock.
The clock has been stopped. It's 4th down. It's a timeout by the Chicago Bears, which is their 2nd.
You know, an interesting thing here, 21 points scored today by the Lions. All of it in the first half. They led to 21-10 at halftime. Same kind of a game as last week when they scored 31 points against San Diego, made that stand up. And today they had enough offense and then some in the first half. If they can just hang on here, this one isn't over yet, but With 1:45 remaining, they are still very much in charge. And so we'll be back here to see how the Bears finish in just a moment.
His receiver, Nat Moore, good for 33 yards.
Red Miller will watch his team defend now a 3rd and 2 situation. Seattle on the Denver 8. Kurt Gowdy and John Brody as we open the second period here in Seattle. He's hit hard, Smith, and on second effort, he squirmed another yard or two. He'll be close to the first down, Sherm Smith.
I think it's definitely a first down unless they blew the whistle before he made that last surge. And that's what you call good offensive line play. They're playing the group that's respected to be the best defensive front wall in football. And these guys on 3 running plays have stuffed them from the 16 to the 6. Where they put that ball is going to be very critical. Looks like they could have marked it just short of the 16. You see a little concern.
It is 4th down on the 7-yard line. They want to measure. And there's the score. New Orleans steps it up more. 28-17 now. The Saints over the New York Giants. In total offense in the first period, Denver outgained the Seahawks almost 2-1. Denver had 133 yards. Seattle 76. All right, they're short. 2 tight ends. Bullard, Howard are in there. Duke Ferguson goes out.
This has been the personality of Seattle ever since their group got started. Now this shows me a little stuff. When a guy's in a big game, 7-3, they can take a lead by a touchdown. He says violently, we can pick up 6 inches. Let's get it.
4th down and a foot to go. Smith and Testerman the backs. Could have a sneak here by Zorn. Trying to draw him off. Testerman diving. Looks like he has it. He had that long signal count and was hoping that one of those Broncos would charge.
That's good. Sometimes a quarterback's a little reluctant to take any chances down there with 6 inches to go because maybe one of his own men will drop. You can see they're all very confident together. I think they picked the first down up. They have to get to that stripe. They only picked up about 4 inches. Looks to me like they got 6.
While they bring the sticks out, John, we'll say this telecast presented by authority of the National Football League, intended for the private use of our audience. Any rebroadcast or other use of this telecast without the express written consent of the Seattle Seahawks and the National Football League is prohibited. They just got the first down.
That's all you need.
That's right.
We mentioned Jim Zorn's coming on. His offensive line's been doing a job. Awful tough down here. You can see you don't see any orange and white. Testerman goes over the top, picks up just enough.
1st and 6 to go for a Seattle touchdown. The Seahawks are ahead 7-3 early in the second quarter. Now time called. This infant franchise, you don't think they can put points on the board? Look at that. This is 1977 and 78, and they're tied for 4th with the most touchdowns in the National Football League.
You know what's impressive? They're playing against teams with better defenses than they have, and they're still doing it.
Durham Smith crawls almost to the 4-yard line. Tackled by Bob Swenson, the left outside linebacker.
Here you go. A back loves a situation where he can get to the line of scrimmage. Nobody's got that solid contact on him that he can't squiggle and wiggle a little bit. Perfect display of it. 2nd
down, 4 to go for a Seattle touchdown. Largent's in the game now. Had a double tight end, Steve Largent's in. He's just set outside the left end. And a pass. He's rushed. Incomplete. They had a big rush on him. Coming on, 51 and 63. That was John Grant. And 51 is the outside linebacker that they sent in as a blitzing linebacker, Bob Swenson.
Well, nobody even touched 2 of those orange and white fellas. And very few quarterbacks in the league are nifty enough to find a space in that end zone to get rid of the ball and keep from having to take about a 7-yard loss.
Steve Rabel brought a play in from the bench. He's a wide receiver. Now they go into the regular pro set. Largent is split to the left. McCullum to the right. Going to run it. And he's in for a touchdown. That's the play he loves. The delay, the quarterback draw. He starts back, and then with the quarterback draw goes forward. He has now scored 6 touchdowns rushing this year.
I mean, this is great. A lot of quarterbacks say they like it, but not too many are as good at it as he is. That time, Denver plugged up the hole he's used to running through. He had to go off to the right side. Everything looked kind of spooky. He found a way to get 5 yards, and they've got to lead 13-3.
This fella's an opportunist, Zorn. Arraya's kick was Zorn holding. The kick is good. And the young Seahawks are now out in front, 14-3.
Skladany will punt on 4th and 3. He just kind of bunts it from the 44-yard line of the Bears. Can't keep it out of the end zone, however. And so Chicago will start first down from their own 20.
Well, it seemed like his direction wasn't even good that time. He didn't try and kick it out of bounds. It went not even close to the sidelines. They had a chance to bottle the Bears back up maybe on their 10 or 5-yard line, but it went right on into the end zone. So the Bears have 1 minute 39 seconds, 1 timeout to go 80 yards because a field goal will do them no good. They've got to score and get on the board. Plenty of time.
1:39, and let's see what they can do with their 1:39 offense. Been a subject of some discussion, as a matter of fact, in the Chicago papers this week about Bears not being able to do much in these situations. And here they are faced with another one. Let's see what they do with it here. The Lions have been strong defensively. Twice they've stopped the Bears on 4th down tries. Avellini with lots of time. Golden Richards complete, first down at the 40-yard line of Chicago. So they got 1, and he's out of bounds. 1:33 on the clock.
The pass blocking held up real well on this play because it took Richards a while to get there, but look at the time he has. Look at the time he waits, and the pass was perfect as Richards ran the flag and then took it out of bounds.
Fine pass from Avellini.
That play used only 6 seconds.
15 of 23 is Avellini today. Outstanding percentage. That has not been his problem. He's had been high all season. Avellini pumps once, goes deep for the tight end Cobb. Incomplete. 3 Lions on him. Jimmy Allen, number 33 Bruce Rhodes in as an extra back, and number 27 Bradley.
That pass held up long enough that the other Lions were able to drop off their coverage and come over and help out and knock the ball down. And you can see them all there.
So it is 2nd down. 1:25 on the clock. They went for it all there. Let's see if they go for the first down here. Intended for Harper, off the mark. Incomplete. Harper got a hand on it, no more, against coverage from number 29, Mike Burns. 3rd down.
Actually, it was probably better for the Bears' point of view that he dropped that pass because Mike Burns was right there. He would have been tackled and the clock would have kept going. So the clock is stopped at 1:21. A 3rd down play. Obviously, they have 2 shots at getting the first down.
I'm just going to say to you, John and Tim, how they miss Mr. Scott in this situation on a fly pattern. They've got nobody out but Richards, who represents that kind of threat.
3rd down. Up the middle. Oh, what a fine play by Washington. Intended for Schubert. Dave Washington, number 52. The linebacker ranging back, got the hand on it to make it incomplete.
You hit it right on the head, Tim. Washington dropping back, reacted to the pass and got one hand on it because Schubert would have had the reception. They would have had a first down. There's the leaping one-handed bat away by Washington.
4th down. Well, now you're going to have the second guessers asking about the 2nd down play, the deep one intended for Cobb. Should they have been trying for another sideliner or something to get the first? Nonetheless, they got to do it here. 1:16 to play.
Uh-oh.
Just got it away, and it's incomplete. He had pressure from Baker, number 60, and it is incomplete. Detroit ball intended for Roland Harper. Dave Washington on the coverage.
Al Baker, number 60, got in, a man who has 13.5 sacks. He's a rookie, has done a heck of a job for the Detroit Lions, and that messed up that play for the Chicago Bears. The Lions have the ball and the lead, 21-17.
Next Sunday, regional coverage of exciting NFL action. Telecasts include the Patriots versus the Bills, Cleveland at Houston, and the Jets versus the Broncos. Check local listings for the game in your area. NBC Sports.
Crushed the Bronx. So far, they've not crushed them, but they've been very alert, taking advantage of Denver mistakes. Greg Morton pacing that sideline. He wants back in there. Perrin and Jackson are ready to receive Herrera's kickoff. It wobbles to the far side. Jackson fields it on the 5. Out to the 20. They're waiting for him. They spill him on the 22. And an excellent coverage by number 23, Doug Long. Number 23 hit him.
Another thing that the Seahawks seem to do, they don't let anybody out of the Northwest if they think he can play football. This kid went to Whitworth College over in Spokane, Washington, and he's come along as a free agent, made their club, been an integral part of their whole team, and it seems to be the makeup of this group up here.
All right, the Broncos trailing 14-3 with Armstrong and Keyworth as the setback. Niehaus has gone in to the Seattle line. And they send Keyworth up the middle on first down again. Most of his best running plays come on first down.
This is the kind of football game I like to watch, Kurt. You see a lot of offense. I guess if you've played offense all your life, you root for the people running the football. And I think we're going to have a very exciting day before this afternoon's over.
An 8-yard gain by Keyworth, 2nd and 2. Coming up, halftime, NFL 78. Lytle has checked into the Denver backfield. Keyworth has gained 50 yards already and just 4 carries. Quite an average in the first half. Handoff to Perrin. Perrin with a first down as he spins his way over his 35. They'll spot it at the Denver 38. They're working on Dolvin.
I wonder how many fingers he sees.
He was a man racked up, fumbled the ball after receiving a pass. The turnover on the 16-yard line paved the way for the second Seattle touchdown. The Broncos under 38 with a first down. 14-3, Seattle ahead. 11:45 remaining in the half. Otis Armstrong just tripped up there by number 53, Keith Butler, the rookie of Memphis State, the right linebacker. And Otis might have gone somewhere, John.
Well, it looked to me, you know, they're getting such good blocking from their backs, and everybody seems to be moving the football aggressively on the Denver offense, and I think that's been their problem. It's like they're neither pillar nor post. They haven't thrown the ball very well, and they haven't been running it as effectively as those people look like they should.
Seattle's 27th in the league, next to last for most yards allowed per play. Morton hit from behind. That's the first sack, and Bill Gregory got him, number 77.
Again, just a whole complement of people. The defensive linebackers have taken away all the lanes that Craig would like to throw through, giving Gregory enough time. Good surge in the front two by Sandifer and Boyd. That allows Gregory to get around behind without allowing Morton to step up too far.
The whole group. Sheer strength. He just outmuscled that blocker and got around him. Bill Gregory played his college ball at Wisconsin. 3rd down and 12. Denver under 36. Rick Upchurch to the left. Good wide. Here comes Moses in motion. The pitch goes to Armstrong. Slips and falls. They pounce on him at the 35. He loses a yard, and nothing is going right for Denver right now. They have a 4th and 13. Tampa Bay, Green Bay defeated Tampa Bay. That should be bad news for Seattle. Every time Tampa Bay's won or lost on the same day, Seattle's done the same thing.
Well, there's no indication of it yet.
There's a big one down at Oakland. San Diego 7, Oakland 6 in the second quarter. Stabler just passed to Casper. 12 yards for a touchdown. All right, Bucky Dilts, who's averaged 37 yards a boot. Rufus Crawford to receive the kick. He might get a return on this. Takes it over 33, 35. Upended at the 38-yard line. Seattle's ball, first down. We'll be back here in the Kingdome right after this message.
Well, this is going to use up most of the rest of that clock for the Detroit Lions with first down at the 40-yard line. Following the Bears' fourth down try going incomplete. Time counting down as Danielson just covered it up, took a 2-yard loss. Time ticks away. We're down to 54.
Well, it appears that the Detroit Lions will be 3-6 and the Chicago Bears will be 3-6, tied for last in the NFC Central Division. And
who would have thought it? I mean, it is a remarkable turnabout for a playoff team of a year ago. They've had their problems. They have not made the big plays when they've needed to. And they ran into a buzzsaw Lions team as Danielson covers it up again, and you've got to give them credit both offensively and defensively. I think special mention for the reserves, people like Dave Purifoy, who came in 1 week with the Lions, had a strong game at defensive end. Bill Cook replacing the injured Doug English. And injuries in the secondary to Hunter, making Walt Williams the starter there, and he did a good job today. Mike Burns starting at safety. The Lions have just done it all very well today, and they're just going to take the clock down and out. And it's all over. The Detroit Lions win their second in a row to go 3-6, and the Bears have lost 6 in a row. That's the end of the game and the final score. The Detroit Lions 21, the Chicago Bears 17. We'll be back at Soldier Field in just a moment.
There's the score, 14-3 Seattle. Denver scored first in a field goal. Zorn threw a pass 44 yards to McCullum. Zorn scored on a 4-yard dash up the middle. They have a first down on their 39-yard line. He'll toss it right down the middle, dropped by Largent. You won't see him do that much in the University of Tulsa.
You know, dropped it before him was Tom Jackson. As Zorn went to throw the ball, he had to pull the plug because Jackson was standing right in the way. As he did so, he not only fooled Jackson, but he also fooled Largent, and it's like a knuckleball being thrown to a catcher. The ball isn't coming as fast as you expect it, and it kind of gets you discombobulated.
Miami now is out in front 16-6 of Baltimore in the second period. Bob Greasy has passed another one, 63 yards to Durio Harris. Second down 10. Seattle from their 39. Chesterman goes in motion. Smith to the 41-yard line. I see a flag dropped on the far sideline. Bob Swenson made that hit for the Denver Broncos. And let's see what this penalty is about. Denver, I think John, coming into this game, offside against Denver, had one more takeover than turnover.
Well, you know, I think it's the most imposing statistic in the whole Denver football team. The reason I say that is their offense has been criticized over the past year for not moving the ball. Well, they didn't move it that much last year, but their defensive team just dominated the other team's offense, and they counted on it.
Number 66 defense, second down.
And they said, okay, you guys get us a break. When you get us on the other side of the 50, we'll take it in. Well, they haven't really recovered that many breaks this year. As a result, their offense has had to move the ball on drives, which they weren't able to do last year and haven't been able to do too effectively this year. So I think it's the defense that has to get with it again.
And the Lions have won their second in a row. They beat the Bears today, and the Bears continue their losing streak. Sherman Smith trying to battle for that first down. Tackled by Randy Gradishar, who averages about 14 tackles a game. Just outstanding.
Okay, what fun. We mentioned they've got an outstanding young offensive line. Nick Beeboat, pretty good at the point of attack. He and Tom Lynch get Sherman Smith started. When you do that, a good back will pick up some yardage for you.
They're on the 48-yard line of Seattle. They have a third down and a half-yard to go. And they're going to run it out of the eye. 87 may have moved. Ron Howard, the tight end. Flags dropped once more. Smith on the carry. Denver has their second string unit in there, Paul Smith.
That's a mistake, Kurt, that is almost inexcusable if you're a coach. You say, hey, wait a minute, the ball's not even coming your way. It's going away from you. You're not even in the play. All you have to do is get the count. Big plays like that can hurt you.
We pause briefly for station identification. This is the NBC Television Network.
You're watching Channel 5, KING-TV, Seattle.
I'm sure that's the man that moved, the tight end, Howard, who, by the way, was a basketball player at the University of Seattle, never played college football, picked up by the Cowboys as a free agent. They love to pick up those ex-basketball players. I don't blame them. Those
Cornell Green, how about him?
Cornell Green. We're here in the Kingdome in Seattle with a score 14-3 in favor of the Seahawks. 9 minutes remaining in the first half. Denver scored first. Seahawks have come back with 2 consecutive touchdowns. And they're arguing this one over now.
Illegal motion. Offensive right tackle, 76. Declined. 4th down.
All right, that's on me. I'm chopping up Howard, and it's on August.
Well, I had Howard, too. It's on August, the right tackle. They declined it as Smith was stopped short of a first down. That took some heavy thinking on the Broncos. And in the punt now is Herman Weaver, who got off a beauty his last time. There's Rick Upchurch, who's averaged 13 yards of punt return in his career. Unless there's a crack up there in his dome, the wind is no factor. Here's the kick, a high one. Upchurch sees that blue wave come down. He takes it on the 6. Trying to get outside. He's at the 10. Hey, hey, hey. He's at the 20. What a run here. He's at the 30. He's getting some blocking. Down the sideline he goes. A remarkable return by Rick Upchurch. They had him dead down there inside the 10-yard line and let him get away.
Unbelievable. The staff has said the Riley Odoms and Rick Upchurch have been playing consistently outstanding football all year long, not keeping with the rest of the offensive unit, who has been sporadic. Now, how many guys can get out of this trap? Thunderfoot Weaver makes an excellent kick, actually ends up saving the touchdown by holding off the blocking that Upchurch had formed in front of him.
And Rick Upchurch made just to put the Broncos back in here with a 53-yard punt return. That was an almost impossible return. Lytle and Perrin, the running backs. And across the 35 to the 33 has Canada, Larry Canada, surging forward, met by Bill Gregory, the right end of the Seahawks. He went to the 33-yard line.
Another excellent offensive surge by the offensive line, Kurt. They have got to capitalize on what the offensive line is doing right now, or later in the game it's got to bog down.
You've all seen it so many times how the kicking game can suddenly turn the momentum around. A blocked punt, a great punt return. That's Canada. Canada dropped, but I believe he has a first down at the 30-yard line of Seattle. Sammy Green hit him hard there.
We mentioned Glenn Hyde's playing guard for the first time in quite a while. He gets out in front of Canada. It's a decision right now. Do you keep going, get on Sammy Green, number 56, or do you cut up inside? He decided to cut up inside, and Sam got the ball carrier.
If Upchurch doesn't get injured and keeps going, he'll go down as one of the best punt returners in the history of the National Football League, and you just saw the reason why.
He's got to be there already, didn't he?
Statistic. First down, Broncos on the Seattle 30. Morton wings it wide open. Moses, he hangs on to it, and a first down at the 16-yard line of Seattle. Sammy Green, a linebacker, had to cover the wide receiver and brought him down.
And Sammy Green, he was on a definite collision course. This is the thing, a guy that's been around as long as Haven Moses, he knows the contact is coming. When he caught the ball, he had to take a little shot inside to avoid real solid contact. He did so, felt it, made a very effective play out of it.
First down, Denver. Seattle 16. The Broncos need this one. Upchurch is into the wide receiver. Jack Dolvin was injured earlier. Otis Armstrong on the reverse, trying to cut back. Makes his cut and is spilled at the 12-yard line by Cornell Webster. Armstrong had the option to hit to the sideline or cut back in. He saw a little more opening inside when he made his cut. And he made more yardage than I thought he would on that play.
One of the least effective running plays that Denver has run, and it still picked up 3.5 yards.
There's Dolphin. He's not well. He's not well. He's been shaken up and not back in there. Azedo, we received report, has a groin pull but may return. Second down, 6 for the Broncos. 12-yard line of Seattle. Larry Canada stopped at the 10.
When you get down near that goal line, the people start moving down the line, piling things up. Ernie Price, recent acquisition from Detroit, helping the defensive line a lot here, forces it into the middle where the pile is.
Third down for Denver. 6 minutes to remaining in the first half. And Morton doesn't want 3. He wants to come out of here with 7.
Well, 3 doesn't
Seattle
get him.
ahead, 14-3.
3 doesn't put him in very good stead.
McShane, Cronin, 2 extra linebackers. Simpson, a rookie secondary backer in there. 3rd and 4. On the 10-yard line of Seattle. Armstrong hit hard by Peter Cronin, the Boston College second-year linebacker, and he had marvelous penetration and was right on him.
You bet. He could never have made the play had the other linebacker on the other side not forced the issue real swiftly. Let's take a look. You can see 59 coming into the play. He allowed Cronin to dart behind the action and pull down Armstrong.
Well, the Broncos want to come out of here with something, and they're going to have a field goal attempt. Morton is holding the 21 to 31-yard attempt by Jim Turner. He's back to the high-top shoes. You'll notice. Fake. Morton will throw. It's to Turner. They've got him. That's the play that scored a touchdown against Oakland last year in Oakland, but Seattle was waiting for this one.
Well, listen, they're picking on a guy that's pretty bright. Autry Beeman was waiting for Jim Turner. When he did so, you can see the ruckus taking place because they thought Beeman was a little bit over-enthusiastic when he stopped Turner. However, what it was just real heads-up defense on the Seattle side. And we haven't seen Denver as effective doing the tricky little things that they were very opportunistic doing last year. Here's Turner coming out in his high tops. He's no match for any defensive back when he sees the play. Beeman wasn't fooled, and they've got the ball.
And he waltzed in against Oakland. We'll be back right after this.
I'd like to thank our spotter this afternoon, Terry Kane, our statistician, Dick Bossing, and, of course, the public relations staff of the Bears and the Lions for their help in our preparation for the game today. And congratulations to Monty Clark and his Detroit Lions for an impressive victory here today, their second in a row, 21-17. Tim Ryan for Johnny Morris and Bill Mazer. And I think we've got a word from Bill. He's still down there on the sideline. Bill?
Tim, just one observation. We heard a great deal you just said about preparations. It seemed to me that in retrospect, the Lions were better prepared offensively for this ball game, and in spite of all the stunting around that Chicago did at the beginning of the game, it did them no good. And that kid, number 16, Gary Danielson, is a comer. Back up to you, Tim.
Another fine day for Gary Danielson and the entire Detroit Lions team. And so Tim Ryan for Bill Mazer and Johnny Morris saying so long from Soldier Field in Chicago.
Be sure and stay tuned at halftime for Brian Gumbo and NFL 78. Man with a sweater rolled up there's Babe Perilli. Quarterback. No, that's not.
That's not
Perilli.
Babe there.
Oh, that's not him. Thanks a lot. First down on the 19. Doran on the play action, lobs it out. It's incomplete. And there go flags down. The receiver was knocked to the ground. That was Testament.
The wrong team is making the uncalled for play. We talked early in the ball game and said very simply that it's going to be a big game for Seattle, but how are they going to react when this is a big game concerning their standings? Well, they've reacted with real cool. They've done the things effectively that they've tried to do. They've played good defense. They've been opportunistic. The frustrated group right now looks like the other side.
The defending American Conference champs, the Denver Broncos. And they'll walk off 15 yards on this one for a personal foul.
Personal foul, unnecessary roughness, number 29 defense, first down.
Bernard Jackson hit him. You see Tessman's not even in the play. Look at that hit. First down, Seattle on the 34-yard line of the Seahawks. Time 4:18 in the first half. There's Jackson. Seattle ahead 14-3. Zorn again to throw. He can scramble.
This is not a planned one.
Jackson chases him. And it may be intercepted. Jammed up against the sideline with Gradishar. Is he in bounds with it?
He was in bounds. He made a great play on it, Kurt. Oftentimes, Seattle has little sprint out plays, little scrambling plays where they set up their offensive line to allow Zorn more time. They cut somebody, allow him to get outside, let his receivers work on the defensive backs. However, that was just real good defensive surge by Denver. Gradishar, as we know, is one of the most opportunistic, intelligent, effective linebackers in the game. He took advantage of a Zorn throwaway and caught it just in bounds, keeping his feet just where it had to be. Look at that. Now that's action.
First down, Denver on the Seattle 34. Ramming that middle. Lonnie Perrin at the 30-yard line, maybe across the 30. Second down, 6. Lytle leaves. Armstrong checks in. Denver trailing, again threatening. They're on the Seattle 30. Another chance to score. They blew the last one. Play action pass. Orton's got a man open, and he hits him for a first down. Directed away. Rick Upchurch for the touchdown. Upchurch scores. They had him wrapped up, and he got away.
Kurt, it just looks to me like a guy like Upchurch is just so good, and he comes up with so many big plays that it's almost a necessity to play him full time. Here you see Beeson getting into the line. However, Morton has already rolled to the right, creating an angle for himself, takes Beeson's angle away. They push Upchurch in the end zone, and this ball game's back in the hat. 3
Seahawks. Watch this now. 3 of them are going to be there. Upchurch now is hit by one, hit by another. The third one piles into his own man, and he salutes himself as he goes in the end zone.
The key is how a sprint out can effectively help a quarterback's angle throw into his receiver. He just took the middle linebacker's angle away.
Turner hits the extra point, and now the score is Seattle 14 and Denver 10.
Yefremov is 4 for 8 thus far. This will be from the 22, a 32-yarder. But remember, into a strong wind. Kick is up, and the kick is good. Yefremov adds 3 more points, and the Dolphins coming up with the interception. The 45-yard return by Charlie Babb did get a touchdown, but they got 3 more and lead by 13.
Trailing 7-6, Arthur Whittington ran 26 for a touchdown. His 6th of the year. Oakland took the lead 13-7. Van Egan had just run over 12 yards, and now it's 20-7. Oakland leading San Diego. 7 minutes to play in the first half. Miami 19, Baltimore 6. And they have 5 minutes to go in the first half in the Orange Bowl. Second down. 3 to go. 44-yard line of Seattle. Testerman, the first down. He's to the 48-yard line. Brought down by the nose guard, Reuben Carter.
First down after a gain of 4.
There's John Yarno having a little fun. Boy, when the offensive line is playing a game like they're playing against a guy like Reuben Carter, he doesn't allow Carter to make any penetration. This allows Sherman Smith to pick up the first.
On a first down, Zorn will toss it. Now he runs, he throws on the run, he completes it to Testerman. Testerman may have a first down. Randy Gradishar made the hit.
I thought he might pick up the extra 4 on his knees. He went down on one knee, got up, picked up a first.
They have a flag down. That's against Denver. We've checked these penalties so far in this game. And this is 15 yards, another personal foul. Denver's had 7 penalties for 73 yards. Seattle 1 penalty for 11 yards.
Personal foul, unnecessary roughness, number 59 defense. Penalty is tacked on to the completed pass. First down.
Let's watch. This is what impresses me. A lot of people have said Zorn is the best young quarterback in the league. However, he's playing the best of any quarterback in the league. You can file the young part. And I've watched some of the qualities that I think a quarterback needs to possess to be the best, and he's got them all.
That was Rizzo who committed the unnecessary roughness. First down, Seattle on the Denver 26. And there's a flag down as he's sacked. That's the first time that Denver's got to him in the game. Denver, if you'll notice and keep watching, is not rushing wildly in there. You can't do that against Zorn. He'll scramble away. He'll duck under you. He'll get outside and kill you. So you have to go in there with a controlled pass rush. Go in there under complete control.
And that's pretty hard to get to the passer when you're trying to be under control. Okay, Zorn goes back. You can see they put 2 men on Barney Chavis. He breaks the blocks anyway. That time Yarno got beat by Chavis. They played a little game. Everybody wants a piece of the quarterback when they get him down.
And this penalty is being marked off against Seattle. Probably be a holding.
Holding. Number 63, offense. Repeat, first down.
Nick Bebout, I hate to say it, from the University of Wyoming, hell.
Okay, they're trying everything they can do to get to the passer. They don't want to send too many men in there. It leaves too many holes. However, they were in a blitz. Just a simple little 4-man rush. But with Denver, that's a blitz. Rizzo finally finds Zorn.
It's on the 36-yard line of Denver with 1 minute and 11 seconds to go in the first half. First down and 20. Timeout called by Seattle. They have 2 left. Bebout's interesting. He's president of the Uranium Company. He's a professional guitar player. Number 63, the left tackle. He does about everything. Zorn today, 4 out of 9. Seattle is the #1 passing team in the National Football League with an average of 217 yards a game. And oddly enough, this spectacular passing team was leading the entire NFL in rushing touchdowns entering this week's game. They've already scored a rushing touchdown today by the quarterback Zorn. Their 17th rushing touchdown.
And a lot of them look like they're designed as pass plays, but they've run 4 or 5 as draw plays. A guy like Zorn's going to always score a lot of touchdowns, and I think the mark of a good quarterback is the guy that can get his team to score touchdowns. How they get him in there is irrelevant.
One of those human stories, John. Zorn used to be the ball boy at the Denver training camp when they used to have their summer training. He was from Cal Poly. Nobody drafted him. Just one of those amazing stories. The Cowboys liked him. He was their last cut. Then he went to the Rams. They didn't hang on to him. Seattle luckily picked him up. Probably been good for the National Football League that it's worked out this way.
They all liked him, but not well enough.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. Number 88, Ryan Peets, a rookie of Pacific. They go ahead and complete the play. Peets charged offside about 5 yards. This is the 3rd year for Jim Zorn, who's been a remarkable story. We asked him what his feelings were about playing football, the quarterback.
I don't have anything really profound and prophetic to say. I think that this has been the first year that I've really learned above and beyond what I thought I could learn in a football season. And I've had so much fun this year playing football. I hope to play in, about 10 more years. So this is really the first year that I've been so excited because I've learned a lot and understood professional football, or football in general.
And we had offsetting penalties there. It's still first down. 20 yards to go with 1 minute and 5 seconds remaining in the first half. 14-10 in favor of the Seattle Seahawks. They're trying to grab another score. Zorn is going deep to Largent, and it's over the end zone. Steve Largent, who led the nation in touchdowns in '74 and '75 at the University of Tulsa.
You know, it's really funny when a team gets like a Denver, and they have so many defensive players with great reputations. Here we go, watching Largent go down the center. All right, they have picked on what I consider to be the strength of the Denver defense. Nobody beats them deep. Also, nobody beats Louis Wright. They've tried Louis Wright 3 or 4 times today. They've already tried Bill Thompson and Bernie Jackson. They've stayed off the other corner. Maybe sometimes a little testing doesn't hurt anybody.
Nerney has come in. Number 58 is an extra linebacker. Second down, 20 yards to go. Seattle on the Denver 36. .58 seconds remaining in this half. Time, he has it. Incomplete pass. Sherman Smith had it, popped out, trying to dive, grab for it, couldn't get it.
It must have been a correct call because 3 officials were in perfect position to call the play, all waved nothing at the same time.
Now we're down to 52 seconds in the half. 3rd and 20. There's the score.
They need to get about let's say about 11 yards to be in a position to kick a field goal. I'd say that Herrera's range is about 46, and they need about 11 to get him in that position.
Sam McCullum, number 84, brought into play from the Seattle bench. 3rd down, 20. Good Denver blitzes. No, they're laying back, covering deep. The pass out, incomplete. Largent trying to go up. Difficult catch, had a chance, couldn't hold on to it.
They tried to pick it up. Zorn went back, had enough time to survey the whole field. As you can really see it pretty well. Here, Ted Nathanson and George Finkel, the director and producer, give you a shot that allows you to see just exactly what it looks like, not to a quarterback, but from up here. When you have that little dial, you say, who's open? Well, the only man that was even close to being open was Largent, and Zorn picked him out.
They're going to try a field goal of 52-yard. Herrera's longest this year has been 45.
I think they're going to punt the ball.
He did. And he didn't get a very good punt off. Sliced it. He shanked it off to the right. Denver will have the ball now. That's his pooch punt.
Very little
job.
pooch.
Tries to pooch it inside the 15, 10, 5-yard line down there, kick it out of bounds.
I guess the 2 times prior to this, Kurt, that he did pooch it, he pooched it inside the 5-yard line. That's a pretty good reason to let him have another go at it.
42 seconds remain for the Broncos to try and score now in the first half. They had the ball on their own 23-yard line. Remember, NFL 78 at halftime. Rob Lytle, Lonnie Perrin, the running back. Morton with time. Crossing pattern. Oh, was he racked up, but he held on to it. Morton immediately calls time. Haven Moses making the grab.
These are the sort of things that Denver, prior to, not today, but prior to this season, last year they didn't try this late in the half. They take their lead, know they could do something. They know they're in a dogfight. They've got to create something. Morton goes back on first down, throws the ball as well as it can be delivered to Haven Moses, and I'd like to have him every day catching for me in the crowd.
He is steady. He is dependable. That gives Denver a first down. They called the time. They have 2 timeouts left in the half. Seattle has 2 timeouts left in the half. We were talking, John, the pattern last year, Denver with a outstanding defensive team, 4 very quick linebackers forcing mistakes, and they had those other teams giving up the ball in the other team's territory. Then the offense would come in, and Morton, enjoying the big year, would capitalize on the mistake. This year, though, they're still checking Dalvin, who was hit hard after receiving a pass and fumbling, and they suspicion a head injury, I'm sure. But the Broncos have not been getting the ball inside the other team's 50-yard line as much this year. The reason, the opponents are being much more careful with it. They're not throwing the ball as much against Denver inside their own 50. Dave Preston's in there as a running back. He can catch the ball, remember. Moses in motion, first down. Morton spreads them out. He's got time. Scrambles away, throws under pressure. Oh! Two men going for it, along with number 33, Perrin. Charlie McShane was up there, number 59 of the Seahawks. Morton is not nimble. He is not mobile. He can't get out of the pass rush very well.
Well, Alden Roche, he was pretty nimble about 10 years ago, Kurt, but as you play this game a while, you're not quite as nimble as you once were. You know, he's a big guy, stands in the pocket, takes a good lick, but after you've taken a lick for 12, 13, 14 years, you see Alden Roche gets to him. However, he's still strong enough to keep from taking the loss, throws it up like a jump center, and they do get another opportunity.
Well, you should know what you play. 17 years?
Yeah, I don't think I outran too many people either.
You accumulate hurts, right?
Yeah, they go away.
Second down. There's that pattern new. That time Moses could not hang on to it. Same pattern, going down, curling in, and Webster was up on his back, but legally fighting for the ball along with the receiver.
Cornell Webster has made several very aggressive plays. He seems to have good timing. He's been there just about the same time the ball has arrived. The last time Moses came down with it, this time he just got there a split second earlier and gave him no chance.
Third down, 10. Craig Penrose is the backup quarterback today. He's had a bruised shoulder, but he could play. Norris Weiss is injured. We won't see him. Morton 6 out of 12. Zorn 4 out of 12. That is a first down for the tight end Riley Odoms. That moves them farther downfield, and Denver's coming in and stopping the clock. They have one timeout left. 15 seconds remain in the first half.
And they do need about 18 yards. If they can get 18 yards, they can get Jim Turner in a spot where he can kick a 42-yard field goal. Of course, his range goes farther than that. It might go up to 47 or so, in Denver even to 50. However, they got to pick up a nice long gainer. One completion out of the next two throws would give them enough time to set up a chance for a field goal.
Seattle played a spectacular defensive game last week against Oakland. They're a team that's averaged the best average gain per play in the NFL this year, 5.5 yards a play, but they've given up 5.5 yards every time the opponents have had a down. But last week they stopped Oakland with the longest run from scrimmage of 7 yards.
And the way you stop people defensively is to create their problems for them. And they've added to their defensive line. I mentioned it before, and Ernie Price is playing very aggressive, outstanding football. He's making things happen. It gives a defensive back a chance to do the things he sees but can't really do. Autry Beeman said before, he said, our defensive line is the key to our better performance on defense.
First down, Denver. Seattle's 43. 15 seconds remain in the half. A draw play. Keyworth inside the 35 and goes maybe for a first down to the 33 or 32-yard line. The Broncos come in and have taken their last time out. There are 7 seconds now remaining in the first half.
They're right in the marginal range. I don't know if they would like to try a field goal from there or not. It would be about 48 yards. I think Jim Turner can kick it that far. However, I don't like the odds. 4 or 5 yards closer gives him about a 60% better chance.
Keyworth has had quite an average today, John. He's carried the ball 5 times, 61 yards, 12 yards a carry.
Credit the makeshift offensive line for Denver. You know, maybe I get into a habit of crediting offensive linemen too much, but if you've ever played behind one, you know how well you need it.
Now Morton's coming back. There are 7 seconds to go in the half. If they would complete a pass, I don't think they'd have time to get the field goal kicker on the field.
They will if they complete it out of bounds. They won't.
That's the only way they can do it.
If they hit it in the center of the field, 7 seconds is a very short period of time, but not if you're going out of bounds.
14-10, Seattle ahead. This might be just a quick out pattern, 5-10 yards down the field.
And it might be all the way down the field. However, Seattle's preventing that.
No, they're going for the Upchurch. Upchurch was hit. If he had, well, maybe they just threw to him hoping he'd get one-on-one with that great open field ability his shake loose for the.
I think they threw to him figuring he was going to get just what he got as he caught the ball. And then they could stop the clock. But if he'd have caught it clean, had a bit of room to run, they wouldn't have had time for a field goal.
Jim Turner is on the field. He'll try the field goal unless they fake it again. Upchurch is up. They need him badly because Jack Dolman is injured.
They need him badly anyway.
He's beaten the rap now of a bad pair of hands. You know, he used to say he couldn't hold on to the ball, but he's made some fine catches the last year or two. And He's beaten that rap.
Yeah, well, those raps they come frequently and from everywhere, but a lot of them don't have a lot of substance to them.
A 50-yard attempt by Jim Turner, second leading field goal kicker of all time in this conference. The kick is up. It is going to be short, way short, and to the right. And time has run out. That's the end of the first half. The score, Seattle 14 and Denver 10. And now, this message. The Seattle Seahawks, third year in their history, leading the Denver Broncos. They beat Oakland last week. Quite a story going on in there at halftime. And there's another story on this field. Jim Zorn and his team have led the NFL in passing this year, averaging 217 yards a game, and Denver probably shut their passing down the best of any team so far this year.
That may be, but I'd say when an expansion team is playing against the best defense in football and they hold you to 75 yards passing, you've arrived, man, as a quarterback.
All right. We're going to join NFL 78 right after these messages from your local station.
Kick the ball to Joe Washington. Oh, fine kick. Washington says, I want a fair catch. Dangerous thing to do. He dropped the ball. He was inside the 10-yard line and tried to field the ball. One of the almost rules of receiving, if you're inside the 10, let it bound around. Washington tried to get it. No chance for a return. Might have gone into the end zone anyway. Dropped the ball, 1st and 5 to go as Gerald Small jumped on the ball, and here comes Bob Greasy.
Well, this is an opportunity for Greasy and company that's almost too good to pass up. But here's Joe Washington. It's a strong wind. Watch him as the ball starts to fly on him, and he just can't grab it or get a hold of it. Gerald Small comes up and makes the recovery of the fumbled punt.
You would think it'd be easy for Miami, but we'll see with 50 seconds to go. Greasy hands the ball. Delvin Williams. Dragged down. Fine play, Simonetti. And Williams is saying something to the official as he goes by. 40 seconds to go. Miami is going to call timeout. On that kick, George Roberts was actually kicking into the wind, and yet, as Paul said, the ball flew on Washington. He was well within his own territory, might have gone into the end zone, and certainly he could not return it. He was calling for a fair catch. And Ted Marchibroda has got to be, well, I'll use a mild term, upset. Coming up next, NFL 78. There have been some upsets today in that two teams that had won in the first half of the season, starting the second half of the season with victories. We'll have all of that with Brian Gumbel and Mike Adderley up at NFL 78.
That's Bob Greasy and Don Shula talking over the strategy and the reason why they're in this position and have another opportunity. And I'd like to get back to the Joe Washington fumbled punt. It's a very strong wind that this ball was kicked into. And down here, speaking as a former punt returner, many years ago, of course, the ball has a tendency to fly and to sail. And you were very valid in your point, Jim. Once a receiver is back around the 10-yard line, if that ball goes beyond the 10-yard line, you must not attempt to field it. And Joe Washington made a mistake there, and it may cost Baltimore in this instance.
From the 5-yard line, it is second down and goal to go and 38 seconds to go. The best success that Miami's had today is on the arm of Bob Greasy. And we remember that Andre Tillman last week had 8 catches at all-time high for a tight end at Miami on a touchdown pass. And Lorian McCrary has come in now. They've got 2 men of tight ends who can also catch the football. Let's see if they run it. Something went wrong there. Talk about mistakes. Bob Greasy went to hand off and nobody was there. Leroy Harris was going one way. Watch this. You'll just see Greasy got nowhere to go.
Well, Greasy turned around and
whoops.
He looked for Leroy Harris. He wasn't there, and well, he just had to sort of take his licks that time.
33 seconds to go. Third down and 7 now. So here's where they go for the touchdown or settle for the 3. And after the mistake, I think the Colts would rather the Dolphins have none at all, but would certainly be glad to settle for 3 themselves. Here are the the Baltimore Colts, and what a sad story that has been all year. David Taylor, tackle, went down. George Coons, tackle, went down. Burt Jones, they call him the franchise, went down. Joe Ehrmann's brother was ill. Stan White got hurt. Tom McLeod had retired. Lots of things happened. And, of course, a lot of people in Baltimore saying, and yeah, we traded Lydell Mitchell and Raymond Chester, too. But for many reasons, Baltimore stumbled at the start, being shut out by Dallas 38-0, and the same Miami team 42-0. Then came their heroic game with New England, won in the last moments. Joe Washington, who might be a GOAT as a result of the fumbled punt here, had a great day that day, but then they lost to Buffalo and Philadelphia, beat St. Louis, had a terrible day. They call it their depths against the Jets, but came back last week to rally to beat Denver 7-6. But it's a 3-5 season, and they're on the long end of a 19-16 score now, and 3-6. Can't get them to the playoffs by any stretch of the imagination. Greasy looking for Nat Moore, and what a play in the end zone. Fine play in the end zone by number 28, Dwight Harrison, who was beaten earlier. Got in front of Nat Moore there, and they'll have to settle for the field goal. 28 seconds to go. They had first down at the 5, and now the ball's at the 7, and they'll have to kick from there.
Well, here's another look at this play. This is a quick slant-in play. Greasy has been very successful in throwing that pass to Nat Moore all during this season and over the years, but that time Dwight Harrison made a perfect play coming inside and batting the ball away.
This will be 24 yards. Oops, it is a fake. Stark's going to throw. Touchdown. Touchdown. Burned and Herter lined up. He's a defensive end, lined up.
Den Herter takes this pass, but I think it's meant for McCreary. But a rare opportunity for a big lineman like Den Herter to catch a touchdown pass.
He loves that, and so do the Miami fans. It's not so much that they threw the football with Stark in there to hold, but to whom they threw it. Burned and Herter. Into the pool, and that means that Flipper the Dolphin will be coming up to get the football, retrieve it for him, and he does. He brings it back. Everybody's happy except Baltimore Colts. Fans, players, and coaches. That's a big play, and to see a defensive lineman come up as a receiver. I've seen offensive tackles moved outside on a play like that, but very seldom a man from defense getting a chance to catch a ball.
Well, that's something that Vern probably will relish all night and for the next several hours, probably. As I said, it's a rare opportunity for a defensive lineman to catch a football and go into the end zone, and I'm sure that he's quite happy about it.
Joe Washington has been back with Marshall Johnson. Last time, he was back with Don McCauley. This time, he's back with Lyle Blackwood. Marshall Johnson's not been in there. And Joe Washington is going to get the football. He has to go through his legs into the end zone where he will down it. Come out to the 20-yard line. Wow. 22 seconds to go. Watch this ball.
Yeah, well, Joe Washington is not a Greg Nettles, that's for sure. And the ball goes through his legs, but he keeps his poise, and well, he takes his time getting back there, and he finally downs it.
For those few people who think that Paul might have made a mistake, he didn't say Doug Nettles, a Baltimore cornerback. He said Greg Nettles, who gobbled up everything in a World Series. Great glove man. Hardman to Washington, your deep man. You wonder here if Kirkland's going to put it up and endanger an already increasing lead. Now he's going to keep it on the ground to Joe Washington, who gets across the 25 out to the 27-yard line. And we have 15 seconds to go. And they're not going to call timeout. They'll let this run out. Well, they've had about everything happen to them. They've had a punt blocked in the end zone. They've had a defensive end catch the ball. They're without Burt Jones. And Miami, trying to catch New England, is just thrilled with what's happened to them. After being bumped off by New England last week in impressive fashion in a great offensive display, 33-24, they leave the game here at halftime leading by 20 points. At the half, Miami's Dolphins, 2 long touchdown passes and 1 big surprise pass to the defensive end, 26, and Baltimore 6.
It's been this kind of year for the Baltimore Colts. The Miami Dolphins lining it up for a field goal. Don Strock pulls it away from the foot of Garo Yepremian. He rolls right and over the heads of the blue defenders. He throws to Vern Den Herter for a touchdown. Even a defensive end scores on the Colts this year. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to our NFL 78 studios. I'm Brian Gumble. Mike Adamle is in our highlight center. We're starting the second half of the season. It's week 9. We'll try to get you caught up. There was a slaughter in New England today at Foxborough. The Patriots just beat up all over the Jets, 55-21, 526 yards of total offense. Mike Adamle has a very, very long highlight package for us. They didn't do anything wrong today, the Patriots.
Well, they sure didn't. If you are a New York Jet fan, I suggest you leave the room right now because what you're about to see isn't very pretty. 8 touchdowns and 55 points. This was number 1. Steve Grogan firing to Harold Jackson. This made it 7-0. Grogan once again to Stanley Morgan, 14-0. Horace Ivory scores touchdown number 3, makes it 21-zip. The Jets came back and scored one of their own, 21-7. Here's touchdown number 4, Horace Ivory again, 28-7. Touchdown number 5, Grogan to Harold Jackson, 34-7. Touchdown number 6, Russ Francis, 41-7. Touchdown number 7, James McAllister. And touchdown number 8, James McAllister again. Final score, 55-21. And Walt Michaels got to go back to the drawing board.
Very monotonous report there, Mike. Washington Redskins had lost 2 in a row coming into today, so they started Billy Kilmer, beat San Francisco 38-20. Kilmer was 12 for 23, 185 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Kansas City against Pittsburgh, the Steelers were hoping for a romp. Instead, they were hanging on for dear life at the end, won at 27-24. Mike, I guess when you have the kind of class that the Steelers do and the number of good athletes they do, even when you have an off day, you've got enough to get by.
Yeah, Kansas City played very well. They ran the wing T to perfection. It just wasn't enough. At this point in the game, the Kansas City Chiefs are trailing 20-3, and then they get the wing T in gear. Number 22, Ted McKnight, long strides it into the end zone to make it 20-10. Then Tony Reed does his touchdown thing. Watch the block of Bob Simmons, 73 here. Screens out Larry Anderson, 30. Mike Wagner gets tangled up, and so does Jack Lambert. Tony Reed reads the block extremely well, cuts back to his right. There goes Steve Furness out of bounds, and he scores to make it 20-17. Chiefs in the ball game until right here. 35, Horace Belton. The ball is stripped. Picked up by 31, Donnie Shell. He goes into the end zone to make it 27-24. First touchdown in Donnie Shell careers, and the Pittsburgh Steelers stay on top of the AFC Central 8-1. The story in Cleveland, well, Brian Sipe had been maligned as of late because of his passing, but this week he did very well. 3 touchdown passes, 2 to Reggie Rucker. Here is number 2 right here. Number 35 is going to catch this touchdown pass, and watch this reception. One-handed, Calvin Hill, 2 touchdowns of the day. 14-0, and then Mike Pruitt, a number 1 draft choice from Purdue, in 1976, goes 71 yards. Nobody's going to touch him. Big day for Cleveland Brown fans and Sam Rutigliano. They're back in the thick of the AFC Central race.
Okay, Mike, you know it's strange to talk about Bud Wilkinson as accomplishing a first of anything this late in his career. It's been such a fabulous career, but he actually did accomplish a first today. NFL victory number 1 for Bud Wilkinson as coach of the St. Louis Cardinals. Today they beat the Philadelphia Eagles 16-10. The Cardinals are now 1-8, and the Eagles sink 1 game below the 500 level after 9 outings. Houston against Cincinnati, it's also victory number 1 for the victory-starved Bengals. They go 1-8, beating up on Houston 28-13. Earl Campbell, 19 carries for 103 yards. Another fabulous outing by a fabulous rookie, but it was the Bengals today who actually got a couple of touchdowns on the ground. Mike, what happened? Just finally putting it together?
Well, first of all, congratulations to Homer Rice. Really, the story, Bryant, was the story of Kenny Anderson and Isaac Curtis and Billy Brooks. They came back and played like they did last year. Curtis had 130 yards in receptions alone. Anderson, in the 3rd quarter, is going to hand the ball off to a rookie, Dave Turner from San Diego State, who's replacing Archie Griffin. Watch him go 65 yards before 19. There he is. Willie Alexander pulls him down and set up a 1-yard touchdown run by Pete Johnson. Here comes the last Bengal touchdown of the day. Kenny Anderson, I said he had a great day. Look at those stats. And he hits Mr. Isaac Curtis, and Mr. Curtis just turns on the jet, runs away from everybody. The first win for the Cincinnati Bengals. It's too bad they didn't start out that way in week number 1.
Okay, Mike. The Giants went down to the Superdome looking for a win, but it's tough for any team besides the Saints to win down there. The Saints put up 21 points in the second half, came on to beat the Giants 28-17. Archie Manning 13 for 21, 166 yards, 2 touchdown strikes. Bo both to Henry Childs. Detroit against Chicago. The Bears have now lost 6 straight as the Lions win their second in a row. The final was 21-17. Walter Payton, 89 yards, 18 carries. But again, it was Gary Danielson having a big day for the Lions. 20 for 32, 190 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Tampa Bay against Green Bay. The Packers pull this one out in the final moments, 9-7 at home. They go 7-2. Chester Markle, a 48-yard field goal with 41 seconds left, provided the difference. San Diego against Oakland. Remember the fumble game that Oakland won in the final moments? Well, the Raiders are making sure this time. They're out in front 20-7 at the half. Mike, how are they doing it? Has Stabler gotten over that his propensity to throw interceptions that he showed last week?
Yeah, he's playing well, and a fake field goal helped too. Both teams coming off embarrassing losses last week, and it was the Chargers that got on the board first in this contest in Oakland, Alameda County Stadium. Watch number 37, Hank Bauer, take this handoff from Dan Fouts. He barges through the middle of the line. Look at that block by Russ Washington, number 70, and he's going to drag Mr. Jack Tatum into the end zone. You don't do that very often. 7-0 in favor of the Chargers. Later on in the first quarter, 4th and 6, here's that fake field goal attempt I was telling you about. Mr. David Humm, the holder, fires to Dave Casper, keeping the drive alive, and it set up this play. 3rd and 11. Kenny Stabler back to pass. He finds Mr. Casper over the middle. He does the rest of the work. Man missed the extra point to make it 7-6. And Arthur Winnington rambles right here. 26 yards, good open field running. He's been a real find for Al Davis and Johnny Madden. In Miami, the Dolphins had to win today to keep pace with the New England Patriots, and they're doing just that. They're playing very well. Beaucamper has a block kick for a safety.
Okay, Mike, that Miami game now stands at 26-6 in the third quarter. Mike Kirkland had to start that game for the Colts. Burt Jones, of course, still suffering with that busted shoulder. And in the big one going on right now, it is a surprise. Last week, the Seahawks beat the Raiders. This week, they are beating the Denver Broncos. It stands 14-10 at the half. Zorn to Sam McCullum, 44 yards. Morton to Rick Upchurch of 29 yards. And the Seahawks trying now for a share of first in the AFC West. This 1978 National Football League game is brought to you by Schlitz. Beer makes it good, Schlitz makes it great. And by Dodge and your Dodge dealer, who invites you to come in and see why people are saying, hey, that's my Dodge. Bryant Gumbel back one more time in New York. Quickly, let's run down the scores of week number 9 as we start the second half. New England beat up all over the Jets today. The final there, 55-21, 8 TDs for the Pats. Washington, 38-20 over San Francisco as Billy Kilmer got a start. Pittsburgh just got by the Kansas City Chiefs. The final there, 27-24. Cleveland, a big outing for Brian Sipe and company, 41-20 after 2 straight losses for them. St. Louis finally gets a win on the board, 16-10 over the Eagles. That one an upset. Another first-time victory goes to Homer Rice and the Bengals. They won 28-13 today over Houston despite Earl Campbell's 100-yard-plus rushing day. New Orleans beats the Giants. The final there, 28-7 as the Saints put 21 on the board in the second half. Detroit beat Chicago 21-17, 6 straight losses for the Bears. Green Bay beat Tampa Bay 9-7. Mark Hole a field goal with 41 seconds left. Oakland out in front of San Diego, that one 20-7. That ball game at the half. Miami 26-6 over Baltimore in the third period. And Seattle out in front 14-10 over Denver Broncos. That one at the half. We've got a second half of action coming up. We'll get to it after a commercial break.
14-10 at halftime. Seattle in the lead. Denver was a 3-point favorite in this game. And the halftime statistics, Denver leads in just about everything here in the Kingdome except the score. First downs, as you can see. Look at the yards running, 155-48. Yards passing. Seattle below their seasonal average of 217 yards a game at the halfway pace. Total yards, 253 for Denver, 121 for Seattle.
Kurt, I think the key figure right there is you see how many yards the Broncos have gained, almost 250. That's a 500-yard pace for a whole football game. They've only got 6 points on the board, but I think that's the indicative figure behind why Seattle has only gained 121. They haven't had the ball that much, but they've moved it pretty well when they've had it. I think the game's pretty even. I think the difference is very simply Denver has not capitalized, and Seattle has.
And look at the time of possession. Denver a little over 19 minutes, and the Seahawks just under 11 minutes. Morton warming up. Leading rusher, Keyworth, 61 yards, a 12-yard average. Smith, 30 yards for Seattle. Zorn is 4 out of 13, and this season he has hit 61%, so he's way below his seasonal average. Odoms, Moses have each caught 2 passes. McCullum has caught 2. Ready for the kickoff now. Al Hunter, Rufus Crawford are deep for the Seahawks. Lonnie Perrin will boot it. And we're underway for the second half with Kurt Gowdy and John Brody. Al Hunter on the 7. Out to the 15. 20. Finds the crack. Races over the 30. And is hauled down on his 34-yard line. He's taken there by Larry Canada, who went down to cover. Number 35. They will have the same offense for Seattle. Jim Zorn at quarterback. Sherm Smith, Don Testament will be the running backs. Dave Sims, by the way, leading rushing scorer in the National Football League, is injured, not playing today for Seattle. Wide receivers will be McCullum, 84. Largent, 80. The tight end is Ron Howard, 87. Zorn up. They've had a controlled pass rush. They actually shadowed him one-on-one with either outside linebacker. There it is, and it's deflected. When he rolls left, Jackson stays with him. When he goes to the right, Swenson will float out with him, and he is sort of like a basketball guard covering.
Well, what they've done is they have tried to contain Zorn. They've done it very effectively. A couple times Jim has been forced out of the pocket, but those were not by design. When he wants to get out, they've hemmed him in. They've forced him to throw the ball swifter than he'd like. They've been in his path on several occasions on patterns over the middle, and they pretty well shut down his throwing game, but his offensive line is giving him another dimension. They're allowing his backs to run for good yardage, so his offense has not been stopped.
He's 4 out of 14 now. 3 wide receivers on the field. The handoff, Smith comes through, first down, 45, Smith to the 50. That's that deep handoff they like.
Well, what we're talking about is in order to contain a Zorn, you have to give something up. Usually you'll see linebackers, both Rizzo on one side, Jackson on the other. These guys will be in the holes that Sherman Smith is running through. Now, usually a linebacker is in a position where he hasn't got any guard or tackle in his face and can make a clean hit. This time, however, the linebackers had people in their face, and Sherman picks up a first down.
And they took Smith out 47. He just picked up 16 yards in that carry. Al Hunter replaces him, number 24. First down, Seattle on the 50. Hunter tackled, brought down on the 48 of Denver. He was hit there by number 59, Joel Rizzo. Fifth-year player out of the Merchant Marine Academy. Second down, 8, Seattle. On the Denver Bronco 48. Bebop left tackle, Lynch left guard, Yarno center, Newton right guard, Steve August right tackle. That's the Denver offensive lineup. The front 3. Chavis, Carter, Alzado for Denver. Swenson, Rizzo, Granishar, Jackson. The big 4, the linebackers. Draw play. Don Testerman, number 42. Brought down short of the Denver 45 by Randy Granishar. He had some help from number 77, Lyle Alzado.
That's actually farther than I thought a draw play would go. You mentioned earlier that in order to trap a Zorn, that the on-rushing linemen have to kind of come in there and hold their position while the linebackers contain from the outside. Well, if they're playing that way defensively, a draw play is not going to be effective, and we saw it go for 2 yards.
Largent, the second leading pass receiver of the American Conference, number 80, has caught only 1 today. They're setting a screen up to Sherm Smith. Smith has a first down. I like him. He's a fine runner. He knows where he is all the time.
And what's even more important is Seattle not only likes him, but sees the value that he can contribute to their squad. Now, you're going to watch Tom Lynch and Bebout in perfect position. This all happens when your offensive line is well coordinated. As Smith gets the ball on the inside, here's John Yarno. He picks off Gradishar, just stops him long enough so he can't get behind the line and break up the screen. On the other side, Bebo took the cornerback out, and it was a very effective screen.
And, John, it's a first down. The Seahawks on the move, and the Denver 38, they're ahead 14-10 early in the third period. There's a deep pass. It is incomplete to Largent. Largent had turned the wrong way. The pass sailed out of bounds. He was being covered by the strong safety, Bill Thompson.
And what they did is a little double zone where they had Louis Wright, and because of that chucking rule, you'll see a lot more double zone. They roll those corners up and try to get a piece of the receiver before he gets 5 yards down the field. That forces the two free safety position to come over and cover swiftly. It leaves a little pocket in there. That time Zorn saw it. Largent didn't, and I really think it was just a miscommunication.
Largent, coming into this game, had made 35 catches. That's second in the conference. Swan had 38. The all-pro wide receiver of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Second down, 10. Seahawks and the Bronco 38. Duke Ferguson's in there as wide receiver. They go out to that sideline to Testament. Testament is taken at the 34. He's hit by Bill Thompson of Maryland State. Year after year in losing seasons for the Broncos, Thompson did not get credit. Now they finally realize he's one of the best.
We've talked about Jim Zorn, the things he can do. We all know he can run around, but he's not just a sprint-out, scrambling type quarterback. He's got an excellent drop. His weight's right. He goes right over the top of his legs when he throws the ball. He gets plenty on it. He puts the ball where he wants, and he seems to have excellent peripheral vision. I don't know what more you can ask of a guy. Young quarterback or not, right now he's playing better than everybody in the league.
Duke Ferguson, Steve Largent, Steve Rabel. 3 wide receivers on the field. They're down 6. Seattle. Denver's 34. This side. Pops out. Incomplete pass. He was hit hard, Testament. And he was really popped there by Steve Foley, number 43.
You know, in a game of this magnitude where both teams are trying to get a piece of that conference title, you see a little over-exuberance. We saw some in the first half. However, it was called by the officials. They're in great control of the game. This game is a hitting game. We saw Jack Dolbin get taken out early in the game because of a real hard hit. This time, Testament gets hit by Zorn, but harder than that, he gets hit by Foley, who's been a very aggressive cornerback. Gradishar almost picks it off, and we've got Testament down on the turf.
Foley, 4 interceptions this year. Darden of Cleveland was the leader in the American Conference this weekend. We don't know what he did today.
He couldn't have done too badly because
the Browns
they just
won.
Whipped up on somebody.
All right, a timeout here in the Kingdome in Seattle with the score still. Seattle 14 and Denver 10.
Half is underway. Bouncing past Anderson in the end zone. Yeah, and he did. He fell on it. I think it was Anderson earlier who made not such a wise decision to bring the football out of the end zone. Or it was Owens. Anderson had told him to leave it there, and he didn't want to do it. They fall on it and take it out to the 20-yard line. That's where they'll put it in play. And so San Diego and Dan Fouts now will have to start putting some points on the board. Lydell Mitchell and Hank Bauer will be his running backs. Offensive line pretty much the same. Shields 66, Washington 70 at the tackles. Wilkerson 63, Ed White, former Minnesota Viking, at the guards. In the center is Don Masick. Ralph Peretta not available today. He's the regular center. Fouts did not have a particularly good half. I'm being kind to him, I guess, throwing the football. Mitchell breaking a tackle to the 25-yard line. Lydell picking up a quick 5. I guess that's termed a win on first down.
I believe that's it. Sam, I believe that is the magic number.
That's
putting him over 58 yards for the afternoon for number 26, Lydell Mitchell, and he jumped 3 places right now ahead, as you mentioned before, 2 Browns, Larry Brown and Bill Brown, and Steve Van Buren. So he is now number 26, Lydell Mitchell, 60 yards rushing. You need a 58. He is the 12th leading rusher in the history of the National Football League. He's not through yet.
A history-making carry, as it were. Mitchell, again, not much there. It'll be third down at about 3.5 or so for the Chargers. So Lydell really distinguishing himself in a career that has only carried him 7 years out of Penn State University. Most durable football player, not particularly big at 5'11", 200 pounds. And as Lenny indicated to you, now the 12th all-time rusher. But his very close friend is still ahead.
Yes.
Somewhere in the neighborhood of 7th on the all-time list, Franco Harris.
Mitchell is not big, he's not strong, he's not fast, he just gets the job done.
Third down, the draw to Bauer, first down. In the grasp of Ted Hendricks to the 32-yard line. And so the Chargers convert a third down situation, and they maintain possession of the football.
That was important. That first down was very important. It might set the tempo for the second half for the San Diego Chargers. They've run 3 plays now, and they got the first down, and they want to establish that line of scrimmage. Take command of it.
And so Joyner goes wide right. One split receiver. Double tight end. Throws it out here to his tight end, Bob Klein. And he gets across the 35 to about the 36-yard line. It dawns on me, Len, that while all of our viewers in San Diego are well aware of it, those people who follow San Diego not with any regularity are probably wondering about Johnny Rodgers. And we should tell you that he is on the injured reserve list and gone for the year. A very exciting return specialist. The former Nebraska star, Johnny Rodgers, through for the year with San Diego.
Well, he has had nothing but injury problems since arriving in the National Football League.
2nd down and 6 at the 36 of San Diego. Lydell's got a hold, and he's very close to a first down. Brought down by Jack Tatum, 32, along with Monty Johnson, 58. And it is a first down for San Diego. Mitchell finding some daylight, and if memory serves me correctly, and it should because it wasn't that long ago, this is the way the game started.
Yes, sir. They took command early, and then mistakes on the part of San Diego created their problems. I noticed that time they went away from 72, Big John Matuzak.
Joyner is a one-split receiver from the I formation. Mitchell at the 45. A flag is down in the backfield of the San Diego Chargers. Generally, that is holding. But we'll let referee Jim Tunney tell you and tell us. Filipiano is the man who made the stop. I think he's had some mic trouble all during the first half. And he still has mic trouble.
But
they aren't ours, folks. They aren't ours. Offsetting penalties. One against San Diego, one against Oakland. They'll respot the football at the original line of scrimmage, and they'll do it again on 1st and 10.
That was a break for the San Diego Chargers. I think it was a late hit on Mitchell that was called on the Oakland Raiders, nullifying that play. But I say it's a big break because otherwise it would have been first down and 20 yards to go.
This has not been a great series through the years for San Diego. They have lost to 23 of the games to the Oakland Raiders while winning just 12. 2 have ended in ties. Mitchell, 45, squirts to the 47-yard line in the grasp of John Matuzak. So he gains about 5 on the carry, 2nd down and 5, and the all-important first down play is being won consistently in this drive by San Diego. It enables Fouts to have a little more flexibility in his play selection on 2nd down.
They had 2 tight ends in the ball game. Pat Kearns one and Klein the other, trying to establish that line of scrimmage, because the reason they got 2 tight ends is because of the odd alignment used by the Oakland Raiders.
Again, Joyner is the one split receiver. Mitchell again to the 50 and maybe the 49 of Oakland. Glenn, I must tell you that on a quick jaunt, I'll tell you after we look at this play once again. Phil Filipiano.
Number 41, Filipiano is playing the run all the way, and he's slicing inside. That was predetermined before the snap of the ball where he was going to go. And he got the job done, got the tackle, coming up with a big play for the Oakland Raiders.
On a quick jaunt, as I started to say through the press box moments ago, I heard criticism of Coryell going to gimmick plays when the straight stuff was working. How do you react to that?
Well, it didn't work. That's why there's criticism. Had it worked, it would have been great.
3rd and 2. Mitchell, first down. Great effort by Lydell Mitchell. Squirmed out of the grasp of one tackler to about the 46-yard line. He was actually stopped shy of the first down. But he's just a great football player. There's nothing more you can say about it. Otis Sistrunk is a man who made the stop. Excellent statistics on the day for Lydell Mitchell.
The reason he was able to make that additional yard or 2 is because when he was hit, he turned and squirmed and went forward. 20 carries so far. I said he was going to get the ball. 80 yards on the afternoon. The number 26, Lydell Mitchell.
Now Fouts back to pass. Dumps it over the middle. It was deflected and almost intercepted. He intended the pass for one of his tight ends, Bob Klein. It was tipped, I believe, by Otis Sistrunk. But Fouts has had 3 or 4 of them batted back.
4 of them, Sam, so far today. What they ought to do is move that pocket. Instead of going back in, straight back in the pocket, move it. Go to side to side. Because you have to find a lane to throw in. You can't throw over these people. Now, it's a great reaction by number 60, Otis Sistrunk, that gets a piece of that football. And why I'm talking about, see, he was trying to throw over it. It better to be one side or the other.
2nd down 10. They bring in the extra wide receiver. And the give on a delay to Mitchell. Artie Owens replaced one of the tight ends. Mitchell, the ball carrier, inside the 45, stopped by John Matuzak and one of the inside linebackers, Willie Hall, 39. And now Fouts again. He's been very, very successful in his third down conversions to date. And let's see what he does here. He's got 3rd down and 7.
Well, this is a big one. There are about 9.5 minutes remaining in this third quarter. So they are holding the ball right now, but it doesn't do you any good to hold the ball when you're behind unless you come up with some points at the end of the drive.
Dwight McDonald brings a play in from the bench, number 89, and then splits wide right. Charlie Joyner to the left. 3rd down, 7 Chargers, trailing 20-7. He's got a man. He threw it in behind him, but a great reception by Charlie Joyner, I believe, or is it Lydell? It is Mitchell, who reached behind him to take the ball off his hip, and he got the first down for San Diego.
Number 26, the man that he's looked for all afternoon, and what's going to happen, he's better go to somebody else pretty soon because Oakland's going to know this too. But great protection by that offensive line. The ball was thrown behind him somewhat, but you could see by watching the eyes and the head of Lydell Mitchell that he was following that ball all the way in.
Well, he takes a short breather, standing behind head coach Don Coryell. Don Woods replaces him, number 33. 1st down, San Diego moving. Nothing there. He may have lost a yard. Ricky Anderson, the ball carrier, number 43. And he ran straight into Jeff Barnes, the 2nd-year man out of California.
2 tight ends in the ball game once again. On 1st down, it's what they've got to do occasionally on 1st down with 2 tight ends in there is put that ball in the air with a play pass, because Oakland is going to just set back and they're going to say, all right, they're running on 1st down. Let's stop the run on 1st down. And that's what they did that time.
No gain, 2nd down 10. They spot the ball at the 34-yard line of Oakland. Split 2 receivers. Bauer is back in the backfield. He takes the pitch from Fouts, 35, and he's knocked down right there on a fabulous open field tackle by Willie Hall. And don't think the Raiders aren't delighted to have him off the injured list and back on the field.
Yes, sir. 39, Willie Hall has been out for 4 ball games, but this is as tough a job as you can do. I'm talking about for linebackers to tackle a back in the open field. The problem there was that there were no offensive linemen out in front of the back.
And so Fouts gets out of one 3rd down situation only to face another one. Anderson is out. Lydell Mitchell is in. San Diego 5 out of 10, which is better than average in converting these 3rd down plays. Got a man. It's caught by Mitchell at the 12-yard line. Lydell Mitchell is all over the football field, and he puts the Chargers in business at the Oakland 13. They spot it.
Boy, I'll tell you, Fouts got out of trouble here because the linebackers, they were coming and they put pressure. He stepped up in the pocket, which is a very intelligent thing to do. As you see the linebackers sliding right there. 56 is Jeff Barnes. A great catch. Talking about concentration, talking about the head and the eyes. You can see it right there that Lydell Mitchell, number 26, is following that ball into his hands. And I love to see a receiver catch the ball in his hands.
Smile, Don, it's your ball club out there. And the give is to Don Woods, and he goes inside the 10 to maybe the 7-yard line. Well, they've not only given us a magnificent day here in Oakland, California, but a great crew to work with. And while we have a moment, our thanks to spotters Bill Breslin and Len Shapiro, our statistician Ted Reinholtz, of course, the folks in the truck making this all possible, our director Jim Holmes and our producer David Stern, and most importantly, you watching at home, eh, Len?
Number 58, Monty Johnson, limping off the field. He's been replaced by 56. That's Jeff Barnes, but Johnson coming out of the ball game.
I neglected our fabulous camera crew here, too, giving us some great shots at the 5-yard line. Woods, the ball carrier. It's going to be 3rd and short now for San Diego. 3rd down and short there inside the Oakland 5-yard line. Matuzak is the man who made the stop on Don Woods. I'm a little bit confused. Why use Woods in these very important situations, Len, when he didn't play much in the first half?
I'll tell you why, because number 26, Lydell Mitchell, is a great runner, but when you get close to the goal line, you want somebody that's a slashing type runner and also a man that can block. Lydell Mitchell admittedly, or himself admits that he's not the greatest blocker in the world.
I knew there was a reason. I was glad I had you this week.
Monty Johnson is leaving the premises. He's going into the locker room.
3rd down and 1. Bauer gets the call, dives, and I don't know. I haven't the slightest idea. I would think he came up a little bit short. He did not penetrate. Neither did the San Diego offensive line. it seemed to be a standoff.
Short. He may be an inch or two shorter because he's going up over the top, and he's running into a wall coming up right there. As I say, short, jammed his neck right back. Jack Tatum, number 32, is a tough.
Well, Jim Tunney wants the sticks brought in to take a look at it. I'm delighted to see that umpire Pat Harder, number 88, is doing fine. He was injured, if you weren't with us in the first half. Had to leave the field momentarily, but he's back out there. There's the story. They are short, and they are short by a good 3 feet. 4th down.
Got to go for it.
Well, it couldn't be 3 feet. I'm not much of a mathematician. 3 feet makes 1 yard.
That's right.
That isn't a yard, Leonard. Even I know
close.
that.
They need a foot, foot and a half.
Let's say a foot or a foot and a half.
They need somebody capable of leaping tall buildings out there right now.
Well, they haven't got Superman, but they've got Bauer and Mitchell. Mitchell gets the call. First down. Lydell Mitchell, I believe, got it with plenty to spare as he dives to about the 2-yard line.
Well, they were looking for the man that's capable of leaping tall buildings. They decided it was number 26, Lydell Mitchell, and he has only one choice. That's to go up over top. He's going to be hit, and he knows that. Now they're going to say, bring the chains out, gentlemen, and let's take a look.
He's done everything he's been asked to do today, except one pass I remember late in the first half that he dropped, which would have kept the drive alive for San Diego. It's 20-7 Oakland. The first down convincingly by the San Diego Chargers, 2 yards shy of a touchdown that'll get him right back in this football game. Time is not a factor at all with 4:48 to play, 3rd quarter. Delighted to have you with us with former Kansas City quarterback Len Dawson. This is Sam Nover. Bauer and Mitchell, the setbacks. Mitchell, no, he's not there.
Really got nailed on that play. Didn't make anything on that first down. They can take a look at it from this angle. They've got 4 downs if they want to run it in. If they wanted to throw the ball, that was the down to throw it, because as you could see right there, Oakland was definitely playing the run. 11 men up on that line of scrimmage.
Well, as Len told you, Monty Johnson still has not returned from the dressing room. Jeff Barnes has replaced him. So their linebackers read Hendricks 83, Villapiano 41, Barnes 56. Just 3 of them in there. 2nd down, goal. San Diego.
Quarterback keeping it.
Touchdown, Danny Fouts on a keeper. And the Chargers are right back in the football game.
Well, he's go to your best running back, he said. That would be number 14. Faking, going to the right with Lydell Mitchell and Bauer. And he found the hole, and get in and get down.
Come on, Coryell, react. Belatedly. Coryell seems to see better when he's down there at knee level, you know. Rolf Benershko will attempt the extra point. Boy, we have all sorts of possibilities, don't we? We discussed one of them at halftime. There's the kick. It's good. It's a 20-14 game. Yes, I know Oakland beat San Diego 21-20 at the 2nd game of the season. And San Diego has a chance to return the favor, don't they? We'll be back to the Oakland Coliseum in just a moment.
Testerman was taken out, number 42. It's 4th and 5. Here's a tough call.
All right, we'll get to it in a second. I like it.
They're going for something. They're on the Denver 34. Look out, he's hit from behind. Bob Nerney came in, a first sack on Zorn in the game. Nerney, number 58 of Oregon State, circled in very quickly, had the penetration, and brought him down, and Denver stops him and takes over.
Okay, that's fine, but what I like most is Patera's willingness to do the things that have got them into a position where they're 4-4. They know personnel-wise they don't quite stand up to Denver. They made a good drive. They got the ball in good position. Earlier, it earned them a touchdown, but instead of taking 3 points, that's the difference in their lead. If you're going to criticize them, go before the ball. I thought it was a good idea. It just came up bad.
First down, Denver on the 41 of Denver. Morton. Off to Lonnie Perrin. Perrin to the 47 of Denver. It's a 6-yard gain. He was brought down by Cornell Webster, the left cornerback. Testerman was hit hard on that pass play, and he looks woozy there, John.
Well, he's got to be if he's...
Larry Canada now is the running back. Red Miller alternates running backs. He has 6 of them, more than any coach in the NFL. There goes Canada. Big hole, and he rips over it for a first down, and he's down on the Seattle 44-yard line by John Harris, the free safety.
And you get the feeling Canada's playing more and more in spots, but when he's in there, he seems to be doing a lot of the ball carrying, and he's doing what he does best. Denver matches up very well against Seattle, running the ball on the ground. The offensive line, again, has done an outstanding job of moving the defense around. Canada's plumb.
Doran checking with his box. Lonnie Perrin outside. Well, he's brought down by number 53, rookie linebacker Keith Butler of Memphis State. He was in there. Let's take a look at a rerun on this one.
How many times do you see a team that drafts their number 1 and number 2 from the same college? Both he and Keith Simpson came out of Memphis State. And Bob Zeman, who I regard as one of the finest defensive people in this game, is coaching the Broncos, and he said he worked him out before the draft, and he said he was the best linebacker he'd seen in college. 2nd down, 12. Broncos on the Seahawk 46.
Seattle ahead, 14-10. 9 minutes to go in the 3rd period. The deep drop by Morton. Lobs it out to Canada. 45. And he's dropped at the 42-yard line. He's hit there by 38. Cornell Webster, who appears to be a sure tackler in that open field.
Both he and Autry Beeman are both good tacklers, and we know about Dave Brown. Good secondary.
We pause briefly for station identification. This is the NBC Television Network.
This is Channel 5, KING-TV, Seattle.
We're back here in the Kingdome, Seattle. 14-10 the score. Seattle ahead. Kurt Gowdy and John Brody. The man you just saw, Jack Patera, went hunting yesterday. He's getting like Bud Grant.
I think he plays this game the way it should be.
3rd down. 8 to go. He's going to be sacked. He's down to the 44. That's the 2nd sack by Seattle. And it was Bill Gregory, and he's recorded both of them.
Let me show you what a viewpoint like a Patera's is. It's 4th down and 5. One series ago, they go for it and miss. Okay, what does that do? It really tests your defense, right? They come out, they stop Denver without gaining more than 20 yards. Now, the defense for the Seahawks has been to the test. They're not waiting around to see what they can do. They're after it.
Punt formation. Bucky Dilts will kick to Rufus Crawford. They went after him. The angles went up. And it is going to be, it's a fine kick. It's down on the 7-yard line. Dilts doesn't have the average of last year, but he's excellent at kicking the ball dead inside the 20. So we'll return here to the Kingdome with the score. Seattle 14. And
Sam, you mentioned at the top of the half, time of possession that Oakland had it in the first half.
Well, that 11:09 scoring drive by the San Diego Chargers has certainly changed that, hasn't it? 11:09. That may be one of the longest time-consuming drives in history. We have a little problem here. Oakland claiming they should get the football, but the ruling, I guess, on Benershka's muff kick is that he can do it again. I'd like to see that baby again. I was, quite frankly, looking away for a moment.
You've played baseball, haven't you? 3 strikes and you're out.
It's what you call a swing and a miss, isn't it? 11:09, Len. That's
it.
Incredible. That's how long San Diego held that 80-yard drive. Benershka to try it again. Short, very short at the 23-yard line. That's Raymond Chester straight up the left side. And he's finally brought down at the 45-yard line. Oakland with superb field position. They kicked it to the wrong man.
Really a short kick, and this is all right if you're down covering it, but Raymond Chester knows one thing. I'm not going to fool anybody with my great moves, so I better get that shortest distance is a straight line, and that's where number 88, Raymond Chester, decided to go.
Well, they spot the ball just shy of the 45. Let's see whether or not the Oakland Raiders can respond to that incredibly long, time-consuming drive of San Diego. Van Egan breaks the tackle, and he crosses midfield to the 47 of San Diego. An excellent second effort. We pause briefly now for station identification. This is the NBC television network.
Attorney General candidates Burke and Duke Majan tonight at 6:30 on KNBC Los Angeles.
It's a 20-14 Oakland lead over San Diego with Len Dawson, Sam Nofer at the Oakland Coliseum. We have but 3 minutes and 10 seconds left in the third quarter, thanks to an 11-minute drive by San Diego. Another gaping hole for Van Egan, a first down Oakland at the San Diego 40. Boy, that defense of San Diego is really being torn apart, and they are well rested, Len.
Well, there is a hole over there. 65 for the Oakland Raiders is Mickey Marvin, providing good blocking over there and good strong running. Now, this is what Oakland loves to do. They like to get that ball, grind it out, then all of a sudden, up comes Stabler with a play pass.
Branch goes wide left, Bradshaw right. Sticking to the ground, Van Egan on the sweep, maybe a yard. Played very well by Woodrow Lowe, who turned the play in. The third-year pro from Alabama, gain of a couple of yards, and they don't even give him that much. Give him a gain of 1, second down and 9. Van Egan last year led the entire AFC in rushing. Had one incredible day in Green Bay, third game of the season, and has had himself a nice year. 567 yards entering this ball game. 4.5 average. That's not a bad.
Well, he's really a durable back, too. He's tough because he's there week after week after week, and he's carrying the ball most of the time, 20, 25 times a game.
They slotted Whittington, takes it on the reverse. He's got open field inside the 35 to the 32-yard line. Well, he had open field right. They gave it to Whittington running from the slot. Mickey Marvin led the protection, the blocking for him. Well, here's another score for you. It's still 14-10. I thought we had additional scores, but we don't. It hasn't changed. It's still Seattle over Denver in that very important game at the Kingdome up the West Coast.
Bringing in the tight end, Sam. They're going for this short yardage situation.
There's the other one, Miami having a 20-point advantage over Baltimore in the third quarter, enabling Miami to keep pace with New England. The Patriots big winners over the Jets today. Van Egan for the first down as he busts inside the 30 to the 28. Fred Dean making the stop. And as I mentioned his name, Len, it dawns on me that I haven't said Fred Dean very often today.
Well, the last play that Woodrow Lowe made the tackle on that made a good play, Dean did a great job of stringing out the play. Now they've got 3 tight ends in the ball game, and you can see that the backs not only have to run, but they have to block. And you can see that the offensive line pushed that defensive line about 3 yards back, and that's the reason that play worked.
Pete Banaszak in for Van Egan. First down and 10. It's Whittington getting the call. A hole was there momentarily, and it closed ever so quickly as he reaches the 25-yard line. We haven't really mentioned it. I don't know, it's not particularly pertinent to the broadcast, but it's interesting for those of you who are fans of Kenny Stabler, as I'm sure both you and I are, Len,
yes,
that
sir.
He has shut the door to all the media. He did it after the third game of the season. He just won't talk to anybody out here. Ever had days like that you didn't want to talk to the press?
I've had a lot of days, yes, that I didn't want to, but it happens to be part of the game. You know, you don't live and play in a closet. You're out there before millions of people.
Well, Kenny elects to let the final 5 or 6 seconds tick off here in the third quarter. And so we've got 15 minutes of football left, and it could be very interesting, couldn't it? Oakland leads by 6. We'll be right back.
They must be running that ball a lot in Oakland. Same starting time as here in Seattle, and that's at the end of the third quarter now. Oakland leading San Diego 20-14. Fouts just scored on a 1-yard quarterback sneak to put San Diego back in.
Danny's a fine quarterback, but 1 yard's just about his distance running.
First down Seattle in a hole on their own 7-yard line. Testerman. And he fights his way to his 9-yard line, and that's it. Second down, 8 to go. Let's watch Swenson as he tries to hang in on his play.
Well, this is when it's so tough. The linebackers know if we can keep you down in a hole, if we don't give you a first down, you're not liable to throw the ball. However, in Zorn's case, he may be. But it gets very tight down there, whether you're on your own 10 or inside the other team's 10. The action gets pretty stiff. 2 yards isn't a bad pickup in that situation.
Now Denver wants to contain him and make him punt out of here or force him into a mistake. Second down, 8. 9-yard line of Seattle. Testerman in motion. You got a mess up there. They have a fumble. And they do.
Paul Smith.
Looks like John Grant's in there.
Paul Smith came out with the ball.
At it, 70. That's a second line unit on the field right now in the front three. Paul Smith, the only remaining Bronco from the AFL years.
I played against Paul Smith several years ago when he was really what they considered to be in his prime, and he hasn't gone downhill much. They don't consider themselves to have a second unit. They've got the ball on the 10.
First and goal to go. And crashing almost to the 5-yard line. They're running a straight ahead power, that time behind Bobby Maples. Dennis Boyd making the stop on Lonnie Perrin. Perrin, the University of Illinois. He'll be replaced now by Larry Canada. Second down, 5 to go for a Denver touchdown that could put them in front.
Bobby Maples may be playing when he's 50 if he plays like this.
Lone setback is Canada. Good on short yardage. There he goes. They just nip him.
I think he got in, but they don't seem to think so.
No, I think he went down there on the half-yard line. John Harris, the free safety, hit him.
Okay, we may get a chance to see it. Let's take a look at it from a cornerback viewpoint. Here comes Canada, nothing but a mass of bodies. Cornerback Harris hits him right near the goal line. They really saved a touchdown, and they were correct.
All right, it's on the 1-yard line, and the third different fullback in the last 3 plays comes in. John Keyworth now. They started with Perrin, then they inserted Canada, and now they replace him with Keyworth.
And a lot of the reason for it is that they can't exchange plays with their receivers, Upchurch and Dalvin, because Upchurch is doing all the playing.
Third down, 1 yard to go for a Bronco touchdown. He's in there. Lonnie Perrin. They had the 2 big backs in there. Perrin and Keyworth, and Perrin scores, and Denver takes the lead. As they forced the mistake, Bucky Dilts punted it dead at the 7, and there it is.
Here we go, taking a look from downstairs. The congestion is fierce. The linebackers can't find a way to get to the hole. Cornell Webster comes too late. And Lonnie Perrin's in for 6, puts them ahead by 2.
Jim Turner. Holding will be Craig Morton. The point is good. Denver has the lead for the 2nd time in the game. They grabbed the early lead. So the score now is Denver 17 and Seattle 14.
Paul Warfield can remember a great many things that happened here in this Orange Bowl, having played for the Miami Dolphins. The Super Bowl, you'll remember, the Jets in Baltimore. Other Super Bowls were played here, but I've got some memories I'll talk about in just a moment. Greasy, first down, 34-yard line. Delvin Williams getting nowhere. What I'm thinking of is the Orange Bowl. Oklahoma most likely due back here this year. Last year upset by Arkansas. Then I remember Kansas against Penn State, which could be here this year, when it looked like Kansas had the game won and had 12 men on the field and gave Penn State yet another try at a nighttime Orange Bowl. I remember the first nighttime Orange Bowl when Joe Namath was a senior. He thought he was in the end zone, but they gave the ball and the #1 ranking in the country to Texas. A lot of things have happened in the Orange Bowl, and there's a lot more to happen this year and in other years to come. NBC will be here for the Super Bowl and the Orange Bowl. Tillman switches to the other side on 2nd down and 8. Greasy backs the throw. Bulash coming out of the backfield. Bulash is not going to get much. Matter of fact, Norm did not even get back to the line of scrimmage. The Baltimore defense, Paul, has played very well in the 3rd quarter. If they can move the ball offensively.
Baltimore's defense has done what it's supposed to do, and that's stop Miami from driving the football. They've been backed up, at least on one occasion, and they didn't particularly yield there. But as you mentioned, the offense has not been able to put any points on the board. They have not been able to really sustain a drive without turning over the football one way or another.
Cephalo has come in. They've got 3 wide receivers and 6 defensive backs for Baltimore on 3rd down. And nearly 10 to go. Uriel Harris on the right side. Cephalo way wide left, and Morset at the slot left. Greasy, under pressure, throws the ball away. And I'm telling you, Bob did a good job just to get the ball away. It looked like he was going to be sacked as he picks himself up. It's 4th down, and Baltimore will get it again. If there be some among you that did not join us from the outset of this game, until we came to the ballpark, we fully expected Bert Jones to start or at least play. We got to the ballpark 2 hours before game time. The first thing we heard, he would not start, and the indication we got, he would not play. He's only played for a few series of plays in one game, that against the Jets this year. Brought down. Roberts kicking against the wind. The ball has sailed the last couple of times. Gets the ball away. This one will not sail. That is Joe Washington. And Washington falls down, trying to make a cut. Washington fell down at the 37-yard line. 5:05 to go, third quarter. Here comes Baltimore back. They're down by 3 touchdowns. They need some offense and need it quick. And Mike Kirkland is still at the control.
The Raiders feeling a little bit better at the moment. A 9-point lead, 23-14. Guy's kickoff is short at the 20-yard line. Across the 30 to the 35, Artie Owens, number 85, is the man who ran it back and put the Chargers in fairly good field position. Len, we talked moments ago about the incredibly long, time-consuming drive of San Diego. Oakland didn't have a bad one themselves.
San Diego 11 minutes 9 seconds for their touchdown drive. Apparently Oakland looked at that and said, well, that's a pretty good idea. It took them 8 minutes and 52 seconds before coming up with 3 points.
23-14. 8:59 left in regulation time. Fouts to Mitchell across the 40 to the 42-yard line. Lydell carrying again as he nears 100 yards on the afternoon. He has already moved into the 12th spot on the all-time rushing list in the National Football League. He did that when he got his 58th yard.
Well, he's 23 carries before that particular play. He had 86 yards, so he picked up about 7 yards. So he's right at about 93 yards for the afternoon.
And like he's slightly injured, too. I mentioned very briefly as the Raiders were driving for that 3 points that Monty Johnson would not return. We have still not heard exactly what the injury was on the great inside linebacker of Oakland, but he's through for the day.
Here he is, 26. Lydell Mitchell coming up. Matuzak overrunning the play. He's going to get hit. He knows this, but apparently what happened is a headgear hit him on the leg. That's what it looks like to me. So it could be a thigh injury.
He's replaced by Ricky Anderson, the rookie out of South Carolina State, number 43. Play action for Fouts. He's got a man wide open, Artie Owens, and he's knocked down immediately by Jack Tatum. Tatum has done that a few times in his career at the 41 of Oakland, but Owens was wide open and Tatum very late getting there.
This was double coverage. Otherwise, the defensive halfback came up to play the short area. The 32, Tatum, is the safety getting deep outside, but there is a gap or a hole between those two defensive men. Artie found it, but he also ran into number 32, Jack Tatum.
7-year veteran out of Ohio State has inflicted as much damage on wide receivers as any free safety in the National Football League.
That looks like almost the first pass that a wide receiver has caught this afternoon for San Diego.
First down and 10. Fouts has not thrown well today. He had better get his act together because time is running out. Throws the home run ball and way out of bounds. Intended for Artie Owens, but again double coverage. Downfield, Jack Tatum 32 and also Monty Jackson 42 were there to cover Artie Owens.
That was a good move on the part of number 14, Dan Faust. No one was open. He didn't want to take a chance of getting an interception here, so he just threw the ball away. No penalties, Sam, so far in the second half. First half started off with Oakland coming up with a couple of penalties right away.
I'm a little surprised Fouts is not throwing better today. He came into this game as the 4th leading passer in the AFC, 62% completion.
A lot of it has to
be the highest in the AFC, incidentally, with 10 touchdowns. That's not the highest, but the percentage is. Man fell down, no flag. Intended for Artie Owens at about the 20-yard line, and he fell down. And Len, it's a good time to talk about that grass. You alluded to it earlier in the broadcast, but it's kind of fluffy, isn't it?
Well, there gets so much moisture here on the play that you can slip very easily. Now, I think the advantage goes to the men in black because they play here, and you can see right there the man was trying to make a move and slipped. Phillips also tried to make a move, and he slipped, or I should say Lester Hayes, number 37, he slipped. But the advantage should go to the Oakland Raiders because they have more knowledge of this surface.
So it's a big third down call for Dan Fouts. He's got Joyner and Artie Owens as his wide receivers. The open man, and a great catch. It was McDonald, Dwight McDonald, 89. Wouldn't you know it? Failed to call his number, and he catches the football. A big first down at the 25 in the grasp of Lester Hayes, but the Chargers refuse to quit.
That was a great catch. That was great coverage by Lester Hayes. The ball had something on it. Dan was putting a little steam on it, getting some blitzing from the linebackers, but a great catch by 89, Dwight McDonald. He has to look at that ball and follow it. Said earlier, you can tell great receivers when they catch all passes in their hands. They don't catch it in their stomach.
We're told that Lydell Mitchell has a strained left knee, could come back. He hasn't got a lot of time left, 7.5 minutes in the fourth quarter. Over the middle, and it through the hands of McDonald this time. On a crossing pattern at the 10-yard line, it was thrown a little high by Fouts.
Do not do that. So one area you can't do. If you're going to be anything, be too low, because what happens, a receiver can tip it, and there is a defensive back. See, the ball is thrown too high. If it was a good throw down around the numbers, he'd have been able to position to catch. But you can see Jack Tatum is lurking back there.
You can almost understand Fouts overthrowing his receiver. He's had 4 of them batted back today. He's starting to get a little upset about it. Got to get him up higher and higher. Second down 10. Oakland leads it 23-14. Straight ahead. Anderson to the 20-yard line and inside the 20 to the 19, which will bring up a third down and about 4 situation for San Diego. Hall 39, Barnes 56 making the stop.
That was a good move on Anderson's part to get both arms around that football, because what Oakland is trying to do now is strip him of that football. And if you start carrying that ball like a loaf of bread, you're going to end up losing it.
Well, Lydell is back. Number 26. Paired in the backfield with Hank Bauer.
Passing situation. They need him back in there.
They sure do. Third down 4 at the Oakland 20. Out of the backfield, Mitchell, a great catch and out of bounds. Isn't he something? At the 9-yard line of Oakland. A first down and goal, San Diego. Comes off a strained knee and makes one of the big catches of the day.
Everybody in this whole place knew that 14 Fouts was going to go to number 26, Lydell Mitchell. It's a high throw. It's about the 3rd high throw in a row. But he maintained. Look at his head. He's looking at that ball, finally coming up with it. But he has one-on-one coverage with the linebacker, and they figure that is a mismatch because Mitchell is going to come up with the ball most of the time.
I wonder if Baltimore owner Robert Irsay cringes every time he sees Mitchell make catches like that. Had him and wouldn't give him what he wanted and traded him to San Diego. Over the middle, it's low and incomplete. And Fouts may have thrown that one away. McDonald was in very heavy traffic at the goal line and had virtually no chance of completing the pass.
Well, that's another play, too, that you know that you don't want to be throwing that too high. One of two things: drill it in the ground or throw it back there where the band is located, way back in the end zone.
The stats on Dan Fouts this afternoon. He will quite apparently drop from his 4th spot among the American Football Conference passers. He's had a great day, but he's not out of the football game.
He's had a lot of pressure. He's had a lot of pressure today, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Oakland come with their linebackers on this play.
Second down 9. Wanted the quick pop over the middle on second thought, almost threw it into Willie Hall's hands. Dropped at the goal line, intended for his tight end Bob Klein.
I'll tell you what he wanted to do. He wanted to throw to Charlie Joyner, but Charlie got disjointed because he was knocked down by Lester Hayes 37. But this is a dangerous throw there in the middle of all that traffic. And you can see number 39, Willie Hall, says, I should have had that pass.
6:37 to play in regulation time. The question now, if San Diego doesn't get 6 on third down, do they take the 3 and try to get the 6 later?
They take the 3 because they still need 2 scores.
23-14 Oakland. Great football game. Nice to have you aboard here on NBC. Fouts feeling the pressure is dragged down from behind. The man scored, Ted Hendricks, number 83, has really taken the decision out of Don Coryell's hands. It's got to be a field goal attempt.
The blocking, this is a mismatch. And this is why they blitzed Ted Hendricks, because a back has to block him. Now, Hank Bauer is a good, tough fullback, but he isn't that tall. He's around 6 feet tall, and it's a mismatch to try to block number 83, who used to be a defensive end in college. What they need to do is get one of those big offensive linemen out there on the stork.
Benershka will attempt. The hold will be at the 17-yard line. It'll be a kick at 27 if good. Rolf Benershka. Placement, the kick is up. It is good. And so the San Diego Chargers remain alive. It's a 23-17 Oakland lead. We'll be right back.
The big D is the story here in the third quarter. That's defense for Denver. Their defense is dominating right now and forced Seattle into a mistake and then cashed in on it with a touchdown. Larry Canada ripping through, but as he does, a yellow flag flutters down at the 40-yard line. Canada, he gets yards, John.
You bet. Those do have a tendency, though, to spoil your drives, and we just saw Seattle twice complete balls that were called back because of penalty. Now on first down, Denver gets the same thing happening to them.
Denver will be penalized. Denver has averaged 20 times in a first down situation, 7 yards. Seattle has averaged 6 yards. Hey, that's excellent. Boy, when you come up with a 2nd and 3, 2nd and 4, that's a better way to play football.
Number 71 offense. Repeat first down.
Takes all the brilliance out of those quarterback calls.
See what's happening down in Oakland. Field goal by Errol Mann, 25 yards. Oakland leading San Diego 23-14. Lytle brought down on his 40-yard line around the ankles by Ernie Price, the left end, and Bill Sandifer, the right tackle. Sandifer, number 66 out of UCLA. 6 yards, 2nd down, 9 to go. Lytle's out. Now Dave Preston comes in. Could that mean a pass? They like to throw to him sometimes.
Well, that's what Seattle thinks, because they've brought in their five-back defense. They brought in an extra linebacker, and they're going with a 3-man line. We haven't seen much of that today.
Largent has been shut down today. He's had only 1 reception. Really been on him. They've doubled him every time. 2nd down, 9. Deflected at the line of scrimmage. That was deflected by Ernie Price, number 62, who's been the best pass rusher this year for Seattle.
Well, I'll tell you, those 2 defensive ends seem to be doing the job in key situations. That time, 62 batted it down, but it was really made possible by Bill Gregory, who got around Claudie Miner, and you can see it's getting kind of active in there.
Yeah.
They do care.
3rd down and 9. Preston's out. Lytle's back in.
Tom Lynch sitting on the bench waiting his turn.
2 minutes, 11 seconds to go in the third quarter. Denver ahead, 17-14. The blitz, they're going to try and blitz him. He's throwing deep. There's Upchurch out there. Nearly intercepted by Cornell Webster. Webster finally caught up with him and nearly grabbed it. Looked like Upchurch was going to walk away from him.
Well, Upchurch could have gone quite a bit farther. He beat Webster originally. Webster made a good reaction to the ball. The ball was a bit underthrown. Very well seen by Morton. A lot of times when they blitz, you won't go to your deep man. He picked the proper receiver to go to, just didn't execute.
On formation with Bucky Dilk, Rufus Crawford. He's not very deep. He's on his own 20. They go after him, and they get a little piece of it. The ball squirting around. Seattle's going to have excellent field position now on the 47-yard line. They really went after him. And then there was number 48. Watch where the kicker goes down.
You mentioned they went after it, and don't think a kicker can't feel that pressure coming in. He catches the ball high on his foot, then he kind of falls in the pile, but none of that was generated by the defensive pass rush or kick rush. Seattle's got fine field position.
He was lucky to come out of there, Diltz. All right, so now Seattle has forced a mistake or put the pressure on. They're on the Denver 48 with a first down, trailing by 3 points late in the third quarter. Play action pass. Zorn, short shot to the tight end Howard. And Howard's dumped, but he probably has the first down. Bonnie Howard from Seattle, hit by Tom Jackson. They look to the yardsticks. First down, Seattle on the Denver 38.
You know, sometimes you say, well, he comes off to his receiver late because no one's open downfield. However, that play was designed to have both wide receivers take the secondary down the field. Ron Howard slow blocked, which meant stayed in and helped on the defensive end, then slipped out, and Zorn was going to him all the way.
First down. They're on the Denver 38-yard line. Zorn again looking.
They're going again.
Same play. This one is nearly grabbed by Smith. He popped it up in the air, went after it again, and battling with him was Randy Gradishar. and it just drops with an incomplete pass. Second down, 10.
Exactly the same thing happened. Here comes Zorn on a little play-action pass, and he's doing it to Smith. The man he fakes to goes in as if it's a fake, comes out underneath the linebackers. Gradishar makes a quick recovery, or Smith would have had a big gain.
That punt of 8 yards by Bucky Dilts under heavy pressure has given Seattle a chance now with a 2nd and 10. They're on the 38-yard line of the Denver Broncos. 1 minute to go in the third period. Hand off to Smith, and he really started somewhere, and then suddenly John Grant from behind nicked him around the ankles and brought him down, number 63. Field goal by San Diego. They're having a scrap down there. 6 minutes to play in the game. It is now Oakland 23, San Diego 17.
They had a pretty good scrap earlier in the year, and I don't think either team's forgotten it. And right here, they're not having a bad scrap.
3rd and 3. Seattle on the Denver 31. Sprint out over the head of number 42, Don Testament, to stop the clock. 14 seconds to go in the third quarter. 4th and 3.
All year long, Zorn has been able to sprint out and oftentimes break the containment. However, Svensson has been playing the play perfectly from his left side. Rizzo's been playing it great from the other side. They've been doing a job at containing Zorn when he's trying to do what he does best, which is get outside the contain and find somebody open or run it.
Well, he's hit 61% for the season. Today he has 33%, 8 out of 24. Herrera will try a 49-yard field goal that could tie this game. Officials' time. Now Denver's asked for time.
You know, a lot of times, Kurt, I can understand that. There's 14 seconds left in the half. They'd like to make sure he kicks it this way rather than go the other because of some sort of a wind factor. Excuse me, the third quarter, because the ball will be changing hands in 14 seconds. But we're under a dome, and there isn't much wind factor. So I don't understand what their thought is unless they're not ready for any possible happening.
John, do you think they thought they might have had 10 or 12 players in the field?
I don't think they had too many players on the field, but I do think, as you pointed out,
they might have thought so, though.
Yeah, either that, they were uncertain that they knew what they were doing defensively.
So now they'll have 2 timeouts left.
You know,
well, the old gag about, you know, you're a great golfer, letting that fella take a little more time to putt and think about it, or a free throw shooter, putting more pressure on him, calling a timeout, letting him think about it.
I can understand that, Kurt, if they were down in the 30, but they're really almost outside Herrera's range. And so his viewpoint has got to be, hey, if I get it in there, good for me. If I don't, so be it.
He misses it. The ball will come back to the 31-yard line of Denver's. 49-yard field goal attempt by Herrera. And the kick is up. That one is no good. He drove it to the left. He had the distance.
He gave it a rip.
But it was to the left. Yeah, he put some leg into that one. It'll be Denver's ball. First down, and Seattle failed to cash in when they had the ball in Denver territory. 10 seconds to go, and there's your score in the third period. They were talking to John Thompson, the president general manager, and Mark Duncan, the assistant general manager, what Seattle needed next year, and they're going to draft defensive players, especially down linemen. They like their offense. They want to show up their defense. Craig Morton, right down. Here's a curl by Upchurch. Upchurch went down to the 45, curl back in, and it's good enough for a first down with Webster right behind him. He had the inside position.
I love Upchurch. He was down there, and he made such a fast turn. You know, from the time you commit to making your break to when you get your head turned around and in a position to catch the ball is a big thing for a receiver, and he does it great.
That's the end of the third quarter in the Kingdome here in Seattle with a score. Denver 17, Seattle 14.
Look at that. That's Mike Marr. Now, did they call him off? Bring him off for what? Offside charge. So that's 5 yards. Makes it second down and a couple instead of second and long. In the NFC Eastern Division, Washington is 7-2, Dallas 6-3, New York 5-4 now, Philadelphia 4-5, and St. Louis 1-8. In the Central Division, Green Bay 7-2, Minnesota 5-4, Tampa Bay 4-5, and Chicago, Detroit 3-6. Los Angeles and Atlanta play tomorrow night. The audience won today, and San Francisco lost. Second down, perhaps 2.5 to 3 yards to go. Running play, Delvin Williams is going to be hit behind. Can you beat that? Delvin Williams, they are really stacking him up today, Paul. Now, they're second and short. And you find that Delvin Williams can't even hardly get back to the line of scrimmage.
Well, we've seen Delvin Williams on 2 occasions this year. And right now, he's 14 tries and 61 yards. We saw him earlier against the Philadelphia Eagles, who did a pretty good job on him. But in the meantime, he's been gaining a lot of yards around the league.
4 100-yard games, 97-yard his average. And he's still got another quarter to go. Denver's come from behind, now leads Seattle 17-14. Early in the third quarter, they're going to let this third quarter run out. They're walking down to the end of the field. The quarter's not yet over. Winds down to 0. In the third quarter, not a single score. So as we said at the end of the half, we said at the end of 3 quarters. Miami, 2 long touchdown passes, leading 26-6 over Baltimore. Third down and long to go. Delvin Williams starts one way and is tracked down at the 7-yard line. 26-6, 5:54 to go. Williams is a little frustrated today, the way that the Baltimore Colts have been able to stack the defenses against him. But it's opened it up in the secondary, I'll tell you. There have been some long passes. Greasy's moved the ball very well. But they have not scored in the second half. And even though they win, I would imagine in the dressing room, Don Shula will say we will not like the inconsistency of our offense, unable to score in the second half.
Well, Don has always favored having his teams finish strong and continue to pour the points on and put them on in the second half. He thinks that's very important. It's very vital as you go into the latter stages of the season.
Well, Roberts is in trouble, and he's going to take the safety running out of the end zone, giving him 2 points and coming out to the 20-yard line to kick it away instead of having to kick from his own end zone and possibly setting up excellent field position. Remember, he's got the wind at his back now, and he'll get a free kick from the 20-yard line. So that's the second safety of the game. And that doesn't often happen, that you get 2 safeties in a single game. It happens, but not often.
No, there perhaps could have been a little strategy employed by Miami on that particular punt attempt. Probably looking for Baltimore to rush the kicker. Rather than having their punt blocked, they decided to take the 2 points. Now their kicker will line the ball up on the 20 and punt uncontested, and he has the wind to his back, and he should be able to get off a good kick.
The girls in the Dolphin colors. Been perfect weather, and for Miami fans, it's been a perfect ball game.
Will they go for the onside kick with 6:08 to play? Probably not. Benershka kicks it deep. And it's Arthur Whittington at the 2-yard line, to the 10, the 20, 25, hit and spun around right at the 25-yard line. Middleton is there, 57. And so the Raiders now needing to tick off some seconds on that clock with 5:57 to play and clinging to a very tenuous 6-point lead over San Diego.
Right now, San Diego knows that they have got to stop Oakland's running game. They've got to stop it. And they're going to be putting people up there very close to that line of scrimmage, looking particularly on first down. And I guess if Stabler was ever going to throw a play-action pass, this would be a time to do it. You can look at all the defensive people up there.
Well, I was going to say Shell and Upshaw would probably get their share of business here in the last few minutes, but they run off their right guard that time. Mickey Marvin, 65. Van Egan for very short yardage. A gain of perhaps a yard on the play. Second down and 9. Middleton, 57. Along with Al Stringert, 45. Or rather, Stringert has come into the game, replacing Jerome Dove.
We didn't mention, but early in the ballgame, you may recall, number 70, Henry Lawrence, left the ballgame because of an injury problem, but you know, that's a good, he's back out there right now is what I'm trying to say.
52,612 enjoying every second of it here at the Oakland Coliseum. 1,900 no-shows as Whittington squirms for a yard or two, and the Charger defense starting to tighten up. And the Oakland fans, of course, not enjoying the conservativeness of this kind of play with 5:03 to go, but Stabler really has no choice.
Well, no, he wants to get a first down. He's telling his offensive line in there, we've got to come up with this. We get a first down. That means we can run another 2 minutes off the clock.
Leroy Jones, number 68, is out. Wilbur Young, the ex-Kansas City Chief, 99, is in. He's a horse at 6'7", 276.
They're getting that bulk in there.
Third down. Stabler with about 7 to go, looking for a man. It's Casper. Oh, my goodness, how he ever hung on to that one, I'll never know.
No problem, he says. Jumps right back up. But when he gets in trouble, I'm talking about Stabler, when he needs some yardage, number 87, the man he's looking for, and he finds him. This is just a great catch. As I said, when people catch it in their hands like he's doing right there, and he really takes a jolt from Stringer, number 45, when he caught the ball, and also Rick Middleton, number 57. But, you know, this is a tough man.
Well, it was Middleton and Stringer made like bookends on Casper, but he held on to the football. He got a very important first down. Van Egan trying to run wide across the 40 and out of bounds at the 41. And so a big possession play for John Madden's Oakland Raiders. 3:50 to go, and the clock continues to turn. He did not get out of bounds.
Turned up field, which was a good move on his part. He knew that he had to stay in bounds. He didn't want to get out of bounds. He wants that clock to run. The clock is the deciding factor in this ball game, just like it was in the very first game between these two teams.
Well, it's an ally of the Oakland Raiders at this particular moment. It continues to move. 3:25 to go. Second down and 8. Anticipating any kind of finish here in Oakland. They've done it once. What's to prevent them from doing it again, huh? Van Egan cut it up at the 45, across to about the 47. Stopped by Gary Big Hands Johnson, about 2 yards shy of the first down. They tell me that Big Hands is married to a woman they call Little Hands, and their first child is named Tiny Hands.
No.
That's what I'm told. I don't make these things up, Len.
Woodrow Lowe, number 51, the linebacker, took a shot at Van Egan that time. He missed him. Had he made the tackle, it would have been in there for about a 4-yard loss.
And again, Stabler's got third down. Not quite as much as last time when he went to Casper, but he's got a full 2 yards and a little more. Extra tight end for blocking, 3 of them to be exact. Van Egan did not make it. Ran into Rick Middleton, 57, and everybody else. Mike Fuller was there on top. 4-year veteran out of Auburn who's played a very strong football game. And so the Raiders on 4th down, now faced with the decision of the football game. 2:29 to go. Although, quite frankly, it wouldn't appear to be such a big decision. He has no choice but to kick it away. And watch, he brings Banaszak in and refuses to kick it away. How's that for guessing, Len? I should leave that to you.
Well, this is, and it may not be calling the play. There's 2 minutes and 26 seconds counting down now before the 2-minute warning, so they can't get a 5-yard penalty for too much time. They may get up and not really call a play. That's all they're doing. They're running that clock down to the 2-minute warning.
It's 2:08, and the count continues. The Raiders cannot get a delay a game, and they will count it down to the 2-minute warning, and we have a very interesting final 2 minutes, planned or unplanned. We'll be back in just a moment here in Oakland with the Raiders leading by 6.
The race for the 1980 Olympics has already begun. The games in Moscow are just the last lap of a long, grueling race that's going on right now. We've got the talent, but we need your support. Because America doesn't send athletes to the Olympics, Americans do. Don't let our team get caught short. Send a contribution to U.S. Olympic Committee, Box 1980T, Cathedral Station, Boston. For $25 or more, you'll receive this Olympic tote bag. This message furnished by the U.S. Olympic Committee and NBC.
We're going to give you that address again, so get a pencil and paper so you can write it down. The coaching head men, Patera was on the left, Red Miller on the right. First down, Denver, their own 44. They take a 3-point lead into the 4th quarter of this game, and they send Lonnie Perrin into the line for a short gain, maybe 3 yards to his 47. Dennis Boyd, the left tackle of Oregon State, stopped him. Kurt Gowdy, John Brody here. 301 yards for Denver. Who says they don't have any offense? And 171 yards for Seattle. Denver scored first with a field goal. Seattle came back with a 44-yard touchdown pass. Zorn to McCullum. 4-yard run by Zorn. They led 14-3. Denver made it 14-10. Rick Upton taking the pass. Otis Armstrong, who hasn't played much today, slips and falls down around the 50-yard line. And in the third quarter, Zorn fumbled on the 7-yard line of Seattle, and Denver took it in with Lonnie Perrin bucking over 1 yard out. And that's been it. Here's that address again. It's tax deductible. U.S. Olympics. Post Office Box 1980T, Cathedral Station, Boston, Mass. 02118. I'm still trying to figure out where Cathedral Station is. I live there. 50-yard line, third down, 4.
Spare time.
Morton, beautiful protection. Preston couldn't hold on to it. He was whanged into by number 53, Keith Butler. It's a very aggressive young linebacker, John. But
sure he is, but what happened is the ball was thrown just a little bit late. It's a delay play. Morton went back, allowed the linebackers to get back. However, Butler wasn't buying much. By the time he got to Preston, the game was over.
Rufus Crawford drops back to the 10-yard line. Now, the last time, watch the blue line. Watch the blue line. They went in after him. They sent 6 or 7 men. Bucky Dilts will be the punter.
The fact that they did it last time will at least put some concern in his head. It might be a pretty good time for a return.
They have 10 men up at the line of scrimmage. Just another timeout.
Sign of a veteran. Maples was scared they didn't have it covered.
No, they just delay. There's something about the ball. He has to snap it, the veteran Bobby Maples.
What it is he got him to stop play without having to call a timeout by knowing they didn't have the situation handled, and all he has to do is call the attention of the official to the ball. That gives him enough time to regroup, think about what it is they have to do. The crowd here knows what he's trying to do. Somehow he didn't get caught. That's why he's been around so long.
You boo sprinkling down.
Well, here we go again.
Now, this is delay a game. And Dilts probably doesn't mind that.
I thought he was going to get away for nothing.
We've just entered the fourth quarter.
Game. Offense, still 4th down.
Well, they have about a 4th and 9. And they still, well, they're putting 8 men up front and a couple of men right and back.
I don't think they're coming, pal.
Crawford all by himself. Now they get 10 men. They're going. Short, high kick. Crawford. Fair catches. 16-yard line. Seattle's ball, first down. Well, Dilts did his job on that one. A timeout before Seattle takes over, with the score still Denver 17 and Seattle 14.
Final 2 minutes of this thriller with Len Dawson. This is Sam Nover. And the Oakland Raiders have elected, after stretching out the dramatics for quite a while, Len, to punt it away. He had a team on the field that looked like he wanted to run on 4th and 1.
No, I don't think there's any way. They're with a full yard to go on 4th down. They were just playing a little cat and mouse game with the San Diego Chargers. The guy's going to kick it as far as he can.
Well, the whistle blows before Guy got his foot into it. Mike Fuller, 42, and Peter Shaw, 44 in the deep receiving spots. The Raiders get the delay of game, and Guy will have to kick it from 5 yards deeper.
I think he's happy that he's getting another opportunity, because it looked like he kicked that last one with his knee. Didn't go anyplace.
It was not your typical Ray Guy kick. 23-17, the Raiders. And we're looking for another storybook finish here in Oakland. The Oakland Raiders and San Diego Chargers have played some wild ones over the years. None quite as wild as the second game of this 1978 season in San Diego. You remember it well. The eventual fumble recovery by Dave Casper in the end zone for the winning touchdown in the last play of the game. We have the scene set for something that would approach that kind of a dramatic ending.
What San Diego cannot do is get a penalty now. Well, that's a line drive kick.
Boy, is it ever. Fuller will have it at about his 13 to the 20. 25, shy of the 30-yard line, and that's where Dan Fouts and the Chargers offense will put it in play. They are 71 yards away from a potential winning score, 45 yards on the kick, 17 on the return. And there's a minute 50 to go in regulation time. So Fouts has had plenty of time to speak with the brain trust of the San Diego Chargers. We'll be back here to Oakland in just a moment with the Raiders needing to hold off the Chargers.
4 games ago, Baltimore beat Miami, and Burt Jones threw 4 touchdown passes. And then last year, Baltimore got 6 points in their second game on 2 field goals. In their first game this year, they got no points, were beaten 42-0. And so when Dowdy caught that pass from Mike Kirkland, it's the first touchdown in more than 3 games that Baltimore has scored against Miami, and they're looking for more. Little swing pass out there to Joe Washington, give him some running room, and Washington is very near the first down. Picked up perhaps 10 yards across the 45, the 46-yard line, where Doug Betters, number 75, made the stop. Miami's defense has been able to stop the Colts since that wild 45-28 game, first game of last year. And remember, Miami thought it should have been in the playoffs last year. They took that very hard in a game where, was it a fumble or not a fumble, in the playoff with Baltimore?
Very questionable play. Miami feels that they should be in the playoffs this year, and they still have a good shot at making it with the 2 wild card situations.
As far as the division title is concerned, New England is standing squared in the way at the moment, a game ahead of them. Kirkland back, throws, and the receiver fell down, and Roger Carr was tripped up by Thomas, number 41. Carr came down to make the cut inside, and you wide receivers don't like that.
No, we like to go in there uncontested, and Roger, a little bit earlier, Baltimore tried that pattern, cutting inside, Carr cutting inside of Curtis Johnson. That pass was incomplete. This time it was on Norris Thomas's side, and of course Norris gave Roger Carr a little bit of aid in reaching the turf, and so he was penalized for doing so.
You are so kind. They're moving the ball back now to the 50-yard line. The flag has been picked up, and let's see what's going on.
Yes, sir. Deeper than 5.
Marked off the 5 yards.
I would say,
gave a first down for a legal chuck, rather than tripping him up. Dowdy to the right, and Carr now goes to the left. Washington has had the football a lot. Look at that fellow scoot, would you? Joe Washington from behind. He's brought down by Gordon. Larry Gordon, number 50, brings him down at the 30-yard line. Joe Washington having an outstanding day running with the football.
Well, that gives you some kind of indication of Larry Gordon's speed. There's Washington starting on the inside trap. He slips, loses balance, regains it, cuts, well, several ways. He's off to the races. He's just starting to accelerate. In all fairness to Joe Washington, Larry Gordon, who was quite a speed merchant himself, had a full head of steam up and got him just as Washington was starting to accelerate.
Now, Gordon was a number 1 draft choice out of Arizona State a couple of years back. That's how much they thought of his speed and ability. Kirkland back on first down. Kirkland throwing for Alston. That's his 4th interception of the day. It'll come out to the 20-yard line. The 4th interception of the day, intended for Alston, and Foley made the interception.
Well, if I didn't think I was looking at a guy with the wrong colored jersey, I would have thought the pass was intended for Tim Foley. He had perfect position. The lead was perfect. And Tim was just right there. Here's another look at the play as Kirkland drops back, and you'll see him throwing. There's Tim Foley. That pass looks like it's intended for him. If he had worn a blue jersey, I would have said it would have been a great pass.
For Mike Kirkland, this is the 2nd game he started. And that is the 7th interception against him in 2 games.
Time permitting, the Sperry NFL report will follow our telecast here from Oakland. The scores and highlights of games around the National Football League today. But don't leave us yet. 1:50 to go in the 4th quarter. The Oakland Raiders leading by 6 over San Diego. And the Chargers 71 yards away from what could be a winning score. They send Arnie Owens wide right. Charlie Joyner to the left. The setbacks are Woods 33 and Bauer 37. And Fouts is back to throw it. The rush is on. He got it away. It's almost intercepted. He threw it in behind his tight end, Greg McCrary, who got a hand on it. And it was almost intercepted by Tatum on the deflection.
That's what we were talking about, the high passes. If they get deflected, defensive backs have an opportunity to catch it. He was lucky he got that ball off because zeroing in on him was the Stork, number 83, Ted Hedricks. They're keeping a back end to block Ted Hedricks, which to me is a mismatch. 37, Bauer's 5'11", the Stork is 6'7". and is accustomed to rushing the passer. I say, just got it off.
Second down, back live. Owens wide left and Joyner right. Same setbacks. Fouts with time. Throws it down, and a great catch by Artie Owens. 45-yard line of Oakland. A minute 35. The Chargers have all of their timeouts left. Hurry up offense. And the Raiders cannot diddle-daddle. There will be a delay of game against Oakland. The home run to Joyner. Oh, and it was tipped away at the last second by Monty Jackson. The flags are down because Oakland was not onside when San Diego was ready to snap.
That was a good play by Fouts because that was a free play. Because he knew it was going to be a 5-yard penalty against Oakland, so even if it were intercepted, no problem. Give your man an opportunity to come up with a great catch because Joyner last week against Detroit, even though they lost big, came up with a fantastic catch in the end zone for a touchdown.
Well, the former Los Angeles Ram, Monty Jackson, certainly earned the big price that Oakland paid to get him, a number of high draft choices in ensuing years as the 4-year pro out of San Diego State leaped high to tip it away. Here it is again, Les.
Yes, sir. He's just throwing the ball up in the air, high and far, giving his man at least an opportunity to come up with a big catch. But number 42, Monty Jackson, is on the scene and does a great job of deflecting the ball without touching number 18, Charlie Joyner, because there could be very easily in the end zone pass interference.
1st and 5 after all is said and done. The delay of game against Oakland has been walked off to the 40-yard line. There's your story. 23-17 Oakland, a minute 19 left. Fouts throws it out in the flat. It was tipped around and Woods couldn't hold on to it. And in all fairness to Don Woods, he was looking right back into a very bright sun.
Very good point. You can see right there he's looking directly into the sun. Otherwise, the thing to do is to come back or make sure that you catch the football. Don't leave it. You can see right there, even the television camera indicates that the sun is very bright there. He didn't see the football.
Excellent video work by our crew on hand here in Oakland. Second down, 5. The first down, not an immediate problem for Fouts. A minute 15 to play. He needs the touchdown. Has Mitchell back in the ball game. Throws it over the middle and almost intercepted. Lester Hayes, 37, with excellent coverage on the intended receiver, who I believe is Artie Owens.
Look now for number 26 after that. Here's the replay on that. And he, as they say, escaped lightning because this ball very easily could have come up in the hands of the Oakland Raiders with an interception because the man is on the scene. Great defensive play.
Well,
Lester Hayes, number 37. Now look for 26. That'd be Lydell Mitchell.
Excuse me, Len. I was going to say now he's got to start thinking about the first down.
Well, that's the man that he generally goes to in a situation like this is Lydell Mitchell.
Artie Owens is out. Dwight McDonald in. He's got Mitchell in the backfield along with Don Woods. 3rd down, 5. The crowd is alive. Throws it down the sidelines for McDonald, and it's tipped away. And again, Fouts went into the sunshine, forcing his receiver to look right back into a bright sun. I don't quite understand it, Lynn.
No, I don't either. Now this is 4th down situation. On 3rd down is when he should have come up and gotten the ball to somebody because this is the home run shot. I assume that they felt that they could go up top on Lester Hayes. They've tried it a couple of times, but you're right into the sun, and he didn't get the ball far enough. Almost really a great reception on the part of San Diego. But number 37, Lester Hayes, is right there on the scene. Now he has to pick up the first down.
And so this is his last hope with a minute 4 to go. 4th down and 5. And the Raiders go with 5 defensive backs. He must convert this particular play. He being Dan Fouts. Throws it. It's incomplete. The flag is down. Lester Hayes thought everything was fine, and it's going to be offensive interference against the San Diego Chargers because he is still elated. No!
What a break. What a break for San Diego. They had 2 receivers in the same area down there. 89 is McDonald. 84 is Klein, the tight end. Fouts has got to get rid of it. He wanted to go to number 26, Lydell Mitchell, but he was well covered. Here it is, 2 receivers in the same spot. They're going to call pass interference on Oakland. New life
I will never again fall into that trap of letting a player's reaction. Lester Hayes listened to the official, it appeared, continued to leap for joy. I assumed it was against San Diego. I apologize to San Diego fans. They are very much alive. 58 seconds to play at the Oakland 30. The home run ball. Caught! Touchdown, San Diego! The tight end, Greg McCrary. Do you believe it? All the Chargers have left their bench.
They've got to remember one thing, that's tied. It's not 1 point ahead for San Diego. And remember this, 10 times today, the extra point was not made, including one here this afternoon by Oakland. But what a fantastic finish. They put McCrary, number 88, in the ball game because as a tight end, he's got better speed and a better pass receiver than Klein. Great throw by Ken Fouts and a tremendous catch right in the corner of the end zone before he goes out. Did we say, could it happen?
Wow.
Once again?
Speechless is the word for the day. Charles Phillips had the coverage, but to no avail. On the tight end, look at the elation from Greg McCrary. The extra point forthcoming. Ralph Benershka attempting to give the San Diego Chargers a 24-23 lead. However, keep in mind, there are still 52 seconds to play. The Raiders have all of their timeouts, and the Raiders have been known to pull these things out when you would at least expect them to. We'll be back with the extra point in just a moment.
Confused in the huddle, Seattle took the timeout. Denver has 2 left. They had to take one on a defensive situation. Seattle has 2 left. They have the ball on their 28-yard line. With a first down. Testament's in a running back. Zorn fake to him. Zorn scrambles out. Throws the ball to number 87, Ron Howard, and hit the artificial surface incomplete. Second down, 10. Denver right now is playing the kind of defense that won them the AFL championship last year.
It's the sort of thing that the people in Denver had become accustomed to expecting, and it kind of caught up. And now they're just playing outstanding defense. It's not what you'd call unbelievable. You know, they haven't come up with the same miracles, but they've got the same people, all of them having good years. It's almost not good enough for Denver their defense to play this way. And in the last quarter, they've played outstandingly well, better than they have prior this year.
They claim they own the fourth quarter. They almost do. I think they scored 56 points to the opponent's 7 in the fourth period. The wide scramble, the toss, incomplete, way out of bounds, intended for Steve Largent. And again, he was double teamed. And Zorn, what's going on back there?
Well, you see, again, it's those linebackers forcing Zorn when he gets outside the pocket to put his attention on one receiver. Now, he can't throw it all the way across the field. Here goes Bebout. He's trying to handle Alzado. Alzado's coming around. But he's not really the guy that made the force. The force was made by Svensson, all right? When he does so, he puts Zorn in a position where he's throwing the ball and he doesn't want to. He's got to throw it away.
Zorn's over in the sideline. Jack Patera, a rather unemotional coach. And now coming in is Steve Meyer, backup quarterback, third-year player from New Mexico. They're very high on him, too. They think they have 2 fine young quarterbacks there in this organization.
Yeah, but I'll tell you, Jim Zorn is a great quarterback. Steve Meyer is a good one.
And a new quarterback on the field. This usually happens. The exchange, bad timing between the center and the quarterback. Flags were dropped. Came out of there sloppily, as you saw. In the meantime, Zorn, they're trying to talk upstairs and find out what they can do to crack this tenacious Denver defense that refuses to let Zorn scramble around at the legal delay, that is containing his receivers.
I think you hit the situation right on the head. They didn't bench Jim Zorn, but Zorn came out kind of exposed that, hey, I got to get something together here. We're not together. I'm a little confused. He talked upstairs to Jerry Rome with Howard Mudd. It means they've got an awful lot of confidence in a kid like Myers.
Delay of game, offense, third down.
He came in for one play. Zorn maybe has it straight now. We'll see on the next call. At least he'll have some idea of what he wants to accomplish.
They have a third down and 15. Denver ahead 17-14. Seattle led at the half. McCullen, Largent, Rabel. 3 wide men in. Now he's got time. Shoots it on the run a little high. And the pass intercepted by Svensson. Swenson took the ricochet and came up with it. And it'll be Denver's ball. And that is the third turnover charged to Seattle, 2 in this half.
All right, you mentioned earlier, Kurt, that, hey, Denver's really playing the kind of defense they're capable of playing. And this is the kind of defense they have to play, that they've been known for playing. The very opportunistic, outstanding big play defense. Bob Svenson's having a fine year, but this is one of the few really big plays he's had. This is a turnover. It turns the tide of a game that's very close with 12 minutes left to play. Their defense did it.
Denver's ball, Seattle's 45. The pitch is to Lytle. Lytle made a yard. They could have had him behind the line of scrimmage. Swenson, who has come up with one of those turnovers. They have been nagged, those 4 Denver linebackers, who many consider the best in one team in the National Football League. Jackson has been outstanding, but he hasn't made some of the big plays. Maybe he hasn't had the chances that he did last year. Gradishar's had a hip injury. Svenson's been hurt. But they've been tough today.
You create chances.
Right.
And that's what they've been doing in the last quarter.
2nd down, 9. Denver leading. 11.5 to go. 3-point lead for the Broncos. Morton off to Keyworth. Keyworth stopped at the 41-yard line. He ran into Cornell Webster and Keith Thompson. It'll be 3rd down and 6.
You know, Keith Thompson was their first draft choice, Kurt, and they expected to play him an awful lot in the secondary. However, he came up with a real bad hamstring fall. Hasn't been able to break into the lineup. They feel he's over that problem, and they're going to try and insert him when the time permits it. Right now, they're playing a 5-back defense with 2 linebackers, and time permits it.
3rd and 6 on the 41-yard line of Seattle. Moses in motion. That's Preston. Preston squirts for the first down. Good run by Dave Preston, the rookie of Bowling Green. And Denver now has a chance to keep their march alive. Look at this, San Diego. Fouts just passed to Greg McCrary, 29 yards, 52 seconds remaining, and San Diego leads Oakland 24-23.
And the outcome of that game could dictate the standings after 9 games in this season. Obviously, Denver's getting the best of it right now. They can take an outright lead. However, if Seattle wins, it'll be a 3-way tie.
You saw Seattle last week. You wouldn't believe they could beat anybody.
Yep.
First down on the 30-yard line. And number 76, Tom Neville, moved that time. Neville jumped, anticipating. He shakes his head. How can I do that? I've only been around 13 years.
Tom doesn't do it very often. Those offensive linemen have a very thankless job. The only time you really mention their name is when they get called for a penalty.
But he just threw a good block on that run to Preston, so
he's a good tackle.
False start, number 76 offense, first down.
There he goes. You can't even move your eyeballs in that situation, tackle to tackle. First down and 15. Denver on the Seattle 35. Denver ahead, 17-14, and perhaps with a chance to take over sole leadership. Larry Canada's piled up at the 33-yard line.
It's curious to me whether or not them announcing the score down in Oakland with San Diego taking a 24-23 lead has an effect. I know it's pumped up the crowd. If the crowd can pump up the home team, I think the effect would be more in Seattle's favor.
Steve Niehaus leaves the game, and the 5th secondary back, Keith Thompson, comes in. Peter Cronin, an extra linebacker's in.
Listen to the crowd, pal.
Yeah, they're picking up now. They've been rather quiet. 2nd down, 13. Morton pegs. Moses is jarred loose, but that is a clean legal hit at him. 44 Harris, 22 Dave Brown going for the ball along with the receiver. And Morton got to hit himself when he let it go.
Real good defense because Denver dissected the weakness in the double zone. They got underneath the up man, Dave Brown. He comes underneath John Harris, making a real fine play from his free safety position. Moses really didn't have a very good chance at the ball.
Man, they earn their money when they curl in there, don't they?
That's right. Jack Christensen, I was talking to him before the game. He said, we have a lot of young kids that are really enthusiastic about playing. And he said, you know, that's what makes defensive secondaries. He said he likes his.
9 minutes, 7 seconds to play. Third down, 13 for the Broncos. Seattle's 33. And he was hit as he let the ball go. They hit him in the arm. Steve Niehaus got to him. I believe he's the first player drafted by the Seattle organization.
Okay, what did that 5-yard penalty cost them? As we look at it now, it may have taken them out of field goal range. I think they're not even going to try one. 5 yards took them from 44 to 49. They're not even going to make an attempt at that. Let's take a look at Niehaus, the first man drafted by the Seahawks when their organization started. Good penetration on Morton, and that's the way it's going.
Bucky Dilson, punt formation. Again, Seattle's lining up with 10 men on the line of scrimmage, and there's the only man back, Crawford. They go back to block. He sort of bangs it around up there, and it is in the end zone for a touchback. Desperate measures trying to get that ball back out of the end zone, but they couldn't do it. So we'll return here to the Kingdome in Seattle with a score. Denver 17, Seattle 14.
With Len Dawson, Sam Nover back at the Oakland Coliseum, the point that could win it about to be attempted out of a Mike Fuller hold. Rolf Benerschke, the extra point. Kick is up, it is good. And the San Diego Chargers have come back to take a 24-23 lead over the Oakland Raiders with exactly 52 seconds to play.
Well, it didn't take him very long to score. 58 seconds that time to score the touchdown.
So as you look at John Madden, he's got quick decisions to make. Well, there is no scriptwriter in Hollywood, California who could have written a better one. As you watch Don Coryell congratulate his players on the sidelines, it's hard to believe it's happened, Len, after what San Diego had happened to them in San Diego. The last play touchdown by Oakland earlier this year. They have come back to score with 52 seconds to play and lead Oakland 24-23. Benerschke's kick to Whittington. Fumbled at the 5. At the 15. Down at the 21-yard line. And so with 46 seconds to play, Stabler is at least 50 yards away from a field goal attempt. Here's the touchdown play again.
Greg McCrary never caught a pass any more important than this. And you can see it was a corner move or toward the corner of the end zone, coming up with a great pass by Fouts, a great catch. Touchdown, they're ahead. They only need, might remind, though, that, you know, the last time it was a touchdown that was necessary for Oakland to win. They need now just 3 points.
So Stabler back in the huddle from the 20-yard line. Prevent defense by the San Diego Chargers. 5 defensive backs. 3 wide receivers, Biletnikoff, Bradshaw, and Branch. He dumps it to Casper behind him, and he caught it, and he's down right there at the 27-yard line. Well, now they say it's incomplete.
He's an amazing football player. And generally, when things are tight, things get tough, number 87 somehow gets involved in the play.
He's trying to show the official where he caught the ball. I believe you, David, honest to goodness. I've seen you catch him all over. Said he had it trapped against his forearm. Incompleted pass, 2nd down, 10 Oakland. 49 seconds. And the clock, which has been an ally of the Oakland Raiders throughout this entire 4th quarter, finally turned against him. Throws it to Casper, intercepted. Number 51. Woodrow Lowe. And for all intents and purposes, it's over here in Oakland. Louis Kelcher in a victory reach with his arms high over his head. Woodrow Lowe with the interception on the deflected pass.
Said earlier in the ball game, we said 2 or 3 times that when that ball is tipped by an offensive man, the man who has the best shot of catching it is always the guy playing defense, not offense, because generally there's only 1 receiver in a particular area. There may be 2 or 3 defensive men. You can see right here Casper almost coming up with a fantastic catch, but Woodrow Lowe, number 51, is there. What he should do right now is get both arms around that football, make sure he doesn't fumble.
29 seconds is all that separates the San Diego Chargers from a most dramatic victory. We'll be right back.
On the Orange Bowl in Miami, I am Jim Simpson with Paul Warfield, and need I remind you one more time that this is where you will see the Super Bowl. Maybe he's saying that Miami will be here. This is where you will see the Super Bowl on NBC in January. 1:52 to go in the ball game on the West Coast. San Diego 24 and Oakland 23 as Miami runs the football. They marked the ball inside the 5, saying the momentum did not carry him into the end zone. It was where his first hit. He's down at the 3. But San Diego is beating Oakland 24-23 with 52 seconds to go. You and I had what they called the immaculate fumble when it was 20-14 San Diego. With a couple of seconds to go, they fumbled the ball into the end zone and they lost it 21-20. Now turnabout's fair play. I don't know how they got that point, but they're up by a single point, the same margin by which they left. Don Strock in there to wind this clock down. Greasy is out, a valuable man. They want to keep him for Dallas next weekend. Strock on the handoff. And that is Braxton getting across the 5-yard line. Clock is all in their favor. About 2.5 minutes to go. Greasy has had an outstanding day with those 2 touchdown passes. Mike Kirkland replacing Bert Jones, as he thought he would all week long, did not have a good day at all. Don Shula's team about to give him his 170th coaching victory in the National Football League. Joining an elite few that include only having that many or more George Halas, Curly Lambeau, and Paul Brown. And Steve Owens. Next week, NBC's got a full schedule of games and probably a lot more surprises for you. Our 1 o'clock game after our NFL 78 show at 12:30 will be New England at Buffalo. These are Eastern times, of course. And at 2 o'clock, Cleveland at Houston. Houston beat today. Oakland at Kansas City. Oakland losing today. Seattle at Chicago. Chicago lost its 6th in a row today. Can you beat that? New York Jets at Denver. Denver might be on top of the AFC West by this time next week. Cincinnati at San Diego. Dan Fouts hit Greg McCrary for 29 yards with 52 seconds left for that 1-point go-ahead San Diego over Oakland.
Poetic justice for that ball game that we did out there earlier this year.
Oh, it sure is.
Immaculate fumble.
Strock comes back in. Now, here's a fellow on the bench, Paul, talking about the fact when Greasy did not play, that the Dolphins have won 18 out of 21 games over his career that they've not played. There's a man in there now as a sub in the last 3 minutes, and he's thrown 10 touchdown passes this year.
That's not bad, and Don Strock is not a bad quarterback. He's very capable.
3rd down, 6 or 7 to go. Delvin Williams carries the football. I don't believe he's got the first down. He had 88 yards before that carry, so he should be over the 90-yard mark by now, but I don't know if he'll get the football to run with again. His average is 97, so he'll be very close to it. George Roberts, who last time took a safety running out of bounds from his own end zone, comes in now to kick the ball away again.
Well, you can bet that Baltimore will be going after this punt. They can salvage at least something if they can put another score on the board, and so Miami is going to have to need or use good protection in getting this kick away.
A couple of former college coaches won their first of the year in the pros today. Homer Rice with Cincinnati, Bud Wilkinson at Oklahoma. St. Louis upset Philadelphia, and Cincinnati really upset Houston, which is coming off a Monday night win over the Pittsburgh Steelers, handing the Steelers their first loss. 26-8 our score. Roberts in the end zone. Washington back at his own 45. Kicking with the wind is George Roberts. Kicks it away. Washington will have an excellent chance for a return. But slows down there, and he's going to be caught up to. Tried to get around the initial tackler, who was Gerald Small, number 48. And no matter how much juking he did, Small stayed right with him and let everybody catch up to him. The 42-yard kick had only a 3-yard return by Joe Washington. There is Small. They got him on the 4th round. You know what they got him with? They got him with a draft choice they got from Cleveland for Paul Warfield. Did you know that?
Well, that's why he made such a great play there. Huh?
I thought you were a modest man.
Oh, I am, but it comes out every now and then.
I think so. From the 49-yard line, first down. Carr, Dowdy to the left. Washington. Let's call it a setback. Kirkland has been there all the way. Jones did not play today. Kirkland in trouble, trying to run out of it, and is not going to get back to the line of scrimmage. That'll bring us down to the 2-minute mark. That is Carl Barisic in their big number 78.
Well, it's certainly a tough situation for Mike Kirkland to be in. It's down towards the end of the ball game. The Dolphins secondary is just laying back. They don't want to give him the big score. So he's going to have to take that extra look to find receivers open.
They waited till everybody got back onside, then started the clock, and then they wound off the 2 seconds to get down to the 2-minute mark. This ball game belongs to the Miami Dolphins, and they're going to remain a game behind New England. But we've got 2 minutes left to play.
On your left, it's John Madden, pensive, not very happy. On your right, ecstatic is Don Coryell. The San Diego Chargers, 29 seconds away from a victory, and his team has the football. And this may throw the AFC West into some utter confusion, although Denver continues to lead Seattle 17-14. The give is to Don Woods, and he stopped at about the 17-yard line, and the Oakland Raiders have to take a timeout there. Villapiano calls it, and they stop the clock with 22 seconds to play. Now, Len, let's rehash it. If Denver can hold their lead at the Kingdome in Seattle, they will lead the AFC West by a game over Oakland, who will at that point be 5-4. Seattle will be 2 back at 4-5. San Diego will be 3 back at 3-6. However, should Seattle come back to win it, Seattle, Denver, and Oakland will all be 5-4.
Well, you know, it's going to be a tremendous finish. Right now at this ball game, I was surprised at the handoff, because the more handoffs you make, the more opportunities of fumbling.
Well, let's take a look once again at Fouts laying it right on the money to McCrary for what could be the winning score.
Great protection, great throw, great catch, keeping both feet in bounds. That is the play. This could perhaps get this San Diego Charger football team turned around and doing the things that a lot of people felt that they were going to be doing all along.
Well, they've lost a few of them in the final seconds. It'll be sweet for them to win one, I'm sure. Woods again being thrown down at about the 15-yard line. The Raiders will take their second timeout and stop it with 17 to play. 17 ticks of the clock, and the San Diego Chargers could have their 3rd victory of the year. You really don't have a lot of choice here. It's just knowing exactly what Oakland's got to do one more time, Leonard.
Well, they're going to try to strip the ball carrier of the football. Now, that's what surprises me about San Diego, that they're making the exchange from the quarterback to a running back. The thing that generally to do in a situation like this is bunch everybody in tight and get somebody back there in case the ball is fumbled. Maybe a wide receiver, put him in the backfield way back there in case it's fumbled. He's there to recover or make the tackle.
NFL report follows us. Scores and highlights around the National Football League. Madden has 1 timeout left, and even if he gets the football back, he will be in the most unenviable field position somewhere in the neighborhood of his own 10 or 15-yard line. No place to have to go to get a score.
No, sir.
With maybe 10 or 11 seconds left.
Oakland has come up with miracles in the past.
Have they ever?
The last time these two teams met, they need another one right now.
Fouts straight ahead on the dive play to Hank Bauer. 13 seconds. The clock stopped for the final time by the Oakland Raiders. Mike McCoy and Willie Hall making the stop, and they have used all of their timeouts. It is 4th down. Then Fouts goes back to the sidelines to speak with Don Coryell. These are agonizing seconds, I know, but that's part of football.
What they should do.
We'll be back here to the Oakland Coliseum in just a moment.
Down in Oakland, San Diego with 14 seconds to go just intercepted a Stabler pass. Here San Diego would be in. And we'll give you the situations that can happen here with just under 9 minutes remaining in this game. Meyer is the quarterback, Steve Meyer. Meyer gives off to Smith. He's being corralled and dropped for a loss on his 19-yard line. And they just can't budge this defense. And that's number 70, Paul Smith. 2nd down 11. If Denver wins this game, they would take over sole leadership of the Western Division of the American Conference. 6 wins, 3 losses. Oakland would be 5-4. In second place, Seattle would be 3rd, 4-5. If Seattle rallies and wins this game, you'd have a 3-way tie for first place.
And then San Diego would only be 2 out.
Yeah. 2nd down 11. Meyer Out to Smith. Smith dragged down in his 24-yard line. John Grant, number 63, got him. Denver's deep up front. You know, they'll start 3 men and then start shuttling men in.
You know what I like is Jack Patera. Now, I'm not saying their offense has been stymied by Denver this whole second half. Whatever Denver has done, they have confused Jim Zorn. That very rarely happens. Patera's not reluctant to put Steve Meyer in. They're going to send him back in the pocket, see if we can't hold people out for him, see if he can take us down the field.
This is
not a bad idea.
3rd and 6. Now a short screen pass. Smith makes a great catch, but the play gains maybe a yard. And that's how effective Denver is in this half. They have completely shut down Seattle.
They are in their huddle. They seem to be predicting what they're going to call, shutting off what it is, all their routes. Meyer has plenty of time to throw, and this is a screen pass. You're supposed to let people in. Finally, they do come in. A little screen center, you call it. Let everybody come in, form around the center. Sherm Smith has to outrun his offensive lineman. Great catch back to the line of scrimmage, and Denver does it again.
Punt formation, Herman Weaver. Kick it away from Rick Upchurch, Herman. You could be in trouble. He boots it down the field. Upchurch watches the front man take the ball. That's the up back, and that is Charlie West, number 40. He kicked it short rather than kick it to Upchurch. So Denver now has the ball to try and protect a 3-point lead with timeout.
The executive producer of NBC's NFL Football is Don Olmeyers. Today's telecast has been produced by David Stern, directed by Jim Holmes, the technical director Ray Figelski, and the associate director is Bob Osberg. 13 seconds left, a field goal attempt by Rolf Benerschke.
The miracle that Oakland needs now is to block this thing.
Placement, the kick is up, and it is good. Benerschke with a 32-yard field goal, giving the San Diego Chargers a 27-23 lead. Somebody better tell me why you would take a chance like that, Len.
I don't believe that I would have. I would have faked that field goal on that time and run, because all Oakland is going to do, they're going to get one play. Now, regardless of whether you have a 1-point lead or a 4-point lead, they need the one play. It has to be a touchdown. Now they're going to have an opportunity here. Maybe they'll get 2 plays because they'll have the kickoff. And then perhaps after the kickoff, they have 1 more play.
Well, I'd be very interested in hearing Don Coryell's reasoning somewhere along the line after the game.
It's very simple. He said, well, I knew we were going to make it.
Ah, okay. Well, I understand perfectly now.
Okay, a positive approach.
There is considerable conversation going on in front of the San Diego bench with their special team.
We'll tell you the reason why is because they're trying to determine what type of kick they want to kick. Do they want to kick a line drive type of kick? They don't want to onside kick it because that would put Stabler in a position where, you know, the throw is going to be into the end zone. They're going to try to maybe line drive kick and have it bounce around down there, and hopefully maybe not one of the deep men pick it up, maybe one of those big linemen picking it up.
Isn't this a fabulous game? Look at the brain trusts on either side of the field trying to outsmart each other. However, it's in the final analysis won by the people on the field, isn't it, Len?
You better believe it.
Benerschke. 10 seconds left in the game. 27-23 San Diego.
Yep, that's what he's doing. Squib kick.
Trying to get out of bounds is Raymond Chester, and he does at the 35-yard line. That used up 2 seconds. Derek Ramsey it was, 84, and not Chester, 88.
It wasn't the type of kick that he wanted. It went too quickly to that man. He was able to get it and get out of bounds in a hurry. You see, both teams knew what was going on. It all boiled down to the type of kick.
So Stabler has gone into the huddle and saying probably now to his teammates, it's time for that play, the miracle, you know, the one we pull off every now and then. And everybody knows exactly what to do.
I would look for number 21, Branch, because he is the burner. He's the guy that can go up top.
Over the middle, incomplete, intended for Bradshaw. He'll get another chance. Stabler trying to hit Bradshaw over the middle at midfield. Stopping the clock with 4 seconds to go on the incompletion. The final 3 minutes of this football game has taken what seems an eternity. with more dramatics than you could ever expect, but the San Diego Chargers and Oakland Raiders have done it so often before that I guess it doesn't come as any really great surprise.
They've got a lot of defensive backs in there. They're going to be back there 30 yards deep, so you're not going to get behind him. You're going to have to throw the ball in front of him to somebody that can run very fast like a Branch or a Bradshaw, and hope that he gets through those people and scores. But not today. It's not going to happen.
It's all over.
San Diego.
Through the hands of Bradshaw, the gun sounds. Bradshaw still down in midfield. Coryell has won a beauty, hadn't he? 27-23, the San Diego Chargers have come back into Oakland and really have righted what went wrong, at least they thought went wrong in San Diego. Vindication is theirs, I guess. Let's take a look at that winning score again, Len. They'll look at it, I'm sure.
Well, they looked at the last play between these two teams the first time that they played 7 weeks ago. You're going to look at this one many times. It's Fouts to McCreary, end zone, 6 points of victory.
Well, let's give Dan Fouts one heck of a lot of credit, because we said a great deal and frequently during the telecast today that he was not throwing the football well. He didn't have a great day statistically, but the important thing is that he got the pass on the money that he had to win it.
Bucky Dilts and Don Latimer framing there's the final. Miami beating Baltimore 26-8. First down, Denver on their 43-yard line. John Keyworth hanging on to that ball with both hands. The sure way, he's at the 46-yard line, a 3-yard pickup. It'll be 2nd and 7. Denver 17, Seattle 14. At one stage, Seattle had a 14-3 lead late in the first half.
Since that time, it's been all Denver defense. They've set the tone for the game. They've given the ball to the offense in good field position. They've done the things that they grew a reputation for doing last year.
Well, Jim Zorn, and he's gone against the defense today that they just hasn't been able to figure out.
Look out, Craig.
Look out, he goes down. He either missed the handoff, or sometimes he runs that bootleg play, and he wisely decided to heck with a bootleg, like man. I'm going down right now.
Looks like a trapped rat.
Look at
he's no fool. Whoa. Let's make another turn around the circle.
Jim Zorn, he isn't running around with the ball.
No, but different style. Jim Zorn over there trying to get something together.
There's that defense. And you just saw a missed pass there from Craig Morton to Haven Moses. We're here in the Kingdome, Seattle, Washington. 5 minutes, 26 seconds remaining. And the Denver Broncos are leading the young Seattle Seahawks 17-14. Seattle led at halftime. Denver scored the only touchdown here in the second half. And now their defense has completely dominated the second half, looking just like a mirror of the defense of last year that won them the championship of the AFC. Fourth down, punt formation. They nearly got it. Not quite. Crawford at the 20. Crawford is wrapped up and down by Maurice Harvey, defensive back that came over from the Oakland Raiders, a 35-yard punt. Watch Bucky Dilts get down the field after he punched the ball. He's a real athlete.
Sure, he's a good athlete. Most of these punters are now, because there's several occasions when they've got to make tackles. You look at the Ray guys. You look at Bucky. He loves the action, and when a punter really likes what he's doing, I think it shows in his punting. Go get him, Buck.
Seattle's ball, first down on their 21-yard line. Steve Meyer is still the quarterback. Jack Patera very rarely changes expression. Well, he worked with Bud Grant for some years. That pass is bobbled around, but he still stayed in bounds, and he caught it on the 27-yard line, a 6-yard gain. Due to the length of today's game, Sperry's NFL report will not be seen.
You know, you mentioned that Jack Patera very rarely changes expressions. He very rarely changes quarterbacks either. In this case, I couldn't agree more with him. When a man calls timeout because he's a little confused and things have been going badly for him the whole half, Here we go. San Diego just put another 3 points on the board. It's a final 27-23 San Diego.
They win it, and they got a last 10-second field goal to seal it up. They had a 1-point lead. They rallied from a 20-7 deficit to win that game. He's out maybe for a first down. Last Sunday, John and I did the San Diego-Denver game, and all the San Diego group said, boy, we can hardly wait to get to Oakland. We want to avenge that fumble, the last play of the game that cost us. I think they were looking ahead, taking nothing away from the Lions, who evidently are coming along now. But San Diego went in, rallied, and beat Oakland. And how many times has Oakland lost 2 in a row in their own division?
It's a trap you can fall into in professional football, and it's been fallen into time and time and time again. You look back at the end of the season, you say, if we'd only beaten one of the worst teams in the league, we'd be in it. It happens every year. San Diego seems to have fallen in that trap more than most teams, and it's kept them out of a lot of division championships.
Meyer fading deep. The pass is complete. Fumbled in. He did not have possession or control. Crossing over was Steve Largent. Had the ball, but as he moved on, you can see he won't have control of it.
Well, you can pick on Louis Wright every once in a while, but if I had my druthers, I'd rather not pick on him too often. There's a well-thrown ball by Steve Meyer, but watch as Largent gets the ball and is coming down with it. Wright is in a position where he gets him before he can grab the ball, take it to his chest, and almost creates another turnover.
Second down, 10 for Seattle. They're trailing 17-14. Jim Zorn watching his teammate quarterback the club now. Zorn had 9 out of 27, 33% for him, 61% average. But don't go against him. Give that Denver defense credit. They have really been something in this second half. He's got his receiver. That is Duke Ferguson. Ferguson on a crossing pattern. 50-yard line, first down, and Seattle is now moving for the first time really this half.
They just keep testing him. I don't think Louis Wright's had this much work since his rookie season, the first 2 or 3 ball games. I said you go broke keeping after him. They don't seem to agree with me. Meyer puts the ball right where it has to be thrown to Ferguson. He gets right underneath Louis Wright. I've seen a lot of guys come up broke, but that's where they're cashing in.
They're just short of the 50. The Seahawks, they're 3 points short. Steve Meyer from New Mexico. They have 1 running back in there right now. Sherm Smith, 3 wide receivers. Out they go. Everybody's out. Meyer's galloping around, takes off, crosses the 50, and skips out of bounds at the 45-yard line. He gains 5.
Good. That was a real good play by Myers. What they have done all day long is contain Zorn. When Myers in there, their thought process changes. That time they played Svensson off, they played Rizzo off. They didn't have a contained man. He got outside the defensive pass rush, picked up an easy 6 yards.
Right after our game, stay tuned for the Wonderful World of Disney on most of these NBC stations. On the West Coast, the most mountain time zones. Glad to see they're getting mountain time in there finally. The Wonderful World of Disney will be seen at its regular time.
All right, Kurt, this is a drive that could put the Western Division of the AFC in a 3-way tie.
Second down, 5. San Diego has defeated Oakland today. 17-14, Denver ahead. We're in the last 3.5 minutes. The toss is intercepted by Gradishar. Laterals it off. It's recovered by Sherm Smith. Gradishar lateraled it off, and Smith went down and recovered it for Seattle, number 47.
Okay, before the ball game, we said, you know, it's one thing for Seattle to be in a big game. They haven't been in one. Denver's been in several. It's almost run-of-the-mill for them to be in a big ball game. They play one every week. Everybody's hunting for them. But they've played today on several occasions like I thought Seattle would. This is a perfect illustration of it. And possibly the best middle linebacker in the league makes the play. They've got the game in great position, big play. They try to get cute, throw a little lateral to Nairn. They fumble it around, and Seattle's in a good position.
We have 3:13 to go in this game at the Seattle Kingdome. Seattle's now marching for the first time in the second half. They're trailing by just 3 points. Steve Meyer back up to Jim Zorn. This is what he likes to do, the roll left. He has a completed pass to the 31-yard line to his wide receiver, Sam McCullum. And we're going to pause briefly for station identification. This is the NBC Television Network.
You're watching Channel 5, KING TV, Seattle.
Second down, 5. Craig Morton, the quarterback of the Broncos, now getting anxious.
He's a little hot. They had the ball. They've been running the ball very well offensively on the ground. They possibly could have eaten up the clock. Now they've got to sit and wait. And I really think Patera put Meyer in primarily because they would change the defensive way that Denver plays.
Sold-out crowd of 64,000 here. We have 3 minutes and 8 seconds to go. 17-14 Denver. Seattle's on the march. Sherm Smith to the 28 of Denver, where he brought down by Randy Gradishar. And again, with 2:57 to play in this game, Denver has scored the only touchdown, the only score of the second half. Seattle had led at halftime. And now Seattle, for the first time in the second half, has moved the ball from deep in their own territory to the Denver 28-yard line, where they'll have a 3rd and 2. Denver ahead, 17-14. Steve Myers, the man moving him, youngster from New Mexico, quarterback. Gives the ball out to Don Testament, and Testament has a first down for Seattle.
Okay, what's happened? The offensive line for Seattle has come on again. They were stagnant throughout the end of the second quarter, throughout the third quarter. They changed the structure a little. They put Myers in. It changes the way Denver plays defense. Myers has brought them along. The offensive line is now doing their thing again, and they're starting to move the ball.
Reuben Carter leaves the game at nose guard. That means that Latimer will come in. Now here's a timeout. I don't know who it's been charged to. Officials timeout with, that's 2-minute warning. They just went to the 2-minute warning, and the Seattle fans on their feet with a score 17-14 Denver. There's Herrera. He's getting ready in case he's needed. If they go for a tying field goal, 2 minutes remaining, 2 timeouts for Seattle, 2 timeouts for Denver. This is Kurt Gowdy, John Brody, from the packed and jammed Kingdome in Seattle, Washington. An exciting windup.
I fully expect them to try and see if they can continue to run the ball on the ground. They've got 2 minutes. They don't want to give it back to Denver.
First down.
Well, that's how right I am.
Meyer, he's running. You're all right. He's at the 20. He goes down to the 19, and he gains 6 yards. Don't give up on yourself, too.
Well, he was not intending to run the ball, and that's fine. He did what he had to do. There were no receivers open. He's sending both backs out. I don't think that's a design play. However, it sure developed as one. Take a look. You can see the set.
Meyer throwing the ball with flags down to Testerman. Flags were dropped as the ball was in the air, and I believe it might be a check or interference. And this big crowd again stands up and starts to roar. This gutty young team, which was completely baffled by the Denver defense, suddenly found an answer. And they've taken the ball on their own 20-yard line. Was stopped. Denver took over. Then Seattle had it on their 21 and have marched now to the 14-yard line of Denver.
Illegal contact. Number 53 defense. Automatic first down.
That's on Gradishar, the middle linebacker, and a legal shut. You can only hit that receiver once within 5 yards of the line of scrimmage and no more.
There have not been an exorbitant amount of penalties in this game, and I don't think it can be said that a penalty up to here has indicated one thing or another. This game is an accurate indication, in my opinion, of the way the two teams have played.
Smith and a new player's in. Tony Benjamin, number 31. There he is in motion. Sherman Smith has it. Smith drives inside the 10 to the 8. Oh, they're getting in good shape now. John Grant hit him, and Bob Swenson, the outside linebacker. 74 yards for Sherm Smith in this game. And do they love their new Seahawks here in this town?
And do you blame them? Win, lose, or draw, Seattle has risen to the level they have to be.
Second down.
He's got
the toss. Overshoots Sherm Smith going into the end zone. The Wonderful World of Disney will be seen right after this game. And Centennial, Jane Michener's Centennial, will be seen at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. Herrera getting all loose, stretched out.
We see him now. There would have been no need for him. However, had Meyer been able to pick out Sherman Smith early. He was running all alone. There was something that miscued in the defense of Denver. Bernard Jackson came over late, but he was nowhere near in time. Meyer just threw it over his head.
Now Herrera practicing the kick. 3rd down and 5. That interception by Gradishar, and then when he lateraled it off, set this up for Seattle. The pass incomplete at the goal line. Broken up there by Foley. It was intended for Largent. Another flag is down. Flag is down. Gradishar intercepted the pass. For those that weren't with us at the time, about 2 minutes ago, and then tried to lateral it off and lateral it to one of his own teammates who dropped the ball. Smith recovered it for Seattle, and then they went right on down the field after that.
Now they're being pushed back a little bit by a yellow flag.
Might be a holding call.
Very definitely it's a holding call.
This puts the ball back on the 19-yard line of Denver.
Holding. Number 76 offense. Takedown.
That's Steve August, the right tackle. 2nd time he's been called for holding.
A takedown. That's in wrestling, isn't it?
Takedown, huh? 3rd down and 15 on the 19-yard line of Denver. 3rd and 15 for a 1st down. 1 minute to go. 1 minute remaining. Seattle 3 points short. Meyer. That was deflected, and going for it was Grant. He couldn't reach it, number 63. And here comes Herrera. And we asked Herrera about a pressure place kick.
Well, the first thing that I usually think is try to keep my composure together and go back at the fundamentals and think of practice, the things I've done through the whole week, how well I've been kicking, and go out there and not to get nervous and do my job, because that's why I'm getting paid. But that's to try to keep my composure is the whole thing.
I'll tell you, every time I've tried to keep my composure, it means I've lost it already.
Well, he's getting paid to kick a 37-yard field goal that can tie this game with 56 seconds remaining. And the timeout is called by Denver. We have one left. I think that Mr. Herrera thinks a little more. We'll be right back after this message. Jim Zorn will spot the ball on the Denver 27. It makes it a 37-yard attempt by Efren Herrera. The kick is up, and we're tied. Herrera boots it, and the game is tied at 17-all.
All right, Denver did everything they could to take Herrera's attention off the importance, or put it on the importance and off the kicking of it. He's tied it up 17-17, and win, lose, or draw, Seattle has risen to the occasion. Watch Zorn's reaction after Herrera puts this thing in. He knows it's in. Don't hurt him now, Jim. He may have to kick another.
Herrera will kick off. Oakland has lost to San Diego. As we said, a Denver win would give Denver sole possession of first place in the Western Division of the American Football Conference. A Seattle victory here would put Oakland, Denver, and Seattle into a three-way tie for first place.
I know, and I'll tell you, I have the feeling that Seattle is not necessarily just going to kick this ball down the field. Now, they've tried 5 onside kicks this year in very unpredictable situations. They've recovered 4 of them. I don't know if he's got enough guts to do it in this particular situation, but if he does, I'm going to take my hat off to him.
Well, they got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Denver men at the 45-yard line of Seattle. Herrera's recovered one of those onside kicks himself.
There's no way this baby's going to be onside.
53 seconds. In the last 2 minutes of a game, the clock does not start until the ball is touched in the field of play. And he boots it high to get some coverage on it. Coming out, Jackson. Jackson rips his way over the 35 into the 37-yard line. Denver's ball. And the clock now reads 47 seconds remaining, and we're in a tie.
And Herrera's hurt.
Brent, let's see what happened to him on this replay.
Well, we mentioned, you know, he's a pretty good athlete. He's recovered one of his own onside kicks. Tom Jackson's trying to take him out of the play, and it looks to me as if Tom kind of caught him with a knee. Obviously, it wasn't intentional, but it could be very incapacitating for a very important part of the Seattle offense.
All right, the Broncos fought back. They were trailing 14-3. At halftime, it was 14-10 Seattle. Then Denver went ahead 17-14. Seattle was unable to move the ball at all. They finally took out their brilliant quarterback, Jim Zorn, and put Steve Meyer in, and he finally got him moving. A costly judgment. Randy Gradishar intercepted a pass, decided to lateral it off. Denver would have had the ball frozen away 2 or 3 minutes, maybe preserved the victory. The lateral went astray. Seattle recovered and kept the drive going and tied the game.
Well, I think if I had a guy to pick that would never make that mistake, it would be Gradishar. I'd expect him to make the interception.
They're trading Herrera. He's up, going out. Testerman is the other kicker, and he's not kicked this year. I mean, he hasn't had a chance.
Now, these are the problems that a kicker finds. They don't know how to protect themselves. They don't know how to block. And just because he couldn't protect himself, he got hit.
Well, in overtime, the loss of Herrera could be very important. And that's when blocked by Dennis Boyd, the left tackle, 68. He's doing his skip of joy. Second down, 10. Denver on their own 36. 42 seconds remaining in this regulation. If this thing winds up and tie, here's Lytle limping. He had an ankle injury earlier in the year. We'll go into a overtime period, only one in regular season. First team to score by any means would win. A sudden victory overtime.
You know, Seattle's defensive front four makes it very hard to throw in the middle because they're all very tall. They average better than 6'5", and they can get their hands in the air.
Second down, 10. Morton, a little short flip out. That's Preston, the rookie. Dave Preston of Bowling Green, and he's tackled in the secondary by Keith Thompson, also a rookie. Now the ball, Denver's trying to get right down there, and Denver now walks in and says timeout. And in the meantime, they're moving Herrera around. He looks to be all right, John.
I think he is, but you know, well, we'll get back to it in a minute, but Jack Patera made an awfully good move late in the fourth quarter that could have come up for a lot of controversy.
We'll be right back after this. Both place kickers for Seattle are in trouble. Testerman was injured earlier. He's 42. Herrera trying to walk off his injury. Third down and 2. Craig Morton throws it down the middle. Moses has it. Moses is to the 30-yard line for a first down, and Denver now with 15 seconds remaining hustling.
They're trying to get their field goal team in, Kurt. They're out of timeouts. We mentioned how important it was that they had one. They don't have one. They're confused. The clock is going to run out, and nothing's going to happen.
And the clock has run out. He sailed it out of bounds. They couldn't stop the clock. They had 15 seconds. Couldn't get the field goal team on the field. Morton was trying to get the snap and sail it out of bounds and stop the clock.
The big problem in a situation like that is they had timeout just about one play ago. Before they had their big play, there had to be some sort of communication confusion. Morton ran up to try and get the ball, get it out of bounds, and stop the clock. However, the field goal team was on its way into the field. I don't know why it happened, but that one time they had 15 people on the field. Morton showed his frustration by throwing his hands in the air like, what do you do with 15 guys out here? And the game's going into overtime.
They had a penalty against Denver. Of course, it was declined by Seattle. And now we'll have a 3-minute pause. They'll flip a coin. This is just like starting a new game in overtime. We've had quite a few of these this year in the National Football League. And Denver won the toss. They won the opening coin toss. And they naturally elect to receive, get the first shot at scoring. So at the end of regulation play, the score is tied. Denver 17, Seattle 17. And we'll return with a sudden victory action in a moment after these messages from your local station. Kurt Gowdy and John Brody in the Kingdom, Seattle, as we head into the overtime period. Jim Turner may be the man. Herrera has recovered from his banging into Tom Jackson, and he'll kick it off. He could be the fella. He tied this game with 53 seconds to go. By any means, a safety, a field goal, a touchdown, the first team to score, and the game is over.
You know, I mentioned earlier that Jack Patera made a decision that would really leave him open for controversy. He inserted Steve Myers with about 6-7 minutes left to go in the ball game. Jim Zorn wasn't having a good day, but I think he did it for the right reason. Sometimes I wouldn't agree. This time, Zorn was confused by inserting Myers. It changed the way Denver played defense. You have to defend Zorn differently than you do Myers. He was effective. He got the group together, ran him down for the tying field goal, and I think Patera has to get some credit.
You're absolutely right. Herrera's kickoff to either Jackson or Perrin is coming to Bernard Jackson on the 4-yard line. 15 to the 20. 25. Ridden down on his 29-yard line. Denver takes over. Cornell Webster and Doug Long cover that kickoff. He didn't run down that time. I think they told him, hey, kick it off and hide away from everybody.
I don't think they had to tell him a thing. He didn't look like he was running off the field either. He's just sucking it up right now. He's going to be awful sore on Tuesday.
Broncos ball, first down on their 29. If they win this game, they'll have sole possession of first place in their division. If Seattle wins, it'll be a 3-way tie among Oakland, Denver, and Seattle. And that is Otis Armstrong, who is brought down by Dennis Boyd. Armstrong carries it to the 36-yard line. Now somebody's shaken up on the Denver squad. 7-yard gain for Armstrong, second down 3. Keyworth has been their big runner today. Keyworth had 67 yards and just 7 carries, nearly 10 yards average. That's Jim Turner lacing up the high shoes.
You notice he doesn't wear those low-cut white jobs either anymore.
He's gone back to the Depression days.
Going back to where he's coming from.
First overtime, by the way, in the still infant history of the Seattle franchise. And coming off the field is Claudia Miner, the left tackle. Zorn talks to Sam McCullum. Second down 3. Canada comes in to replace Perrin in the Denver backfield.
It's amazed me, Kurt, how the offensive line for Denver has played as well as it has with as many injuries as they've had. And now Claudia Miner comes out with another one. They are really down on the short string.
Denver had the overtime against Minnesota, you'll remember. They meet that charge. That was Larry Canada, and he was hit by Terry Beeson, the middle linebacker. In fact, John, the Broncos say that extra point that was blocked at Minnesota, they wouldn't have needed an overtime. They would have won that one, and the blocked field goal in the last play at Baltimore last Sunday, they would have been 7-1. But if
and
the
buts
biggest
were
word
candy
is
and
for
nuts, huh?
Right. 38-yard line of Denver. Third down and a long yard to go. Double tight end offense. Bob Moore's gone in there with Riley Odom. Armstrong and Canada, the running back. Armstrong. And Armstrong made that, I believe, on his own.
If he made it on his own.
I believe he's made it, John, but we'll see. They had 2 shots at him to stop him, and he kept sliding out there, then finally put that power on.
If he didn't, John Harris is the man that made the stop. He came in and just helped out a tackle and took him back across the line. I can't tell.
It's going to be very close. The Wonderful World of Disney, already in progress, will be seen over most of these stations right after our game, which is in overtime. Well, I don't know.
It's within an inch.
Centennial will be seen at 8 o'clock Eastern time. He's made it by an inch. Right. Watch this really second effort by Otis Armstrong.
Second effort both offensively and defensively. And the tough part is Otis gets turned sideways. Now for him to get back his momentum to go forward. And you see Beeson stops him. Harris comes up and tries to stop him. I'll tell you that. When you get it to within an inch, that's cutting it pretty thin.
Denver's ball, first down on their 40. Looks like the 39, but always go to the next yard marker, an official NFL statistic. Play action pass. Morton is being rushed. Throws it right into a mess of blue people. And the blue wave was there, but he couldn't hold on to it. Autry Beeman. I want to announce that in the West Coast, at Mountain Time, Centennial will be seen at its regular scheduled time. And so will the wonderful world of Disney. Now we have that straight. We look at Mr. Morton's statistics, 11 out of 27. Second down 10, Denver on their 40.
Neither quarterback has had what you'd call a statistically fine day. However, both teams have been relatively effective moving the ball on offense. And I think the defensive secondaries have both played so well that it's very hard for either quarterback to have a good day.
Second down 10, a draw play. And that is Lonnie Perrin. Perrin to the 46, tackled by Charles McShane of Cal Lutheran. Linebacker in replacement of Sammy Green. Spotters have been Ron Lux, Gary Moore. We want to thank Joe Costanza for his research and statistics. Denver has the ball. Time remaining in the overtime, 12:39. The game is tied 17-17. Seattle tied it on a field goal, 53 seconds remaining in regulation. Third down and 4. Denver on their 46. Odom's in motion. Morton. Little quick flip. Armstrong first down to the 46-yard line of Seattle. A flag has been dropped.
Been dropped in a bad place, too, if you're playing offense.
Or if you're a Denver fan. Armstrong knows it. Look at him. Holding against Denver. That takes the first down away from them.
They're liable to start a petition that says outlaw the holding penalty, because this baby is costly.
I'm assuming it's 10 down. Seattle is 7 or 6.
They can't get it straight where to put it. 36 it should be. There it is.
I'm glad we couldn't make out whose number it was.
I think it was Claudie Minor.
Well,
sure.
let's pretend we don't know.
71 is Claudie Minor. That's right. Third down, 13. Out it goes.
And here we got
a
another
flag down. Flag drop, 25, Moses. Morton feathered that ball up.
We got two of them,
We got another flag down behind Morton. One in the secondary, another one behind the quarterback. 2 flags have been dropped.
And we got a lot of the blue shirts walking back to the line of scrimmage.
Number 76, offense. Pass interference. Number 27, defense. The penalties nullify one another. Repeat the down.
That holding was on 76, Tom Neville. Pass interference, offsetting penalties. We'll play it again, Sam, at 3rd and 13. Armstrong checks into the Bronco backfield.
Okay, we'll be able to see the interference. I doubt we'll be able to see the holding. He puts the ball right up there in a pretty good spot. You can see Beeman coming in just a little over-aggressive on Moses. All for naught. Back to the line, 3rd and 13.
Upchurch to the left, Moses to the right. The third down pass. Right on the money, and Upchurch couldn't hold on to it. Denver will have to relinquish the ball.
Terry Beeson made an excellent play. When you're that big at 245, playing pass coverage the way he did, they haven't been effective going in the middle all day long. That is a pretty good middle linebacker.
Seattle fans give a standing ovation to their team. The defensive squad that has stopped Denver. Now it'll be up to Denver's defense to stop Seattle. 12 minutes, 7 seconds remaining in the overtime. Bucky Dilts in punt formation.
The last 3 games, Kurt, they've beaten Minnesota and Oakland. Putting Denver on their list would have to take them out of the area of also-rans.
Rufus Crawford on the 32, and he's nailed immediately. Covering that is Dave Preston, the rookie, number 46. Seattle's ball, first down. Now let's see what they do. they win this, young expansion team in just its third year, set a record last year of 5 wins for the most by an expansion team in the second year, would be in a tie for first place in their division with the season over, halfway over.
Somebody asked Patera Kurt how he felt about his chances of winning the division. He said, I think we'd have to be awful lucky. He said, but I'm not against it. I don't mind being lucky.
First down. Steve Meyer remains the quarterback. He led him on that last gasp drive to tie it up. Here's a double reverse. It's off to Rabel, the flanker. They're waiting for him. Svensson was right there. Smart play by Svensson. He crossed the line of scrimmage, stood his ground. He didn't chase anybody. And he was waiting on the double reverse when Rabel came back from the other side of the field.
He was, but Steve Meyer gave Rabel a chance. Had he gotten by Svensson, there was no pursuit. He made a good block down on the defensive end. That's a tough thing for a quarterback to do. He's not asked to do it very often, and everybody's doing their thing.
Second down, 10. Seahawks in their 33. Meyer looking to field over. The pass is to Rabel, Georgia Tech, at the 37-yard line of Seattle. A 4-yard advance. Third down and 6 for the Seahawks. Well, I don't know how this game's going to come out and what happens the rest of the year. All I know is this is no longer just an expansion team. This is now a competitive team for a division title from now on.
And I think the fact, and I agree, Kurt, and I think the fact that so many people are getting a chance to see Seattle playing in their first really big game, they got to get the same opinion.
Third down and 6 for Seattle. Big rushes on him. Floats it out. Knocked down by Bill Thompson, 36. It was intended for Steve Largent, and they've really shadowed him today. Largent has caught only 1 pass, and he's the second leading pass receiver in the American Conference coming into the game.
And Reuben Carter, Barney Chavis, and Lyle Alzado had a little team meeting back at the quarterback just as he got rid of the ball.
Punt formation for Herman Weaver and Rick Upchurch. The slippery eel is back there. He returned one for 53 yards. They all grab a hold of him, but nobody can hold on to him. Here's the punt. Upchurch will field this on the 32. Gets to the 35, and he goes out of bounds. They had that one covered. He's out of bounds on his 38-yard line. Denver gained 2 yards on the exchange of punts. Right after our game, stay tuned for the wonderful world of Disney on most of these NBC stations. On the West Coast and most Mountain Time Zone stations, the wonderful world of Disney will be seen at its regular time. Centennial is seen at 8 o'clock Eastern Time, which we're rapidly approaching. Red Miller. Handoff coming through is Preston to the 50. Preston, the rookie, goes to the 45.
You know, he runs so much like Rob Lytle, you almost can't distinguish between the two without the jersey numbers. And when you have 2 guys that run a little bit like Rob Lytle, you've got 2 outstanding football players. Dave Preston came along, not highly heralded, made the team the tough way by making a few big plays in the exhibition season, has come on and played in the league season just like he did then. And for a rookie, this guy is coming fast.
Yes, and he's been excellent on the kick teams today, covering punts. He's carried the ball twice for 27 yards. Perrin fumbled. Seattle has it. Ronnie Perrin fumbled the ball. Seattle recovers. And down on the ball is Autry Beeman, the safety.
And you know, I don't think anybody in the house saw the fumble that was playing on the field except Autry Beeman. It flipped around the back of the pack. Beeman just kind of coyly stuck in there, slipped it out of the group, and that's a big turnover. Take a look. Here's Lonnie Perrin. The ball gets jerked loose just as he goes in. You can see it coming around the back of the pack. The only man that saw it was Beeman.
There it is again. He goes in there. And out it pops. Right on it was Beeman. Seattle has the ball on their 41-yard line with a first down. Denver gave up the ball after an interception, threw a lateral away, and now they fumble the ball in overtime away. Zorn is back into the lineup. He played action fake. He hit up with a ball. Interception is Foley. Foley's back to the 50, and he's out of bounds, and Denver has the ball right back again.
Oh, don't fault Jim Zorn. That ball was thrown just as well as a ball can be thrown. Would have been a great play offensively if Sherman Smith had hung on. Little flare pattern trying to beat a linebacker. He just kind of inserted Zorn in the lineup. Play action pass on first down. This ball had all the zip you could handle. He beats Tom Jackson. The ball's on the spot. Foley makes a great play and a turnover.
Now it's Denver's ball on the Seattle 36. Denver had the ball the last time a play ago on the Seattle 45. Look at that pass right there. Off Smith's hands into Steve Foley's hand. His 5th interception of the season. Fake up the middle. Goes Larry Canada. They faked to Preston wide and then gave it up the middle to Canada, number 35. It is on the 31-yard line of Seattle.
Against Oakland, when Denver had to do something, make a drive in the late stages of the game, Larry Canada carried a big burden. They gave him the ball about 6 times in a row. Right now, he's in a position to be able to help his club doing what he does the best. Straight ahead running, everybody get a piece.
8 minutes, 45 seconds remaining in overtime. It's tied 17-all. Seattle tied it with 53 seconds to play. Otis Armstrong tripped up at the 28-yard line of Seattle by Cornell Webster, the left cornerback. He had some help there from Charlie McShane, the linebacker. They have a 3rd down and 2.
They're way within Jim Turner's field goal range. I doubt that you'll see them try anything fancy. He can kick it from 44 with ease just by getting his foot into it. That's what it would be if the ball stays at the line of scrimmage.
Boy, they like to have that 1st down and move it closer. Double tight end offense. Blocking power in there. Off to Canada. Canada is stopped short of the 1st down. Seattle just submarine got under there, and they were waiting. And even the powerful Canada, look at that, a yard short, says Tom Neville, the right tackle. All right, it is now 4th down. And a short yard to go.
It's not short enough. I don't think you'll, well, I'm wrong.
They're going for it.
They're having a go at it.
Jim Turner does not get a chance to win it with a field goal. They're going to try and pick up the 1st down and then keep moving it. Game tied 17-all in overtime, 7:39 to go. Armstrong, Perrin the backs. Perrin hit but has the 1st down as he fell backward over the 25 to the 24-yard line of Seattle.
You know, this man was going to do everything he could to pick up that just short of a yard distance. The man had an unfortunate fumble at an unfortunate time. Fortunately, they got it back. He picks up the 1st down, and this is a big one.
1st down for the Denver Broncos on the Seattle Seahawks 24. There's a new set of running backs, Canada and Preston. 2 first-year players. That's Canada. Canada carries a man with him to the 20-yard line. Now they're moving it even closer for Jim Turner. A 4-yard gain. It's 2nd down, 6 for the Broncos. There's Turner. 15-year veteran. He's been in a lot of pressure situations with the Jets. Had an excellent field goal day against the Baltimore Colts in Super Bowl III. Banged 2 through in the 3rd period.
Jim Turner, you know he's getting a little bit antsy. He's taking a few deep breaths and a lot of strides along that sideline.
The Jets traded him on to Denver. We got that old Mountaineer revived him out there. He's had a fine career with the Denver Broncos. Always had 2 outstanding careers, one in the East and one in the Rocky Mountains. Red Miller looks on. Jack Patera, the Seattle coach, 2nd down, 6. Canada again. He has more yardage, and he's to the 14-yard line. He's very close to a 1st down.
I think that he's got it.
He was brought down by Steve Niehaus, the right tackle. Interesting decision by Red Miller, John. Instead of going for that field goal on 4th down and a yard to go, they went for the 1st down.
Well, that's the kind of decision that differentiates coaches from unemployed. He was effective. He's been the kind of guy that's willing to put his job on the line. He's willing to make a decision. His job is not in any danger, obviously. You see the man with the headset. His viewpoint is we got a better chance of picking up the first down, getting in field position, or scoring a touchdown than we would have with Jim kicking a field goal.
They have a first down and a Seattle 14 in overtime. Game tied 17-17. John Keyworth. Just a couple. Look at him. Hey, another yard. He's almost to the 10-yard line. Low driving legs like pistons.
Well, all their backs have had real good days running the ball, and you can't say enough about the guys that are up there in the front in the trenches paving the way, because they've really been hurt. Claudia Minor's been hurting some today. What do we see in the first drive? You know, Schindler can't play. Howard can't play. Then they finally put in Hyde. Hyde has a great day. Their whole offensive line's done the job for them.
5 minutes to play in overtime. Second down, 7 for Denver. Otis Armstrong to the 5, knocked down at the 4, maybe the 3 where he fell down. And he may have his first down. Could be first and goal. Keith Butler, the right linebacker, stopped him. Clock moving along. Perrin is coming into the game in the backfield. Fresh backs. They've alternated 6 backs today. Keep running fresh backs in, and they're not tired in this overtime period. First down and goal to go for the Denver Broncos. First and goal to go. That's Perrin. Perrin cutting back. They take him at the 2-yard line. We've had some excellent coverage here. All the shots today by our producers, George Finkel, Ted Nathanson, and Ted also has been directing today's game. Hope you've enjoyed it. We're in overtime. 3:50 to play. Jim Turner said, I may not have to do it.
I think they've shown you about all there is to see of the Seattle Seahawks. We've tried to cover all their people as well as we can, and it's the first national exposure they've had. I think they're going to have several more opportunities this year.
This has just been a grinding 36-yard march. Otis Armstrong. He's not over.
And there's a penalty flag down too, Kurt.
They're trying to do anything to jar that ball loose. This is frustration. 64,000 fans here in the Kingdome just sitting back now. What can they do about it? Watching Denver relentlessly grind down the field. It's a frustration over there in the Seattle bit. Offside against Seattle. Half the distance to the goal penalty. Denver's had 270 yards rushing today. And if they score, they will be the sole occupant of first place in the Western Division of the American Conference.
Offside, number 62, defense. Repeat, second down.
Offside, it's second down and a yard to go for a Denver touchdown that can win the game in overtime. The clock is 3:21 remaining. In the regular season, they only play 1 overtime. This for the playoffs or Super Bowl, they'd keep playing until somebody won. Second down, a yard to go. Canada. Oh, they blast him. They stop him. They blasted him. He was hit. He's a load to stop, too.
Dave Brown and Audrey Beeman both just took their best shot and said, we hope Canada gets the ball because that's where we're going. They met right at the line of scrimmage, and they stood him straight up. And that's a lot of meat to stand straight up.
Now it's third down and a half-yard to go for a touchdown. Patera hasn't changed expression all day.
That's the way Jack Patera is. He's not going to let the flow change, win, lose, or draw.
All right, here we go. Canada, Armstrong, the running back. Armstrong. And they pile him up.
They did not
he can't get it over. 3 cracks at that goal line right down there. They had first at a yard and a half to go, and they're still short, and fourth down coming up. And Jim Turner is going to come on. And now he pressed for the duty for the field goal. They put the net up behind the goal post. A short shot for Jim Turner.
He's about as certain a short field goal kicker as there is in the game. He has had a few blocked, however, this year. They've had problems with their field goal team, But that doesn't mean Jim Turner's foot has not been effective. When they give him time, he'll get the ball through there.
This will be an 18-yard attempt. 2:10 to go in overtime. The kick is up, and a flag is down. The kick, flag is dropped. I never did see a signal on the kick.
That flag was thrown way back in the end zone.
Maybe against Seattle. Did you see a signal on the kick? Illegal procedure against Seattle. Miller, what's happening?
Well, he knows how fortunate he is right at this time. I would like to hear what the official has to say.
I never saw a signal whether the kick was good or not. Did you, John?
It was not good.
No,
I could see that.
It was slid off.
Illegal procedure. 12 men on the field on defense.
12 people on the field.
Good. Repeat, 4th down.
Kick was no good. 12 men on the field. Seattle would have held him with a tremendous goal line defense. Let's watch it.
Well, I did not see anybody run on the field when Denver came in to kick the field goal. I just wonder if there might have been 12 men on the field to play before.
Well, Turner gets another chance. He missed that short one. This is the second life for him. The kick is up, and that kick is good, and Denver wins it. Denver wins it 2017, and they're mighty lucky to come out with that one.
They know they've been in a football game, Kurt.
Right.
Seattle just played their hearts out. They were big enough to meet the task, got away with the ball game away from home. That's just a heck of a ball
What
game.
a goal line stand by Seattle. Three times they stopped Denver within the 1-yard line. Denver missed the field goal. Seattle then would have had the ball on the 20, but Seattle had 12 men on the field. Red's laughing down there. It was no laughing matter if Seattle hadn't had that penalty. And so we'll be back here, and the score again, final in overtime, 20-17. Denver wins it. A wild ending to a game here in the Kingdome. The kick by Jim Turner was no good. From this angle, you couldn't tell when you saw it on our replay with the angle looking directly at the goalpost. You could see it was no good. 12 men on the field. What happened? The 12th men tried to get off the field, and you have to go off on your own sideline between the goal line. He ran out of the back of the end zone. That's against the rules, and they were penalized 5 yards for illegal procedure, gave Turner another chance, and he booted it through in overtime. The play that set it up, though, was Zorn was brought back into the game, and he threw a perfect strike to Smith, the running back. He couldn't hold on to the ball. Here it is. It deflects. Good pass here, John.
Well, Jim Zorn, you know, coming off the bench, having been benched for the last 7 minutes, letting Steve Meyer come in, get their field goal for them, put the ball in a perfect spot. I think Seattle's to be commended because they played Denver right down to the post. Denver got the break they needed to win. So goes back to Denver in first place.
Foley intercepted that pass, his 5th of the year, ran it back to the Seattle 36, and then Denver grounded down there and finally won it. We'll be right back with a final look at the game after these messages from your local station.
The Seahawks battled the Broncos this afternoon in a rematch of an earlier contest. Jim Zorn tested the Orange Crush while the Seattle defense had to contain a team that beat them just 4 weeks ago. Find out from head coach Jack Patera just what happened in the Kingdome today. Jack will be answering questions from a studio audience, reviewing the game, and checking out the other scores in the NFL. Tune in for the details on today's game, not one played yesterday. The Jack Patera Show with Ray McMacken, tonight at 6, live on King 5.
Disappointed crowd has left the Kingdome. 64,000 fans, 3rd sellout in a row. Their young team just fell short today. They took Denver into overtime. Denver now winning in overtime is the leader of the Western Division. Oakland was defeated today by San Diego, so Denver's on top. And for most of you fans watching the game, the Wonderful World of Disney Now will not be seen. However, Centennial will be seen on the NBC network at its regular time. West Coast and Mountain Time zones, the Wonderful World of Disney will be seen at its regular times. We've had the Wonderful World of the NFL here today. There are the standings, John, in the AFC West.
Well, except for one penalty call, except for a little of this, it was a should-have-been, could-have-been type of day. Denver now leads in the AFC. San Diego really got themselves back to where at least they can get into a position for a wild card spot. These guys are all playing each other again during the year. It's going to be some kind of finish. I've always loved the AFC and the Western Conference of it. It looks like they have 4 teams going to be fighting each other right down the wire.
You mean you always loved the AFC when you were with the 49ers?
Oh, I like them now because I'm cashing their checks, but I have always liked the West Coast, and I think they have a very representative group of this whole country.
That's twice now that Denver's defeated Seattle this year. Seattle has a return engagement with Oakland down in Oakland.
Well, and Oakland's going to have their hands full again. This is not just a Johnny-come-lately team. They got together an awful lot sooner than they had expected to be able to get together. As a matter of fact, that trade with Dallas might have helped their whole draft structure a couple of years. They got 3 seconds and a first that are all playing a lot of football for them. Their middle linebacker, Terry Beeson, had a fine game. Defensively, they played very well. Offensively, they played almost good enough to win. Jim Zorn had a bad day, and they still stayed in the game. So I just say this team is not all Jim Zorn. It's a whole lot of young players that are after it.
Well, they showed me something on that goal line stand.
I couldn't believe it. You know, they called them for 12 men on the field. I wonder if they might have had 12 men on third and second down, because they played like they had 12 men. If they didn't, a goal line stand like that can really solidify your whole defense for games to come. I think it did a lot to help a young, aggressive, good team. And you know Denver is right at the top.
Well, as we said earlier, whether Seattle won or lost this game, notice has been served now. From now on, they are as competitive as any team in their division, and they're right with all the clubs in the American Football Conference, the way the competition has been balanced out. And we'll be back again right after this message. What's that old song, what a difference a day made? What a difference a few seconds made for Jim Turner after missing this short field goal, same distance, 12 men on the field for Seattle. He kicks this one through, very nonchalant, starts to the Denver locker room.
Well, you know he's a little hot. He doesn't miss field goals from 12, 13 yards. Now he's shaking one finger. He should have put up 1 for 2, because that's what he actually hit. It might change the whole flow of things for Jim Turner, who's been a good kicker. Their field goal team hasn't been as effective as they could be. But I just think it was such an exciting game. It's the kind of game that we've seen in the AFC all year long.
And Turner missed that short one. I was watching the ball go up in the air. Did he have a lot of pressure?
Well, I don't think he had an undue amount. I think if he'd have got it up, it would have gone in. He's just thanking the stars that he got another chance.
And he did get that chance, and it won for the Denver Broncos in overtime, late in overtime. And the final score again is Denver 20 and Seattle 17. So Jim Zorn looks on. The executive producer of NBC's NFL Football is Don Omeyer. The telecast of today's game has been produced by George Finkel and Ted Nathanson. Directed by Ted Nathanson. Associate Director Jim Marcioni. Next Sunday is NFL football, beginning with NFL 78 at 12:30 Eastern Time. Check your local listings. Now stay tuned for Centennial. On the West Coast, at most mountain time zone stations, the wonderful world of Disney will be seen at its regular time.
20 seconds to air. Stand by, all cameras. Stand by in videotape. Stand by slow-mo. Stand by to open your mics on the field. Stand by in graphics. Ready with your opening supers. Stand by the announcers in the booth, please. And roll tape.